You have successfully embarked on your journey of survival on the island. Ding! Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received inscribed legendary reward. 1 Raptor F750. Ding! Congratulations, host. Synthesis successful. You have obtained inscribed divine artifact, the quantum universal cutter. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your island castle has been completed. Please collect it. I apologize, my luck is simply exceptional. Chapter 1. The check-in rewards in Raptor F750. Ding! The island check-in system is starting up. Island? Check-in? Welcome to the parallel world of island survival, where a total of 999 participants have been allocated to 888 different deserted islands. Your sole purpose is to strive for daily check-ins will yield various rewards ranging from ordinary grade, rared grade, excellent grade, perfect grade, epic grade, legendary grade, to the extraordinary grade divine rewards. Would you like to proceed with today? Yi-chan felt somewhat disoriented, only catching the last few words. Check-in? Ding! Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received inscribed legendary reward, a Raptor F750 pickup truck. Inscribed legendary reward? A pickup truck? Goodness. Yi-chan was dumbfounded, for indeed, a heavy pickup truck was parked just 30 met. Behold. It appears that fortune has smiled upon me today, as I have astonishingly unveiled inscribed legendary reward with merely a 0.01 chance. Please do not harm me. Yi-chan was still reveling in his own good luck, while the woman before him stared at him in sheer terror. Ding! Congratulations, host. Survivor Yang Minger has chosen to submit to you. Your sign-in level has been upgraded to level 2. Are you the celebrity Yang Ming? Yang Minger, with a pale complexion, nodded in response. No wonder with such a figure and appearance cough. Yi-chan forced himself to regain composure. This was not the time for idle fantasy. Survival was paramount. Otherwise, even if the entire world stars were offered to him. Have you signed in today? Yi-chan inquired. Yang Minger trembled as she nodded. Do not be afraid. I had no intention of causing you harm. Besides, encountering each other is fate, and strength lies in numbers. I am Yi-chan. By the way, what reward did you receive from your sign-in? Seeing Yi-chan did not appear to be a malevolent figure, Yang Minger bravely stepped forward and pointed behind her. Following her gesture, Yi-chan was left in disbelief. What was that? A heap of empty water? What is this? Your sign-in reward? Yi-chan chuckled helplessly at the towering stack of empty bottles. Yes, it's an agreed common reward. And your vehicle? Yang Minger furrowed her brow, inquisitively gesturing toward Yi-chan's Raptor F750. It came from signing in. Now it was Yang Minger who was indeed. The disparity in rewards was quite the spectacle. Her sign-in reward was a mound of empty bottles, while he had received a pickup truck. Do not linger, get in. Nightfall approaches. Do you wish to spend the night here? Yang Minger shook her head, casting a reluctant glance at the pile of empty water. All right, take them all. After all, he was a vehicle owner. Why would he complain about a few bottles when he could accommodate a person? Once Yang Minger settled into the passenger seat, Yi-chan realized that this top-tier celebrity was truly exceptional. An angelic visage paired with a devilish figuress was what one would call innate beauty. Ding! The remote trading system has been activated. All island survivors can exchange goods through the remote trading platform using a barter system. As Yi-chan's thoughts lingered on Yang Minger, the sign-in system spoke once more, and soon a floating control panel appeared before him in less than 2 minutes. The trading panel displayed various supplies. A 10-meter climbing rope required 1 bottle of mineral water. A lighter necessitated 2 bottles. A detachable barbecue grill called for 2 bottles. The trading post was indeed bustling, offering a plethora of peculiar items, evidently acquired by the survivors through their sign-ins. At a glance, Yi-chan discerned that potable water and food were the most scarce. Feeling quite famished himself, Yi-chan naturally had no inclination to trade for supplies. The two proceeded eastward along the beach, and shortly after the pickup truck set off, Yi-chan's peripheral vision caught it. With a sudden screech, Yi-chan slammed on the brakes, almost causing the unfortunate girl to collide headfirst into the windshield. Turning to peer outside, he discovered that the dazzling object was, in fact, wait, a lake? Could it possibly be a freshwater lake? Yi-chan flung open the car door and leaped out, racing towards the water's edge. Upon tasting the lake water, he found it sweet and refreshing indeed. It was fresh water. The first step in surviving on island is to locate a source of fresh water, and he had stumbled upon such a substantial freshwater lake. Yang Minger followed suit, joining Yi Chen by the lakeside, and the parched duo began to drink voraciously. Come, follow me, we need to fetch some mineral water bottles. After satiating their thirst, Yi Chen waved to Yang Minger. Bottles? Yang Minger appeared momentarily perplexed. We can sell water. With bottles in hand and a freshwater lake at their disposal, what more could they desire? Who said empty bottles were useless? They were, in fact, a veritable goldmine. Having completed this task, Yi Chen eagerly reopened the trading system. One bottle of packaged freshwater required 100 grams of bread and another 100 grams of biscuits. The utmost priority was to fill their stomachs. Before long, Yi Chen successfully exchanged 4 bottles of freshwater for 200 grams of bread and 200 grams of biscuits. Here is a portion for you, fill your belly first. He generously tossed a serving of bread. Well, you should eat more, 1 portion is sufficient for me, Yang Minger replied, only taking a piece of bread. Yi Chen, not wishing to be overly polite, considered that the young lady might be mindful of her figure. After satisfying their hunger, the sky gradually darkened, prompting Yi Chen to decide it was time to stop and rest. Given their unfamiliar surroundings, we'll sleep here tonight, Yang Minger suggested somewhat awkwardly, pointing at the grassy patch outside the vehicle. Yi Chen shook his head and gently pressed a button, causing the backrest of the passenger seat. He was roused by the sound of the system. Ding! Synthesis system activated. Immediately, a floating screen materialized before Yi Chen. 2 daggers, 1 kitchen knife, 2 kitchen knives, 1 blueprint for mountain axe, 2 mountain axes, 1 air-powered chainsaw, 2 rafts, 1 kayak, 2 kayaks, 1 solar-powered motorboat blueprint, 3 solar panels, 1 solar-powered motorboat. This synthesis system is remarkably powerful. As long as one possesses materials and blueprints, constructing an empire is not merely a dream. Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement and decided against sleeping any longer. The price of a bottle of drinking water continued to soar, yet demand far outstripped supply. While most struggled desperately for a single bottle, Yi Chen lay comfortably sated in a spacious luxury vehicle just past midnight. Yi Chen eagerly initiated the check-in once more. Check-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful check-in, receiving a class rare reward. 1 super ceramic soup pot. Please check your inventory. What is this? Support. They even inserted an advertisement. Could it be that this check-in system is sponsored by Super? With a loud clatter, the pickup truck shuddered slightly. By the way, Superstar, you should check in too. You can still call me Minger or Xiaoming. Alright, Minger, quickly see what your check-in reward is. Yang Minger sat up with a sense of gravity, her hands clasped together as she murmured something. Yi Chen found it quite amusing, realizing that she seemed to treat Ding. Your recruit Yang Minger has received in class perfect level reward. What the? A class perfect level reward? Is it truly necessary to make a sincere wish before Chapter 3. B-Class Perfect Fishing Rod. Yang Minger acquired a B-Class Perfect Freshwater Fishing Rod component, equipped with hooks and a pole. With a 50 chance of catching freshwater fish of E-Class or higher, limited to 10 uses per day. Goodness! The B-Class Perfect Level Sign-In Reward, with a mere 4 chance, was unexpectedly revealed by this young lady. As Yang Minger had chosen to submit to Yi Chen, he now possessed the preferential rights to acquire resources of C-Class excellence and above. A fishing rod, a so bought. It seems there will be fish soup to enjoy tomorrow. After a deep slumber until dawn, Yi Chen turned over, groggily opened one eye, and was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A pair of bright, sparkling eyes were gazing at him. Good morning, Yang Minger greeted Yi Chen. Truly, a beauty is a beauty. Even in the early hours, she radiated an ethereal charm. Yi Chen rubbed his eyes and yawned. By the way, a bottle of bottled water can now be exchanged for a dagger. Let it rise, let it rise. He indeed had a lake full of fresh water. However, it seemed that bread had also increased in price. No matter, today we shall forego bread and indulge in a change of flavors. Eating that bland bread daily is rather unexciting. What shall we eat then? Gurgle, gurgle. Before she could finish her sentence, her stomach protested. After all, she had only consumed a piece of bread the previous night. Let us go, we'll grill some fish first, and then make fish soup. Yi Chen boldly strode towards the lake with his fishing rod in hand. However, possessing only the fishing rod was insufficient. He lacked bait. Searching for earthworms would be a considerable waste of time. Chen surveyed the trading system, but there was no one selling bait. He casually adopted a chatroom ID, sun, moon, stars, and began to speak in the chatroom. Seeking bait. Is there anyone selling? Please DM me. Before long, he indeed received a private message. I have bait, but only 150 grams. What do you have? Chen promptly replied, I have a few bottles of freshly exchanged freshwater. Then, for bottles of freshwater. Too expensive? I don't have that much. Never mind. Chen employed a strategy of feigned disinterest. 3 bottles, I can't go any lower. I only have 2 bottles. That's all I can offer. All right then, I'll list it on the trading platform. The trading platform, in essence, is a realm of deception and intrigue, where bargaining is the norm. After successfully negotiating the price, Chen exchanged 2 bottles of freshwater for a small jar of bait. Although it was described as a small jar, it would suffice. The 150 grams of bait was enough for 60 to 70 uses. Minger was evidently even more excited than Chen. Have you ever fished before? Minger shook her head and murmured, I've been so busy filming and attending events that I've never even had the chance to watch someone fish. Then watch closely. Chen attached the bait to the hook, executed a graceful cast, and the fishing line traced an elegant arc in the air before plunging into the lake. Within mere seconds, ding, successfully caught an E-grade ordinary catfish. Please reel it in. The fishing rod provided by the system is truly remarkable. Within a short span, I managed to catch one, complete with an automatic notification sound. Chen promptly began to reel in the line. Minger gazed at the lake's surface, her expression brimming with anticipation. I caught one. As Chen pulled the fish up, Minger joyfully danced with excitement. E-grade ordinary catfish, weight 1 pound. First, let's fill our stomachs. Later, I shall teach you how to fish. Chen re-entered the trading forum. A bottle of freshwater, exchange for a detachable barbecue grill. A bottle of freshwater, exchange for a lighter. A bottle of freshwater, exchange for a dagger. Soon, several private messages flooded in. Brother, how about 2 bottles? I have a barbecue grill. Your price is too steep. Chen snorted in disdain and replied, take it or leave it. He was not blind. Currently, in the trading forum, aside from bottled water and food, the prices of all other supplies were plummeting. All right, I'll buy. Damn it, who the hell is stealing my water? Brother, do you have any water left? Please post another bottle. Goodbye, come again soon. Chen accepted the barbecue grill, lighter, and dagger, then closed the trading forum interface. He was not a peculiar collector. What would he need so many barbecue grills for? Having secured the barbecue grill, he lit a campfire. The 1-pound catfish swiftly transformed into a delectable grilled delicacy. So delicious, it's so fragrant. Minger, Brissette, and Leslie. Now it's your turn to try. Watch closely. Cast the rod. Lift the rod. Chen demonstrated once more. Another E-grade catfish was hooked. Minger evidently lacked practical experience. After 2 attempts, she and team managed to cast it out. Chen gently embraced her, guiding her hand in casting the rod. Ding! Successfully caught a C-grade green fish. Weight 5 pounds. Chen was taken aback. Could it be that fish in this era are attracted to beautiful girls? C-grade exceptional green fish, weight 5 pounds. Minger seemed invigorated, casting the rod again and again, with each attempt yielding a catch. The promised 50 probability had seemingly transformed into a 100 success rate for her. Throughout the morning, the duo collectively caught 7 fish. By noon, Chen set up his super soup pot to brew fish soup, while all the remaining fish were listed on the trading forum. Wow, this C-grade green fish weighs 5 pounds? What luck! Wow, another 3-pound crucian carp. Who is this esteemed individual? Crap, it seems to be the same person. Another D-grade black fish. Envy and jealousy abound. I haven't eaten much all day. The chat room was abuzz with excitement. Meanwhile, Chen and Minger were happily sipping fish soup together. Ding, you have received a private message. Please check. Chen received a message. Upon opening it, he saw, I wish to make a transaction with you. Chapter 4. The maid outfit. What transaction? Chen inquired. I possess a C-grade blueprint for an exceptional mountain axe and wish to exchange it for your C-grade bluefish, came the response. The mention of the mountain axe blueprint instantly sparked a memory in Chen, prompting him to swiftly access the synthesis system. 2 kitchen knives are required to create a mountain axe blueprint. The mountain axe is capable of effortlessly cleaving through bamboo, trees, and other materials, and it can also serve as a makeshift weapon for self-defense. The system's explanation of the mountain axe was rather straightforward. Just list it on the trading post, and I will initiate the exchange, Chen declared without hesitation. His reasoning was simple. First, C-grade resources were inherently difficult to obtain, especially items like blueprints. Second, the mountain axe could function both as a tool for chopping firewood and as a basic weapon against wild animals and nefarious humans. As for the 5-pound bluefish, it held little significance for him, especially with a perfect-grade fishing rod at his disposal that ensured he could never finish the fish he caught. He successfully traded the bluefish for the mountain axe blueprint and eagerly reopened the synthesis system. To forge the mountain axe, 2 kitchen knives were still required, and each kitchen knife necessitated 2 daggers. Chen searched the trading system and procured a dagger for the price of a bottle of water. Thus, he now possessed 2 daggers. After synthesizing one into a kitchen knife, he found it challenging to locate the 3rd and 4th daggers. Seeking daggers, 2 bottles of freshwater, he announced in the chat room without a hint of regret. Minger was startled to see Chen holding a kitchen knife, causing her to fumble and spill the fish soup. And no, I apologize. Minger stammered, hastily offering her apologies. Although the fish soup lacked seasoning, it was still a rare delight, especially in their current situation, and she regretted spilling it. Is it hot? Chen asked, unconcerned about the soup. As he assessed Minger's condition, she appeared unharmed, but her thin shirt was now soaked, revealing her flawless figure in an undeniably awkward manner. Does anyone have spare clothes for ladies? I'm looking to collect a few. Chen redirected his gaze back to the chat room, announcing his request for daggers while also seeking clothing. Clothes? For ladies? Is there a wealthy heir on this island? I'm struggling to fill my own stomach. And here he is collecting garments for women. How unfair. Great deity, how many ladies do you have? The chat room erupted into frivolous banter once more. Minger shyly shielded her chest with her hands, fearful of any accidental exposure. Before long, someone indeed messaged Chen privately. I have an S-size cosplay outfit for 3 bottles of freshwater, if you're interested. The sender seemed quite purposeful. Cosplay. This signing system is truly remarkable. It offers everything. This seems to be, well, I haven't received any commendable clothing yet, only a single cosplay outfit. Chen consulted Minger for her opinion. Clearly, Minger was not in a good condition either. The scent of fish lingered about her, and she felt damp and uncomfortable. It's all right, it's quite good, thank you. There's no need to dwell on the situation. I shall simply change into something else. Very well, I shall trade with you. With the sister agreeing, Chen readily accepted her offer without hesitation. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired the exchange item, a female cosplay outfit, including a maid costume. A maid costume. Chen was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that it would be a maid outfit. Here you go. He could only feign ignorance as he handed over the acquired maid costume. Minger flipped through it and seemed to realize the predicament. The atmosphere became undeniably awkward. Minger found herself in a dilemma. Neither could she refuse nor accept the exchange outright. After all, she had spent a considerable sum to procure this outfit, and it would be unreasonable to be picky. However, this maid costume was, to alleviate the discomfort, Chen pretended to stroll over to the beach, maintaining a distance of over 50 meters from Minger. After a moment's hesitation, Minger leaned against the pickup and began to change her clothes. 5 minutes later, Minger emerged in her maid outfit, captivating Chen's attention. A beauty is a beauty. She looks enchanting in anything she wears. At that moment, Minger exuded a blend of sensuality and playfulness, with an undertone of mystery. Well, I will take a look later. If I find more suitable clothing, I will gather a few more. It's fine, this one fits quite well. Anyone could discern that her words were merely courteous banter. Fortunately, Chen's other business prospects also bore fruit, as someone privately messaged him. I have 2 daggers and 5 bottles of fresh water, all for a fixed price. All right, no problem. Coming from a wealthy background, Chen didn't hesitate in the slightest. It's merely a few bottles of water. He possessed a whole lake of fresh water. With 2 daggers in hand, Chen once again synthesized a kitchen knife. Now equipped with dual knives, he decided to be prudent this time, cautious not to startle young Minger, and turn his back to her to contemplate how to synthesize a hatchet. Ding, congratulations. The resources you possess can now be synthesized into a C-grade exceptional hatchet, basic model. Would you like to synthesize it immediately? The system was quite considerate. Synthesize. Chen eagerly responded. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a hatchet, basic model. 2 hatchets can further be synthesized to enhance chopping efficiency. It seems this hatchet can also be upgraded. Ding, system notification. Chat room sun, moon, stars has successfully synthesized a C-grade exceptional hatchet. Special system reward. Chapter 5. The escalating prices of weapons, how impressive. An instant upgrade. It turns out that synthesizing high-level items yields system rewards. The chat room erupted in excitement. Chen himself was taken aback by the existence of special rewards. The one who regretted the most was undoubtedly the individual who had previously sold his blueprints. Level 3 sign-in system. 60 chance of obtaining a grade E ordinary reward, 16 chance of a grade D rare reward, 13 chance of a grade C exceptional reward, 8 chance of a grade B perfect reward, 2 chance of an A-level epic reward, 0. 99 chance of an S-level legendary reward, and 0.01 chance of a divine level reward. While the majority of individuals were still at level 1 of the sign-in system, Chen had already ascended to level 3. The probabilities for high-level rewards had significantly improved, with a minuscule chance of obtaining the coveted Super S-level divine reward. Dressed in a maid outfit and somewhat shy, Yang Ming received a system prompt and, nervously tugging at her skirt, inquired, "Level 3 already?" Chen nodded, saying, "A tall tree catches the wind. We must hasten to bolster our defenses. Everything possesses duality. The individuals in the trading post and chat room could offer benefits under specific circumstances. Yet a competitive dynamic existed between them, if not for the system distributing everyone evenly across different islands. Some would likely be resorting to force to resolve their issues by now." Chen swung the mountain axe, landing a decisive blow on a tree trunk as thick as a thigh. With a crack, the trunk splintered. Indeed, the grade C exceptional tool was extraordinary. "Help! There's a wolf." Suddenly, a distress signal echoed through the chat room. "What is happening? Are there wolves around?" Others began to panic. Beep. The 24-hour system protection period has ended. All survivors should exercise caution. The atmosphere in the chat room shifted dramatically to one of tension. How are we to confront wild wolves when we haven't even secured our own sustenance? "Help! I think I just saw a wild boar. Thankfully, I'm hiding in a tree. Hey, is the first person who called for help still here?" Regrettably, the individual who first sought assistance fell silent. Minger, return to the vehicle. For safety's sake, Chen promptly instructed Yang Ming to get in the car. Uncertain of the wildlife situation on their island, he knew the vehicle was the safest refuge. With a vehicle and weapons, Chen felt assured of their safety. However, other survivors were not as fortunate. Looking to buy a dagger. Is anyone selling? The dagger, as a primary weapon, became a highly sought-after item. With a mountain axe as his weapon, Chen found the small dagger hardly appealing. Do you know how to wield a weapon? Although he didn't expect a celebrity to be proficient with axes or halberds, he nonetheless posed the question. Yang Ming shukia hit somewhat awkwardly. However, after a brief moment, she exclaimed with excitement, "I can use a bow and arrow. I even won a prize in a competition." To her surprise, a big star had a passion for this. Chen immediately scanned the synthesis system and indeed found it. Wooden bow and arrow. D-grade sign-in weapon. Obtainable through synthesis. Wooden bow and arrow. Requires 2 bamboo and 1 cowhide rubber band. At that moment, it seemed difficult to acquire the weapon directly from the trading system, but Chen discovered that someone was selling cowhide rubber bands. 5 cowhide rubber bands. Requires 2 bottles of drinking water. 4 cowhide rubber bands. Requires 2 bottles of drinking water. Chen, quick-witted and nimble-fingered, snatched both orders. "Damn, who took my cowhide rubber bands? I was just about to withdraw. Crap, my cowhide rubber bands were also snatched away. Wow, you're really impressive." When Yang Minger saw Chen holding 9 cowhide rubber bands, she deduced that the person who had taken away her business was this remarkable individual before her. Thanks for the reminder, Chen said, giving young Minger a thumbs up. The wooden bow, an arrow, was merely a D-grade weapon. Yet 2 wooden bows could be combined to create a crossbow. Furthermore, 2 crossbows, along with firearm blueprints and metal blueprints, could be synthesized into a handgun. There were no bamboo groves nearby, so crafting a bow was impossible at the moment. Chen decided to take advantage of the daylight, driving his pickup truck around the lake. On the northern shore of the lake, he discovered a vast lawn covering several thousand square feet, with a cave to the north of the lawn. Passing through the cave from south to north led to an expansive beach. The scenery was quite picturesque. Chen assessed the environment. This place would indeed be an excellent location to establish his base. The cave to the north served as a natural barrier, while the lake to the south would guard his backyard. The only 2 tasks he needed to accomplish were to fence off the passages on both sides of the lake and to construct a wall with fencing on the northern shore of the cave. In doing so, this several thousand square feet of lawn would become his kingdom. As Chen contemplated his future, suddenly, a low, haunting wolf howl echoed from afar. There were indeed wolves. Chapter 6. A sleepless night embracing the fair lady. The howl of the wolf truly startled young Minger. Even while seated in the sturdy pickup, she trembled uncontrollably. It's all right. This is a legendary pickup, quite robust, and besides, we have our weapons. Chen reassured her with effort. It seemed imperative to establish a barrier to secure this area. As dusk gradually descended, the 2 exchanged bottled water for some food. The chat room was inundated with distress calls from survivors, indicating that the night would be arduous for many. Young Minger remained tense, her gaze fixed outside until darkness enveloped the land, at which point she finally calmed down. Chen, however, remained unflustered, turning on an interior light to delve into the synthesis system. The system appeared vast. It seemed that as long as one had sufficient materials, there was nothing that could not be synthesized. However, it appeared that the synthesis system was linked to a sign-in level. Without an adequate level, one could not synthesize even with ample materials. Currently, the most scarce resources for most survivors were food and water, but for Chen, it was various blueprints and seemingly trivial yet valuable items, such as simple tools, cooking utensils, daily necessities, and even basic materials like ropes, wires, wooden planks, and plastic products. Chen's vision for his little kingdom was divided into several stages. The foremost task was to establish a defense network, ensuring complete isolation between the kingdom's interior and the outside world. Next, he aimed to transform the cave into his second residence and a storage area for supplies. Ultimately, he sought to continually upgrade his kingdom, making it not only impregnable but also a treasure trove of resources. At present, the priority was undoubtedly the first step to create the defense network. Minger, you should rest early. It's safe here. Tomorrow we have work to do. This place will be our home, Chen said. Young Minger blinked her large eyes at him, seemingly understanding yet also a bit perplexed. Tomorrow, we'll start by cutting down some trees to enclose the lawn. The key resources to focus on at the trading post are ropes, wires, and simple tools, he elaborated, already searching for the necessary resources in the trading post. Suddenly, another wolf howl echoed, seemingly closer than before. Young Minger shivered again, instinctively burrowing into Chen's embrace. In that confined space, a stunning beauty clad in a maid outfit nestled against him. Even though Chen was a gentleman, he found it somewhat difficult to maintain composure. He gently patted young Minger on the shoulder, reassuring her, "It's fine. The glass is quite sturdy. Even a bear wouldn't be a problem." However, his words seemed to have the opposite effect. Upon hearing the mention of a bear, young Minger grew even more frightened, pressing herself tightly against him. Chen composed himself, gently draping his right arm around young Minger's shoulders. "Sleep now. Sleep tight. I'm watching over you, worry not." He had no intention of taking advantage of her vulnerability. After all, they were comrades sharing the same roof. If there were to be any romantic entanglements, they would need to unfold naturally with mutual consent. While Chen endeavored to restrain his own surging hormones, the other survivors were not faring as well. "Help! I think I hear wolves howling. I feel it too." The psychological terror was infectious. Even those in areas devoid of wolves could sense an ominous presence. as if shadowy eyes were fixated upon them. As the clock struck midnight, Chen continued to embrace the beauty, unperturbed as he delved into the synthesis system. Young Minger had entirely turned his arm into her pillow and even began to murmur in her sleep. Hold me tight, hold me tight. There are wolves, there are wolves. Clearly, she was trapped in a nightmare. Yet Chen was not without his own discomfort, his arm nearly numb from the position. Sign in. After a painstaking adjustment of posture, he commenced the daily sign-in task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a C-grade exceptional reward, a shovel. A shovel? While not an S-grade legendary prize, it was precisely the tool he had yearned for. With dawn approaching, he would need to construct a fence, which required digging and burying soil. This shovel would prove invaluable. Young Minger remained lost in her dreams, and Chen had no desire to awaken her. He promptly began checking the trading post for any new items. Given the nocturnal disturbance caused by the wolves, many survivors had spent the night wide awake. And even without the threat of wolves, numerous others were eager to claim their sign-in rewards at the earliest opportunity. As expected, only a few minutes past midnight, a variety of peculiar materials began to appear in the trading post. Drinking water, food, and weapons remained the three most sought-after items. Even if someone managed to list them, they were snapped up almost immediately. Chen cast a glance around and noticed a particularly intriguing item. Chapter 7. Signing in a dog, a roll of 100 meters of wire, seemingly unremarkable, caught Chen's attention. His fence was in dire need of this wire for securing it. Without hesitation, he made the purchase. After scanning the trading post a few more times, he found nothing but a hodgepodge of items and decided to abandon his search. He closed his eyes and embraced Young Minger as he drifted into slumber. Young Minger's sleeping posture was anything but ladylike. Her arms and legs sprawled across Chen. Reluctantly, he accepted this awkward sleeping arrangement, surprised that the poised and graceful star on television could be so unrefined in her sleep. Half awake, he remained in this state until dawn. As Young Minger slowly opened her eyes, Chen cleared his throat twice. Instantly, she became aware of her ungainly position, her head drooping in embarrassment as she curled back. Let us check in and see how our beautiful lady fares today. After her spectacular display of character the previous day, Chen was filled with anticipation. However, after a long wait, the system failed to provide any notification. It seemed hope was fleeting. He surmised the reward would likely be nothing more than an E or possibly a D level. Suddenly, two barks startled Chen, causing him to shudder. Almost immediately, a furry paw reached out toward him. What is this? Where did this little dog come from? Young Minger, however, looked delighted as she beheld the small pup resting on Chen. You sign in a dog? Chen suddenly understood. This stunning beauty had defied expectations by registering a canine companion. Could it be that living beings were eligible for sign-in as well? Indeed, it was a puppy, a shepherd dog, classified as D-level rare, and the system indicated it could upgrade under certain conditions. Upgrade? Chen exclaimed, incredulous. A dog merely ages and dies. And now it can upgrade? Truly a first for me. Hey, don't nibble on my bread. That's my breakfast. The shepherd pup, seemingly unbothered by its surroundings, began munching on Chen's bread. Despite its small size, it devoured the 100 grams of bread in mere moments. Great, it just devoured my breakfast. But what can it actually do? Chen, being a practical man, reminded himself that he wasn't on the island for leisure. Although he found himself more comfortable than many other survivors, the sudden emergence of a pet requiring care was a bit overwhelming. It's so adorable, Young Minger exclaimed, clearly unable to resist the charms of the cute creature. Let's call it Xiaoha. Chen found himself at a loss for words, naming a shepherd dog Xiaoha as if it were a husky. Yet he couldn't bear to contradict the lady's wishes. After all, he wouldn't roast the dog. Fortunately, his supplies were abundant. Chen returned to the trading post to exchange for some bread and biscuits. With a shovel, wire, and now an axe at his disposal, he felt invigorated and ready to tackle the day ahead. On the opposite side of the cavern, Chen successfully discovered a grove of bamboo. He first used his axe to fashion 2 bamboo poles for Young Minger, then combined one of them with a piece of cowhide to create a bow. The arrows, however, posed a more complex challenge. They required feathers from birds, which were nowhere to be found. Thus, Chen resorted to using slender bamboo as makeshift arrows. Minger appeared quite pleased with the bow and stood by Chen's side, taking on the role of a temporary bodyguard. Meanwhile, Chen swung his axe, diligently felling bamboo. Throughout the morning, he chopped down over 100 bamboo stalks, and together they managed to transport them all to the pickup truck, destined for the right side of the lake. On either side of the lake, there were narrow corridors, each about 5 to 6 meters wide. Chen's plan was to barricade one side, while constructing a bamboo gate on the other for his formidable F750 pickup truck to enter and exit. With a beautiful lady serving him tea and refreshments, Chen's efficiency soared. However, by midday, he had scarcely managed to complete a fence for one corridor. As the sun reached its zenith, Chen lay on the grass, basking in the warmth, his axe resting beside him. Minger set aside her bow and arrow and went to the lakeside, fishing rod in hand. The duo, a person and a dog, enjoyed their pastime immensely. Suddenly, Minger exclaimed, struggling with her fishing rod, which seemed to yield no movement in the line. Chen promptly discarded his axe and rushed to assist her. Together, they exerted great effort, puzzled by the strength of the fish they were attempting to reel in. Just then, Xiaoha, the little dog, barked a few times before plunging into the lake. "Xiaoha, don't run off," Minger cried, her worry evident. Yet, the shepherd dog appeared to possess an innate talent for swimming, paddling gracefully through the water. In no time, it reached the spot where the fishing line had entered the lake, diving headfirst into the depths. Once Xiaoha was in the water, it seemed the pressure on Chen and Minger lessened. "Quick, pull hard," they urged each other, straining to retrieve the line. The fishing line was taut, and they worked in concert to reel it in. Xiaoha occasionally surfaced for air, only to plunge back beneath the surface, clearly entangled with something. "Almost there. It's coming up." With a tremendous exertion, Chen pulled with all his might, sending splashes of water erupting into the air. Soon, a massive freshwater fish, measuring an impressive 1.5 meters in length, came into view. Ding! Successfully caught an S-grade giant catfish weight. Chapter 8. The legendary S-class giant catfish. When Chen's eyes widened at the weight indicated by the system, he was utterly astonished. 100 pounds. An S-class legendary fish, weighing a staggering 100 pounds. "Minger, you are absolutely remarkable." Overcome with excitement, Chen scooped up Minger, nearly lifting her above his head. Minger immediately blushed and lowered her head in shyness. It was then that Chen realized he might have lost his composure. After all, Minger was quite delicate, probably weighing no more than 90 pounds. Gently setting Minger down, Chen encountered a new dilemma. "Minger, how do we sell this fish? Last time, we struggled to sell a 5-pound catfish, and now we have one that weighs 100 pounds. Who could possibly afford it?" After pondering for a moment, Minger suddenly pointed at the enormous fish and exclaimed, "Let us roast it, cut it into small pieces, and sell it that way. More people will be able to buy it." Clever. Chen slapped his thigh, realizing he had overlooked such an obvious solution. It seemed this stunning beauty was not merely a pretty face. Her intellect was equally impressive. Meanwhile, the little hero, Xiaoha, had already jumped out of the lake. Minger promptly picked him up, showering him with affection, making Chen feel a twinge of envy. When would he receive such treatment? The giant catfish was still flopping on the shore, but seemed to be nearing its end. Chen exchanged 4 bottles of freshwater for a dagger. The two began their tasks. Chen swiftly dispatched the great fish, starting to carve the meat. He scraped off the slime from the catfish, severed the head, removed the bones, and ultimately cut the remaining flesh into over 40 pieces. Minger had already set up a barbecue grill and gathered a pile of firewood. "Xiaoha, this large piece of meat is a reward for you." Chen generously tossed a 2-pound chunk of fish to Xiaoha. The credit for catching this 100-pound giant fish undoubtedly belonged to him, were it not for the little fellow plunging into the water and battling the massive catfish. The two of them would never have had the strength to haul it in. Xiaoha, however, barked excitedly at the barbecue grill. Minger seemed to quickly grasp the situation, covering her mouth as she chuckled. It seems Xiaoha has a preference for barbecued fish. Who would have thought this little guy had such discerning tastes? In high spirits, Chen effortlessly chopped a few bamboo stalks to fashion skewers, threading the fish onto them. Soon, two succulent pieces of fish were grilled to perfection. Chen shared the delectable fish with the two main contributors to their fishing endeavor. This time, Xiaohua wasted no time and devoured the delicious morsels eagerly. Iami nachi hungry. Perhaps we should check the trading post first? Yang Minger politely declined Chen's kind offer. Chen did not press the matter. He was equally curious to see what price such fish could fetch. Delicious and juicy S-class legendary giant catfish meat, 500 grams. Price to be estimated, private inquiries welcome. To his surprise, the system automatically described the fish. Seeing that someone had listed an S-class legendary item sparked Chen's interest. The chat room erupted once more. By heavens, such a legendary fish. Who could this be? Is this a sign of ascension? Goodness, it seems to be that esteemed individual from yesterday. This world is so profoundly unfair. Why is there such a vast disparity among people? Oh, great one. I humbly seek your patronage. Kind sir, I beg for a morsel. I yearn for fish meat. In quick succession, Chen's private messaging system was inundated with an avalanche of messages. Almighty one, I shall trade my light bulb for some fish meat. Esteemed one, do you require a telephone? Kind sir, would you accept Hawking's A Brief History of Time? Chen was nearly driven to madness. He felt a tinge of sympathy for these unfortunate souls. What manner of signing rewards are these? A light bulb, a telephone, this is an island, where one can only presume that apart from lightning, there exists no electricity. A brief history of time? Please for most. The present moment is not a brief history, but rather a pile of excrement. With no signing rewards in sight, one can only await the dawn of a new day. These unfortunate souls would gladly see a day reduced to a mere minute, so they could sign in perpetually. After half an hour of perusing private messages, Chen's eyes were nearly glazed over, but at last he stumbled upon a few useful items, 20 meters of hemp rope and a pair of scissors. Rope is versatile and invaluable in preparation, while scissors are a commonly used tool, destined to be of use sooner or later. Within 10 minutes, Yang Minger had freshly prepared 4 pieces of roasted fish, each weighing over a pound. Chen successfully exchanged these 4 pieces for a small bundle of hemp rope and a somewhat rough pair of scissors. The two had grilled nearly 20 pieces of fish and still had more than half a fish remaining. Little Ha indeed had a hearty appetite, consuming 3 substantial pieces all on his own. Chen and Yang Minger consumed 3 pieces of fish, and the remaining 10 were all exchanged for convenient-to-store compressed biscuits. Although the fish was delectable, it was not conducive to storage, on an island where the daytime heat is relentless. Even the most exquisite fish would likely spoil within 2 days. As Chen pondered how to deal with the remaining half of the fish, his private messages flickered once again. Upon opening it, he was met with a rather extraordinary item for exchange. Chapter 9. Some awkward gifts. I propose to exchange a set of women's lingerie for 2 pieces of fish. Chen slightly turned his face, casting a glance at Yang Minger, who was playfully teasing the little pup. Today, she had reverted to her shirt from yesterday, having put away the maid outfit. What size is it? Chen inwitted. Boss, it's a C cup, a black lace ensemble for Victoria's Secret. Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, for he was utterly unfamiliar with such matters. He stole another glance at Yang Ming. It seemed he had encountered her measurements on some gossip site. Fine, I shall engage in this transaction with you. Chen decisively cut 2 pieces of fish and captured the exchanged item with a click at the trading post. There's nothing particularly useful left. This is something you might find useful. Chen tossed the acquired item to Yang Ming. She opened it and froze. Receiving a maid outfit yesterday and now a lingerie set today, things were certainly becoming increasingly risky. However, it was a gesture of goodwill, and she could not be ungrateful. Thank you. The atmosphere grew awkward once more. Oh no, I think I just saw someone listing a set of women's lingerie. But where has it gone? Was it snatched up in an instant? It appears there are indeed many idle souls in the chat room. This set was only up for a few seconds, yet was swiftly seized. What on earth? Lingerie? I am the only one on this desolate island. I could very well do without it. Could it be that the esteemed player purchased it? It seems only those with companions have such luxuries. How enviable, how infuriating. It appears to be a C cup. Is the great deity of the sun and moon present? Has he retreated to indulge in intimacy with a lady? The unfortunate souls in the chat room were nearly drooling with envy. Young Minger, feeling embarrassed, turned her attention back to playing with the little pup. To avoid further disturbances, Chen promptly disabled the private chat system. If there were truly valuable items, with the gossiping nature of these individuals, it would undoubtedly spark a frenzy, and he had no concern about being left in the dark. Having satisfied his hunger, Chen took up his axe once more and resumed his tasks. Before nightfall, he needed to construct a simple, movable bamboo door to ensure the safety of the lakeside. Chen worked diligently, perspiration drenching his brow, hardly paying attention to Yang Minger. "Here is some water for you." By 3 in the afternoon, Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, and Yang Minger handed him a bottle of water. He turned to receive it, but his gaze fell upon her, because the color of her thin shirt had changed to black. If not for Chen's remarkable composure, a lesser man might have suffered a nosebleed. The white shirt was already quite sheer, and the sudden appearance of a black garment beneath was rather conspicuous. It seemed she was intent on ensuring that no one could overlook it. Yang Minger bashfully shielded her chest with her hands and murmured softly, "Next time, if there is another, could we perhaps procure something in a lighter color?" Chen scratched the back of his head, lamenting his lack of experience. He had not considered such details. It was evident that Yang Minger was an exceptionally fastidious girl. Promptly washing her previous garment, it dawned on Chen that he seemed to be lacking in various essentials, such as a washing machine. Of course, that was merely a fanciful thought at this stage, but a plastic bucket, a bar of soap, and a washboard were certainly practical considerations. He also needed to contemplate his own trousers and clothing in advance. Before he knew it, the clock had struck 4, and he had yet to complete his tasks for the day, especially since carpentry was not his primary vocation. "Well, if we can't finish today, let us grill some fish and meat, and after eating, we can rest in the car." Without further prompting from Chen, Yang Minger had already begun to kindle the fire. Suddenly, Xiaoha barked a few times towards the southwestern expanse of the lake. "Xiaoha, stop barking. Dinner is ready, and you're not starving. What are you making such a fuss about?" Chen reprimanded the dog. Yet, Xiaoha stood with its neck held high, gazing solemnly at Chen. "What are you up to, you rascal? What are you looking at?" Chen continued his authoritative lecture, only to have Xiaoha suddenly leap at him, tugging insistently at his pant leg, attempting to drag him toward the cave. Hey, don't pull. These are my only pants," Chen exclaimed in a state of panic. He could not afford to emulate that fellow in the chat room who roamed the island in the nude. He had to maintain a certain image, especially with a stunning beauty by his side. Xiaoha, unfazed by Chen's protests, continued to tug at his pant leg, and when that proved ineffective, it dashed towards Yang Minger, who was clad in hot pants, and began gnawing at her leather boots. "You little rascal, looking for trouble?" Chen brandished a bombositik, ready to teach Xiaoha a lesson. Yang Minger seemed to grasp the situation and shouted at Chen, "Is Xiaoha trying to lead us back to the car?" "To the car?" Chen was taken aback. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the southwestern direction of the lake. Could it be that someone was nearby? Chapter 10. The beautiful archer slays the alpha wolf suddenly. Xiaoha dashed in front of Chen, barking frantically towards the southwest. A chilling wolf howl echoed ominously, growing nearer to Chen and Yang Minger. At that moment, Chen comprehended the gravity of the situation. Wolves were approaching. Xiaoha truly was a remarkable dog. "Minger, run. I will cover you." Chen, wielding his mountain axe, positioned himself protectively in front of Yang Minger alongside Xiaoha. However, upon witnessing the pack, his earlier bravado dissipated. It was not a solitary wolf that approached, but a formidable group of 8, with only 2 humans and a dog, and a woman lacking combat prowess. Confronting them head-on appeared utterly futile. Xiaoha, undeterred, continued barking at the wolves. Chen realized that a direct confrontation was no longer viable. He began to retreat cautiously. The safest course of action was to return to their pickup truck. "Xiaoha, stay calm," Chen urged gently, fearing the dog would impulsively charge forward. Remarkably perceptive, Xiaoha ceased advancing, remaining steadfastly in place, barking defiantly. Meanwhile, Chen and Yang Minger commenced their gradual withdrawal. Stealing a glance at the pickup, Yang Minger noted she was the closest, merely 50 meters away. The alpha wolf howled once more, signaling the pack to spring into action. Get back! Chen shooted urgently to young Minger, simultaneously seizing a piece of grilled fish from the barbecue and hurling it towards the wolves. Though the fish was valuable, Chen prioritized their escape over preservation. As anticipated, the airborne morsels captured the attention of most of the wolves. 6 or 7 turned away from their human targets, vying instead for the fish. Only the alpha and a smaller wolf remained fixated on Chen. Minger, retriat. Chen's gaze remained locked on the 2 wolves, reiterating his command for her to flee. Xiaoha had already locked eyes with the alpha. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Minger obeyed, sprinting towards the pickup. Seizing the opportunity, Chen swung his mountain axe, creating a resounding crash that startled the 2 wolves, momentarily halting their advance. Xiaoha, retreat. Taking advantage of their momentary hesitation, Chen called for Xiaoha and hastened towards the pickup. The obedient dog promptly turned and followed. Yang Minger reached the pickup, calling out to Chen, hurry, come here. As he and Xiaoha turned, the 2 wolves, recognizing the bluff, lunged forward without hesitation. Though Xiaoha was small, his speed surpassed Chen's by a considerable margin, and he swiftly leapt into Yang Minger's embrace, leaving Chen trailing behind. As the wolves closed in, Chen suddenly felt a rush of wind sweep past him. With a swift whoosh, a bamboo arrow pierced the air and struck the alpha wolf squarely in the chest. A mournful howl escaped the creature as it collapsed. Chen stood there, momentarily stunned. This alluring beauty had truly taken aim. He was still present, and she had already unleashed her shot. Had her aim been slightly off, he could have been devoured by wolves, only to be pierced by this woman's arrow beforehand. Yet, there was no time for lamentation. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped towards his pickup truck with haste. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and only then did Chen dare to take a deep breath. He had narrowly escaped a dire situation, with the alpha wolf gravely injured on the ground. The remaining 7 wolves, bereft of their leader, had devolved into a disarrayed mass. Chen's most significant loss was that half of an S-class giant catfish, now wasted in the wolves' mouths. Are you all right? Are you injured? Yang Minger inquired, her eyes scanning him with concern. Chen shook his head, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. If he had been harmed, it would likely have been from her arrow's sheer shock. Reflecting on the wolf attack, he realized it was entirely his own negligence. The defensive measures were not yet complete, and he had brazenly begun to roast fish. The tantalizing aroma must surely have drawn the wolves closer, compounded by the gruesome remains of a fish lying bloodied at the riverbank. The scent of blood mingled with the delicious smell of roasted meat must have been detectable from afar. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, Chen reassured. I'm fine. Check on Xiaoha for any injuries. After this incident, he would no longer underestimate the shepherd dog. It had truly become a part of the family. Xiaoha appeared unharmed. However, it seemed it was hungry again. Chen turned around, and indeed, the little creature had already begun to gnaw on his bread. What a good dog it was, though its insatiable appetite was quite a headache. Having just consumed 3 sizable chunks of fish, it was astonishing that it was hungry once more. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor. I am Ming, for slaying 1 alpha wolf and obtaining 2 B-grade perfect alpha wolf fangs, along with 1 wolf pelt. Chapter 11. Redemption of B-level perfect seeds. As the system message echoed, both Chen and Yang Minger were momentarily taken aback. The chat room erupted once more into a flurry of excitement. What? The alpha wolf has been slain? Who is this formidable deity? The astonishment was palpable, as they had only ever witnessed wolves scurrying away in fright. Yet here was someone daring enough to vanquish the alpha itself. The alpha wolf's fang, it seemed, was a crucial component in the synthesis of the Ultra S-level Divine Class multifunctional quantum cutting knife. Data enthusiasts quickly recognized the significance of the fang. Chen, intrigued, gently tapped on the data information regarding the fang. Alpha wolf fang, B-level perfect synthesis component, an essential part for creating the Ultra S-level divine weapon. The multifunctional quantum cutting knife. Ultra S-level divine weapon. Although Chen could not fathom the full extent of the quantum cutting knife's abilities, the mere mention of an Ultra S-level weapon sounded exceedingly impressive. For safety's sake, he decided against exiting his sturdy pickup truck, especially as dusk began to settle in. It was wiser to remain within the secure confines of his vehicle. The fang and wolf pelt automatically transferred to young Minger. Chen examined the wolf pelt, which appeared rather splendid. He thought it would serve well as a bedspread once he acquired a bed of his own. Wow, another B-level resource has been listed. The chat room buzzed anew. Chen and young Minger promptly entered the chat room to see B-level perfect vegetable seeds. Upon seeing this, Chen's eyes gleamed with interest. To thrive sustainably on the island, he would inevitably need to cultivate crops. Despite possessing a perfect fishing rod and an ample supply of fish, a prolonged absence of vegetables would undoubtedly be detrimental to health. However, the sellers seemed rather unscrupulous, pricing a single seed at the equivalent of 2 bottles of freshwater. Goodness, this price is outrageous. I cannot afford that. It was astonishing that such a minuscule seed could cost 2 bottles of water. It smacked of a scam. The chat room was soon filled with grievances from many who were still struggling to meet their basic needs. Chen meticulously reviewed the system's description of the B-level perfect vegetable seeds. B-level perfect vegetable seeds. Genetically modified seeds enhanced by advanced technology, given suitable soil, sunlight, and moisture. One seed can yield 20 seeds of varying grades from C to A and at least 2 kilograms of vegetables ranging from D to C in just 7 days. Truly deserving of its B-level classification, the growth efficiency was remarkable. Maturity in just 7 days, and one seed multiplied into 20. Without hesitation, Chen sent a private message to the seller. "Brother, how many seeds do you have in total?" A prompt reply came. "Not many. The system only rewarded me with 20 seeds. I'll take them all. What is your price?" Chen responded without hesitation. "Brother, that won't be cheap." Chen countered with an even higher offer. "For the 20 seeds, I will give you 40 bottles of fresh water, plus 200 grams of bread, and 2 fish weighing no less than a pound each. I believe this price is unmatched." "Big shot, I need to keep some for myself, right? For the next 10 days, I will provide you with all your meals, ensuring at least 2 fish each day." Yang Minger gazed in bewilderment at Chen's reply, her large eyes wide with confusion. Clearly, the initial offer was merely for 20 seeds and 40 bottles of fresh water. Yet Chen had audaciously inflated the price to an unimaginable extent. "Fine, I won't bother negotiating further, but you must keep your word and not go back on it," she stated. "No problem. I can provide the 40 bottles of water up front, while I will need time to catch the fish. I can also deliver the bread in advance. If you're uneasy, I can convert the fish into fresh water for you." Chen readily placed the resources he promised onto the trading platform. Although Yang Minger felt a twinge of suspicion, she refrained from speaking up. It was only after Chen received the 20 seeds that he smiled and explained, "If you're going to buy, you might as well buy them all. This is called monopolization." Monopolization? Clearly, the celebrity Yang Minger was unfamiliar with such cunning commercial tactics. Acquiring all 20 seeds was a concept entirely different from merely obtaining 19. By monopolizing the market, once the vegetables were available, the pricing would be determined solely by him. In a market devoid of competitors, he would be the sole arbiter of prices. "Hey, where are the seeds? Why have they disappeared? How come they're off the shelf? Brother, I want to buy them. I also want seeds, but I can't find them. Damn, I just gathered 2 bottles of water, and in the blink of an eye, they're gone." Soon, the chat room was filled with a chorus of frustrated men. "I'll offer 3 bottles of fresh water, brother. Put them up for sale. I'll trade my 2 daggers for seeds, plus an additional bottle of water. I'm raising my bid." Seeing that no one responded despite their shouts, the crowd began to increase their offers. Yang Minger now understood why Chen had decisively set such a high price to acquire all the seeds. She turned to him, her admiration evident in her gaze. This man was indeed remarkable. Had it been her, she would have haggled for quite some time. However, it now seemed that if the process were to drag on, new competitors would inevitably emerge, raising the costs even further. Chen's swift and decisive approach truly was the most effective strategy. At that moment, Chen had already envisioned a grand blueprint in his mind. This island, this place, it would be his foundation for success. Chapter 12. With a CK brand men's brief in hand, Chen and Yang Minger, exhausted from a long day, found themselves lacking the strength to endure until midnight for the signing. As they lay in the pickup truck, they awoke to the bright light of day. Young Minger, familiar with the surroundings, once again threw herself into Chen's embrace, her collar slightly askew, revealing a glimpse of springtime allure. Chen gently propped himself up, ensuring that the lively young Minger was settled, before checking the fuel gauge of the pickup. The vehicle, a gift from the system, came without provisions for fuel. Upon acquiring it, Chen had noticed that the diesel tank was only half full. Although he hadn't driven much, most of the fuel had been converted into electrical energy, leaving him with less than half a tank now. It appeared he would need to find some diesel soon. Otherwise, this pickup would become a stationary fortress. Chen reopened the trading interface. The price of fresh water had begun to decline over the past couple of days, evidently due to an increasing number of survivors accessing fresh water through alternative channels. He also spotted fruits in the marketplace. 300 grams of coconuts required a dagger, while 300 grams of bananas could be exchanged for 300 grams of bread. The variety of food had expanded with each successful signing, indicating that his days of amassing wealth solely by selling water were numbered. Young Minger seemed to have awakened as well, rubbing her eyes and climbing from her seat. Woof woof, little Ha, nibbling on bread, barked at the two of them. Chen felt a twinge of annoyance as his breakfast transformed into dog food once more. Time to sign in again. Chen mimicked young Minger's pre-sign-in ritual, clasping his hands together in prayer to the heavens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, earning a C-grade exceptional reward, 10 pounds of fertile soil. Please check your inventory. While he awaited diesel, he received soil instead. Chen examined the description closely. Fertile soil. Utilizing C-grade exceptional fertile soil for crop cultivation will enhance efficiency by 50, with a 10 chance of producing crops 1 level higher. This seemed promising, as he was preparing to attempt sowing today. Originally, the maturation period was 7 days, but with a 50 increase in efficiency, it could be reduced by at least 2 days. The sooner he could grow vegetables, the higher the price he could command due to their rarity. Having completed his signing, Chen turned his gaze toward young Minger. She was once again eagerly preparing for her turn, praying and kneeling. After a prolonged wait, however, no system notification sounded. It was clear that her reward would likely be of E or D grade. It seemed that prayer was not always effective. Chen maintained a positive outlook, not expecting young Minger's beginner-level signing system to yield B-grade rewards daily. Yet, he noticed that her expression had turned somewhat troubled. What's wrong? What did you receive from the signing? Your expression, Chen asked, his face filled with confusion as he looked at young Minger. Young Minger hesitated for a moment, then pointed to a small package on the back seat, her brows furrowed and her demeanor shy as she whispered that, "This is for you. What could it be?" Chen casually reached for the small package. At that moment, he fully understood the peculiar look on young Minger's face. The package was labeled with bold letters, CK Men's Underwear, 1 pair. This system truly demonstrates an understanding of human sentiment. Yesterday, he gifted the girl lingerie, and today she returned the favor with underwear for him. Indeed, a delightful exchange of gifts, transcending the boundaries of convention. He chuckled softly, thanks. With a forced smile, he tucked away the expensive branded underwear, had a light breakfast, and the two descended the pickup truck. With little Ha around, they need not worry about a wolf pack ambushing them. Let us drive the pickup over. In case we encounter wolves again, we can swiftly seek refuge in the vehicle. Following yesterday's experience, Chen prioritized safety above all else in his endeavors. Throughout the morning, Chen and young Minger busied themselves with the fence near the lake. It must be said, with a mix of genders, the labor felt less burdensome. By noon, they had finally completed the fence, and the gate on the southwestern side was also finished. The safety of the lawn had significantly increased. Unless wild wolves dared to cross the lake, entering the lawn would pose a challenge. However, the current fence was merely in its preliminary phase, designed to deter wildlife, but not humans. Chen envisioned an ultimate solution, a towering 3-meter wall equipped with automatic alarms and surveillance cameras with no blind spots. Chen. New items have been listed in the trading post. While Chen was lost in thoughts about his handiwork on the fence, young Minger called out to him. He immediately accessed the trading post. A candle, requires 200 grams of bread or 2 bottles of water. A ceramic cup requires any food weighing 200 grams. A bottle of mosquito repellent requires a dagger. The trading post indeed featured a plethora of new items. However, the focal point of everyone's discussion centered around one particular item, the solar panel. Chapter 13. The 4 essential conditions for leveling up attendance B-class perfect resource, solar panels. The mini solar panel, a B-class perfect resource composed of fundamental materials such as silicon and aluminum, can generate an average of 1 kW of electricity per day. Multiple panels can be upgraded and integrated. Although it is a diminutive resource, and a single panel may not accomplish significant feats. It symbolizes hope for many survivalists seeking a power supply. Brother, what's the price? How many do you have? Inquiries about the specifics began flooding the public channel. A user named I am the most daring man replied, "There's only one, and I'm uncertain of the price. It will go to the highest bidder." Clearly, this individual possessed a keen business acumen, opting for an auction-like approach instead of hastily setting a price. Should we buy it? Young Minger recalled how Chen had exchanged for B-class seeds and sensed that he might take action again. Yet, Chen's behavior left her perplexed once more. It's unnecessary. Purchasing 2 candles would be more beneficial. With that, Chen spent 4 bottles of fresh water to acquire 2 candles, grabbed his shovel, and ventured off to cultivate a patch of land. The chat room buzzed with activity. I'll trade you my cleaver and 500 grams of bread. I'll offer 10 bottles of water, plus 2 fish and 300 grams of bread. I'll exchange my newly acquired A-class resource, a bicycle. The offers piled up, becoming increasingly outrageous. With his shovel in hand, Chen dragged a bag of fertile soil while carrying his precious 20 seeds. He found a flat area of grass in the southwestern part of the lawn and commenced his cultivation efforts. Yang Minger kept a close eye on the chat room. After nearly 20 minutes of observation, she finally made her way to Chen, who had already cleared a 10-square-meter plot. Hasn't he sold yet? Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and casually replied, "It's normal. Rather than waste time in the chat room, it's better to get some work done." Yang Minger assumed Chen was referring to her, feeling a sense of embarrassment as she lowered her head, somewhat at a loss. "Even if you gave me the solar panel now, it would serve no purpose akin to merely providing a pile of batteries. What can you achieve with that? Rather than spend exorbitantly on a temporarily impractical item, it is wiser to dedicate time to other pursuits. Come on, stop dawdling. I just exchanged for a plastic bucket. Go fetch some water, and later we'll plant our precious seeds." Upon hearing Chen's words, Yang Minger ceased her focus on the chat room and trading, taking the bucket to fetch water. After a busy morning, Chen successfully sowed the seeds and watered them, now awaiting the harvest. After a hearty meal, they noted that the solar panel offered by I am the most daring man still remained unsold. Chen chuckled derisively, recognizing the insatiable nature of human greed. It seemed that the solar panel might never sell. In the afternoon, Chen dozed off for a while, only to be gently roused by Yang Minger. Chen, the system has new updates." Upon hearing this, Chen suddenly regained his composure. Ding! System notification. The requirements for enhancing the sign-in system have been updated. 1. Eliminate or recruit other survivors. Eliminating one individual will elevate the sign-in system by 2 levels, limited to below level 7, and grant a random BS level special reward. 2. Recruiting one individual will elevate the sign-in system by 1 level, limited to below level 7, and allow priority access to rewards of C level or above from the recruited individual. Special notice. Even in the event of betrayal, the recruiter retains the right to priority allocation of C level or above rewards. Requirements 1 and 2 cannot coexist. Once the choice to eliminate another is made, sign-in level elevation through recruitment is no longer possible, and vice versa. Once recruitment is chosen, sign-in level elevation through elimination is no longer possible. After hearing this news, Yang Minger cast a timid glance at Chen. Chen smiled reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry. Do you think I would kill you? Moreover, only those with a narrow view would consider eliminating others. It is evident that the short-term benefits of elimination far exceed those of recruitment. Yet in the long run, recruitment offers greater value." He continued, "Besides, this is a world-class beauty. what man would be willing to eliminate her? Through their interactions over the past few days, young Minger gradually came to understand the kind of person Chen was, and it seemed she truly had no reason to fear. Chen continued to observe the system's updates. 3. The first survivor to successfully synthesize sea level or above exceptional items will receive timely sign-in elevation rewards based on the synthesis results. This clause directly benefited Chen again. However, the most attention-grabbing item was the final one. 4. Successfully collecting the materials issued by the system can elevate the corresponding sign-in level. Note: all collected materials must be uniformly placed at a designated location by the survivor. Once designated, it cannot be changed within 72 hours before submission. Upon seeing this announcement, the members of the chat room immediately cast aside the solar panel that had been the subject of endless debate. It was clear to everyone that elevating the sign-in level was of paramount importance. For all survivors, the majority of survival resources stemmed from system sign-ins. Without elevating the sign-in level, one could not acquire higher-tier resources. Ding! The system has issued the materials required for elevating the sign-in level from 1 to 2. 50 kilograms of any level palm tree trunk. 10 kilograms of D-level rare or above sand. 100 pieces of D-level rare or above palm leaves. Ding! The system has issued the materials required for elevating the sign-in level from 2 to 3. 50 kilograms of D-level rare or above palm tree trunk. 3 liters of any consumable freshwater. 2 kilograms of D-level rare or above vegetables. 1 D-level rare or above kitchen knife. Chen widened his eyes, fixated intently on the system interface. The critical requirements for elevating from level 3 to 4 were about to be revealed. Chapter 14. The search for palm trees and sanding. The system announces the resources required for upgrading from level 3 to level 4. 30 kilograms of any grade sea salt, 10 kilograms of D-grade rare clay or above. 2 freshwater fish of C-grade excellence or above, 3 D-grade rare bows, and 1 C-grade excellence or above pickaxe. Due to the fact that the highest sign-in level among current survivors is only level 3, the system will not release subsequent upgrade task lists for the time being. Once a survivor breaks through, the system will issue the tasks. The leaderboard will be updated in 72 hours. The final 2 messages from the system were of immense significance to Chen. We are currently the highest level. Young Minger, upon hearing this, was even more exhilarated than Chen. Chen nodded, resting his chin in contemplation. Among the resources required for upgrading from level 3 to level 4, he could satisfy the last 3 conditions himself. Obtaining 2 C-grade excellent fish was not an issue. With the materials at hand, he could craft the D-grade rare bows. And he already possessed a C-grade excellent pickaxe. As for the sea salt of any grade, he had a soup pot. By collecting seawater and boiling it down, he could easily obtain the required 10 kilograms of sea salt, as the system placed no quality restrictions on it. The only headache for Chen was clay. Where on earth could he find that? He opened the clay data. Clay. Mineral clay or marine clay. Mineral clay can be obtained from kaolin mines, while marine clay can be found in the shallow waters near coastlines. What on earth is a kaolin mine? Where would he even begin to look for one? It seemed that his only option was to venture into the sea and try to dig up some soil. Having contemplated his upgrade plan, Chen turned his attention back to young Minger. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Young Minger upgraded Buzlet. Are you going to upgrade? Me? Young Minger finally registered the question. Even though she had already been recruited, it was still possible for her to sign in for system upgrades. 50 kilograms of palm tree trunks of any grade, 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand, and 100 D-grade rare palm leaves. Young Minger mumbled her list of upgrade resources. Don't worry, we can manage that. Chen raised his prized pickaxe high. For other survivors, palm leaves might be relatively easy to acquire, but chopping down 50 kilograms of palm tree trunk and collecting 10 kilograms of sand would prove to be quite a challenge. First, the majority of people lack proper tools. Second, most individuals do not have transportation means. The system specifically noted that the collected resources must be centralized, and once the collection point is established, it cannot be changed for 3 days. Moving 50 kilograms of trunk and 10 kilograms of sand requires considerable manpower. However, these daunting tasks were not a concern for Chen. He had an axe, a bucket, a pickup truck capable of transporting several tons of cargo. At present, due to the system's release of the task material list for upgrading the check-in system, there has been an unprecedented surge in the prices of essential materials related to the tasks. Freshwater resources, tools such as daggers and kitchen knives, containers like plastic barrels and ceramic jars suitable for holding sand, and even ropes made from bundled palm leaves have all seen their prices skyrocket. Yet, Chen remains unperturbed, as he is well stocked with provisions. He has already prepared freshwater, axes, barrels, and ropes. In fact, the vegetables required for upgrading to level 3 can be cultivated by him in due time. After fishing, he intends to list his catch on the trading platform before embarking on an outing. Chen leisurely begins to fish. Aren't you in a hurry to upgrade your check-in level? Minger observes Chen's relaxed demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about hastening his own upgrade. There's no rush. I still need to visit the seaside, he replies. The seaside? Is it for the clay? Indeed, finding mines on land is exceedingly challenging. It is more prudent to try our luck by the sea. As he speaks, another sea-grade, distinguished fish bites the line. Chen has nearly monopolized the fish trade within the marketplace. Although some players have started selling freshwater fish today, their fish are markedly inferior in quality, evidently due to their fishing rods, while his rod is of B-grade perfection. After exhausting his daily fishing quota, Chen reserves 2 one-pound fish for dinner and lists the remainder on the trading platform. Let's take a drive and explore. Perhaps we will discover something valuable. Chen stows away his fishing rod, gathering his axe, barrels, ropes, and other supplies before summoning Xiaoha. The trio, 2 people and a dog, sets off in their pickup truck, departing from their base towards the lakeside. Where are we headed? Minger still seems somewhat confused. We are searching for palm trees and sand. Perhaps we will find them along the beach. With a press of the accelerator, the pickup truck surges forward, cutting through the jungle en route to the shoreline. The tropical island is likely abundant with palm trees. Upon arriving at the coast, Chen is greeted by a profusion of palm trees. With both sand and palm trees at hand, all that remains is to exert some physical effort. Chen swings his axe decisively at a palm tree, and with a resounding thud, a towering palm, several meters high, crashes to the ground. To facilitate transport, he cuts the trunk into 7 or 8 sections, each weighing around 50 kilograms, efficiently managing the task. However, unexpectedly, the seemingly simplest materials, palm leaves and sand, prove to be quite troublesome. Chapter 15. I could sell the trunk. Chen plucked a few palm leaves, only to receive a system notification. E-grade common palm leaves. This was rather embarrassing. It turned out that the palm leaves were indeed significant. Chen crouched down to examine the trunk of the palm tree more closely. The system displayed palm tree trunk, E-grade common palm tree. It seemed we needed to find another tree. Chen sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Having learned his lesson, he decided to inspect the trees thoroughly before chopping them down. After examining 3 or 4 trees, he finally discovered one marked by the system as a D-grade exceptional palm tree. Looking up, Chen was taken aback. It was indeed a grade higher, significantly larger in stature. Thud, thud, thud. After considerable effort, he finally felled the trunk. Let us take a sip of water. What about that tree? Minger sweetly offered him a bottle of water. Chen gulped down a few mouthfuls and glanced at the 2 trunks he had just felled. Let us put it on the trading platform. Trading platform? Is there really a demand for that? Of course there is. Not only is there demand, but it will likely be snatched up. Chen replied confidently. Snatched up? Minger's face expressed disbelief. Chen chose not to elaborate, instead directly listing the uncut trunk of the D-grade exceptional palm tree on the trading platform. D-grade exceptional palm tree trunk, 70 kilograms, price to be determined. Wow, someone is selling a trunk. 70 kilograms. D-grade. What is the price going to be? I can't take it anymore. I've been hacking away with a dagger until my hands are nearly broken. You still have a dagger? I have nothing. I'm about to lose my mind. To Chen's surprise, as soon as he posted the trunk, the chat room erupted with activity. Boss, I'll offer 500 grams of bread. How about it? Big shot. What price are you selling at? Can I trade you a barbecue grill? Soon, Chen's private inbox was bombarded with messages. Minger was dumbfounded. She never expected that so many people would be vying for a mere trunk. Are they simply lacking the tools to chop down trees? Chen shook his head and replied with a smile. It's not just that. Even if they manage to fell a tree, they have to consider transportation. However, using the trading system allows them to alleviate the burden of transport. Minger finally understood. The resources they chopped down had to be moved to a designated location, whereas resources traded through the system could be transported via the system itself, eliminating the need for physical transport. No wonder so many people were clamoring to buy that old trunk. What if we post it and then take it down? Will the resources change location? The little girl seemed quite eager to learn. Not at all. It will return to the original spot. Not a centimeter will be moved. Chen had already contemplated this small detail, but unfortunately, it seemed that the system had thought it through far more comprehensively than he had. What if you sold the item to me? Couldn't we freely transfer the goods then? Chen was taken aback. He anticipated that the girl would have more crafty ideas than himself. Why not give it a try? Thought Chen, regarding the peculiar notion without any definitive judgment. Minger had hung an E-grade ordinary log for sale, priced at 2 E-grade ordinary logs. Such an absurd price would likely deter any reasonable person from engaging with her. Chen clicked confirm, only to receive a system notification. Illegal transaction, severe warning. This is a first and last notice. Indeed, the system was formidable, exhibiting no flaws whatsoever. It automatically deemed the transaction illegal, effectively quashing Minger's intent to transfer resources through the trading system at its inception. Boss, do you need diesel? A new message instantly captured Chen's attention. How much do you have? He promptly replied. Diesel was a precious commodity, and he was astonished that someone had actually obtained it through a sign-in. Not much. Only 10 liters, a D-grade rare sign-in resource. Would you trade it for your log? No problem. Chen immediately agreed. The transaction was successfully completed, and he acquired 10 liters of diesel. Although 10 liters was hardly sufficient to fill the tank of a gas-guzzling pickup, it was better than nothing, and it confirmed that sign-ins could indeed yield diesel. Chen casually listed a few bottles of water, specifically noting his desire to procure diesel, treating it as a free advertisement. Having secured the palm tree logs, he then collected 100 pieces of D-grade rare palm leaves. The only remaining task was to gather D-grade rare sand. As he scooped up a handful of sand, he realized that even this small amount varied greatly in quality. How we handle this? He pondered, perplexed by the indistinguishable nature of the sand. Minger was similarly exasperated, gazing at the sand pile. It seemed that complaints began to surface in the chat room. Darn it. After finally securing the palm tree logs and leaves, I'm now stuck with this wretched sand. What's going on? Do we really have to sort the sand manually? 10 kilograms? How long will that take? From E-grade to A-grade. There was a plethora of options. The system had explicitly stated that 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand or above was required. Some individuals, disregarding the specifics, attempted to dump 100 kilograms of sand, but the system completely ignored their efforts. It was clear that without classifying the sand, the system would not acknowledge it. This predicament confounded everyone. Unexpectedly, the most inconspicuous sand was what stood between them and their advancement. Chen crouched down, scrutinizing the sand beneath him, ultimately shifting his gaze towards Minger. Chapter 16. While others seek basic needs, we strive for prosperity. Mayor, where's your maid outfit? What? The maid outfit? Mayor was taken aback, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Go fetch it. This, do I really have to wear that? Mayor, red hair head. Chen was momentarily speechless. What was this girl thinking? I'm not asking you to wear it. Just bring it over. I have a plan. Only then did Mayor regain her composure, and she hurriedly fetched the freshly washed and dried maid outfit. Chen grabbed a handful of sand from the beach and sprinkled it directly onto the outfit. What are you doing? That can still be worn. Women are indeed like this. Just moments ago, she thought Chen wanted her to wear it and was utterly embarrassed, but now she was reluctant to see it soiled. Don't worry, once this is done, I will gift you 10 more. It's just a maid outfit. As long as you like it, I can get you racing suits, nurse outfits, naval uniforms, anything you desire. As the sand fell, most of it remained on the maid outfit, with only a small portion slipping through. Chen immediately crouched down to examine the sand that had penetrated through. To his astonishment, the sand that had come through was all of C-grade excellence or higher. Quick! Bring the bucket. Young Minger promptly brought over a plastic bucket. Chen began to toss handfuls of sand onto the maid outfit. Although the efficiency was not high, the sand passing through the outfit was no longer below C-grade excellence. An hour later, they had gathered 10 kilograms of sand rated C-grade excellence or above. The system only required D-grade rare or higher, without specifying a particular level. As long as there were no E-grade common sands mixed in, they were in the clear. You are truly amazing. Young Minger genuinely admired Chen. Such a tricky problem had been effortlessly solved by him. Where have you decided to set the resource gathering point? Chen inquired. I haven't decided yet. They say it can be changed once every 72 hours, so I didn't dare to make a hasty decision. Well done. Let us transport the materials back first, and try setting the resource gathering point on the pickup truck. Chen's idea was simple. If they could use the movable pickup truck as a resource gathering point, it would be far more convenient for collecting materials in the future. Before nightfall, the two of them brought all the necessary materials for upgrades back to the lawn in front of the cave. Young Minger configured the pickup truck as the resource gathering point. Ding! Host Young Minger has successfully set the resource gathering point. Chen started the pickup truck again and moved it forward by 50 meters. All right, let's try upgrading the system. Everything was in place. Young Minger attempted to open the system and submitted the upgrade material list. Beep! Submission of supplies successful. The sign-in system is currently undergoing an upgrade. Beep! Your sign-in system has successfully upgraded to Level 2. Level 2 sign-in system. 65 chance of receiving E-grade common rewards. 15 chance of receiving D-grade rare rewards. 13 chance of receiving C-grade exceptional rewards. 5 chance of receiving B-grade perfect rewards. 1. 5 chance of receiving A-grade epic rewards. 0. 5 chance of receiving S-grade legendary rewards. 0 chance of receiving divine level rewards. Success. It is indeed possible to set the supply gathering point on the pickup truck. This will save us a great deal of transportation time in the future. Chen is increasingly satisfied with his S-grade legendary sign-in reward. While others can only fix their supply collection points at a constant location, he has the luxury of placing his on a mobile pickup. With such a marvelous artifact, who could match his speed of advancement? Today concludes our endeavors. We shall close for the day. In a few days, when the vegetables ripen, we will elevate your system directly to Level 3. Chen is brimming with confidence. Level 3? Shouldn't we enhance yours first? I'm not in a hurry. We must earn some profits first. Chen has long had plans in mind. As dusk falls, protected by the fence and with Xiao Han guard, Chen and Young Minger are free of worries. The two set up a barbecue grill and began to roast fish, looking to purchase D-grade sand. What's going on here? Chen looked at it. Damn it, this wretched sand has me stumped. Is it really that troublesome to advance from Level 1 to Level 2? How will I manage later? In the chat room, a group of people was incessantly complaining. You mean the money-making scheme you mentioned is referring to this, right? Young Minger seems to have spotted an opportunity. What do you think? There is plenty of sand. This business is foolproof. Why not profit from it? Chen wishes he could trade all the resources these people hold for sand. This fish soup is quite delicious, though a tad bland, Young Minger casually remarked. Chen immediately sent a message, looking to purchase seasonings, salt, MSG, soy sauce, vinegar, and 6 flavor essence. Message me privately if you have any. Upon sending this message, everyone in the chat room was left dumbfounded. Seasonings? We haven't even secured our basic needs yet, and now someone is collecting seasonings? My goodness, who is this? What arrogance! However, when more individuals noticed the ID sun, moon, and stars, no one dared to think this person was merely boasting. Boss, do you need a little brother? I seek your favor. Sun, moon, and stars, I am also a sister. I wish to pledge allegiance to you. The disparity is stark. Undeniably stark. Chen pays no mind to these individuals. Rather than wasting time chatting idly, it would be far better to engage in meaningful activities. Young Minger, feeling a bit embarrassed after her offhand comment sparked such a reaction, said, Chen, I was just speaking casually. Securing basic needs is no easy feat. How could we aspire to seasonings? Basic needs not secured. Chen looked bewildered. That is their situation. We have long since resolved ours. We pursue a quality of life. Chen solemnly declared, well, Collect a few more sets of a young lady's clothing, both inner and outer garments. The more the merrier. Soon, a line of text appeared in the chat room. Everyone was utterly astonished. The young lady wishes to change her attire. Could it be? Chapter 17. Huiyuan Ximbao tablets. Regrettably, Chen called out for a long time, yet no one responded to him. It seemed even the system had not anticipated providing the current survivors with seasonings and clean garments. Young Minger lay comfortably in the plush seat of the pickup truck, quickly succumbing to slumber. Chen eagerly awaited the stroke of midnight. Check-in. The moment the clock struck 12, Chen could hardly contain his excitement as he initiated the check-in process. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received an A-level epic reward. A blueprint for a jet ski. Please take note of your acquisition. Luck, what is luck? This is luck. A blueprint, and it is an A-level epic one at that. The new day had just begun, yet it was a scene of mixed emotions. Damn it. Another E-level reward? 3 bamboo poles? Am I to hang laundry with these? The issue is, I only have this one piece of clothing. Is it suggesting I run around naked? What on earth? A nighttime sanitary pad. Curse it. What is the meaning of giving me Lego bricks? I'm on the verge of starvation. Who has the leisure to build with Lego? Ha ha. I received a packet of chocolate. Heh, I have 3 gene of lamb. I can finally enjoy a barbecue. Chen hung up 10 bottles of water, seeking a bamboo raft. After completing his transactions, he extinguished the candle and lay down. Yang Minger seemed to drift into dreams once more. As soon as Chen reclined, 2 delicate little hands swiftly reached out and entwined around his arm. Truly, she was a clingy little sprite. There was no choice but to embrace the girl and fall asleep. Not long after, Chen was jolted awake by the sounds of wind and thunder outside the car window. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens. Oh no! A thunderstorm is approaching. The once soundly sleeping Yang Minger was startled awake by the clap of thunder. Our vegetable seeds. The first thought that crossed Yang Minger's mind was the precious seeds they had just planted during the day. We can't go outside. It's too dangerous in a thunderstorm. The area for the seeds is small, and the probability of being struck by lightning is low. There's no need to take that risk. Chen immediately interjected. Are we safe in the car? What if lightning strikes the vehicle? Yang Minger looked at Chen with evident concern. It won't happen. Even if the car is struck by lightning, the current will flow along the exterior of the vehicle and into the ground. Those inside will be safe. Chen's physics lessons had not been in vain. He possessed such basic knowledge. Before long, a torrential downpour began to hammer down. Water cascaded down the car windows in a rhythmic flow. Lightning flashed repeatedly, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. This pickup truck once again showcased its advantages as an S-level legendary reward. No matter how fierce the storm raged outside, the interior remained as steady as a mountain. No drops of water leaked in, and it was surprisingly quiet. This sudden tempest arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Half an hour later, the clouds dispersed, and the moon peeked out once more. Chen slowly opened the window. Fresh air rushed in to greet him. How refreshing! Yang Minger was filled with exuberance as she inhaled the crisp air. Now that she was awake, she thought it best to check in and then return to her slumber. For tomorrow promised a day of frolicking in the sand. With determination, she upgraded the check-in system to level 2, brimming with confidence. Check-in, she exclaimed loudly, foregoing any wishes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received a C-level extraordinary reward, a pack of Huiyuan kidney treasure. Suddenly, the once refreshing air became thick with tension. Chen was equally bewildered. Could it be that the check-in system had sensed his desires? This was indeed a fortuitous occurrence. I'll sleep a bit more. Good night, Yang Minger said, her face flushed to the roots of her neck, as she swiftly turned away and lay down. The awkwardness of the moment was palpable, especially under the cover of night, with the system presenting such an unexpected gift to the 2 individuals sharing the same space. How could she possibly face him? Clearing his throat, Chen also lay down, feeling no rush. What was meant for him would ultimately be his. After all, a forcibly picked fruit is seldom sweet. That night, Chen was uncertain whether Yang Minger had fallen asleep, for he himself was wide awake. At dawn, Young Minger disembarked early and ventured outside. "Good morning," Chen called out from a distance as he stepped off the vehicle. "Come quick, come quick." To his surprise, rather than avoiding him, young Minger stood afar, energetically waving her hand. "What is going on?" Chen jogged over to her, and upon glancing at the ground, he understood. The seeds planted the previous day had already sprouted. Such remarkable efficiency. A quick scan revealed a notification from the system. Vegetable sprouts, rated B-level perfection, nourished by rain. Will take 6 days to harvest. If D-level rare or higher grade fertilizer is applied, the harvest time will be correspondingly reduced, and the quality and quantity of the yield will also be enhanced. Fertilizer? Chen promptly opened the marketplace, meticulously surveying the offerings available. Chapter 18. I can sell sand at a high price. Regrettably, I currently lack the means to sell fertilizer. It seems I am in need of several items. The vegetables are not yet ripe, which prevents young Minger's sign-in system from advancing to level 3. Moreover, I am in urgent need of a kitchen knife. At present, I possess only a dagger, and to forge a kitchen knife, I must acquire another. The more kitchen knives and daggers I can procure, the better. Chen casually listed a few items for trade while calling out in the chat room. Is that not the esteemed expert? Why do you require a kitchen knife? To harm someone? Now, Chen had become the star of the chat room. Anything he uttered attracted a flurry of inquiries and concern. Wow, the expert is going to harm someone. Who is the unfortunate soul? You all know nothing. The expert is likely preparing a feast. Indeed, with so many fish and beautiful companions, he must be planning something delectable. Chen found himself speechless at their naivety. It could only be said that gossip was, for many, a physiological necessity. Even with the looming threat of starvation, the urge to gossip persisted. In private messages, I expressed my need for kitchen knives and daggers, as well as D-grade rare sand, stating that I would pay a premium for the latter. Upon hearing this, the chat room erupted once more. D-grade rare sand? Is this for real, esteemed one? You have that. I desperately need D-grade sand. I'll reserve it. What do you require in exchange? Are we selling sand? Young Minger hesitated before glancing at Chen. Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Since I have time to spare, I might as well earn a little extra. Young Minger gazed at him with a wry smile, incredulous that he considered this mere pocket money. Deep down, Chen did indeed view it that way. What was most abundant on the island? Surely it was sand. Selling sand for profit. Could there be a more effortless way to earn extra income? It was akin to finding treasure without any effort. Before Chen and Yang Minger even began sifting through the sand, Chen's private inbox was already inundated with messages. He donned the illustrious maid outfit once more, leisurely sifting through sand while perusing the incoming messages. Esteemed one, do you need water? I can trade you 10 bottles of mineral water, sourced from Kunlun Mountain, guaranteed quality. Chen dismissed the offer. Did he lack water? Absolutely not. He possessed an entire lake of it, not merely a jug. As for whether it was from Kunlun or Baishui, it was of no concern to him. Esteemed one, would you like some bread? I also have compressed biscuits. Another individual offered their goods for trade. Apologies, but I have no interest. At this moment, Chen was utterly disinterested in the dry bread and biscuits. Esteemed one, I have a set of lingerie. Would you be interested? It's lace, bright red. No, the color is unappealing, Chen replied regretfully. The girl had specified a preference for lighter colors. Are you actually being picky about colors? The other party was taken aback. Here they were, still struggling to meet their basic needs, while the other had already progressed to discerning the color of lingerie. Chen had meticulously sifted through 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand, yet the trading post yielded no valuable materials. Upon the emergence of the first bucket containing 10 kilograms of this rare sand, Chen finally stumbled upon something of worth, a mechanical watch. In the whirlwind of his daily activities, he often lost track of time, making a watch an invaluable asset for managing his hours. I would like a trade for that, he proposed. The recipient of his message was elated, marking the emergence of the first fortunate individual. The others immediately began to clamor. Esteemed one, do you have any sand left? What do you require? Please enlighten us. Indeed, they pressed him further. Oh, esteemed one, how much sand do you possess? Is there any for us? The allure of the sand had these influential individuals eagerly vying for it. With a daily yield of merely 20 kilograms, Ordinary items were off the table. Blueprints, tools, seeds, and other highly practical materials took precedence. Daggers and kitchen knives were also considered viable options. Chen wished to spare himself the toil, and even more so, to shield young Minger from undue strain. This delicate young woman spent hours each day playing with the sand on the beach, and he could hardly bear to watch. Once the news was broadcast, the reactions were swift, joy for some, despair for others. Soon, the second batch of D-grade sand was exchanged for a kitchen knife. As for young Minger, apart from the still-growing vegetables, she had acquired all necessary materials to elevate her resources from level 2 to level 3. Chen then commenced preparations to dig for clay. Armed with a shovel, he approached the shoreline and casually dug a few shovels full. Regrettably, he unearthed only sandy soil, lacking the clay required by the system. Is something amiss? Is it not feasible? Young Minger inquired, having washed a plastic bucket and approached him. It appeared that the task was proving to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. Chen felt a twinge of frustration. He had assumed that a couple of digs at the beach would suffice, but it was evidently more complex than that. Anyone with a raft? Please come forth. Chen called out in the chat room. Are you planning to venture out to sea? Someone queried. Rest assured, I shall not venture far. I merely wish to explore the nearby waters. Chen's reasoning was straightforward. To know oneself and one's adversary is to conquer in every battle. If he were to establish his own little kingdom, he must first familiarize himself with the island he inhabited. The prospect of circumnavigating the island on a raft felt too ambitious for Chen, who had only recently achieved a stable livelihood. Yet a simple stroll along the coastline seemed feasible. Moreover, to continue upgrading the sign-in system, clay was an essential resource. It would not simply present itself while he remained confined to the island. Esteemed one, I do not possess a raft, but I do have bamboo, 20 stalks. Would you be interested? A new message popped up in Chen's messaging system. Chapter 19. Encountering a peculiar individual, Chen waited patiently for a long time. Yet no news of anyone selling rafts came his way. Instead, he discovered an individual offering bamboo. Crafting a bamboo raft was indeed a viable option. He happened to possess some iron wire and rope. However, merely exchanging 20 bamboo poles would not suffice for 10 kilograms of sand. What else do you have? Chen was not one to engage in unprofitable transactions. Esteemed one, I too am impoverished and possess little else. You wouldn't be interested in this 1 or 2 bottles of water, would you? Perhaps, if you'd accept me, I could accompany you. I have no other skills. I'm willing to do menial tasks or hard labor. Chen had not anticipated that the other party would so readily pledge allegiance. Yet, he was not naive enough to trust someone based solely on a few words. This was a treacherous path of survival filled with deceit. Young Minger, being a female and a television personality, did not require his constant vigilance. However, he needed to remain cautious around these strangers. Moreover, the system had mentioned a total of 888 islands. It was hardly a coincidence that this person was on the same island as he. Chen Josuali responded. Let us discuss the matter of recruiting later. We might be separated by several hundred islands. All right, esteemed one, I shall first deliver the bamboo to you. Before Chen could reply, a notification chimed. Ding. Transaction successful. You have received 20 bamboo poles. Chen was taken aback. When had he agreed to this transaction? Furthermore, what had he exchanged for it? Glancing around, he seemed to be lacking nothing. Upon closely examining the system prompt again, he found, ding, no resources obtained. Chen was utterly speechless. The other party had simply gifted him the bamboo. My friend, why did you give this to me directly? Esteemed one, it matters not. Take what you need. I have no use for it myself. It is better to give the resources to those who will benefit from them. This is the essence of resource utilization. This left Chen feeling quite awkward. While he was exercising caution, the others seemed to harbor no such thoughts. Do you require sand? It's rather late today. I can procure 10 kilograms for you tomorrow. Since the other had initiated the exchange, Chen did not hesitate. After all, it was merely 10 kilograms of sand, a small price for making a new acquaintance. No worries, esteemed one. You can keep it for now. I have no use for such a small amount of sand. I lack even a dagger and struggle with tree trunks. However, I do have plenty of bread and have found cave. One must admit, this individual, known as Dada Wan, possessed an exceptionally positive mindset. He appeared to be entirely devoid of desires regarding the future. However, merely having bread would not suffice. You should focus on upgrading promptly. Chen kindly reminded him as he began his return journey, carrying the 20 bamboo poles. One could only marvel at the vastness of the world and its peculiarities. In this realm of survival, not all interactions were fraught with deceit. There remained one or two innocent souls. Chen did not wish to accept the bamboo without offering something in return, so he sent 3 bottles of fresh water. Esteemed one, you are truly generous. 1 bottle would suffice. Then, Chen received 2 bottles of returned water. What a peculiar occurrence. Carrying 20 bamboo poles, Chen returned to his campsite. The 2 of them prepared a fish soup, satisfying their hunger. Won't you change? As Chen lay comfortably in the pickup truck seat, dozing off, young Minger shyly handed him an item. Upon glancing at it, Chen realized it was a pair of high-end CK men's briefs. The girl was suggesting he change. Could it be? Chen began to indulge in his fantasies. Young Minger, seemingly understanding his thoughts, repeatedly shook her head, saying, changing frequently is beneficial for health. Chen sighed. It appeared he had overthought the situation. The girl was not hinting at anything, but rather expressing her disdain for his current state. After all, how many days had they been on the island? It was indeed time for a change. I filled the water for you. It's outside. I'll lie here in the car for a bit with my eyes closed, so don't worry. Don't worry? Chen thought to himself, pondering what there was to be concerned about. In fact, he was rather pleased, wishing for her to observe him, and he certainly wouldn't charge her a fee for the view. Yet, after young Minger spoke, she lay down without casting another glance at him. Sigh. Here he was, putting on a free show, and no one was paying him any mind. Chen picked up the valuable CK briefs and approached the plastic bucket filled with water. He began to wash his garments leisurely. After finishing, he realized he was still lacking several items, such as a drying rack and clips. Need to acquire a drying rack. Chen tiredly typed a message in the chat room. The great day and moon star has arrived. What does the Great One need a drying rack for? You know nothing. The Great One is involved with the girl. It's a perfect conclusion. Great One, how does it feel? These tedious gossip mongers immediately began to speculate wildly. It seemed that whenever Chen sought something, these individuals could only think in that direction. With a resigned expression, Chen returned to the pickup truck. I've finished washing. Do you want to wash? Chen just it. However, he received no response, only the sound of weeping. What was going on? It seemed he hadn't done anything wrong. Chapter 20. A young girl has been taken away. Minger, what is the matter? Chen was utterly bewildered. Fortunately, they were alone in the vehicle. Otherwise, bystanders might misconstrue the situation. Young Minger sobbed softly for a while before wiping her tears and murmuring, I miss home. Upon hearing this, Chen finally exhaled in relief. It was merely homesickness. Just think of this as a survival game. Besides, I'm here with you, so what is there to fear? We have everything we need. Consider it a vacation. He gently patted young Minger. Slowly, she turned to face him, her tear-filled eyes locking onto Chen's. With a sudden burst of emotion, she threw herself into his embrace. Chen, taken aback, was astonished. In this day and age, a girl had willingly leapt into his arms. Don't cry, be good. Yet, she was heartbroken, and he couldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. He wrapped one arm around her. Unexpectedly, after some time of comforting her, young Minger cried herself to sleep, resting her head against him. Chen found himself in a drowsy state, holding her as he drifted off. Then, the system notification blinked to life. Ding! Dada One has successfully completed a transaction with you. You have received 20 C-grade exceptional seeds. Chen glanced at the time. It had just passed midnight, and this generous individual had come bearing gifts once more. 20 C-grade exceptional seeds were truly invaluable treasures. Brother, you are too kind. Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Dada One quickly replied, Big shot, please accept these. By the way, why don't you plant them yourself? I've sent you 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a bag of bread. Gently, Chen laid young Minger down and tossed a few items back to Dada One. One must reciprocate kindness, after all. Thank you, esteemed one. The weather here is rather peculiar. It shifts from wind to rain. I spend my days hiding in a cave. Fortunate that we have many caverns and a towering mountain nearby, topped with a grand pine tree. Dad Awan seemed to be quite the chatterbox, rambling on endlessly. Well, I'll check in now. Let us chat another day. If you need anything, just let me know. Chen had no desire to engage in late-night banter with a man, especially when he had to seize the moment to check in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations. You have received a B-grade perfect reward, a high-powered binocular. A binocular? What a splendid item. He had been contemplating a leisurely float on a bamboo raft by the sea, and this binocular was an essential tool. Minger, evet checked-in. An overly excited Chen roused young Minger from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she saw him fiddling with the binocular. Is this what you received from checking in? Impressive. Just what I needed today. Chen beamed with pride. With a chime, the notification appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully recruited young Minger. You have received an A-grade epic reward, a 4kW medium solar panel. I was taken aback. Chen was still reveling in his B-grade perfect reward, while this young lady had already secured an A-grade epic prize, a medium-sized solar panel. Minger, you are truly remarkable. Chen expressed his admiration. It appears that beauty is indeed proportionate to character. Young Minger, still somewhat bewildered, murmured sleepily, "What did I just receive? A solar panel, and a medium one at that. How generous." Suddenly, an urgent message flashed in Chen's private chat. He opened it to find it was from Dedawan. What happened? Is there an issue? I saw a girl who seems to have been captured right on my island. Those two individuals have knives, and it looks like she's in serious trouble. I'm preparing to rescue her. Don't act rashly. What do you have on you? Chen waited for a moment, but received no response from Dedawan. Hello, where are you? Don't be impulsive. Chen had come to regard Dedawan as a comrade, having interacted with him over the past couple of days and recognizing his genuine nature. The sudden silence from Dedawan made Chen increasingly anxious. What's wrong? Yang Minger noticed Chen's grave expression and immediately inquired about the situation. A friend from the chat room seems to have spotted a girl being captured on his island, and he is planning to intervene. Upon hearing this, Yang Minger shuddered. She had been fortunate to encounter Chen. Had she found herself in a similar predicament as that girl, she might not have even comprehended the danger before it was too late. Dedawan is unresponsive. I can't locate him. After another 10 minutes, Dedawan finally sent a message, but it appeared to bear grim tidings. Chapter 21. The first venture into the sea, you must prioritize your safety above all else. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Here, take this dagger, and I shall also provide you with 3 bottles of fresh water. Chen unconditionally presented the dagger and the 3 bottles of water to Dedawan. Thank you, esteemed one. If I encounter those 2 ruffians again, I assure you I will deal with them. Do not act recklessly. The dagger is for your self-defense, not for any foolish notions of heroism. Before you can rescue anyone, you must first ascertain your own bravery. Chen exhibited a level of composure far surpassing that of Dedawan. While aiding others is commendable, it is essential to ensure one's own safety first. If you cannot secure your own well-being, how can you contemplate rescuing others? Fine, I shall heed your advice. I will remain hidden in the cave. This place is quite secluded, Dedawan replied obediently. Has that girl disappeared? As a woman herself, Yang Minger felt a deeper concern for the girl who had encountered danger. Chen gently patted Yang Minger's shoulder in a comforting manner. Such is fate. Rest a little longer. We have much to accomplish today. After ensuring Dedawan was taken care of, Chen reclined once more to rest. Yang Minger appeared to still be preoccupied with worry for the unfortunate girl. When dawn broke and Chen opened his eyes, he found himself gazing into a pair of beautiful eyes. Chen, do you think we should go rescue that girl? Rescue? Chen was momentarily speechless, pondering the folly of Navi thoughts. In this unfamiliar island world, where would they seek out the girl? They had yet to explore the very island on which they survived, let alone venture to another for a rescue. It was a fool's errand, a whimsical notion only a naive girl could conceive. Yet, Chen could not bring himself to discourage Yang Minger. This girl was remarkably innocent. He truly wondered how such purity managed to endure in the entertainment industry. Well, We're set to walk along the coast today. Perhaps we shall see what fortune brings us. That sounds wonderful. If we find that girl, I will have a companion. The silly girl genuinely believed it. Yi-chan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. After nibbling on a few pieces of biscuit, he began his busy day, fishing, watering crops, and wielding a shovel to cultivate an acre of land, planting the C-grade seeds he had secured for Didawan. C-grade, excellent vegetable seeds. These are improved olive vegetable seeds. Given suitable soil, sunlight, and moisture, a single seed can yield 20 seeds of varying grades from D to B and 1 pound of olive vegetables ranging from E to D within 10 days. Although these seeds were inferior in both efficiency and quality compared to the B-grade perfect seeds, any little gain could be considered a boon. In the current circumstances, how many could boast of having vegetables to eat? Let us go. Let us venture into the sea. Having eaten her fill, Minger excitedly waved at Yi-chan with a beaming expression. Oh, dear. Venturing out to sea? We have yet to secure the raft. Yi-chan shook his head helplessly as he retrieved the steel rope to begin binding the bamboo raft. The two toiled until noon, and thus the first bamboo raft of the island was born. Although Yi-chan himself found it rather unappealing, heavy, and clumsy. Just as he intended to drag the raft into the water for a trial, the system notification chimed. Ding. Didawan has successfully completed the transaction, and you have received a bag of D-grade rare fertilizer. Shortly thereafter, a message from Didawan arrived. Boss, I found a bag of fertilizer at the trading post, and I exchanged it for a bottle of water. Aren't you growing vegetables? This should come in handy. Yi-chan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. His brother was indeed considerate, having traded the bottled water he had given him for fertilizer in the blink of an eye. Yi-chan promptly retrieved 2 more bottles of water from his pickup truck to give to Didawan. Brother, thank you so much. I have some matters to attend to. I'll take a stroll along the coast. Please take care and stay safe. Understood, boss. I'll keep an eye on the trading post. If you need anything, just let me know. I'm rather free. Didawan eagerly volunteered to be Yi-chan's assistant. All right, please pay special attention to blueprints, seeds, tools, and rare materials and equipment. Sure thing, boss. Enjoy your outing with the ladies. I'll keep watch. Yi-chan felt a bit embarrassed. Did Didawan truly think he was wealthy heir, taking ladies out to sea for leisure? It was amusing that he could think of such things, while Yi-chan had serious business to attend to. Minger, you and Xiaoha stay in the pickup and wait for me. I'll take a stroll along the coastline and 1 T stray too far. I'll return after crossing the rock wall ahead. Upon hearing that Yi-chan intended to leave her alone, Minger's expression turned sour, her brows knitting together. Behave. Moreover, this pickup is a treasure. If you come with me and someone steals it, we'd be at a great loss. Yi-chan had to coax and persuade Minger to stay on shore, assuring her safety with the pickup and Xiaoha as presents. Confident in his swimming skills, Yi-chan dragged a bamboo raft into the sea and began his inaugural journey with a makeshift bamboo paddle. His objectives were quite straightforward. First, to attempt diving into the sea for the first time and prepare for future island circumnavigations or landings on other islands. Second, to explore the unknown territory beyond the rock wall. And third, to try and excavate clay near other coastlines. Off he went. Chapter 22. Discovery of an island equipped with a shovel, a plastic bucket, a telescope, 2 bottles of fresh water, a block of compressed biscuits, and a piece of bread. Yi-chan set forth alone upon a bamboo raft. Prioritizing safety, he navigated closely along the coastline. Every 500 meters, he would disembark from the raft to dig into the sand with a shovel. Regrettably, despite his efforts, he found no trace of clay until he surpassed a rocky barrier that obscured his view. Beyond the rocks lay the vast expanse of the ocean, with a steep coastline to his right. Unable to land, Yi-chan continued to paddle forward. After 10 minutes, he reached the end of a small island. It appeared that proceeding straight ahead would lead him directly into the sea, prompting him to turn right along the coastline. The steep cliffs soon gave way to a broad stretch of white sand beach. Within 50 meters of the shoreline, a grand avenue of coconut trees came into view, each adorned with an abundance of coconuts. Coconuts are indeed a valuable resource, although Yi-chan understood that relying solely on them for hydration could upset one's stomach. Nevertheless, consuming a few sips of coconut water and some chunks of coconut flesh each day would be delightful. The trunks of the coconut trees were robust and without proper tools. Felling one would be an arduous task. Chen did not rush to harvest coconuts, as his purpose on this journey was not merely to gather fruit. He was aware that young Minger awaited his return anxiously on the other side of the island, and he had no time to squander. Chen pulled the bamboo raft onto the beach and took a moment to replenish his fluids and energy while seated on the sand. After a brief rest, he resumed his search for clay with the shovel. After a considerable effort, he unearthed crabs hiding in the sand, yet still no sign of clay. Feeling somewhat dejected, he realized that finding clay was proving to be quite the challenge. He plunged the shovel into the sand and sat down, lifting the telescope to survey his surroundings. Behind him lay a dense jungle, a wild expanse of vegetation that he was reluctant to venture into alone. Should he encounter venomous snakes or fierce beasts, he would indeed be at the mercy of fate. After assessing the situation in the forest, Chen shifted his gaze to the ocean. To his astonishment, a casual sweep with the telescope revealed an incredible discovery. He discerned what appeared to be an island across the water, though the sea was shrouded in mist, reducing visibility. The telescope allowed him to ascertain with near certainty that it was indeed an island. Could it possibly be one of the fabled 888 islands? If so, might there also be survivors residing there? The revelation of an island so close stirred a mix of emotions within Chen. Like most survivors, he yearned for the company of others, yet harbored a fear of encountering them. He lifted the telescope once more to scan the area. The mist over the sea seemed to be gradually dissipating, and the outline of the island slowly came into sharper focus. Chen discovered a particularly conspicuous peak on the island, standing significantly taller than the surrounding terrain. Atop the summit, there appeared to be a magnificent pine tree. Wait a moment. A towering peak. A colossal pine tree. Could it be? This island is the one where the Dawan resides? Chen immediately regalet Dada Huansverts. I hide in a cave every day. Fortunately, there are many caves around, and there is a mountain, very high, with a large pine tree on top. Chen promptly opened the chat room and sent a message to the Dawan. Brother, are you there? However, he anxiously waited for 10 minutes without receiving a reply. His anxiety intensified. Could it be that this fellow had encountered those nefarious individuals? Chen felt increasingly unsettled and decided to leave, hastening his return. The feeling of unease continued to escalate. He was not only concerned about the Dawan's situation, but also about young Minger. Chen paddled swiftly back to the other side of the cliff. Minger? He called out, but received no response. He jogged ashore and glanced into the pickup truck, only to find it empty. Now, Chen was genuinely anxious. Minger, Minger, he shouted. I'm here. 3 minutes later, young Minger emerged from the thicket, startling him. You scare me. Where have you been? I told you to stay in the car. I went to the restroom. Chen felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing his outburst of frustration was perhaps unwarranted. Boss, I'm here. What's wrong? At that moment, a message from Dawan arrived. Let me ask you, is there a large pine tree on your island atop a high mountain with nothing on either side, and the branches on the left side are noticeably more lush than those on the right? Yes, there's a large pine tree, but to the left. I feel like the right side is actually more abundant. The right side? Oh, right. I meant the northern side is more verdant than the southern side. Chen quickly altered his phrasing. Northern side. Southern side. Which way is north? Chen was at a loss for words. It seemed this fellow was indeed quite directionally challenged. Look up and find the sun. It's nearly noon. Which direction is it in? Above my head. Chen replied. Surely it can't be directly overhead. After much back and forth, Chen finally clarified their respective positions to Dawan. Chen was situated to the west of the pine tree, while Dawan was to the east, thus their references of left and right were indeed inverted. So, does that mean we are very close to each other? Upon hearing this news, Dawan was quite exhilarated. It must be correct. Chen was now almost certain. That island was indeed the one where Dawan resided. Chapter 23. The Cross-Ocean Island Landing Plan. You stay put in the cave, and I will devise a way to reach your island. Chen had resolutely decided that since he confirmed that the island was indeed where Dawan resided, he must go and take a look. Was that girl also on the island? Could they rescue her? Young Minger still harbored lingering thoughts about the girl who had encountered misfortune. she was likely still on the island, as there were probably only a handful of individuals capable of venturing out to sea at this moment. Chen considered himself to be among the most resourceful of survivors, yet he could only navigate along the coastline. Lacking a motorboat, the prospect of venturing into the ocean seemed perilously daunting. Chen reopened the synthesis system. 2 rafts, 1 kayak, 2 kayaks, motorboat blueprints, 3 solar panels, 1 solar-powered motorboat. He had already crafted 1 raft and possessed the blueprint for the motorboat. Yet he still needed 2 more solar panels. Buying rafts, purchasing solar panels at high prices. Chen immediately began to shout in the chat room. The seasoned players were preparing to set sail, while we hadn't even secured our basic needs. Where are you planning to go, big shot? Upon Chen's arrival, he quickly became the focal point of the chat room. However, by the time the sun set and he and Minger returned to their dwelling, he had not received a single message regarding the sale of rafts. What to do if there were no responses? Minger appeared to be even more anxious than Chen. Chen scratched his head, feeling rather awkward. He wished to upgrade the sign-in system, but lacked clay. Minger desired to upgrade the sign-in system, but was short on vegetables. To set sail for another island required both a raft and solar panels. Clay and vegetables were not easily obtained, so they decided to construct a raft and synthesize a kayak the following day. Chen resolved to go fetch Dedawan and, if possible, bring the girl back with him. After a moment of contemplation, he made up his mind. Isn't it too dangerous to rely solely on a kayak? Moreover, you're going alone. What if you encounter those 2 villains? Minger was clearly filled with trepidation. It should be fine. I will discuss the details with Dedawan tonight. Just as he mentioned it, Dedawan sent another message. Boss, I saw those 2 men again, seemingly on the eastern side of the island. Dedawan had casually altered his address for Chen, shifting from big shot to boss. They hadn't even met yet, and he was already referring to him as elder brother. Did you see the girl? Chen inquired hastily. No, but since they're still around, the girl should still be on the island, unless... Dedawan did not continue. Upon hearing this, Minger furrowed her brows, appearing as though she might cry. It's all right, don't worry. I believe they wouldn't choose to harm the girl. Chen remained steadfast in his conviction that no one would hastily opt for murder to upgrade the sign-in system. Although the system indicates that killing 1 person can directly elevate one's rank by 2 levels, along with the acquisition of reward materials. Recruiting an individual also allows for a rank increase of 1 level, in addition to daily access to C-grade or higher exceptional materials from the other party. The counterpart in question happens to be a female, unless these 2 men are inherently violent. A typical person would not resort to murder merely for the sake of gaining an additional level. After listening to Chen's words, Minger felt somewhat reassured. Big Brother Wan, I will commence the construction of the 2nd bamboo raft tomorrow, though it will likely require at least a day to gather bamboo and bind it together. I will first hand you the telescope. Ding, the transaction with the celestial bodies has been successfully completed, and you have acquired a high-power telescope. Boss, what do you want with the telescope? I cannot see far here. It's all just trees. Big Brother One expressed his confusion. Tomorrow, under the assurance of safety, I need you to ascend to the mountain peak. It is the highest point, and you can use the telescope to survey the situation to the east. Once I have completed the kayak, I will join you. Chen had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Understood. I will go to the mountaintop first thing in the morning. Big Brother One expressed his admiration for Chen, realizing that he would not have conceived such a strategy. The 2 reached an agreement. After the sun had set, Chen remained industrious. In preparation for tomorrow's construction of the wooden raft, he began to gather wire rope throughout the night. Together with Minger, they kindled a fire on the lawn, cutting the wire into manageable segments for binding. Before retiring for the night, Chen took stock of his total assets. In terms of freshwater resources, they remained abundant. He had stored 10 large blocks of compressed biscuits and 2 large blocks of bread. S-grade legendary materials included a heavy-duty Raptor F750 pickup truck. A-level epic materials comprised a medium-sized solar panel and a blueprint for a jet ski. B-level perfect materials included a freshwater fishing rod component, a high-power telescope loaned to Big Brother Wan, and vegetable seeds already sown. The C-grade exceptional materials were numerous: a mountain axe, fertilizer, vegetable seeds, a bamboo raft, scissors, a watch, a shovel, a kitchen knife, and 4 freshwater fish. As for the assorted other items, there were too many to count. Daggers, ropes, steel wires, women's clothing, his own high-end CK brand goods, and even a box of Huayuan kidney tonic. Chapter 24. Survivor Leaderboard. As the clock struck midnight, a notification from the system sent the chat room into a frenzy. Survivor Leaderboard activated. The system will assign scores based on each survivor's sign-in level, acquired resources, and living conditions. Current rankings. First place, Chen. Chen's name proudly adorned the top position. Instantly, a group of prominent figures in the chat room began to shower him with praise. However, Chen remained fixated on the system. Second place, Survivor number 1. Third place, The Return of the Reaper. Fourth place, 56th place, I Am in the Dark. Minger occupied the 56th spot. This ranking suggested that, most likely, 55 individuals had ascended to the second-level sign-in system. Chen glanced further down the list. It was only upon reaching the 823rd position that he spotted the name of Wan, indicating that this fellow was indeed in dire straits. Chen also discerned an intriguing detail. The total number of survivors remained constant at 999. This left two possibilities. Either no survivors had perished by this date, or the system maintained a fixed number of 999 individuals. Upon contemplating the first possibility, Chen deemed it exceedingly improbable, nearing the realm of impossibility. Setting aside the chance of being eliminated by other survivors, merely considering the likelihood of accidents, such as food shortages, lack of drinking water, or attacks by wild animals, was sufficient to suggest that some survivors would inevitably succumb. How could it be that, by this day, not a single person had met their end? With the first scenario eliminated, only the second remained. The system would perpetually sustain a population of 999. Should an individual meet an untimely demise or be slain, the system would automatically replenish the count. As anticipated, a bewildered voice soon emerged in the chat room. Where am I? How'd I end up here? I was just sleeping on a cruise ship. Another unfortunate survivor, laden with confusion, found themselves thrust into this unfamiliar island survival world. Another newcomer has arrived. Little one, submit to your elder. To the newcomer, may you live well. Some voices were dismissive, while others expressed goodwill. Such is the nature of reality. Sign in now. After perusing the leaderboard, Chen turned his gaze toward Minger, who was still engrossed in the rankings. Tell me, how many others have reached your level 3? This girl certainly had her fair share of thoughts. I don't know. The system only provided the rankings without specific levels, and the sign-in level is merely one aspect of the comprehensive scoring. The system had been quite clear. Factors influencing the rankings encompassed more than just the sign-in system. The quantity of resources and the current living conditions also played a significant role in determining the final score. Ding! Based on current rankings, the system will distribute corresponding reward materials. Please proceed to your designated resource collection points to retrieve them. The leaderboard reward system updates weekly, with rewards issued at each update. There are rewards based on rankings? The moment this system notification materialized, the chat room erupted once more. It appeared that the leaderboard was indeed substantive. The leaderboard has erupted once more, announcing that the illustrious first place, Sun, Moon, and Stars, has been awarded an A-level epic prize, a solar panel. The second place, Survivor number 1, received a B-level perfect prize, a multifunctional cutting tool, while the third place, The Return of the Grim Reaper, garnered a C-level extraordinary prize. However, the majority of participants only received items below the C level. How envious one must feel toward the top 3 contenders. I merely obtained 2 bottles of water and 5 stalks of bamboo. Those ranked lower certainly had little to boast about in terms of rewards. Minger, positioned at 56th place, could only claim some basic supplies for bowls of instant noodles. As for the unfortunate Big Roll in 823rd place, he was rather pitifully presented with a cleaning cloth. Boss, do you want this cloth? He inquired. Additionally, I signed for 2 rolls of Oreo cookies. The rather generous Big Roll intended to offer the cloth to Chen. Chen, with an expression of helplessness, replied, Brother, you might as well keep it. Meanwhile, Minger resumed her prayers, seemingly preparing for today's signing. How annoying. More useless items, she muttered, her lips pouting in discontent. What did you get? Chen asked. An ear scoop. Chen sitiflit alaf. No laughing. Hurry up and sign. I refuse to believe you received anything above B level. Ding. Signing successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a B-level perfect prize, 20 grape seeds. Apology for disappointing you. I did indeed sign for a B-level item. Yi-chan grinned mischievously at Yangming. Her pout grew even more pronounced. You should rest early. We need to construct a bamboo raft tomorrow. Yi-chan, it seems someone has acquired a kayak. Minger suddenly exclaimed with excitement. A kayak? Yi-chan was equally astonished. 2 bamboo rafts could indeed be combined to form a kayak, and with 2 kayaks, along with the motorboat blueprint he already possessed and 3 solar panels, he could craft a motorboat. Chapter 25. A small man indeed. You should inquire whether he is willing to sell it. If we manage to acquire it, we merely need to procure another solar panel, and we shall be able to synthesize a motorboat. Perhaps there are even special rewards to be gained. Minger appeared quite exhilarated. As she rightly pointed out, if they successfully obtain the kayak, they would be considerably closer to crafting a motorboat. Being the first survivor to synthesize a motorboat, the system would likely grant special rewards. All right, I shall ask. Chen promptly engaged the chat system, locating the survivor who had received the kayak as a reward. The survivor's name was Coca-Cola, ranked 28th. Excuse me, are you selling your kayak? I can offer you materials in exchange. Chen inquired with great anticipation. Not for sale. Unexpectedly, 2 cold words appeared before him. Well, the price is negotiable. Water, food, or D-grade sand will do. Chen did not relent. Not needed. The response was once again terse and dismissive, leaving Chen feeling somewhat embarrassed. Please reconsider. However, there was no further reply. It seems hopeless. He is ignoring me. Chen sighed. I'll give it a try. Minger, still hopeful, decided to message the individual herself. Huh, are you 2 in cahoots? Was the unexpected reply she received. This has nothing to do with whether we are a team, she retorted lightly. Huh. The other party seemed disinclined to engage further, merely scoffing before falling silent. Never mind. If worst comes to worst, we can craft 2 rafts ourselves later. It seems acquiring a bamboo raft directly is rather challenging at the moment, and I am eager to reach the island to retrieve the Great Scroll, so I must forego the motorboat. In the chat room, numerous individuals continued to discuss the leaderboard. Meanwhile, Chen and Minger embraced each other, drifting into slumber once more. Goodness, the disparity between the rich and the poor is staggering. The great figures are truly remarkable. Indeed, an A-grade epic reward bestowed upon them. We are but dust in their wake. All hail the great ones. While Chen slumbered, the chat room remained abuzz. Oof. It's just an A-grade battery. Pure luck, that's all. Amidst a flurry of flattery, a sarcastic remark emerged, standing out awkwardly. Who are you referring to? My boss is extraordinary. The night owl, Great Scroll, was still online, and upon hearing someone provoke his superior, he immediately jumped into the fray. Oof. Foolish one. Calling yourself a boss is a disgrace. What's your rank anyway? Show me, just 28th? Then prove yourself by reaching first place. Great Scroll examined the individual SID and ranking. Coca-Cola, 28th. Humph. Coca-Cola snorted once more, falling silent. Chen, cradling the beautiful woman, slept soundly until dawn. By then, Great Scroll's messages had already filled Chen's private inbox to the brim. My esteemed leader, I have embarked on my journey. My esteemed leader, I am nearing the summit. My esteemed leader, I have reached the pinnacle. Alas, I see nothing at all. My esteemed leader, I have caught sight of something. In an eastern cavern, the young lady still lives. At last, we have received some good news. I anticipate arriving on your island by tomorrow. How was the young lady faring? Dad Awan lifted the binoculars once more and replied, it appears she is not restricted in her freedom and can move about normally. Presumably, those 2 men believe she cannot escape on the island. Can you discern the relationship between these 2 men? Is it one of alliance, or perhaps a dynamic of recruitment? They seem like accomplices, frequently entering and exiting together. Chen pondered this and concluded that their relationship is likely one of a standard alliance. Please observe their routines and identify any patterns, particularly moments when a young lady is alone. Since Chen was contemplating ascending the island to retrieve Dada Wan, he naturally wished to rescue the young woman as well. Whether he could recruit her remains uncertain, but it is certainly preferable to her being under the control of those two villains. Rest assured, my leader, I have prepared ample rations for today, if necessary. I shall spend the night here. Dada Wan worked tirelessly, setting off at the break of dawn, and it was only just 8 o'clock. He even considered spending the night atop the mountain. Are your provisions sufficient? Fear not, I have brought supplies. Dada Wan has already exited his cavern, and it is too late for Chen to offer him food. The supply point is fixed and cannot ascend directly to the summit. Fortunately, Dada Wan had made ample preparations. Chen conveyed all necessary instructions, shared a simple breakfast with young Minger, and then set off with all his possessions in the pickup truck. The primary objective for today is to locate a bamboo grove to procure bamboo for crafting a raft. My leader, someone provoked you last night, and I retorted. Dada Wan spoke while munching on a compressed biscuit, holding the binoculars as he chatted with Chen. Just ignore them. Chen preferred to remain discreet, allowing the strong to assert themselves while he maintained his composure. Such petty individuals deserve no attention. What a fool. Calling themselves Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola? Upon hearing that name, Chen felt a sense of déjà vu. Chapter 26. The epic reward arrives. Chen watered his precious vegetables and cultivated a new patch of land to plant grape seeds. Minger, you should wait in the pickup for a while. What's wrong? She inquired. I'm about to fertilize, and it has an unpleasant odor. Chen dragged out a bag of fertilizer sent by Dada Wan. It was evident that a star like young Minger had likely never seen a hoe, let alone experience the scent of fertilizer. What does it smell like? It's just not pleasant. The naive girl appeared, genuinely curious. Boss, there's a new development. Those two men have left. While Chen was occupied with fertilization, Dada Wan relayed more news. What about the girl? Is she still in the cave? I haven't seen her come out, so she must still be inside. As long as they are out, we can proceed with our plan. A strategy formed in Chen's mind. The system's chat room served as a gossip haven for others, but for him, it was merely a free communication tool. If he managed to reach the island by tomorrow, he would instruct Dada Wan to scout from the mountain's peak while he concealed himself near the cave. The moment the two men exited, he would infiltrate the cave and seize the opportunity to rescue the girl. With the plan established, all that remained was the right moment. Shortly after 10, he completed the fertilization task. Ding! You have applied C-grade superior fertilizer to B-grade perfect seeds and C-grade excellent seeds, successfully enhancing their maturation efficiency. The current B-grade perfect vegetables will require 3 more days to mature, while the C-grade excellent vegetables will need 8 days more. Though the fertilizer emitted an unpleasant odor, it proved remarkably effective. In just 3 days, his first batch of vegetables would be ready for market. After tending to his beloved seeds, Chen drove off with Yang Minger, accompanied by Xiaoha and their belongings, in search of bamboo groves. Great one, when will today's D-grade sand be available for sale? Yes, master, I'm just short of that sand. Numerous buyers eagerly awaited the D-grade rare sand, impatiently messaging Chen, as he had not released any for quite some time. I have important matters to attend to today, so I want to be available until tomorrow morning. Chen was well aware of his priorities. On a grand scale, he was on a mission to save the dawn of humanity. On a smaller scale, rescuing these two individuals would significantly enhance his survival on the island. He was currently in dire need of assistance. Boss, what are you busy with? Yes, master. Whatever you need, just command us. At first glance, these individuals in the chat room seemed quite loyal. It's nothing, just a personal matter. However, Chen was far from foolish. He would never disclose his plans in the chat room. Who knew how many unscrupulous individuals were watching him? Boss, the two men are back. They seem to have gone fishing, and they are carrying a large net. Dada Wan continued to provide updates from his island. All right, keep a close watch. I will construct another bamboo raft. Once it's ready, I'll kayak over to fetch you. Certainly, my esteemed leader, you need not worry. I am fully attentive. It must be said that despite his limited intellect, the diligent observer remains exceptionally meticulous in his tasks. At this moment, he raises the binoculars every 2 minutes, promptly relaying any disturbances to Chen. with this vigilant lookout overseeing the situation from a vantage point. Chen now possesses a clearer understanding of their circumstances than the adversaries themselves. There lies a vast expanse of bamboo forest. Young Minger, with her keen eyes, spotted a considerable grove to the left of the beach from a distance. Without hesitation, Chen slammed on the brakes, seized the mountain axe, and leapt from the vehicle. Xiaoha, maintain vigilance. Minger, assist me in sorting the felled bamboo. Chen was filled with enthusiasm. Although he had not procured a ready-made bamboo raft, he was determined to craft one with his own hands. An hour later, bolstered by the mighty mountain axe, all materials for the bamboo raft were finally assembled. Leader, they have returned, and I spotted that girl again. Alas, they're resorting to violence. The observer relayed the unfolding events on the eastern side of the island, his speech punctuated by exclamations of outrage. What befell the girl? It seemed she had received a slap. How utterly despicable to strike a woman. The observer harbored a fierce sense of justice. Minger, we must expedite our efforts. We need to complete the bamboo raft before sunset. We shall embark at dawn. Chen was apprehensive of further complications. It was imperative to rescue the observer and the girl without delay. Having barely touched their lunch, the two hastily began assembling the raft. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, this grotesque contraption of bamboo was finally complete. Let us carry it back and assemble it. The location for assembly was predetermined. Only at the designated resource collection point could they submit the necessary materials for synthesis, at which point the system would accept their command. Together, they hoisted the raft onto the vehicle. Chen pressed the accelerator, racing towards his camp. Upon returning, the sun was already dipping below the horizon. Minger, while there is still light, hurry and catch today's fish. I shall commence the synthesis. After a long day's toil, he had yet to fulfill his daily fishing task. Such efforts should not go to waste. System, synthesize the kayak. Ding, congratulations host, synthesis successful. Acquired B-grade perfect material. 1 kayak, 2-person, length 650 centimeters, width 55 centimeters, weight 18 kilograms, equipped with 2 paddles. Ding, system notification, the chatroom sun. Moon, star successfully synthesized the B-grade perfect material kayak. System special reward. A-grade epic reward. Running speed increased by 25. Chapter 27, Class A skill reward. An epic reward. Astonishingly, it is a skill reward. The chatroom erupted once more. What? Skills can be acquired? Is this some sort of cheat? Oh my goodness. I'm crafting a bamboo raft as well, but I was a step behind. Wow. The great master of celestial bodies is truly ascending to the heavens. Chen found himself momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that the system would also offer skill rewards. A 25 increase in running speed. At first glance, it appeared rather ordinary, yet those familiar with the history of the 100-meter sprint record would understand. The world record for the men's 100 meters has been lowered from the 10-second barrier to a current record of 9.58 seconds, a mere zero. 42 seconds that humanity has taken countless years to achieve. The first sub-10-second record was set at the 1912 Stockholm Olympics, and in 2009, the record of 9.58 seconds was established at the World Athletics Championships in Berlin. Nearly a century passed, and human speed improved by less than a second. Yet here was Chen, by simply synthesizing a kayak, had elevated his own maximum speed by 25. Not only were the others in the chatroom astonished, but Chen himself was equally dumbfounded. Yang Minger cast aside her fishing rod and hurried back to Chen, gazing at him in disbelief. Chen warmed up briefly and took a few strides to test his speed. As expected, he experienced a significant qualitative enhancement in his pace. He felt an overwhelming urge to compete for a sprinting championship at the Olympics. Boss is incredible. Boss is incredible. The chatroom was flooded with exclamations. If anyone currently admired Chen the most, it was undoubtedly De Dewan, who was fervently expressing his admiration. Does running fast really matter? Yang Ming asked Chen, her voice trembling slightly. Of course, it matters. It may very well come in handy tomorrow. Does running fast have any significance? Obviously it does. In martial arts, the principle emphasizes that speed is invincible. In the struggle for survival, speed is paramount. As long as you can run fast enough, safety is assured. Only with safety guaranteed can one dare to contemplate the future. The sun is setting. Let's first catch some fish. Chen steadied himself. Yi Chao flew swiftly towards the lake. His speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun had reached the lakeside, casting his line to fish. Boss, they have started a fire on the beach, seemingly for a barbecue. Dedawan diligently cheered for Yi Chun before turning his attention back to supervising the two men. Dedawan, the sun is nearly down. You should descend the mountain and return to your cave for your safety. As the sun began its descent, Dedawan remained perched atop the mountain. Yi Chun was worried about the boy's safety, fearing he might be caught by wild wolves before he could rescue him. All right, I shall descend now. I will come back early tomorrow morning. Dedawan obediently rolled up his bedding and set off. Yi Chun took a quarter of an hour to complete his fishing task, while there was still a hint of light in the sky. 2 C-grade excellent freshwater fish, 2 D-grade rare ones, and 1 E-grade ordinary fish. This is rather satisfactory. Let us roast a fish. After enjoying it, we should rest early, for tomorrow holds significant matters. Yang Ming nodded slightly, but gazed anxiously at the kayak on the ground. Yi Chun, it seems this kayak can only accommodate 2 people. What shall we do? As for this dilemma, Yi Chun had already anticipated it after receiving the system notification of successful synthesis. Logically, a 2-person kayak is meant for only 2. However, time is of the essence. The longer the big guy and that girl linger on the small island, the greater the danger. Upgrading the kayak or even transforming it into an A-grade epic motorboat is not something achievable in a day. Time is running out. We must make do. Squeezing 3 into the kayak should be manageable. If it proves too challenging, I'll bring some bamboo tomorrow to enhance buoyancy. This is the only feasible solution at present. Yi Chun can only hope that the big guy isn't excessively heavy, and that the girl on the island possesses a slender figure. The 2 of them, along with Xiao Ha, managed to catch 2 2-pound freshwater fish and return promptly to their pickup truck. Xiao Ha, I'm heading out tomorrow, so you must protect your mistress well, Yi Chun said, ruffling Xiao Ha's head. Xiao Ha obediently licked Yi Chun's palm twice with its tongue. Be sure to stay safe tomorrow. I'll be waiting for your return by the shore, Yang Ming said, her face reflecting reluctance as she looked at Yi Chun. Observing her demeanor, Yi Chun noticed a glimmer of tears in her eyes. This woman truly seems fragile. They haven't even set off yet, and she is already feeling sentimental. Oh, what is the big deal? I'm merely going out to bring back 2 people. Yi Chun pulled Yang Ming into an embrace, and they laid down together. He continued, as long as we bring them back, we'll have 4 of us. And from then on, there will always be someone to lend hand. This is just the beginning of our good days. Yi Chun was immersed in discussing dreams and life with the girl when the ever-busy big guy interrupted. Boss, it's foggy on our island. Foggy. That's not good news. Chapter 28. The night vision goggles in order to ensure he possessed ample stamina for the following day. Yi Chun and Yang Minger retired early for the night. Upon awakening the next morning, Yi Chun's first action was to engage the chat system and inquire about the situation with Dedawan. What is the current status over there? Has the fog lifted? Boss, it seems the fog on the island is gradually dissipating, but the mist over the sea is exceedingly thick. Can you still make it over? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun promptly leaped from the pickup truck, traversing the cave towards the beach. Upon exiting the cave, he was left utterly astounded. Where was the sea? It was nowhere to be seen. Before him lay an expanse of dense fog. He could not even discern the coastline, let alone any islands that were miles away. In such treacherous weather, venturing out to sea could cost him dearly. Boss, have you checked in yet? I signed in at dawn and received a box of chocolate pies. Dedawan's message served as a reminder to Yi Chun. Regardless of the circumstances, he should check in first. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations. You have received an A-level epic reward. Head-mounted night vision goggles. Head-mounted night vision goggles. Military-grade high-tech wearable binoculars capable of penetrating fog and rain, allowing one to swiftly locate targets even in pitch-black environments. Astonishing. Fortune truly favors me. Whatever I desire, the system grants. This is undeniably remarkable. Dadahuam. Rest assured, I shall come to fetch you today. With this miraculous device in hand, the fog, which initially posed a significant disadvantage, transformed into an invaluable ally. While others could see nothing, he could perceive everything with utmost clarity. Chen swiftly jogged back to his pickup truck, where the night vision goggles awaited him. He donned them and gazed once more into the fog-laden sea. These goggles were nothing short of miraculous. The clarity of the images they provided surpassed even what Chen could see with the naked eye in clear conditions. Truly, a product worthy of military designation. Chen, it seems there is fog today. What shall we do? Young Minger had also sensed the unusual weather. Fear not, I possess this. Minger. Remain at home and await my good news. After satisfying his hunger, he equipped himself with a dagger and several bottles of water, preparing for his journey. Chen, don't forget to take Little Ha along. Woof woof. Little Ha seemed to understand, barking in response to Chen. With its keen sense of smell, Little Ha would undoubtedly be of assistance. All right, Little Ha, you must behave and refrain from barking. Minger, stay in the pickup truck and do not wander off. Chen was still somewhat concerned for young Minger. Have no worries. I will take good care of myself. Once all was settled, Chen drove the pickup truck toward the beach. Together, they unloaded the kayak. Chen boarded the kayak and waved farewell to young Minger. Return swiftly. When you come back, I'll tell you what I signed in for today. By the time Chen had paddled a considerable distance, young Minger finally piqued his curiosity. Forgetting about this matter, young Minger was unaware of the supplies for today's sign-in. At this moment, Chen had no time to ponder over it. Equipped with a night vision telescope, he effortlessly pierced through the mist to discern the path ahead. Soon, he pinpointed the direction of the small island. Dadawan, I am setting off. Chen sent a message to Dadawan. Setting off? Boss, with this dense sea fog, can you truly distinguish the direction? Dadawan's face was filled with incredulity. I possess the right equipment. Visibility is clearer now than in the absence of fog. Is that for real? I shall head to the mountaintop to observe their movements. Without further ado, Dadawan promptly gathered his telescope and provisions and dashed up the mountain. Chen, with Xiaoha, gradually advanced toward the small island. Although lacking materials for crafting a motorboat, they had to paddle manually. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the kayak's speed was exponentially superior to that of his previously fashioned bamboo raft. Moreover, with the night vision goggles donned, even amidst the thick fog, he could effortlessly navigate without straying off course. The duo, a man and his dog, surged forward through the sea mist. Dadawan, we estimate we shall reach the island in about 10 minutes. After paddling for 15 minutes, Chen messaged Dadawan. So soon? Boss, you are incredible. I have yet to reach the mountaintop. Dadawan was no slouch. Upon receiving the news of Chen's departure, he hurriedly grabbed his gear and sprinted up the mountain, only to find that he was outpaced by Chen. Never mind. Once you arrive, give a shout. I will continue to paddle eastward along the coastline. Chen needed to leverage the fog for navigation, aiming to draw closer to the opponent's cave. After another 10 minutes of paddling, Dadawan sent a message. Boss, I have arrived, but it seems there is no one in sight. Could it be that due to the fog, they are not planning to venture out? Dadawan delivered some unfortunate news. Understood. Continue to observe. I am nearing the eastern shore of the small island. If I manage to rescue the girl, you are to descend and wait for me at the northwest side of the island. Got it. Unlike Chen, who carried a plethora of valuables, Dadawan had only a dagger and a telescope, both gift from Chen, along with some food and drink. As they approached the cave, Xiaoha appeared to sense something, darting to the front of the kayak and wagging his tail vigorously. It seemed they were nearing their destination. The rescue operation commenced. Chapter 29. S-Class Treasure Map Fragment. In order to avoid detection, Chen deliberately maneuvered the kayak a bit further from the coastline. Through the night vision goggles, a sizable cave came into view. Inside the cave were 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. It was evident that this was the location he had been seeking. There was no need for elaborate instructions. With the night vision goggles, the others remained oblivious to his presence while he could effortlessly observe their situation. The woman appeared to be adding firewood to the campfire within the cave, while the 2 men lounged comfortably, engaged in casual conversation. It seemed these men were living quite well, treating the woman as if she were their maid. Little Ha, I have a task for you. When the time comes, head south to draw them away while I rescue the girl and head north. You can then return after losing them, Yi Chun now regarded Little Ha as an equal. Little Ha wagged its tail energetically, eager for the challenge. It was clear that the rewards from the sign-in were exceptional. This dog was nothing short of extraordinary. Yi Chun gently brought the kayak ashore, setting Little Ha down 50 meters northeast of the cave. Little Ha leaped onto the land and swiftly dashed towards the cave. Yi Chun, to maintain his concealment, once again distanced the kayak from the coastline. Woof woof! Little Ha approached the cave and barked a few times. The two men, seemingly weary from their chatter, were too drowsy to pay attention. Yet Little Ha persisted. "Hey, Kale, it seems there's a dog outside," remarked a young man with dyed yellow hair, nudging the middle-aged man who was slyly glancing at the girlish chest. "Let be, it's just a stray dog." The middle-aged man dismissed, his thoughts entirely consumed by the girl. Woof woof! When Little Ha's barks went unanswered, it boldly entered the cave. "Hey, you mangy dog! Dare to take my bread? Just wait and see what I'll do to you." The yellow-haired youth was now frantic. Little Ha unceremoniously snatched a large piece of bread from in front of him. "What is happening?" The middle-aged man was bewildered, only to see the yellow-haired youth chase after the dog, disappearing from sight. "Hey, wait!" The middle-aged man immediately pursued, but his physique seemed in need of some fitness. He hadn't run far before he was out of breath. Upon hearing Little Ha's barks fade into the distance, Yi Chun knew the plan had succeeded and swiftly made his way back to the shore. He sprinted towards the cave, and the contrast between the two pursuits was stark. The middle-aged man moved like a sluggish tortoise, while Yi Chun dashed into the cave within mere seconds. The girl, bewildered, was gazing outside the cave when a shadowy figure suddenly appeared before her like an arrow released from a bow. "Don't scream. I'm here to rescue you." Just as the girl opened her mouth to cry out, Yi Chun swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. "Why you are?" The girl appeared timid, yet her stature was rather tall, and her features were quite delicate and charming. However, she wore a rather mismatched pair of glasses, lending her an odd appearance. "My name is Chen, and I have come specifically to rescue you, having learned from a friend that you had been captured. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Please follow me." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun grasped the girl's hand and pulled her along. The girl's strength was no match for Yi Chun's, and they raced towards the mouth of the cave. Upon reaching the kayak, the figure of Xiaoha soon appeared. "Xiaoha, jump aboard," commanded Yi Chun. With a nimble leap, Xiaoha bounded onto the kayak. As the mission seemed nearly accomplished, with only the final task of retrieving the Grand Scroll remaining, the girl suddenly pointed towards the cave and exclaimed loudly, I forgot. "Forgot? What did you forget?" Yi Chun was now thoroughly perplexed. The drawing, the blueprint." "Blueprint? What blueprint?" Yi Chun's confusion deepened. "It's a treasure map, a reward for signing in. I hid it in the cave." "A treasure map?" Yi Chun was taken aback, utterly astounded. "Yes, it's a treasure map, an S-rank legendary reward. Although it's only a fragment, the system stated that if I collect all 8 pieces and locate the treasure, I can find the artifact." "What?" Yi Chun's eyes widened as he stared at the girl before him. Treasure map fragments? Artifacts? Surely he hadn't misheard. The girl spoke of artifacts, not mere items of any rank. The information was overwhelming, and he struggled to process it all. He had thought the supplies he had collected from signing in were impressive, yet this was a revelation of hidden depths. "I must go retrieve it. I cannot allow those 2 villains to find it," the girl declared, prepared to leap into the sea. Yi Chun swiftly restrained her. "Continue paddling north without stopping. Tell me the location of the treasure map, and I shall retrieve it. It would be folly to send this petite girl back to fetch the treasure map. It would be like sending a lamb into the jaws of a tiger. It's hidden beneath the stone bench where that fat man is sitting in a crevice." Yi Chun was taken aback by her cleverness in concealing items. "Understood. I shall retrieve it at once." Relying on his remarkable speed and courage, Yi Chun plunged into the sea, heading straight for the cave. Chapter 30. A loss of both woman and soldiers. What in the world is happening? The middle-aged man, panting heavily, had just returned to his lair when he discovered that the girl was missing. "What is going on?" The blonde-haired fellow rushed into the cave, equally breathless. He was about to take a seat to catch his breath when he heard the middle-aged man cursing vehemently. "It's you. That girl has vanished." The middle-aged man, in a fit of rage, shouted at the blonde. "Come on, it's not the end of the world. This isn't the first time." There are only the three of us on this island. She can't fly away. You could simply let her be mine, since you're so much older bullshit. Who is old here? And besides, what is the point of keeping a girl who is always crying? It's annoying to look at. If we wait a few more days, I'll wear down her spirit, and then we'll see how I deal with her. The middle-aged man seemed to have some plans of his own. Let us sit for a while. There's no rush to find her. She'll come back when she is hungry. The blond fellow, taking it easy, sat down but soon reached for the bread he had placed on a rock, only to grasp at emptiness. Damn it, where did that wild dog come from? It even took my whole piece of bread. The blonde finally recalled that the bite of bread he had just taken had been snatched away by the dog, and the thought filled him with frustration. Forget it. It's just a piece of bread. Once I reach level 3, I'll show you an S-class legendary reward. Cursing his misfortune, he continued to exchange words with the middle-aged man. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure darting into the cave. Chen had been observing from outside for some time, choosing the perfect moment to rush into the cave like lightning. He swiftly grabbed a fragment of the treasure map from beneath a stone bench and took off. Both the blonde and the middle-aged man were taken aback. What is going on? Their minds were struggling to keep pace. How did someone suddenly appear? The middle-aged man had confidently claimed they were the only three on the island. How had another person materialized? Chen, however, paid no heed to their confusion. With a precious item in hand, he fled without looking back. Hey, it seems he clutching something. The blonde was sharp-eyed, catching a glimpse of the object, though not clearly enough to identify it. What is it? The middle-aged man asked. Still in a daze. I don't know. The blonde scanned the surroundings, seemingly finding nothing out of the ordinary. It appeared the cave held little of value aside from a few tools and a mountain axe they had paid handsomely for, along with some food and drink. Damn it! How dare he provoke me like this? Regardless of what he took, even if it's just a worthless stone, I will retrieve it. Just wait and see how I'll make him pay. The middle-aged man was clearly seething with anger. Broad daylight, and someone brazenly intruding on his territory to steal. The situation had escalated to a point where the nature of what was taken became insignificant. It had morphed into a mere provocation. Upon witnessing the middle-aged man chasing after him, the young man with the yellow hair seized a nearby hatchet and followed suit. Damn it, don't run. The middle-aged man bellowed while pursuing Chen. Yet, Chen paid him no heed. He was not foolish enough to linger after securing his prize. Why would he stay behind to celebrate the new year with him? The more the middle-aged man shouted, the faster Chen sprinted, his speed rivaling that of Sonic. Damn it, I'm exhausted. How many legs does this kid have? He runs faster than a leopard. The middle-aged man, not particularly adept at running and still fatigued, began to gasp for breath after only a short distance. Brother Cola, where is he? The young man with the hatchet called out as he caught up. Up ahead, the middle-aged man panted, leaning heavily on his thighs and gesturing weakly forward. All right, I'll go after him. The young man, relying on his youth and vigor, took off with his hatchet raised, intent on catching Chen. Chen arrived at the designated spot and dashed straight into the sea. Stop, you want to escape. The young man with the hatchet shouted as he followed him into the water. However, his short legs were no match for Chen's speed. Moreover, wielding a hefty hatchet hindered his pace. Chen's velocity was such that even Usain Bolt would have been daunted. The young man was on the verge of losing his mind, watching as Chen prepared to board a boat to escape. The thick fog over the sea rendered the situation dire. Should Chen manage to row away, it would be akin to a fish returning to the ocean or a bird to the forest, impossible to track down again. In a moment of desperation, the young man hurled his hatchet at the back of Chen's head. Yet, Chen, now moving at enhanced speed, reacted instinctively. Feeling something was by, he swiftly dodged to the side, and a hatchet grazed his right shoulder. Clearly, the enhancement to his speed was no mere boast. Stealing a glance at his pursuer, Chen noted that the young man seemed to have given up, bent over and panting. With that, Chen too relaxed, casually retrieving the hatchet that had been lodged in the sand. How generous of his pursuer to provide him with an additional weapon. Meanwhile, a girl on a kayak was fervently waving at Chen. Calmly, he boarded the kayak with his two prized possessions. At that moment, the young man realized that the girl had also been abducted by this man. Damn, he muttered, unable to contain his frustration as he stomped on the sand. Meanwhile, Chen, leisurely paddling with a bamboo, or waved back at the young man with mock cheerfulness. Thanks for the hatchet, my friend. I'll gladly accept it. Come visit again sometime. The young man could only watch in exasperation as the two, along with the dog, vanished into the fog. This was likely what they referred to as losing both the lady and the troops. Chapter 31. Another stunning star arrives as Chen boarded the kayak. He promptly sent a message to Dewan. Boss, have you wrapped things up so swiftly? Dewan had already arrived at the northwest corner of the island, perched on a rock wall while munching on bread. It hadn't been long, yet Chen had managed to rescue someone. All done. And I even acquired a mountain axe along the way. Chen glanced at the axe he had tossed behind him in the kayak. Seemingly a freshly forged one, shining brightly. Boss, you're incredible. Not only did you save someone, but you also brought back goods? Dewan expressed his admiration wholeheartedly. His leader was truly remarkable. In just a mere 10 minutes, he had rescued a person and taken their belongings. What a rogue. The genuine rogue, as Dewan thought, was currently paddling with a bamboo or while examining a treasure map. Miss, may I ask your name? Chen cast a glance at the young girl, feeling a sense of familiarity. Yet, it was perhaps his slight face blindness at play. Dai li. Dili mu la ti. Chen's mouth fell agape as he stared at the girl before him. After all this, she turned out to be another celebrity. What was happening? Was he on this island to encounter various starlets? Chen scrutinized the enchanting beauty once more, finally realizing why she seemed familiar. She was distinctly of a different ethnicity, exuding a strong, exotic charm. Ahem, I am Chen. By the way, what is the story behind this treasure map? Chen cleared his throat, striving to appear composed. I'm not entirely sure about the details. I obtained it when I checked in. The system mentioned it could be combined into a divine reward, but I need to gather 8 fragments first. It seemed that acquiring this divine reward would not be an easy feat, yet it was evident that it was something extraordinary. I have to pick someone up ahead, so it might be a bit crowded. Chen returned the treasure map to the girl, while also giving her a heads up. It's all right, you can keep the map. I'll sit a bit further back. It should be fine. Li handed the map back to Chen and obediently moved to the back of the kayak, clearing a space in the middle. Chen glanced around. There should be no significant issues. Li's petite frame seemed even slimmer than Minger's. As long as one was overly large, accommodating one more person, Minger should pose no problem. However, it appeared Chen had underestimated the situation. When he donned his night vision goggles once more and scanned ahead, he spotted a robust figure sitting against the rock wall, devouring bread voraciously. Is it you sitting on the rock wall, eating bread? Chen me sagita de Juan. Yes, it is. Boss, you've arrived. Where are you? I can't see you. Dewan, upon receiving Chen's message, leaped up from the rock wall in excitement. Chen let out a helpless sigh and added to the girl behind the kayak, My apologies, but we may have to squeeze in a bit later. He observed as the kayak gradually emerged from a mist. Juan egerli wavit atyechen. Li also spotted the individual she would soon share a vessel with. He stood a towering height of at least 185 centimeters, robust and imposing. Boss, I have arrived, Juan exclaimed with great enthusiasm, bouncing onto the kayak. The moment he boarded, Chen noticed the kayak sank significantly. He scratched his head, genuinely concerned that all 3 of them might tumble into the sea. Fortunately, they faced no peril. An hour later, the kayak, laden with 3 individuals, laboriously reached their small island. Why is it taking so long? I'm going to lose my mind, Chen lamented, having received multiple messages from Minger pressuring him. This girl had been waiting for several hours. Allow me to introduce, this is Dewan. Chen began his introduction. Hello, I am Chen Dajuan. You may call me Dajuan, he responded. The name indeed sounded formidable. Sister Minger? Li exclaimed joyfully as she rushed forward to clasp Minger's hand tightly. Li, what a surprise to see you here. What a coincidence. Chen mused, puzzled that the entertainment circle seemed rather small, as these 2 stars appear to be quite familiar with one another. Clearing his throat, he said, I am Chen, and provided a brief introduction. Boss, your island is far more impressive than mine. It looks exceptionally comfortable. Dewan seemed indifferent to Chen's self-introduction, having already recognized him as the leader in his mind. Thank you, Brother Li respectfully bowed to Chen. You're too kind. This isn't the designated spot. Dedawan, please help me load the kayak onto the vehicle. We are returning to the camp. A vehicle? Dedawan and Lee exclaimed in unison. By the way, Minger, where's the pickup? Before young Minger could respond, the two once again chorused a pickup. Chapter 32. A dinner that envy others. Young Minger pointed inward, expressing her concern that parking by the beach might be too ostentatious. Hence, they ventured into the jungle. To their surprise, this girl could drive. Boss, is it true? Do you actually have a vehicle? And it's a pickup truck? Dedawan gaped at Chen in astonishment. Lee also leaned in, her curiosity piqued, eager to glimpse the pickup's true form. Indeed, there is a heavy-duty pickup, a Raptor F750, Chen revealed candidly, not hiding anything. The Ford Raptor F750 is the largest production pickup in the world. Impressive indeed. Dedawan, surprisingly knowledgeable about vehicles, observed, it really is substantial. The wheels are enormous. Chen, a mere novice in this realm, only noted that the truck appeared robust, complimenting Dedawan's physique quite well. Where is it? Where is it? Dedawan eagerly scanned the surroundings. Yang Minger led the trio in a small circle until they finally spotted the magnificent pickup. Wow, what an eye-opener. I wanted to see this truck at the auto show last time, but couldn't find it. I can't believe I'm seeing it here. Boss, can I take it for a spin? Dedawan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Chen shrugged nonchalantly, showing no particular interest. The four of them loaded the kayak onto the truck, with Dedawan at the wheel and Chen directing. Half an hour later, they returned to the campsite. Boss, you even have a door here. And there's a lake? A lawn too? Incredible. Since entering Chen's camp, Dedawan had not ceased to chatter. Chen, however, noticed a pressing issue. With the increased number of people, sleeping arrangements had become a concern. He needed to acquire a bed and perhaps renovate the cave. I'll go catch some fish. Minger, could you set up the barbecue grill? With so many people today, we must prepare ample food. Fish? A barbecue grill? Upon hearing Chen's words, Lee and Dedawan were momentarily stunned. Why? In the same island setting, did they feel like they were struggling for survival, while others seemed to be on vacation? Lavish vehicles, a well-equipped campsite, the ability to fish and barbecue. What was this place? A self-driving trip for a picnic? Xiaoha, this is for you, a little reward. Chen generously tossed a piece of dried fish to Xiaoha. Dedawan watched in disbelief as a chunk of fish weighing over half a pound was casually thrown to a dog, barely restraining himself from rushing over to snatch it away. Just a moment. It won't take long, 10 minutes tops. Boss, where did you get this fishing rod? Dedawan was increasingly bewildered. On this deserted island, he had arrived with nothing to his name. If not for Chen's occasional generosity in providing food, he would have been left starving. His meager possessions were utterly inadequate, especially when compared to Chen's abundant supplies. The disparity was striking. Chen dismissively remarked, "It's all just from signing in. None of it is particularly valuable. The only S-rank legendary item is that car. Is it truly insignificant? Merely a car?" If such words had been uttered by another, one could hardly blame the others for feeling an impulse to challenge him. Could one not refrain from boasting? After all, one's daily sign-ins yield nothing but trifles, while here, S-rank legendary resources abound. What more could one desire? Should a plane be offered instead? Unbeknownst to Chen, the thoughts of the others were far removed from his musings as he busied himself with his fishing rod and bait. In less than 10 minutes, after casting his line a dozen times, he managed to catch a C-rank extraordinary fish along with 4 2-pound D-rank rare freshwater fish. Big Brother One contemplated the 4 fish he had brought back, his mind racing. Today had been rather mediocre, and each person could have 1 fish to satisfy their hunger, resorting to bread if they remained truly famished. For fish, Big Brother One stared in astonishment at the 4 fish, each measuring around 50 centimeters in length. 1 fish per person? The stunning beauty, Lee, was equally taken aback. She had initially believed that Chen's suggestion of roasting fish meant merely a token gesture, each person receiving a bite to fill their stomachs, a ceremonial welcome of sorts. Now, observing Chen's demeanor, it seemed that even 1 fish per person felt somewhat inadequate. Indeed, it was rather embarrassing. Today's luck had not favored them, and they had failed to catch any large fish, thus they had to make do. I still have plenty of bread and compressed biscuits. Feel free to eat as you wish. This is not considered a large fish. Big Brother Juan stared blankly at the lively fish still wriggling in his grasp. The combined weight of these 4 fish was nearing 10 pounds, and still, it was deemed insufficient. Did he perhaps expect to catch a shark? Not to worry. I saw someone at the trading post selling dry fruits earlier, so I bought some. If we're still hungry, we can nibble on those. Oh, Chen. I also managed to acquire some seasonings. We now have cumin powder and black pepper. By the way, Chen, in my spare time, I also secured some sea salt, which I placed in the back of the truck. Young Minger seemed to have been quite busy throughout the day. At that moment, she had set up the barbecue grill and was retrieving an assortment of dried fruits and several bottles of seasonings from the pickup truck. Dealey gazed at the array of bottles and jars before her, then glanced at the fish and the heap of dried fruits. In the presence of those 2 men, she had often gotten only fish bones, never enough to satiate her hunger or keep her warm at night. Sometimes, the thought of ending it all crossed her mind. Living was indeed a struggle. Now, witnessing young Minger, a former colleague, reveling in a life filled with flavor and joy, roasting fish seasoned with cumin, 2 pounds of fish per person, and dried fruits to enjoy after the meal, brought forth a pang of bittersweet envy. Chapter 33. The stunning beauty with dual S-class legendary items. What are you standing there for? Help with the barbecue. Oh, and Minger, bring out 8 bottles of fresh water. Barbecuing will likely make us thirsty, Chen thoughtfully remarked. Yang Minger nodded and returned to the vehicle, emerging with 8 bottles of fresh water, distributing 2 bottles to each person. The Dawan eagerly gulped down his portion, having been well taken care of by Chen in recent days, and now displayed a calm demeanor upon seeing the fresh water. In contrast, Dealey trembled slightly as she held her 2 bottles. Xiaodi, what's wrong? Yang Ming inquired, puzzled. You gave me 2 bottles? Is there plenty of water here? Water? There's a whole lake of it, Chen replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards the shore. Just 1 jug? Then I should conserve it. I'll only drink half a bottle. Dealey nervously offered 1 bottle back to Yang Minger, cradling the other in her hands. No need. We have more than enough water, Yang Minger reassured her, shaking her head in confusion. Isn't you good saying there's only 1 jug? At this, Chen and Yang Minger exchanged knowing smiles, realizing the misunderstanding. It's a lake, but it's a lake in the sense of a freshwater lake. Did you forget about the lake where I was fishing earlier? Wait, that's a freshwater lake. Dealey clearly hadn't anticipated that. Yes, we have a whole lake of water. Feel free to drink. Dealey gazed at her bottled water with a bittersweet smile, realizing they truly possessed a vast supply. Meanwhile, Chen had already become adept at using his knife to prepare the 4 freshwater fish. You go, I have a spyglass. I'd like to give it to you. Dealey appeared somewhat embarrassed, feeling indebted since her life had been saved by him and recognizing that she would likely be relying on him in the days to come. A spyglass? What is that for? Can it be used for peeking? The Delwan interjected, acting as if he were completely at ease. Chen, not taking it too seriously, casually asked to sign in reward. Yes, an S-class legendary reward. Chen's eyes widened at this revelation. This girl was certainly fortunate. While he considered himself lucky to have signed in for an S-class legendary vehicle and caught an S-class legendary fish, she had been taken hostage yet possessed 2 S-class items. What exactly was this spyglass for? Here, take it. Dealey promptly removed the glasses and handed them to Chen. It turned out she did not require them for vision. They were indeed a reward from her sign-in. Chen carefully examined the item in his hands. Spyglass, S-class legendary item. When worn, it allows the user to view all necessary resources within a 5-meter radius. The description was straightforward, yet Chen did not fully comprehend its utility until he donned the glasses. He then discovered their true value. Peering towards the cave, the spyglass indicated habitable cave. Turning his gaze to the lake, it further revealed drinkable, freshwater resources. However, these matters are quite evident. Yet, as Chen cast his gaze upon the ground beneath him, the viewing mirror framed a significant area. The current 10-meter by 10-meter plot was classified as C-grade exceptional land, suitable for cultivating various vegetables. After taking a few steps, Chen surveyed the terrain once more. The viewing mirror indicated The current 5-meter by 5-meter land belonged to B-grade perfect land, ideal for planting an assortment of fruits. This was indeed remarkable. Chen, brimming with excitement, dashed towards the lakeside, directing his attention to a section of water on the right. The viewing mirror informed him. In the current water body, there were 2 D-grade rare freshwater fish and 1 C-grade exceptional freshwater fish. This device was truly a cheat. With this tool paired with a fishing rod, how could he possibly fail to catch big fish? Elated, Chen hurriedly traversed the cave, making his way towards the beach. Upon scanning the sandy shore, he was nearly propelled into the air with joy. The viewing mirror revealed, beneath the current 1 meter by 1 meter sandy soil, 1 meter down, lay 20 kilograms of D-grade rare clay. Goodness! Chen felt an urge to perform a backflip. The clay, which he had struggled to find by digging everywhere, was now effortlessly revealed. This viewing mirror was nothing short of miraculous. Minger, hurry over with a shovel and plastic bucket. I found the clay. Chen mesaget Yang Minger. Upon receiving the message, Yang Minger swiftly arrived, shovel and bucket in hand, followed closely by De Dawan and Di Li. Where is it? Where is it? Yang Minger exclaimed. Ikwali ejilaratet. Right beneath here, quickly, hand me the shovel. Below? Yang Minger looket perplexet. Chen marked the spot with the shovel, offering no further explanation as he handed the viewing mirror to Yang Minger. Once she donned the mirror, Yang Minger instantly grasped the situation. Turning around, she joyously embraced Di Li. Little Di, you are simply incredible. This item is nothing short of miraculous, truly remarkable. Di Li appeared somewhat bewildered. She recognized that this was indeed an S-grade legendary artifact, but given the recent struggles for basic sustenance, concerns about such matters were far from her mind. We've dug it up, we've dug it up. Ding! You have successfully acquired 10 kilograms of clay. You now meet all requirements for upgrading the sign-in system. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Chapter 34. The successful upgrade of the level 4 sign-in system, Chen found himself in a state of bewilderment. Was he truly able to upgrade just like that? Upgrade. Beep. Congratulations, host. The sign-in system has been successfully upgraded to level 4. Current sign-in level 4. Current sign-in system level 4. 50 chance of obtaining an E-level common reward. 20 chance of acquiring a D-level rare reward. 15 chance of receiving a C-level exceptional reward. 10 chance of securing a B-level perfect reward. 3. 45 chance of attaining an A-level epic reward. 1. 5 chance of achieving an S-level legendary reward. And 0. 0.5 chance of obtaining an Ultra S-level divine reward. Beep. The Survivor Sun and Moon Stars has successfully elevated the sign-in level to 4. As the first survivor to reach this level, the system grants a special reward. 5 of the E-level common reward probability has been allocated to the A-level epic reward. Beep. Your current sign-in probabilities are 45 chance of obtaining an E-level common reward, 20 chance of acquiring a D-level rare reward, 15 chance of receiving a C-level exceptional reward, 10 chance of securing a B-level perfect reward, 8. 45 chance of attaining an A-level epic reward, 1. 5 chance of achieving an S-level legendary reward, and 0. 0.5 chance of obtaining an Ultra S-level divine reward. The chat room erupted into a frenzy. Wow, it's Sun and Moon Stars again. Incredible. What a remarkable sign-in probability. Envy and resentment filled the air as they lamented the additional 5 chance for an epic reward. Level 4 already? I'm still at level 1. The disparity is staggering. The chatter among the participants was tinged with jealousy. Let us have some barbecue first. I even pan-fried a fish, Yang Ming interjected calmly, unfazed by the excitement. Pan-fried fish. The 3, including Chen, were left speechless. What on earth did you use to fry it? A pot, of course, the super pot you obtained from sign-in. Support. Dadaquanendili were utterly bewildered. Were they truly not playing the same survival game as these two? ISNT that just a soup pot? Moreover, where'd you get the oil for frying? For the majority of survivors, it was merely barbecue. Only those fortunate enough, like Chen with a soup pot, could enjoy a bowl of fish soup. As for frying, that was a different story altogether. Without cooking oil, how could one even consider frying? Hee hee. I received it for my morning sign-in. Yang Ming playfully opened the super pot, revealing a beautifully pan-fried fish inside. "Give me a piece." Dedawan eagerly swallowed the grilled fish in his hand and reached out impatiently for the pan-fried fish. Li, seemingly more reserved, pointed awkwardly at the fish in the pot and said, "Is this meant to be saved for tomorrow? No need for that." Chen possessed a B-level perfect fishing rod, allowing him to catch at least 5 fish daily. "Oh, wait, with your spyglass enhancement, I'm sure the catch will be even more plentiful and larger." Young Minger was evidently no longer concerned about basic necessities, as ever since she had joined Chen, she had never experienced hunger. In the chat room, those individuals lamented daily about their empty stomachs, while she seemed to have gained several pounds. Ding! System notification. The highest sign-in level among all survivors has risen to level 4. The sign-in task list has been updated. Ding! The system announces the resources required for upgrading from sign-in level 4 to 5. 1 crossbow of level C or above, 1 kilogram of vegetables of level C or above, 2 bamboo rafts of level D or above. Self-made bamboo rafts are acceptable, and 10 liters of fresh water of level D or above. As Chen had been the first to elevate the sign-in system to level 4, the system updated the upgrade checklist. A crossbow? No problem. As for self-made bamboo rafts, he had previous experience in crafting them, and with 4 people now, their efficiency would undoubtedly increase. It was entirely feasible. Regarding vegetables of level C or above, although he could not guarantee it, the vegetable seeds he had planted would mature in 2 days and were of B-grade perfection, significantly increasing the likelihood of yielding a certain quantity of C-grade vegetables. As for fresh water of level D or above, Chen glanced at the fresh water he had sourced from the lake, which was merely E-grade ordinary quality. He had not previously considered this. It seemed the quality of water was indeed significant. "Boss, didn't you say we could recruit others? Why not just recruit me? You could level up in the process." Chen had contemplated this notion, but found it difficult to voice. Moreover, the newcomer had just arrived and was still settling in. It felt inappropriate to propose recruitment so soon. Now, unexpectedly, Dedawan had brought it up himself. "Well, that should be possible. Minger." Chen began to speak, but hesitated to continue. "Yes, I was recruited by Chen, and it's quite advantageous. This way, Chen can level up further, increasing the probability of obtaining high-level sign-in rewards. It's a worthwhile arrangement. Perhaps you both should consider it," Minger added. Chen was taken aback. Initially unsure of how to broach the subject, he now found himself in a situation where he was being actively recruited. Chapter 35. The Level 6 Sign-In System. Splendid. Regardless, I shall undoubtedly follow the leader. If the leader has sustenance, then so shall I. The great figure clapped in approval. Before Chen could utter a word, the system's voice resonated. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. Survivor Chen Dazhuang has chosen to submit to you. Your sign-in level has risen to level 5. Special notice. You may recruit a maximum of 3 individuals. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The sign-in system has successfully upgraded, and the current sign-in level is 5. Current sign-in system level 5. 35 chance of obtaining an E-level common reward, 20 chance of obtaining a D-level rare reward, 17 chance of obtaining a C-level exceptional reward, 13 chance of obtaining a B-level perfect reward, 11. 9 chance of obtaining an A-level epic reward, 3 chance of obtaining an S-level legendary reward, and 0. 1 chance of obtaining an Ultra S-level divine reward. Ding! Survivor's Sun, Moon, and Stars has successfully elevated the sign-in level to 5. As the first survivor to reach level 5, the system grants a special reward. 10 of the E-level common reward probability is redistributed to the B-level perfect reward. Current sign-in system level 5. 25 chance of obtaining an E-level common reward, 20 chance of obtaining a D-level rare reward, 17 chance of obtaining a C-level exceptional reward, 23 chance of obtaining a B-level perfect reward, 11. 9 chance of obtaining an A-level epic reward, 3 chance of obtaining an S-level legendary reward, and 0. 1 chance of obtaining an Ultra S-level divine reward. What on earth? What is happening? Another upgrade? Goodness gracious. Bowing to the deity, this is astonishing. Is this some sort of cheat? Could there possibly be a bug? What is the upgrade code? Up, down, left, right, Alibaba? The chat room erupted in chaos. and Chen himself was rendered speechless. He had yet to say anything, and yet the great figure had unilaterally chosen to submit. However, the events were far from concluded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Survivor Deely Mulati has chosen to submit to you. Your sign-in level has risen to level 6. Special notice. You have reached the maximum number of recruits. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The sign-in system has successfully upgraded, and the current sign-in level is 6. Current sign-in system level 6. 15 chance of obtaining an E-level common reward, 20 chance of obtaining a D-level rare reward, 20 chance of obtaining a C-level exceptional reward, 25 chance of obtaining a B-level perfect reward, 14. 8 chance of obtaining an A-level epic reward, 5 chance of obtaining an S-level legendary reward, and 0. 2 chance of obtaining an Ultra S-level divine reward. Ding! Survivor Sun, Moon, and Stars has successfully elevated the sign-in level to 6. As the first survivor to achieve level 6, the system grants a special reward. 5 of the E-level common reward and 5 of the D-level rare reward probabilities are redistributed to the A-level perfect reward. Current sign-in system level 6. 10 chance of obtaining an E-level common reward, 15 chance of obtaining a D-level rare reward, 20 chance of obtaining a C-level exceptional reward, 25 chance of obtaining a B-level perfect reward, 24. 8 chance of obtaining an A-level epic reward, 5 chance of obtaining an S-level legendary reward, and 0. 2 chance of obtaining an Ultra S-level divine reward. At this moment, the chat room fell into a profound silence. A pin could be heard dropping. Everyone was left in a state of astonishment. In a mere 15 minutes, Chen ascended 3 levels. Observing his signing-in probabilities, he noted that the likelihood of receiving an E-grade ordinary reward had plummeted to 10, while the probability of obtaining a D-grade rare reward had also diminished to 15. This implied that he had a 3/4 chance of receiving a C-grade excellent reward or higher. Such odds were astonishing. While others toiled within the confines of the first-level signing-in system, often settling for E-grade ordinary rewards, or, with a stroke of luck, a D-grade rare reward. Chen found the prospect of securing a C-grade excellent reward hardly remarkable. He possessed a remarkable 55 chance of attaining a B-grade perfect reward, or even higher. Boss, you're incredible. Long live the boss. The Dewan was the first to erupt in cheers. In his heart, whatever Chen possessed was also his own. The prowess of his leader was his own source of pride. After a brief silence, the chat room erupted with excitement. Great One, we seek your guidance. Oh, esteemed leader, do you accept disciples? I am willing to serve. Where are you, Great One? I wish to pledge my allegiance to you. Chen's personal inbox was inundated with messages. He opted to block all incoming correspondence, for those he wished to contact were right before him, rendering further chatter unnecessary. Let us eat, he murmured, diving into a plate of grilled fish. He had not anticipated that the somewhat awkward dilemma would resolve itself so effortlessly. No, it hadn't merely resolved. It had concluded outright. Deely, were you not solicited after being taken away by those 2 men? Young Minger inquired curiously. They seemed to have differing opinions, and both wanted to recruit me. Eventually, they ended up arguing over whose signing-in resources were more valuable within 3 days. Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. These 2 fools were truly something else. It was a classic case of the clam and the snipe fighting, while he reaped the benefits. Not only was a stunning beauty gifted to him, but his signing-in system had also been upgraded. Beep. System notification. As the highest signing-in level among all survivors has risen to level 6, the signing-in task list has been updated. Chapter 36. The bug in this girl's check-in system. The system's voice chimed once more, evidently due to Chen's influence, as it updated the upgrade requirements anew. Ding! The system announces the materials required for upgrading from level 5 to level 6. 2 ceramic items of any grade, 100 kilograms of Class C superior birch logs, 5 Class C superior freshwater fish, 2 kilograms of Class B perfect vegetables, 2 kilograms of Class B perfect fruits, and 1 Class B perfect hammer. Ding! The system announces the materials required for upgrading from level 6 to level 7. At least 2 Class S legendary items, at least 3 Class A epic items, 1 Class A epic motorboat, at least 1 fragment of a Class S legendary treasure map, 100 kilograms of any grade iron, or 20 kilograms of Class B perfect fine sand, 30 kilograms of Class B perfect clay, 3 Class B perfect freshwater fish, 3 Class C superior or above sea fish, and 1 Class A epic item of any grade. As the system data updated, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment at the figures displayed. For the majority, who had not even reached level 2, the subsequent data felt utterly irrelevant. 2 Class S legendary items? 3 Class A epic items? What a joke. They seem to have never even laid eyes on a Class B item. Only Chen was genuinely focused on the final piece of information released by the system. He was already at level 6, and in order to ascend to level 7, he needed to prepare in advance. With the addition of the spyglass and treasure map fragments given by Dealey, he had indeed surpassed the requirement of 2 Class S legendary items. He had also long since accumulated 3 Class A epic items. The motorboat posed no issue, as he possessed the blueprint. As for the treasure map fragments, those were already in his possession. However, iron or Class B fine sand and Class B clay were all new materials to him. Additionally, he needed to catch sea fish of Class C superior or higher. Chen pondered deeply. Catching sea fish was a distinctly different endeavor from freshwater fishing on land. It appeared that procuring even a single sea fish was not as simple as he had initially imagined. What exactly was this treasure map? Increasingly more individuals in the chat room began to express curiosity about this intriguing item. What is this? Treasure map. Young Minger inquired, equally intrigued. Here it is. Chen replied, producing a somewhat crumpled piece of parchment. Treasure map fragment 1-8. Where did you get this? Young Minger exclaimed in astonishment. It's from Dealey. She possesses a remarkable array of treasures. By the way, what level is your check-in at? Only level 1, though my data seems slightly different. Different? Chen was taken aback. In what way? Dealey promptly revealed her check-in probabilities. Current sign-in system level 1. 65 probability of receiving an E-grade ordinary reward. 15 for a D-grade rare reward. 10 for a C-grade excellent reward. 4 for a B-grade perfect reward. 0. 99 for an A-grade epic reward. 5. 01 for an S-grade legendary reward. And 0 for an ultra S-grade divine reward. With a sharp intake of breath, Chen and Wan simultaneously uttered expletives. This data, it must be a bug. While others enjoyed a 70 probability of receiving an E-grade ordinary reward at level 1 and a mere 0.01 chance of attaining an S-grade legendary reward, this girl had inexplicably elevated the likelihood of receiving an S-grade legendary reward by 5 percentage points. In that moment, Chen comprehended how this girl possessed 2 S-grade legendary items. Remarkable indeed. He now harbored a deep curiosity about what the sign-in probabilities would resemble should she ascend another 2 levels. Well, it's getting late today. After dinner to Dawan, you and I will make a bedroll in the cave, while Dealey and Minger can sleep in the truck. Tomorrow, I'll assist you in leveling up. Yiga, is it really appropriate for you to sleep on the ground? Perhaps I should. Level up. Boss, can you really help us level up? The two of them harbored entirely different thoughts, illustrating the distinct perspectives between boys and girls. There's no need for concern. The cave is quite comfortable. Besides, we have a wolf pelt, and I can gather some blankets later, or perhaps I should just upgrade the vehicle. Chen temporarily ignored Dawan, brimming with excitement, ran up to him, tugging at his sleeve and exclaiming, Boss, how many levels can we upgrade to? Can we reach your level? Jumping straight to level 6? This fellow was indeed innocent and whimsical, dreaming quite far. Don't expect to achieve such rapid progress. Yang Minger has only just reached level 2. However, there's no need to worry once the vegetables mature in a couple of days. Leveling up to 3 should pose no issue. Chen's greatest curiosity now lay in Lee's leveling system. He was genuinely intrigued by the probabilities that would emerge should she ascend to level 6 or even 7, given her system's inherent bugs. You have vegetables? Dili and Quan looked utterly astonished. They hadn't anticipated that there was not only fish here, but also a delightful mix of meat and vegetables. Yes, they've already been planted, and there are even grape seeds, just sown, but they'll require some time. And fruits. You truly have everything. Dealey gazed at Chen and Yang Minger with a wry smile, acknowledging the vast disparity between their circumstances. Boss, from now on, Leave the fishing and vegetable cultivation to me. I excel at this. Excellent. I could use some extra hands. Chen was more than willing. At that moment, tending to the vegetables and fishing became daily tasks. And it was indeed time to delegate some responsibilities, as he had a multitude of matters to attend to. As they conversed, business beckoned Chen. Boss, when will the D-grade sand be available for sale? I've been waiting all day. Day and moon, it's me. I'm preparing to level up to 3. Do you have any D-grade vegetables for sale? How about D-grade logs? Chapter 37. A bathtub is signed and the demands of the crowd are ever increasing. Starting tomorrow, D-grade sand in 4-person portions will be available for sale to the highest bidder. Additionally, reservations for D-grade vegetables will commence, and those requiring D-grade logs must bring their own pricing. Furthermore, seeds, tools, blueprints, and various rare items will be collected. Chen casually left 2 messages in the chat room. It is undoubtedly a seller's market, and he need not worry about a lack of buyers. His concern lies rather with insufficient labor and production capacity. The Dewan, rest early tonight. There will be much work to do tomorrow. All right, boss, you can rest assured. The Dewan he meine confident. Chen took the wolf skin and headed towards the cave. Though the cave was pleasant, it could not compare to his own pickup truck. It seems the accommodation environment must be upgraded soon. Time to gather supplies, blankets, quilts, pillows, as well as wool, wolf skin, and bear skin. Chen typed extensively in the chat room. If ready-made blankets and quilts cannot be acquired, he shall have to synthesize them himself. D-grade rare wool. Synthesize into 1 C-grade exquisite wool blanket. D-grade rare wolf skin. Synthesize into 1 C-grade exquisite wolf duvet. D-grade rare bear skin. Synthesize into 1 C-grade exquisite bear coat. However, it appears that acquiring animal pelts in the current situation poses considerable challenges. Boss, do you collect lambs? What? Chen was momentarily bewildered by this message. It wasn't until he caught sight of the little husky, which preferred to lie beside him in the cave instead of lounging in the comfortable pickup, that he realized the sign-in system could yield all manner of items. How heavy? Chen inweighted. About 10 pounds. To sign in today, C-grade exquisite, and can be upgraded. What price? Boss, how about I trade you a 2-pound fish along with 10 kilograms of D-grade sand? The other party was quite earnest. This price was fair for all. Not a problem. I will sell you the first batch of sand tomorrow. At present, Chen was willing to accept any useful resources without hesitation. Boss, how about nails? Just as the first deal was concluded, another proposition arose. Chen opened the synthesis system. Nails were indeed necessary. D-grade rare nails, C-grade exquisite logs, C-grade exquisite wooden bed. D-grade rare nails, C-grade exquisite logs, C-grade exquisite table. D-grade rare nails, C-grade exquisite logs, C-grade exquisite chair. Setting aside other matters, the bed was something he had long desired. Sleeping on the ground daily was unbearable. Deal. Chen promptly agreed. Nails were akin to tools, better to be prepared. With a clear objective, Chen aimed to exchange for ready-made items when available. Otherwise, he would rely on material synthesis. Boss, where did this wolf skin come from? The Dewan seemed quite pleased with the betting. Young Minger killed a wolf. The Dewan was left flabbergasted. The stunning beauty appeared to be refined and delicate, seemingly untouched by violence, yet capable of slaying wolves. Chen shrugged. In this era, beautiful women were indeed fierce characters. After a hearty meal, the large, fluffy creature fell into a deep slumber, while Chen found himself restless. Accustomed to the comfort of his pickup truck, he felt quite uncomfortable sleeping on the floor. He endured until the late hour of 11 p.m. before finally drifting off to sleep. Yet, just as he had begun to rest, he was abruptly awakened by the large creature. Boss, it's midnight. Time to check in. Chen felt tears welling up in his eyes, brother. Don't rush the check-in. Today I'll promote you to the next level, which will increase your chances of acquiring better rewards. Upon hearing this, the creature seemed to find it quite reasonable and nodded vigorously. Chen also sent a message to Dilly, informing her not to worry about checking in yet. However, it seemed she had already fallen asleep. Well, since he was awake, he might as well check in. Chen called out, "Check in." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received a perfect B-grade reward, a bathtub. Chen was taken aback. Hey, take it easy, he shouted at the system. A tremendous crash echoed. But it was too late. Instantly, the two girls let out terrified screams. Don't panic. Don't panic. It's just the check-in reward. Yi-chun hastily dashed out of the cave. The two girls were cowering behind the pickup, disheveled and trembling. My apologies, I got a rather large check-in reward. Yi-chun scratched the back of his head, unsure of how to begin. You scared us to death. What was that noise? A bathtub. A bathtub? This reward was something the two girls would never have imagined. Yi-chun approached, and indeed, behind the pickup stood a massive object well packaged. Upon closer inspection, he noted it was from Villeroy Bach. The system was impressive. If it was going to give a reward, it might as well be from a world-class brand. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. This needs to be placed somewhere. This bathtub weighed hundreds of pounds, and it was not practical for it to occupy his pickup truck. Yi-chun called upon the large creature, and with their combined efforts, they managed to move the bathtub to the lakeside. Boss, this is a double bathtub. Hee boss, you're in for a treat. The large creature looked at Yi-chun with a mischievous grin. Chapter 38. The bathing set go on. Off to sleep you go, said young Minger as she prepared to check in. Dealey isn't in a hurry to sign in. We can wait until dawn, after you've leveled up with Dedawan. With a nod, young Minger turned to begin the check-in process. Ding! The recruited young Minger has received a C-grade exceptional reward. 2 sets of the bathing kit. Yi-chun was taken aback. How fortuitous. Just as he signed in for the bathtub, young Minger received the bathing set. Bathing set. Shampoo, shower gel, conditioner indeed. These are the essential trifles one would expect in a hotel. Young Minger immediately cradled the bathing set in her hands. Gazing hopefully at the bathtub Yi-chun had just acquired. Perhaps tomorrow we could take turns bathing during the day, she suggested. Although heating water could be a hassle, the tropical island's warmth made outdoor bathing quite pleasant. Absolutely, that sounds wonderful. Both ladies nodded enthusiastically. Everyone has an innate desire to look beautiful, especially 2 stunning starlets. Yi-chun felt compelled to fulfill this modest wish. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Yi-chun returned to the cave and soon fell into a deep slumber until dawn. Don't move. As Yi-chun opened his eyes, he was startled. Raising his head, he encountered a somewhat unfamiliar face. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her long hair was still damp, and her flawless complexion was nothing short of exquisite. Is this young Minger? Next to her stood Dedawan. Boss, we are under house arrest. We are not permitted to move. Dee Lee is currently bathing. You can only exit the cave once she is finished. So, it turned out the lady was merely taking a shower. Understood, a 1T look. Yi-chun reclined back down. It seemed he had missed quite a bit during his slumber. Young Minger has already finished bathing. How unfortunate. Zista Minger. I'm done. You to go. Are you going to bathe? Dee Lee's voice called out soon after. It's your turn. I'll change the water for you. Young Minger was quite enthusiastic. However, Yi-chun waved his hand dismissively. No need to rush. We have a lot of physical work to do today. Let's get that done first before bathing. Yi-chun had a plethora of tasks to attend to and could not spare the time for bathing or changing clothes at the moment. Yidage, will you wash up? I've already filled the tub and cleaned it. Dee Lee, now drying her hair, dashed into the room. Yi-chun ain't dada Juan staved in astonishment. She truly was a vision of beauty. Ahem. Let us eat first, and then we can return to bathe, Yi-chun said as he pulled the still-dazed Juan out of the room. Boss, which one do you fancy? They're absolutely stunning. Juan teased with a mischievous grin as she looked at Yi-chun. Enough chatter. Let's first fill our stomachs. Today, I have several tasks for you. Firstly, irrigate all the vegetables in the field. Secondly, accompany me to locate 4 trunks of D-grade rare palm trees. Finally, assist the young ladies in gathering sand. Very well, boss. Rest assured, you may simply relax nearby. Juan appeared eager and ready. Relax? Yi-chun had no time for leisure. He was now a capitalist, a self-sustaining one at that. Young Minger and Dee Lee had once again set up the barbecue grill, starting by roasting a few pieces of bread. The flavor was significantly enhanced by this method of cooking. Yi-chun, while savoring the bread, opened the trading platform and chat room anew. He was overwhelmed with orders for D-grade rare sand. Furthermore, he had 2 individuals needing upgrades, and he had received 2 more orders yesterday. Regarding D-grade sand, today is fully booked, please come back another day and refrain from private messages, Chen announced, feeling somewhat fatigued as his inbox overflowed. Boss, 2 sets of mink fur, approximately 2 square meters. Will you accept? Just as he was about to close the chat room, a new message caught his eye. Mink fur. Now, that was a valuable item. All right, I'll add you to the order. Naturally, Chen would not miss out on something good, even if it meant an increase in his workload. Later, I'll go fishing first. The one will handle the watering, and the young ladies should tidy up this area. We will then head out to chop trees and sift sand. If time allows, I'll also craft a kayak for our next venture at sea. Chen outlined the day's tasks. Why must we go to the sea again? Young Minger inquired Buzlet. Leveling from 6 to 7 requires sea fish, and I wish to try my luck at catching some, though I hold little hope, merely testing the waters. The system had clearly indicated that he possessed a freshwater fishing rod, and Chen simply wanted to take a chance. After breakfast, the 4 of them each took on their respective roles. The Dao one joyfully watered the plants with a bucket of fresh water. The earliest sown vegetables indicated that they were just a day away from harvest. Once harvested, he would possess at least 400 seeds of no less than C-grade excellence, along with 40 kilograms of vegetables, which would at least be of D-grade rarity. With these vegetables, Yang Minger would be able to level up to 3 and sign into the system, thereby enhancing the combat prowess of their team to an even greater degree. Chapter 39. Fishing with a cheat device. Chen employed D. Lee's S-level legendary artifact, the spyglass, to commence his fishing expedition. With the spyglass in hand, he felt no urgency. At 10 o'clock, 6 meters away, a sea-level extraordinary grass carp was detected. No rush. A sea-level fish is hardly noteworthy. Chen decisively chose to disregard it. At 2 o'clock, 8 meters away, a B-level perfect bluegill weighing approximately 5 kilograms was discovered. No hurry, no hurry. Chen once again opted to ignore it. With both a fishing rod and a spyglass at his disposal, what was there to fear about not catching quality fish? Chen meandered along the lake's edge for a short distance. He encountered 3 B-level perfect freshwater fish and an uncountable number of sea-level extraordinary freshwater fish. Ding! At 12 o'clock, 7 meters away, an A-level epic silver carp weighing 8 kilograms was found. Goodness, this hefty fish weighing 16 pounds had arrived. It was perfect for preparing a delicious fish head soup. Chen promptly chose to cast his line. Dadakwan, komelendaend. To his surprise, the silver carp exhibited considerable strength. Once hooked, it clung tenaciously to the bait, engaging Chen in a fierce struggle. Before the Wan could arrive, Xiaoha had already jumped into the lake. Boss, I'm here. With Xiaoha in the water, Chen's reinforcements had finally arrived. Boss, what kind of fish is this? It's so strong. Let us go. With the assistance of Xiaoha and Dedawan, Chen began to reel in. Wow, it's enormous. Dedawan was taken aback. Just average. Last time, Minger caught an S-level legendary fish that was much larger than this. Chen brushed off the dust from his clothes, seemingly unimpressed by the A-level epic fish. Is there anything bigger than this? Dealey was astonished. Ding! At 3 o'clock. 10 meters away, an A-level epic freshwater fish, the mandarin fish, weighing 3 kilograms, was detected. A mandarin fish? This was quite a prize catch. Chen wasted no time in casting his line. Minger, let's steam the mandarin fish for dinner tonight. Do we have any scallions, ginger, or garlic? A 6-pound mandarin fish leaped out of the water. Such a large mandarin fish. Though commonly found on dining tables, even in upscale restaurants, mandarin fish rarely exceed 3 pounds. Yet Chen had caught one weighing a full 6 pounds. No scallions, ginger, or garlic. Yang Minger had never anticipated needing such ingredients. Merely having some seasonings was already quite extraordinary for her, especially when others struggled to meet their basic needs. Did she expect to prepare a lavish banquet? Brother Yi, are we really going to eat such a fine fish ourselves? Aren't we selling it? Dealey gazed incredulously at Chen and Yang Minger, who were earnestly discussing the prospect of consuming the A-level epic fish, rather than selling it for goods. Sell it? Who would buy it? Besides us, I doubt anyone else could afford it. Chen had considered selling it, but it seemed that only he could truly afford such a fish. Let us enjoy it ourselves. The silver carp will make a nutritious soup, and we can steam the mandarin fish as a side dish. Let us make do. Dealey forced a smile as he gazed at Yi-chun. These two fish weighed over 20 pounds. What more could one hope for? Never mind. Catching larger fish seemed futile at this point. A few B-grade fish would suffice for dinner. Pursuing A-grade fish appeared to hold little significance, especially since there was no immediate market demand. Yi-chun wasted no time, spending merely 10 minutes to catch 3 B-grade and 5 C-grade fish, which he promptly listed on the trading platform. C-grade fish were essential resources for upgrading from level 3 to level 4 in the system, and their prices would only soar as more players reached level 3. Yi-chun had no worries about finding buyers. Who is this? So many C-grade fish, and a perfect B-grade freshwater fish. Keen-eyed observers quickly noticed the freshwater fish Yi-chun had listed. Ah, it's the illustrious sun and moon star. How do you possess everything? They marveled, reverently acknowledging his presence. The chat room erupted with excitement upon Yi-chun's arrival. Yet today, a novel voice emerged amidst the chatter. You scoundrel sun and moon star, return my mountain axe. Came a message from a user named Huang Mao Xiaoge. You stole my girl and my axe. I swear I will end you. Another message read, source from Kukokolo. Many spectators were still processing the unfolding drama when Yi-chun responded. So you're Kukokolo? Why Haven T, I seen your kayak around. The chat exploded. Boss, this fool dared to provoke you earlier. Exclaimed the Huang. Upon reading the name, a sudden realization dawned on him, igniting the chat room's energy. The one engaged in a verbal duel with the provocateur. You dare come my island? Let us see how I'll handle you. Kukokolo appeared increasingly agitated. You have a kayak, right? If you want to find me, paddle over. Yi-chun replied nonchalantly. Kukokolo, fuming, refrained from further comment. After all, he had transferred his kayak for a mountain axe and 3 large fish. Now, with the axe in Yi-chun's possession, the fish consumed, and his girl abducted, he and his companion were likely on the verge of tears. The Dawan, ignore them. We must prepare to depart. Yi-chun was busy with his own affairs, having a substantial order to fulfill. Sun and Moonstar come out. Kiskiviko le continued torstyrant. Boss, are we just going to let him insult us like this? Dawan expressed his dissatisfaction. No witties. There are plenty of people who will join us in hurling insults. Yi-chun replied with an air of indifference. Then, everyone present witnessed a new line appear in the chat room. To those wishing to reserve sand and logs, please take a moment to berate these two fools. The most creative insult will earn the first reservation privilege. Chapter 40, Division of Labor received, boss. As commanded, the chat room was instantly filled with enthusiastic responses from the survivors eagerly awaiting Yi-chun's goods. However, Huang Mao and Kukoku were soon drowned out by a torrent of foul language. You two fools must have been deprived of calcium in childhood, starved of affection as you grew, neglected by your grandmother, and unloved by your uncle. Left cheek begging for a slap, right cheek begging for a kick. Donkeys kick donkeys. Pigs trample pigs. I apologize, everyone. My pet Haba dog got loose. It's entirely my fault. No, it's my fault. If I hadn't forgotten to buy protection that night, those two would have been flushed down the drain long ago. The atmosphere in the chat room shifted dramatically, with buyers seeking Yi-chun's goods unleashing a barrage of insults. Meanwhile, Yi-chun, at ease, drove his pickup truck with Dadawan and 2 beautiful women out into the world. Boss, how did you manage to acquire this D-class rare sand? Having witnessed the chaos in the chat room, Dadawan redirected his attention to Yi-chun. You'll understand shortly. Today, everyone has a demanding task. We shall toil during the day and feast at night. Yi-chun wasted no time. Upon arriving at their destination, everyone had their roles clearly defined and promptly began their work. Dadawan, with his towering stature, swung a hatchet and commenced chopping down palm trees. Yi-chun, we both have hatchets now. Can we combine them into a chainsaw? We need a blueprint. Yi-chun was acutely aware of the situation. Is there one for sale at the trading post? Yi-chun nodded, having caught a glimpse of it once, but the price was exorbitant, covering nearly all materials below level 4. Such a rare item commanded a steep price. The singular blueprint for an air-powered chainsaw was naturally priced sky-high. Yi-chun had merely glanced at it before dismissing the idea, as the cost was simply outrageous. 100 kilograms of D-class palm tree trunk, 100 pieces of D-class palm leaves, 10 liters of fresh water, 10 kilograms of D-class sand, 3 kitchen knives, 1 hatchet, and 10 C-class fish. The list was extensive, and Chen lost interest. Finding the pricing utterly absurd, he decisively chose to forego the purchase. After all, the efficiency of 2 hatchets might not differ significantly from that of chainsaw. He could compensate for the tool deficiency with manpower. Boss, this tree must weigh around 70 to 80 kilograms. How much can we sell it for? As Dada Wan cut the fallen palm tree into 4 or 5 segments, he incessantly questioned Chen. Let us not consider selling just yet. You Yongming and Deely require palm trees for leveling up the signing-in system. Both level 1 to level 2 and level 2 to level 3 require them, with a shortfall of at least 250 kilograms. Just chopping trees will keep you busy. 250 kilograms of palm tree is no small amount. That equates to 1/4 of a ton. I understand, boss. Rest assured, as long as there is food, I will work hard. Dada Wan appeared to be on par with Little Ha. As long as he was fed and watered, he was willing to toil diligently. Then what about our D-class sand? We require a modest quantity, merely 20 kilograms. However, the more buyers, the better. The D-grade sand is currently monopolized by Chen, and this opportunity must be seized. Minger, what is this? Deely observed young Minger emerging from the vehicle, holding a cosplay maid outfit, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Could it be that Brother Yi harbors such peculiarities, expecting young ladies to don maid costumes while on duty? Xiao Di, this is used for sifting sand. It was invented by Chen, and we can extract the D-grade rare sand we need with this. What? With this? Deely pondered in disbelief, unable to fathom how such an alluring maid outfit could serve this purpose. Deely observed closely. Pour the sand onto the maid outfit, and the sifted sand will be the D-grade rare sand we seek. Young Minger had become quite adept at this task. Dilien the Dakwan, who was busy chopping wood, stood in astonishment. So, this was how the highly sought-after D-grade rare sand was procured. Boss, you are incredible. Who would have thought of this? Dada Wan was on the verge of worship. Deely, equally astonished, what young Minger sifting this sand. Although this method was not highly efficient, it required no investment beyond time. Minger, if you spot any hourglasses at the trading post, be sure to acquire a couple. It would make things easier for you. Chen believed that this task could indeed be simplified further. Having observed for several days, the hourglasses appeared to be quite niche. Young Minger regretfully shook her head. Chen shrugged in resignation. At first glance, their surroundings seemed abundant, with food, drink, luxury vehicles, and pets. Yet upon closer inspection, they were lacking in essential living supplies. After a busy morning, Dada Wan managed to harvest 2 palm trees, yielding a total of 140 kilograms of D-grade rare palm tree trunks and 300 leaves. Yang Minger and Di Li had gathered 22 kilograms of D-grade rare sand. Let us pause for a moment, Di Li and Dada Wan, as we prepare for an upgrade. Chapter 41. The system bug persists. Beep. You have chosen to consume 50 kilograms of D-grade rare palm tree trunks, 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand, and 100 pieces of D-grade rare palm leaves to upgrade the sign-in system to level 2. Please confirm. The system prompt resonated simultaneously in the ears of Dada Wan and Di Li. Without hesitation, Dada Wan decisively opted for the upgrade. Beep, congratulations, host. The sign-in system has been successfully upgraded. The current sign-in system level is 2. You will have a 65 chance of receiving an E-grade common reward, a 15 chance of obtaining a D-grade rare reward, a 13 chance for a C-grade excellent reward, a 5 chance for a B-grade perfect reward, a 1. 5 chance for an A-grade epic reward, and a 0. 5 chance for an S-grade legendary reward, with a 0 chance for a divine grade reward. Hooray! It worked. The boss is magnificent. Dada Huang réjouissait volontairement. However, at that moment, Chen was more concerned about Di Li's situation. This extraordinary beauty might be about to unleash her prowess once again. Di Li appeared somewhat anxious, her round eyes fixed intently on Yang Ming. Little Di, it's time to upgrade. We're all eagerly anticipating it. Yang Minger exclaimed, evidently more excited than Di Li. The upgrade? Di Li murmured under the collective gaze of anticipation. Beep, congratulations, host. The sign-in system has been successfully upgraded. The current sign-in system level is 2. You will have a 55 chance of receiving an E-grade common reward, a 15 chance of obtaining a D-grade rare reward, a 13 chance for a C-grade excellent reward, a 5 chance for a B-grade perfect reward, a 1, 5 chance for an A-grade epic reward, a 10, 5 chance for an S-grade legendary reward, and a 0 chance for a divine grade reward. Wow! When Dealey revealed her latest sign-in attributes, the three of them were left utterly astonished. The system's bug continued to amplify. Chen was taken aback. It seemed that this girl could increase her S-grade legendary probability by 5 with each level up. If she were to reach level 10 in the future, she would have a considerable chance of obtaining S-grade legendary rewards on a daily basis. Could it be that this system was programmed by Dealey herself? Little D, you are amazing. You surpass even Chen, Yang Minger remarked, unreservedly comparing Chen to her. Chen felt embarrassed. No matter how impressive he certainly did not possess the innate bugs that Dealey had. Beauty, sign in. You must sign in. If you don't, I'll go ahead and do it. Dada Huan exclaimed impatiently. Sign in, sign in. With a command given, Dada Huan completed the sign-in. Unfortunately, his sign-in probability was quite lackluster. Chen remained motionless. What is this nonsense? Dada Huan frowned in dismay, staring blankly at the system screen. What's wrong? Chen leaned in closer. Dada Huan's system screen displayed. You have departed from your birthplace island and must wait 48 hours before signing in again. After 48 hours, you may rebind your resource distribution center and your new island. The four of them were collectively stunned. This situation was entirely beyond their imagination. Without a doubt, Dealey faced the same predicament. With no alternatives, I find myself compelled to squander 2 days. It appears that this system discourages individuals from wandering onto others' islands. Nevertheless, tomorrow, our vegetables shall be ripe for harvest, and by the day after, I shall elevate the three of you collectively to level 3. No, rather, to level 4. Chen declared with unwavering confidence, for he was not merely speaking empty words. He possessed all the necessary resources for advancing from level 3 to level 4. Clay, sea salt, bows and arrows, freshwater fish, and even the coveted pickaxe. However, the pickaxe served other purposes as well. Should he consume both as upgrading materials, he would be left without suitable tools. Selling the pickaxe would be straightforward. Chen resolutely set his sights on the trading post. As long as there were goods available, he would procure them. The practical value of the pickaxe at this stage was simply too significant. Boss, don't you already have 2? Why are you still collecting them? Are you trying to make it impossible for us poor souls to survive? Upon hearing that the illustrious Day Moonstars was once again seeking pickaxes, the impoverished souls in the chat room were on the verge of tears. They too desired the pickaxe, yet it was notoriously difficult to obtain. Contemplating the forthcoming need for axes to fell trees and for upgrades, they felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Who would have thought that Chen, already in possession of 2, would still be vying for resources? My apologies, everyone, but I have an urgent need. Those who possess them, please bring your offers promptly. The scarcity of the pickaxe is intimately tied to its requirement for blueprints in crafting. At this stage, all items requiring blueprints are of immense value. Anything that falls within Chen's line of sight, once it pertains to blueprints, he would undoubtedly acquire at a hefty price. To everyone's surprise, while the pickaxe was not yet available, Chen stumbled upon a novel item in the trading post, a blueprint for a camper van conversion. This somewhat obscure blueprint was overlooked by others, for anyone who had perused the user manual had invariably disregarded it. S-Class Legendary or above level heavy-duty pickup camper van conversion blueprint. 100 kilograms of iron or 100 meters of wire in an Ultra S-Class divinely bestowed super luxurious 4-person camper van. Chapter 42. Satiated and clean. Setting aside considerations of iron, ore, and wires, the mere presence of heavy-duty pickup trucks deterred nearly everyone. At this juncture, it seemed that apart from Chen, no one else possessed a pickup. This blueprint appeared to be tailor-made for Chen. Brother, how much do you sell for your RV modification blueprint? The other party merely posted the blueprint, with the price section stating private message. Chen promptly sent a message. Are you interested in this blueprint? The other party seemed taken aback. Yes, you set the price. I wish to upgrade to level 2 and require D-grade rare sand. It appeared he was yet another unfortunate soul. No problem, I'll get it to you by tomorrow. Just hold on to the blueprint for me. Yi-chun was troubled by the limited space in his current pickup, and if it could be transformed into a larger RV, it would greatly enhance his convenience. The four of them casually had a light lunch before resuming their work. Clay, sea salt, palm tree trunks, and sand. These four items were best gathered in larger quantities at once. Dawan continued to chop down palm trees. Li had already become capable of sifting sand alone. Minger took on the task of boiling water to gather salt, while Yi-chun donned his goggles and began fervently digging for soil. Wherever there was clay, there was Yi-chun. The four of them worked in perfect synchrony, each fulfilling their respective roles. Boss, I've secured 50 kilograms of D-grade palm tree trunks, Dawan shouted. Received. Ding. You have exchanged 50 kilograms of D-grade rare palm tree trunks for 2 packs of iron nails. Brother Yi, 10 kilograms of D-grade sand proportion. All right, let me see which buyer's turn is this. Suddenly, a bleat resonated from the direction of the pickup, startling the two girls. Li nearly spilled all the sand she was holding. Apologies, I traded for a lamb. Yi-chun, ever true to his word, exchanged 2 living fish along with 10 kilograms of D-grade sand for a young lamb. By the way, who would raise sheep? Having procured the lamb, Yi-chun realized he was utterly ignorant about animal husbandry. He hadn't even owned a dog during his time in the city. I can. Surprisingly, the first to respond was Li. I raised sheep when I was young, and I also kept chickens and ducks. It was unexpected to discover that this top-tier celebrity had humble beginnings. Then this lamb shall be entrusted to you. Yi-chun sighed in relief, glad the lamb was not a wasted acquisition. My sea salt is ready. No rush on the sea salt. Let's set it aside for now. In 4 or 5 days, we will need it for our upgrade. Although its sales volume may not match that of D-grade sand, it can still be sold in small quantities. Yi-chun had already formed a mental ledger. The four continued their industrious efforts until 4:30 in the afternoon. Dawan had felled 4 large trees, selling nearly 200 kilograms of palm tree trunks. Li had sold 40 kilograms of D-grade sand. Meanwhile, Yi-chun and Minger each stored away 20 kilograms of clay and sea salt. The collective efforts of the 4 individuals yielded a palm tree trunk and D-grade sand, which were exchanged for a lamb, 2 minks, 2 packs of nails, 2 bed sheets, 2 plastic basins, 2 plastic buckets, a utility knife, and a dagger. Well done, everyone. Work is concluded for today. Let us return for a grand feast, Yi-chun proclaimed with a hearty shout, announcing the end of the day's labor. The 4 tidied their tools and, brimming with excitement, climbed into the pickup truck to head home. Minger and Li, seated in the back, appeared quite enamored with the 2 minks. Shall we procure a few more another day and fashion you a skirt? Yi-chun it. The island's weather was sweltering during the day, and even at night, the temperature remained high. It seemed unlikely they would have the chance to don mink coats. Yet a mink skirt was certainly feasible. Can it truly be made into a skirt? Li inquired earnestly. Of course. Just look at the synthesis system. Though we will need some thread and needles. When the time comes, we shall see if anyone is selling them. It should not pose a significant challenge, Yi-chun replied, his primary focus remaining on upgrading the sign-in system. For good fortune must be earned through one's own efforts. The items in the trading post were merely trinkets. Anything of genuine value would undoubtedly be driven to astronomical prices. Provided everything went smoothly, the first batch of vegetables would be ready to harvest the next day, representing another lucrative opportunity following the D-grade sand. Upon returning to their camp, the 4 unfurled the barbecue grill and began preparing their meal. Yi-chun glanced at the grill, noticing that although they had an abundance of hands, they lacked sufficient dining ware. After sacrificing 2 rare D-grade freshwater fish and several bottles of freshwater, he acquired another barbecue grill and a few plastic bowls. Ceramic bowls appeared to be in short supply, a true rarity, compelling Yi-chun to settle for plastic alternatives. Eat, eat, eat. There's plenty more, he called out, inviting everyone to partake in the evening feast. This grand meal consisted of barbecued delicacies, fish soup, and steamed perch. The 4 indulged heartily, with even Xiaoha satiated, yet they still had not completely consumed the larger fish. Yi-chun decided to repurpose the leftovers as feed for the vegetables. Should the unfortunate souls in the chat room, who were perpetually hungry, learn of such extravagance, it would surely incite public outrage. After feasting to their heart's content, Chen recalled his bathtub. I shall take a bath. Here, this is for you. Young Minger swiftly returned to the pickup and handed him the pair of pants he had changed out of. Dewan gazed at his leader with envy. Boss, you actually have spare clothes. The envy was palpable, particularly as Li promptly took a cloth to wipe down the bathtub. Brother Yi, allow me to heat some water for you. The sun is setting soon, and a touch of warmth would be delightful. Dewan's eyes nearly bulged with awe. Their leader, indeed, was a figure of admiration, enjoying a bath while being attended to by beautiful companions. Thus, as the sun set, Chen reclined comfortably in the bathtub, enveloped in bubbles. Brother Yi, please let me know what you need. I shall be waiting for you over there. Li stood 3 meters away from the bathtub. Awaiting Chen's instructions. This bath is truly invigorating. Chapter 43. The Blueprint Researcher under the attentive care of 2 stunning beauties. Chen luxuriated in his first bath on the island, draped in a wolf fur blanket, with a mink fur throw over his upper body. He drifted into a sweet slumber. However, at the stroke of midnight, he was roused once more. Hey, big roll, could you refrain from startling me like that? Can't you wait until dawn to sign in? Chen's mood was exceptionally buoyant. The quality of his sleep was of utmost importance, and a few hours' delay in signing in would not result in any dire consequences. No, boss, you must hurry to the exchange and the chat room. Something new has emerged. Big Roll urged, vigorously shaking Chen's shoulder, seemingly excited about a powerful item that had just been listed in the exchange. Indeed, when Chen opened the exchange, he was greeted by the sight of S-Class Legendary Item, Blueprint Researcher Upper Scroll, Blueprint Researcher, S-Class Legendary Item. With the Blueprint Researcher, one can synthesize corresponding blueprints for items based on the materials required, limited to A-Class and below. The Blueprint Researcher is synthesized from the upper scroll and lower scroll of the Blueprint Researcher. It is well known that blueprints are among the most valuable items in existence. Generally speaking, items requiring blueprint for synthesis tend to be of a higher grade. Even the most basic blueprints, such as that for a mining axe, are at least of C-Class exquisite quality. As for higher-tier blueprints, such as those for jet skis or chainsaws, their levels are even loftier. The higher the level, the lower the chances of signing in to acquire them, which leads to their extreme scarcity. Only the upper scroll had been listed on the exchange. However, the sudden appearance of an S-Class legendary item was bound to attract attention. Big shot. How much is this upper scroll going for? Who possesses the lower scroll? Name your price. I want it. Such exquisite items inevitably draw in numerous capable survivors eager to purchase them, let alone this near S-Class item. Even the previously listed B-Class solar panel had incited a frenzy among survivors. Chen was particularly invested in this item. Although he already possessed 2 mining axes, the system mandated that each new axe required a blueprint for its creation. Given that he needed 3 axes for his upgrades, and considering the mining axe was an essential survival resource, the demand was substantial. Chen wished he could acquire 10 of them. Aside from the mining axe, many useful items within the synthesis system remained inaccessible due to the inability to obtain their blueprints. B-level perfect tool hammer, 10 kilograms of D-grade iron ingots, or 3 kitchen knives, 5 kilograms of any species of C-grade tree trunks. Blueprint for B-level perfect tool hammer. B-level perfect tool shears, 10 kilograms of D-grade iron ingots, or 3 kitchen knives, 5 kilograms of any species of C-grade tree trunks. Blueprint for B-level perfect tool shears. B-level perfect tool shovel, 10 kilograms of D-grade iron ingots, or 3 kitchen knives, 5 kilograms of any species of C-grade tree trunks. Blueprint for B-level perfect tool shovel. B-level perfect tool axe, 20 kilograms of D-grade iron ingots, or 3 C-grade exceptional mountain axes, 10 kilograms of any species of B-grade tree trunks. Blueprint for B-level perfect tool axe. A-level epic multifunctional building hammer, a synthesis that amalgamates the advantages of various tools. Endowed with a remarkable ability to amplify construction speed for various A-level epic buildings. This magnificent tool is crafted from the B-level perfect tool hammer, B-level perfect tool shears, B-level perfect tool shovel, B-level perfect tool axe, and a blueprint for A-level multifunctional building hammer, along with 100 kilograms of C-grade iron ingots, 100 kilograms of B-level perfect sand, 100 kilograms of A-level tree trunks, and 100 kilograms of A-level clay. Chen has long coveted this A-level epic multifunctional building hammer, yet the requirements are exceedingly demanding. Despite its classification as merely an A-level epic tool, the complexity of its synthesis far surpasses that of S-level legendary items by several magnitudes. Not to mention, the various tool blueprints required are enough to leave Chen in despair. However, if he possesses a blueprint research device, at least the blueprint aspect holds promise. Without hesitation, Chen promptly messaged the seller. The seller quickly responded. He would grant Chen a system upgrade to level 3, in addition to requesting 10 D-grade freshwater fish, 50 bottles of freshwater, dry food not less than 10 kilograms, and a kitchen knife and a dagger. How outrageous! For a mere blueprint, the demands are astronomical. It's as if they expect to ascend to the heavens. Chen thought to himself, ready to curse. Yang Minger and Li, who were waiting in the pickup truck, seemed to have noticed the item as well. Chen, are you going to take the blueprint? Yang Ming quickly inquired, considering it. The demands are somewhat excessive, Chen replied, hesitating. Well, I only signed in for a dagger today. My luck isn't great. Upon hearing this, Chen was reminded that he had yet to sign in himself. He casually completed his sign-in, only to be met with an unexpected turn of events. Beep. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level legendary reward. Lower volume of blueprint research device. Seeing this message, Chen nearly leapt for joy. Fortune favors me. The lower volume was effortlessly acquired. Boss, magnificent. The exuberant Yang Minger cheered. Without further deliberation, Chen declared, no problem. I shall take your items. We will trade tomorrow. Initially possessing only the upper volume, Chen had hesitations. After all, exchanging for the upper volume of the blueprint research device would require a significant amount of resources for preparation, and the upper volume would merely sit idle for the time being, rendering its cost-effectiveness quite low. However, things have changed now. I have already obtained the lower half of the scroll. As long as I acquire the upper half, the blueprint researcher will be within my grasp. How exhilarating! Blueprints. Here I come. Chapter 44. The first harvest of vegetables at the break of dawn the next morning, Chen rose early, while the sky was still dim. He sprang up from his wolfskin blanket, seized a high-priced flashlight, and dashed out of the cave, heading straight for his plot of land. The moment of harvest had arrived. Upon reaching the field, he beheld the lush green vegetables sprawling across approximately 10 square meters of land. Ding! You have harvested a total of 230 C-grade exceptional seeds, 140 B-grade perfect seeds, and 30 A-grade epic seeds, 32 kilograms of D-grade rare vegetables, and 8 kilograms of C-grade exceptional vegetables. Due to the application of fertilizer, the vegetables have received an additional boost. For kilograms of C-grade exceptional vegetables and 1 kilogram of B-grade perfect vegetables. Perfection. A total of 32 kilograms of D-grade rare vegetables, which are excellent for trade. The 400 seeds can be sown again. Before Chen could call out, Yang Ming, and Li came running to check the harvest. Ming, Li quickly fetched those plastic buckets. Let's first gather the vegetables. We shall store the C-grade and B-grade ones. And once we have satisfied our own upgrading needs with the D-grade vegetables, we will sell the remainder at the trading post for a handsome profit. The two young women promptly turned and dashed to retrieve the plastic buckets. D-grade rare vegetables were in high demand, so much so that even when acquired, one hesitated to consume them, as they were essential for improving one's signing-in level. At that moment, Yang Ming, Li, and Wan's upgrading systems were all stymied by the necessity of these vegetables. The trio collectively required 6 kilograms of D-grade vegetables for their upgrades, while Chen planned to divide the remaining 26 kilograms into 13 portions, with each portion weighing 2 kilograms to be listed on the trading post. He was certain of a lucrative return. Yang Ming, and Li soon returned with the plastic buckets, and the three began harvesting the ripe vegetables. Wan, rise and assist with the gathering. After toiling for 15 minutes without sight of Wan, Chen sent a message. A sleepy Wan finally made her way over. By 7 o'clock in the morning, all the vegetables have been harvested. You all upgrade first. I will list a batch at the trading post. Ding! The signing-in system of Yangming has been upgraded. Current signing-in system level 3. Level 3 signing-in system. 60 chance of receiving E-grade ordinary rewards. 16 for D-grade rare rewards. 13 for C-grade exceptional rewards. 8 for B-grade perfect rewards. 2 for A-grade epic rewards. 0. 99 for S-grade legendary rewards. And 0. 01 for divine level rewards. Ding! The signing-in system of Qin de Zhuang has been upgraded. Current Yangming O's and Wan signing-in systems followed a predictable path without any variables. However, Dili's was an entirely different matter. The system upgrade for the Dili sign-in has been completed. It is now a level 3 sign-in system. The probabilities are as follows. 45 chance of receiving a common A-level reward, 16 for a rare D-level reward, 13 for an excellent C-level reward, 8 for a perfect B-level reward, 2 for an epic A-level reward, 15. 99 for a legendary S-level reward, and a mere 0.01 chance for a divine level reward. The bug has reappeared, and the nearly 16 chance of obtaining an S-level legendary reward is truly astounding. Xiaodi, you are simply extraordinary. Minger was evidently so excited that she was somewhat incoherent. With Yi Chen possessing a level 6 sign-in system, coupled with Dili's ability to increase the S-level legendary probability by 5 points with each level gained, what do they have to worry about? The only regret at this moment is that, since the Dawan and Dili have relocated their residences, they must wait an additional 24 hours to sign in. Yi Chen has resolutely decided to swiftly elevate Dili's level. He listed 2 kilograms of D-level vegetables for sale, insisting on a price. He would not entertain offers for items below the sea level. Rarity breeds value, and he had merely placed 2 kilograms of greens on the market. Yet, this modest quantity was sufficient to ignite a frenzy in the chat room. Even at 7 in the morning, throngs of onlookers were drawn in. Wow, it's the Daymoon Master again. D-level rare vegetables are finally available. Did you grow these yourself? I need these vegetables to upgrade my level 3 sign-in system. Please, everyone, don't compete with me. Yi Chen was in no rush to sell. He merely wanted to gauge the market. Meanwhile, he had begun collecting seeds. Dadahuan, fetch the shovel and loosen the soil. We need to cultivate an additional 200 square meters to plant all these seeds. This time, we shall make a grand impact. 20 seeds had successfully multiplied to 400, and thus the land for sowing required expansion. However, the tools at hand were indeed insufficient. Let me outline the tasks. Today, we need to gather 10 D-level rare freshwater fish, 50 bottles of freshwater, and no less than 10 kilograms of dry rations, including bread and compressed biscuits. Additionally, we require a kitchen knife, a dagger, and a set of items upgraded to level 3. In pursuit of that upper half of the blueprint research device, the 4 of them clearly delineated their responsibilities and commenced gathering materials. Let us set off. Chapter 45. Gathering leaves and sand. The 26 kilograms of D-grade rare vegetables were swiftly sold out. Yi Chen amassed a total of 1 C-grade mountain axe, 6 C-grade kitchen knives, 2 C-grade rafts, 3 large bags of B-grade fertilizer, 50 square meters of carpet, 2 kilograms of salt, and 2 kilograms of sugar. The most valuable item, the mountain axe, was exchanged for 6 kilograms of D-grade rare vegetables. The 4 of them were so occupied that they scarcely had time for lunch. And it was not until around 4 in the afternoon that they finally gathered the supplies needed by the person selling the blueprints. Brother, let us trade, Yi Chen said as he opened the trading system and began to toss items into it. With the sound of a system notification, it announced, "Ding! You have successfully completed a trade with the boy like the wind. Obtain the Blueprint Researcher Volume 1. Yes. At that moment, Yi Chen was immensely elated. After a whole day of toil, he finally achieved a significant accomplishment. He opened the synthesis panel once more to begin crafting. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully synthesized an S-grade legendary item, the Blueprint Researcher. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor Yi Chen for being the first to synthesize an S-grade legendary item, the Blueprint Researcher. The system grants a special reward, an A-grade epic resource, a freshwater purifier. Yi Chen once again made headlines. causing a stir in the entire chat room. I sincerely bow down. Great figures of the sun and moon. Is this a quest for the first kill to the end? Will you let us poor children live? That volume of blueprints was just released. How could it already be synthesized? Could it be that the half volume hanging at the trading post was bought by the great figure? Of course it was bought by the great figure. Who else could afford it now? The chat room remained lively with discussions. Chen, however, had no time to engage with the idle chatter. He was also too preoccupied to study the freshwater purifier. The blueprint synthesizer was what truly captivated his attention. Chen eagerly opened the blueprint synthesizer. Blueprint synthesizer, C-grade excellent mountain axe blueprint, requires 10,000 D-grade leaves, any tree species, from at least 3 different islands, and 100 kilograms of D-grade rare sand from 5 different islands. B-grade perfect tool hammer blueprint, requires 20,000 C-grade leaves, any tree species, from at least 3 different islands, and 100 kilograms of C-grade excellent sand from 5 different islands. A-grade epic multifunctional building hammer blueprint, requires 50,000 B-grade leaves, any tree species, from at least 3 different islands, and 100 kilograms of B-grade perfect sand from 5 different islands, along with 100 kilograms of D-grade rare or higher iron ingots from this island. Upon reviewing these requirements, Chen felt a headache coming on. It seemed that obtaining this blueprint was not as simple as he had imagined. Just the task of collecting leaves alone was enough to exhaust him. Chen, how is it going? The 2 girls looked at him with anxious expressions. They could see Chen's face shift from excitement to astonishment, and then to distress. This blueprint is not easy to synthesize. We will need external assistance. Chen lamented, shaking his head in frustration. External assistance? What does that mean? Dad Awan gazed at Chen with curiosity. With a sigh, Chen shared the data. What a dreadful system this is. It's utterly ridiculous. 10,000 leaves. What on earth do I need so many leaves for? They are neither edible nor drinkable. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the stipulation that the materials must originate from multiple distinct islands. This was what truly troubled Chen. 10,000 leaves were hardly a monumental task. A single tree could yield at least 1,000 or 2,000 leaves. The critical problem was that he could not solely rely on the leaves from his own island. Do any of you have friends in better chat rooms? Chen mused, realizing that his only acquaintances were the 3 individuals before him. The system evidently sought to compel him to cultivate connections. No, apart from you, boss. I don't know anyone else, Dad Awan replied earnestly. I don't know anyone either. I encountered you on my very first day here. Young Minger shrugged helplessly. Chen's hopes now rested on Deely. Deely looked at Chen with a wry smile and murmured, I only know those 2 who captured me. At this point, Chen found himself at an impasse. It appeared he must forge his own connections. He pondered the necessity of establishing long-term partnerships, realizing that such individuals must possess both integrity and a certain level of capability. While the notion was simple to articulate, the execution proved far more challenging. Integrity alone would not suffice. Without adequate strength, one could scarcely manage the essentials of life, let alone toil for others. Conversely, those with genuine prowess might not be inclined to labor for him either. After much contemplation, Chen could not devise a solution. It seemed he would have to cast a wide net for the time being. He decided to gather leaves. Any variety of leaves starting from 1,000 and collect sand. Any kind of sand would do. Chen promptly disseminated this message. The members of the chat room were left in astonishment. How could the esteemed figure of the sun, moon, and stars be reduced to collecting leaves and sand? Previously, he appeared to be selling sand and timber, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was soliciting? After calling out a couple of times, it seemed that only spectators remained, utterly indifferent to his pleas. Chen then boldly listed his offer on the trading platform. 1 D-grade rare freshwater fish for 3 bottles of freshwater in exchange for 1,000 D-grade or above leaves and 20 kilograms of any grade of sand. As soon as this message was sent out, Chen's private inbox erupted with activity. Chapter 46. The first blueprint successfully synthesized. Esteemed one, you cannot treat us merely as laborers, someone protested. 20 kilograms of sand is trivial, but 1,000 leaves, particularly those of D-grade rarity or higher, is no small matter. It appeared that some were decidedly displeased with the price Chen had proposed. Chen found himself in a precarious position. Offending these individuals was not an option. Should they conspire to boycott him, it would spell trouble. The terms included 2 fish and 5 bottles of water in exchange for 1,000 D-grade rare leaves and 20 kilograms of sand. Esteemed one, the calories expended in collecting leaves far exceed this paltry offer. It is insufficient. The chatter in the chat room suggested lingering dissatisfaction. Let's add 5 kilograms of D-grade rare sand. Take it or leave it, Chen declared resolutely. Soon after, his private inbox lit up with messages. It was clear that his adjusted price had garnered some allure. What you up to? Selling sand while collecting it. The audience expressed their bewilderment. Chen was simultaneously purchasing sand at a premium while also offering D-grade rare sand for sale. What is there to inquire? Who is this esteemed one? Can he easily answer your questions? Oh, date and moon. How many orders shall I take from you? Chen calmly typed 1 followed by 4 zeros. The recipient was left speechless. All could place orders on a first-come, first-served basis. Chen, however, saw no need to elaborate further. An hour later, he successfully completed his first transaction. You have successfully exchanged and received 1,000 DC various grade leaves and 20 kilograms of EC various grade sand. Regarding the leaves, there were no issues, as Chen decided to accumulate all the D-grade leaves together without sorting. However, the 20 kilograms of sand posed a challenge. He would need to enlist the assistance of 2 ladies to sift through it, as he could only accept D-grade or higher sand. This task was indeed monumental. It took D. Li and Yang Minger nearly half an hour to sort through 70 to 80 kilograms of ordinary sand to yield only 6 or 7 kilograms of D-grade or higher sand. This was manageable for the moment, but the prospect of sourcing C-grade exceptional sand was daunting. Chen scanned the trading floor in search of a sieve or similar tool. Unfortunately, such items were exceedingly rare, and he did not wish to draw undue attention by shouting in the chat room. After all, the technique for sifting D-grade sand remained his closely guarded secret. Although the truth will inevitably surface, he could still profit from this method for the time being. In the ensuing hours, Chen continued to exchange materials, his pickup truck nearly overwhelmed by the sheer volume of leaves. D. Li and Yang Minger were equally swamped with work. It required sifting through 70 to 80 kilograms of sand to produce just 20 kilograms of D-grade sand. Meanwhile, One had spent the entire afternoon tilling the fields. Chen had selected a prime piece of land for him using a spyglass. This unassuming piece of land is situated in the most remote corner of the Northwest, yet its nature is of A-grade, epic quality. Such exalted land significantly enhances planting efficiency, greatly increases seed yield, and remarkably boosts the output of high-grade crops. One, invigorated by the task at hand, realized that merely cultivating 200 square meters of this land could occupy him for an entire day. Before hastily finishing the land cultivation, One prioritized sowing seeds and, of course, watering and fertilizing them. Time is of the essence, and Chen was determined not to squander even a single day. At the very least, he wanted to ensure that the cultivated land was sown with seeds. Wiping the sweat from his brow, One promptly adhered to Chen's instructions and began scattering the seeds. The 4 of them toiled until the sun dipped below the horizon, finally managing to gather a complete set of materials. They amassed 10,000 pieces of D-grade rare leaves, shaped in various peculiar forms, piled high like a small mountain, along with 100 kilograms of D-grade sand and above, sourced from different islands. Synthesis. Chen exhaled deeply and commenced the synthesis process using the blueprint research tool. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed 10,000 pieces of D-grade rare leaves and 100 kilograms of D-grade sand and above, successfully synthesizing a C-grade, exceptional grade mountain axe blueprint. Upon seeing the blueprint for the mountain axe, which took the group's collective effort throughout the day to procure, Chen was nearly moved to tears. The journey had not been easy. However, every endeavor begins with its challenges. At least now, with the blueprint research tool, he no longer had to worry about lacking the necessary blueprints to synthesize important tools. This was splendid. Our fourth mountain axe. After consuming 2 kitchen knives and the hard-earned mountain axe blueprint, he successfully crafted a handmade mountain axe, much to the excitement of the 2 young women. Boss, what shall we synthesize next? Dawan gazed intently at the blueprint list on the research tool. Yi Chen sighed. The next items will be considerably more troublesome. Troublesome? How so? Dawan, unable to perceive the issue, inquired. The quantity of leaves had doubled, yet the required grade continued to elevate. But the most troublesome aspect was yet to be revealed. What is it? Young Minger, noticing Yi Chen's dejected demeanor, stepped forward to explain. We currently lack a method to sift C-grade exceptional sand and above. Just as Yi Chen and young Minger lamented their predicament, Dawan chimed in with a foolish grin. I have a sand-sifting net. Chapter 47. Securing B-class perfect sand. Do you have it? At this moment, both Yi Chen and Yang Minger were utterly taken aback. I obtained it on my first day of signing in. I've had it in my pocket all along. Dawan extracted 3 or 4 pieces of sand filter mesh from his pocket. Why didn't you take out sooner? Yang Minger grumbled as she accepted the filter mesh. I almost forgot. It was only when the boss mentioned it earlier that I recalled I had received it on my first day of signing in. It's called a sand filter mesh. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle at this delightful character who continually surprised him. Let's give it a try. I wonder if it will work. Didi, please bring over a bucket of filtered sand. Yi Chen held one of the less dense sand filter meshes in his hand. Dealey proceeded to rescreen the originally filtered D-class rare sand and above. As expected, all the D-class rare sands remained on the filter mesh, while all the C-class exquisite sand and above were successfully sieved out. Brother Yi, we did it. We've successfully filtered out C-class sand and above. Even Yi Chen was filled with joy. He never anticipated that the troublesome issue of sand screening would be resolved so effortlessly. Hurry, bring over the other 2 sand filter meshes for a try. Eagerly, Yi Chen began experimenting with the other 2 denser filter meshes. After a flurry of activity, B-class perfect sand, C-class exquisite sand, D-class rare sand, and E-class ordinary sand were all successfully filtered out. What remained were the A to S-class sands, seemingly interspersed with a few Ultra S-class grains. However, for now, these higher-grade sands did not require immediate consideration. Boss, does this mean we can freely create blueprints now? The Dawan appeared exceedingly excited, as if he had struck gold, eager to devour the sands before him. Yet, it was not merely about that. The 6th-level sign-in system required B-class perfect sand to upgrade to level 7. Yi Chen had certainly remembered this requirement clearly. B-class perfect sand was an essential condition for the upgrade. Shall we sell it all? Let us not rush to sell. Currently, the demand for high-grade B-class sand is almost non-existent. Moreover, we still need time to accumulate. Although they now possessed the sand filter mesh, the higher the grade of sand, the scarcer it became. Extracting 10 kilograms of B-class sand would indeed be a labor-intensive and costly endeavor. Based on the current sand extraction probability, yielding 400 to 500 grams of B-class sand from every 10 kilograms of sand would be considered fortunate. It's getting late. Let us prepare to return to the camp and rest. Rome wasn't built in a day. Everyone should have a good rest tonight. Yi Chen, a practical individual, recognized the immense gains made today. However, the existing quantity of mining axes was still far from sufficient for his needs. Tonight, young Minger, Li, and Dawan are set to ascend to the 3rd-level system. This means they will possess 3 formidable axes. Yet it is imperative that they retain at least 2 axes for the purpose of chopping wood and gathering timber. The demand for these axes will only intensify. After a hearty meal, Yi Chen took another glance at his pickup truck. He had already obtained a blueprint for the RV conversion, but to proceed with the transformation, he required iron, ore, and wires. Yi Chen surmised that he might still procure the wires from the trading post. However, the iron, ore, categorized as a raw material, appeared to be a more daunting task. Based on his experience, any fundamental resources that could be directly acquired, such as sand, clay, and logs, were seldom rewarded through the system S sign-in feature. This implies that the acquisition of basic materials relies heavily on the survivalist's own efforts. Boss, what are you looking at? Are you missing your pickup? Dada Huang Teazid, we femishia vos green. Come on, Let us go for a drive tomorrow. Where to? Aren't we supposed to be chopping trees and sifting sand? Let us put tree chopping on hold for now. Yang Minger and Di Li can handle the sand sifting. There is plenty of sand on the beach to the south. You and I should venture out to scout the area. Chen had made up his mind. In pursuit of iron ore, an exploration was necessary. With the spyglass in his possession, he was confident that as long as he identified the right location, finding iron ore would not pose a challenge. Dawan, we currently only have these few axes, and with 3 of you needing to level up, how about letting the 2 ladies upgrade first? To be cautious, Chen decided to keep 2 axes as a backup, thereby delaying Dawan's upgrade. Furthermore, regarding the bows required for the upgrade, he had only managed to craft 2, and sourcing rubber bands proved to be quite difficult. Boss, it's all right. Ladies first. Dawan was entirely unconcerned, content simply to follow Chen, as his own sign-in system was merely a secondary feature, not to be compared with Chen's prowess. Minger, Di, please get ready to upgrade the system, Chen commanded. Chapter 48. The Terrifying Probability of Sign-in Ding. The character Yang Minger you recruited has successfully elevated the sign-in system to level 4. Ding. The character Dilalai Dolnurati you recruited has successfully elevated the sign-in system to level 4. Dilalai's sign-in probability has changed once more. The 4 individuals were filled with curiosity and excitement. This young lady now possessed nearly a 1 in 4 chance of obtaining an S-rank legendary item through sign-in. As expected, the system once again elevated the original 5-point probability value, which belonged to the E-rank ordinary level, to the S-rank legendary level. Current sign-in system level 4. 30 chance of obtaining E-rank ordinary rewards, 20 chance of obtaining D-rank rare rewards, 15 chance of obtaining C-rank excellent rewards, 10 chance of obtaining B-rank perfect rewards, 3. 45 chance of obtaining A-rank epic rewards, 21. 5 chance of obtaining S-rank legendary rewards, 0. 5 chance of obtaining super S-rank divine level rewards. Little D, you are truly remarkable. At this rate, in just a few hours, you will have a 1 in 4 chance of acquiring an S-rank legendary reward. Chen, equally excited, understood more than anyone else the significance of an S-rank legendary reward. Such a reward could equate to multiple A-rank epic rewards or even dozens of B-rank perfect rewards. They are simply not comparable in terms of value. What Chen yearned for most were the fragments of the treasure map and the enigmatic multifunctional quantum cutting knife. The treasure map fragments are crafted from 8 S-rank pieces, and the difficulty of obtaining them is exceedingly high. However, the challenge of acquisition is invariably proportional to the intrinsic value of the item. Thank you, Brother Yi. Since I arrived here just a couple of days ago, I've indulged in your hospitality and inadvertently wasted so many of your resources on upgrades. Dilalai, being new to the group, had not yet fully acquainted herself with Chen and seemed somewhat more reserved than Yang Minger, which made her appear a bit distant. Do not speak like that. We are now a unified team. As long as we all think together, I believe 11-11 far exceeds 4. This was Chen's heartfelt sentiment. Although he temporarily possessed a sign-in level far superior to that of other survivors, one must continue to strive forward. Stagnation leads to regression. Only by consistently augmenting their strength can they survive in this perilous world of island survival. Acquiring sign-in resources is undoubtedly one of the most fundamental methods to bolster their strength. Yet forming teams and gaining allies is also a valuable approach. Dilalai, you are being overly modest. With our leader around, we will have everything we need, you can rest assured. Dadawan was naturally sociable and could easily get along with anyone, which was one of the reasons Chen was eager to befriend him, his sincerity and straightforwardness. It's getting late. Everyone should replenish some food and rest early. As Chen noticed the sky darkening, he prepared to return to the cave for rest. Brother Yi, why don't you rest in the pickup? Minger and I will sleep in the cave. Dilalai seemed somewhat shy, as her presence had inadvertently pushed the original inhabitants to the cave. No worries, tomorrow you two will stay at the camp and sift through sand. I will drive out with the Wan while keeping vigilant. I will leave Xiaoha to protect you. Chen briefly outlined the plan for tomorrow. Woof! Xiaoha seemed to hear someone calling its name and immediately barked twice. With Xiaoha around, there's an extra layer of security. Where are you going? Yang Minger promptly inquired. to seek iron ore and upgrade the pickup truck. Upgrade the pickup truck? The two women appeared somewhat astonished. I have already obtained the blueprint. Now we just need wires and iron ore. Iron ore is a raw material, and it seems we can only search for it ourselves. Fortunately, we have a spyglass and the pickup truck, which greatly enhances our chances of acquiring iron ore compared to the average person. The spyglass increases the probability of discovering iron ore, while the pickup truck facilitates easier transportation of the ore. These two advantages alone are not possessed by other survivors. Brother Yi, what else can this pickup truck be upgraded into? D. Lee, having seen the pickup, believed it to be the most impressive vehicle in the world. Now, hearing that such an extraordinary truck could be upgraded, she was utterly amazed. A motorhome, a luxury model for four, Yi Chen replied casually. However, while Yi Chen remained calm, the three others were anything but composed. A motorhome? Is that for real? Dawan exclaimed, her mouth agape and eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she could see the silhouette of a motorhome on Yi Chen's face. Well, I used to have a motorhome, though it wasn't large. Just enough to sleep too. Yang Minger, a top-tier celebrity, found it unremarkable to own a motorhome. However, she had never seen the large model Yi Chen mentioned. How big can it be? Dealey curiously asked. Yi Chen merely shrugged. I don't know the specifics. The blueprint states it can accommodate a luxury room for four. A motorhome for four? So, does that mean we won't have to sleep on the ground anymore? Dawan nearly leaped with excitement. Having never been in a luxury car, let alone a motorhome, she was thrilled. That's great. There are four of us, Lee chimed in, visibly excited at the prospect of not having to sleep in a cave anymore. However, acquiring iron ore is no easy feat tomorrow. Dawan and I will first go for a trial run. Yi Chen was pragmatic, emphasizing the necessity of preparation while cautioning against daydreaming. Boss, the fuel gauge shows just a little over 1/3. What should we do? Dawan expressed concern as she glanced at the fuel level. It should last for tomorrow. I received 10 liters of diesel at the trading post, which at least indicates it can be obtained through signing in. If diesel cannot be acquired this way, it will be quite troublesome for Yi Chen, as he had no means to locate an oil field and convert crude oil into diesel. This legendary S-Class heavy-duty pickup, devoid of its powertrain, would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere immobile shell of metal, its value plummeting instantaneously, likely worth less than a B-Class kayak. Presently, the situation is such that there is a pervasive scarcity of essential resources. Chapter 49. The legendary S-Class reward reappears as night fell. Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement, yet found himself unable to succumb to slumber. Meanwhile, Dawan, along with Yang Minger and Di Li, nestled within the confines of the pickup truck, each absorbed in their own contemplations, also remained awake. Sister Minger, Yigu is truly quite wonderful. We are fortunate to have encountered him. Had we met someone else, like those two villains on my island, we would surely have been doomed, Di Li reflected, still haunted by the memories. Little girl, do you have a soft spot for Yi Chen? Yang Minger teased with a mischievous grin. Di Li's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. Sister Minger, you are jesting again. In times like these, merely surviving is challenging enough. What place is there for romance or love? Do not dwell too much on it. I have been missing home as well, but now we are four. Our supplies and living conditions are improving. I believe we shall fare better in due course. The two young women engaged in light-hearted conversation, while Dawan, brimming with excitement, fixated on the watch she had requested from Yi Chen, her eyes glued to the ticking hands as if willing them to move faster. It's time. It's time. Boss, let's check in. We're checking in. Just past midnight, after a 48-hour hiatus from signing in, Dawan sprang up from the wolfskin blanket with exuberance. What in the world? Yet her excitement was short-lived as reality swiftly dealt her a harsh blow. What is there to check in about? Yi Chen inquired, turning his gaze away. It's just some E-Class rubbish. Never mind that. Boss, you need to check in quickly so I can see what it is. Once we know, we can go find Di Li and the others. Dawan seemed to have entirely disregarded her own reward, her attention solely on Yi Chen and the others. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your recruitment of Yang Minger has been successfully checked in, earning you a C-Class exceptional reward, a 4-piece betting set. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle at this reward. While one might dismiss it as trivial, it had its merits more blankets and pillows at the very least. Yet, when considering its utility, it was somewhat lacking, especially since he had no bed to speak of. It appeared he needed to prioritize crafting a bed soon. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your recruitment of Deely Mulati has been successfully checked in, earning you an S-Class Legendary reward, a complete set of solar photovoltaic power generation components. An S-Class Legendary item. It has arrived. It truly has arrived. Yi-chun seized a Dawan and dashed towards the pickup truck, with Minger and Deely eagerly leaping from the RV in excitement. A loud crash resonated. Yi-chun and Minger were unfazed, but Dawan and Deely were startled. What was that noise? Our solar photovoltaic power generation components have arrived. Yi-chun exclaimed, sprinting to the back of his pickup. And indeed, a massive package occupied the rear shelf of his truck. What is this? Little D. This is your S-Class Legendary reward. Deely appeared somewhat dazed, while Minger maintained a clear train of thought. Yi-chun stepped forward, discovering that the package contained additional information. Recipient: Deely Mulati. Sender: Island Survival Check-in System. Yi-chun gazed at Deely with a wry smile, realizing that this S-rank legendary reward was indeed extraordinary. Boss, this thing is quite heavy. The Dawan exerted all his strength, yet the package remained immovable. Don't force it. I have scissors here. It was mentioned that this is a solar energy component, so it must contain more than one item. Yi-chun climbed onto his pickup truck with the scissors and sliced open the package. Soon, several items came into view. Is this a solar panel? The four of them examined the contents, recognizing merely a dozen blue panels. Yi-chun approached the other two items, bending down to read the labels. Solar photovoltaic inverter component. Solar photovoltaic controller component. Beneath these substantial objects lay a thick manual. With a deep sigh, Yi-chun realized that assembling these items would not be a simple task. Boss, do you understand this? Dawan took a step back, eyeing the manual in Yi-chun's hands. Naturally, Yi-chun did not expect this fellow to grasp anything requiring intellect. The four of them worked together to unload the solar photovoltaic components from the pickup truck in batches. Let us set it aside for now. I'll try to assemble it when I return tomorrow. It seems I must rely on myself in critical moments. Boss, hurry and check in. Dawan was fixated on Yi-chun. The two young women also turned their attention to him, as he was the only one who had yet to check in. Checking in. Yi-chun wasted no time and began the process. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an A-rank epic reward. Solar panel. A solar panel? The third solar panel. Indeed, this was the final solar panel required to assemble the speedboat. Speedboat, here I come. Chapter 50. The acquisition of the second S-Class treasure map fragment with an exuberant leap that lifted him 3 feet into the air. Yi-chun reveled in the triumph of securing the second S-Class treasure map fragment. At long last, the third solar panel had been obtained. Although this reward appeared merely as an A-Class epic-level prize, its significance was monumental. This marked the third solar panel in his possession, bringing him closer to synthesizing the materials required for a motorboat. With 3 A-Class epic solar panels and a blueprint for an A-Class epic motorboat, the only remaining requirement was 2 kayaks. Although Yi-chun currently had only 1 ready-made kayak, the materials for the second had already been gathered. It was time to synthesize the kayak. Yi-chun commenced the process of transforming the 2 rafts he had exchanged into a kayak. Boss, this is amazing. Soon we shall have a motorboat. Dawan, Minger, and Deely, equally exhilarated. From the C-Class Exceptional Axe to the B-Class Perfect Kayak, they were now on the brink of acquiring an A-Class epic motorboat. Yi-chun, do you think the system will grant us a special reward this time? Minger pondered, recalling that in the previous instances of synthesizing unique items, the system had bestowed special rewards upon Yi-chun for being the first survivor to create such items. With C-Class and B-Class rewards already given, an A-Class epic reward was surely in the cards. Yi-chun brimmed with confidence. He had not anticipated such an exhilarating night. First, Deely had unveiled an S-Class legendary level reward, and now he was on the verge of completing the materials for the motorboat, eagerly awaiting the System S special reward. One delightful surprise after another had even stirred excitement in the usually composed Chen. Boss, hurry up and synthesize. I've always dreamed of riding a motorboat. One tugged at Chen's arm with fervor. Chen began to consolidate the materials. 2 B-class perfect kayaks, 3 A-class epic solar panels, and an A-class epic motorboat blueprint. Here it comes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully synthesized an A-class epic solar motorboat. Due to the motorboat's substantial size and weight, the host will receive a one-time opportunity to freely choose a designated placement point for the motorboat. It seemed the system was quite user-friendly. After all, this motorboat was quite a hefty vessel. Should it collide with his beloved pickup truck, it would surely topple it over. Let us place it on the beach south of the cave, he decided. Ding. The motorboat has been successfully placed. Please check your inventory, host. The 4 of them swiftly traversed the cave and arrived at the southern beach. Indeed, where the sandy shore met the sea, a luxurious motorboat measuring approximately 10 meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide awaited them. Ding. System notification. The Chatroom Sun and Moon Stars has successfully synthesized an A-class epic item. The Solar Motorboat. Special reward. 1 S-class legendary treasure map fragment. Upon this announcement, the chat room erupted once more. Once again, it was the esteemed figure of Sun and Moon Stars. Is there no justice in the world? The jet skis have already emerged, yet I have yet to construct a single rickety bamboo raft, a fragment of an S-grade treasure map. Goodness. The second S-grade treasure map fragment has appeared. Chen retrieved the previous treasure map and compared the two. Due to the scarcity of pieces, no discernible clues emerged. He could only see the blue ocean depicted on the fragments, along with a landmass obscured by clouds. Could it be that without all 8 pieces, the treasure map cannot be deciphered? Chen reluctantly stowed the treasure map away once more. Curse it, celestial bodies, just wait for me. I shall settle my score with you in due time. Suddenly, Coca-Cola reappeared unexpectedly. Damn, where did this fool pop up from? The big guy immediately began to retort. Let him be. It's too late, and everyone should take the opportunity to rest, lest their excitement lead to sleeplessness and grogginess in the morning. Chen urged the 3 to return and rest. Though today had been remarkably fruitful, the greater the bounty, the more labor awaited him. Shortly after 1 in the morning, the 4 of them finally resumed their slumber. Boss, wake up. It's time to wake up. Chen rubbed his eyes. The piercing sunlight seemingly filtering through the mottled leaves into the cave. What's the matter? Yawn? What time is it? Chen lazily stifled a yawn, speaking with a hint of lethargy. Boss, it's already 9:30 what? Upon hearing the words 9:30, Chen sprang up from the ground in shock. How could it be so late? They could only blame their excitement from the previous night, leading to a collective oversleep. Chen had meticulously planned today's agenda. Boss, here as your watch back? It seems Yang Minger and Dealey Haven T woken up yet. The vehicle doors are still closed. The big guy, with his tousled hair, pointed towards the camper outside the cave. Chen lightly tapped his forehead. It appeared they had indeed been overly enthusiastic the previous night. Let us tidy up first. Our primary task today is to venture out, and they can wake up whenever they please. He strode out of the cave. Chen was greeted by a ground strewn with supplies. Just the solar photovoltaic panels had formed a small mountain. Sigh. While other survivors were struggling in poverty, he found himself troubled by an abundance of resources. What a conundrum. Chapter 51. The quest for iron, or it was not until Chen had finished toasting the bread and satisfied his hunger that the 2 stunning ladies, still bleary-eyed, descended from the pickup truck. Rise and shine, have some toast. The chores at home are entrusted to you. Remember to water the plants and tend to the sheep. When you find a moment, perhaps you can play with some sand. Chen briefed them succinctly before climbing into the truck. Just before their departure, he leaned out to impart a final caution. Stay safe, remain vigilant, and do not let a guard down. Rest assured, we will take good care of ourselves, especially with little Ha around. You too, however, do exercise caution while you're out there. Chen offered a wry smile toward Dewan. It was amusing how he had intended to counsel them, only to find himself now in the position of being cautioned. Equipped with a shovel, binoculars, a mountain axe, several plastic buckets, 5 or 6 bottles of fresh water, a few loaves of bread, and 2 freshwater fish, the most crucial item was, of course, the mystical spyglass. Yi Chun and Da Wan set off in the pickup truck. The purpose of their journey was straightforward. First, this was their second exploratory venture. This time, Yi Chun intended to head west from the northern gate of the camp, traversing the beach to survey the terrain. Second, they aimed to seek valuable resources, fundamental materials such as iron, ore, and high-grade clay, among others. Boss, shouldn't we take the jet ski? That would be so much cooler. Da Wan remarked, clearly still dreaming of the day they could ride a jet ski. Have you learned how to operate one? Besides, it needs charging, Yi Chun replied, causing Da Wan to abandon the idea with a sigh. Don't worry, I'll let you ride one soon. He reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. It's merely a jet ski. It's a trivial matter. Eventually, each of us will have one, and we can ride to our heart's content. After traveling a couple of miles, Yi Chun spotted a modest hill. Boss, could there be iron or there? Let us go take a look. What iron or actually looked like was anyone's guess. After all, they were city kids. With their sturdy pickup truck, they plunged recklessly into the thicket. This rugged path was likely only navigable by their formidable F750. Da Wan, stay alert. I'll scout ahead. Yi Chun instructed as he dismounted the truck. Clad with the spyglass and a dagger tucked into his pocket, he began to explore, while Da Wan followed closely, wielding the mountain axe. In the wilderness, vigilance was imperative, and fortunately, Yi Chun had a companion now. Having each other's backs made the adventure considerably safer than venturing out alone. Da Wan treaded cautiously, frequently glancing back and turning around to observe their surroundings. Yi Chun, with the spyglass in hand, surveyed the mountainside. The spyglass revealed ordinary rock. Yi Chun shook his head at Da Wan, saying, "It seems this is not an iron or mountain. Let us return to the truck and take a wider route." Regrettably, the long-anticipated iron ore remained elusive. Yi Chun and Da Wan had no choice but to return to the pickup and continue their journey eastward. The leader. That fool has been hurling insults at you in the chat room again. Allow me to retort. Yi Chun was driving, while Da Wan was engrossed in the chat room, seemingly oblivious to the fact that some survivors treat the chat room like a social media platform. Pay him no heed. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. Such people are best ignored. Yi Chun's mind was entirely consumed with thoughts of iron ore, leaving him with no time to engage with such trivialities. How amusing. This fellow actually claimed that he signed in to receive a kayak and a compass, boasting about coming to trouble us. Truly shameless, utterly disgraceful. Why doesn't he just claim he signed in for a helicopter along with a global GPS navigation system? Da Wan was doubled over in laughter, clearly dismissing the absurdities expressed in the chat room. Even if he truly possessed a kayak and a compass, would that enable him to locate Yi Chun and the others? What nonsense! At that moment, Yi Chun's attention was entirely focused on a small hill just ahead. Da Wan, don't you think the hill resembles a site rich in iron ore? Da Wan closed the chat room interface and picked up his binoculars to gaze into the distance. Boss, it's a red mountain. It seems rather intriguing. Yi Chun pondered for a moment, considering that red mountain. Could it possibly be hematite? It seemed he recalled from his middle school geography textbook a description of the color of iron ore. Quick, let us go take a look. Yi Chun pressed down hard on the accelerator, causing the pickup truck to emit a plume of black smoke as it sped towards the hill. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the base of the small hill. Yi Chun donned his binoculars once more. The binoculars displayed iron ore detected. Type of iron ore, hematite. Total volume, 1,250 cubic meters. A reserve of 1,250 cubic meters of hematite would suffice for a lifetime of excavation. Da Wan, this is it. We have found it. The iron ore lay before them, and now they needed only 100 meters of electrical wire to upgrade their pickup truck and acquire a luxurious RV. Da Wan, too, was exhilarated, brandishing a pickaxe as he charged forward. Clang, clang. After 5 or 6 strikes, their hands were left numb, yet the iron ore mountain remained utterly unyielding. Boss, it seems, we can't break through. Yi Chun appeared somewhat troubled. He realized he was still too inexperienced. Who brings an axe to HEW at a mountain? This was becoming a bit of a headache. While the two were fretting over the visible yet unyielding iron ore, a message from Yang Ming echoed through the system. Yi Chun, Yi Chun. Something terrible has happened. Chapter 52. Someone has arrived. Upon reading those words, Yi Chun involuntarily shuddered. What was happening? Who were they? As confusion enveloped him and his companions, the fear-stricken young Minger and Li were rendered speechless. After a brief moment, Yi Chun received a fragmented message. The two men have landed on the island. Yi Chun's heart raced suddenly. Quick, get in the car. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the Wan to his pickup truck. Boss, what on earth is going on? The Wan was still in the dark, having only seen Yi Chun's private conversation with Yang Minger moments earlier. Those two scoundrels have set foot on our island. Yi Chun gritted his teeth. Goodness, the Wan exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. They swiftly jumped into the truck. With a roar, Yi Chun executed a 180-degree turn, and the pickup surged forth like a tiger unleashed, leaving a trail of thick black smoke as it raced toward their camp. The Wan. Contact Yang Minger and Li. Find out their situation, but above all, ensure their safety. In the urgency of the moment, Yi Chun was oblivious to the specifics of the situation. The Wan attempted to call the two women multiple times, but there was no response. Boss, I can't reach them. This is driving me mad. Although he had only known the girls for a couple of days, to him, they were an extension of his boss's family. The gravity of the situation intensified his anxiety. Yi Chun pressed on the accelerator, the pickup nearly taking flight. Boss, there's a message in the chat room. The Wan glanced at the screen and noticed something alarming. Ryu Xing-chun, you scoundrel. I promise you, today will be your last. The one making such grandiose threats in the chat room was none other than Coca-Cola. Come out and face your doom, but if you kneel, lick my shoes, and obediently bark like a dog, I might spare your life. Of course, that woman and everything you possess will belong to us, Huang Mao chimed in, echoing Coca-Cola's taunts. What is happening? What is going on? What is up with Ryu? The other chatroom participants were utterly bewildered, unsure if a fight had broken out. Yi Chun and the two men had a complicated history, which left many in the chatroom in a state of confusion. After all, those two men were prideful and would not easily disclose their earlier misfortunes. Yi Chun dismissed their presence entirely, further contributing to the collective bewilderment. You dare to lay a finger on the girls. The Huan began. Wu Chen quickly intervened. Stop sending messages. What is it, my leader? These two rascals certainly deserve a lesson. Wan is so enraged that he is almost tempted to wield his axe and strike them down. We must not reveal our whereabouts. They may still be unaware of our position, our numbers, or our equipment. Yi Chun took a moment to collect his thoughts. Indeed, he found himself in a rather passive situation, having been ambushed without any defenses, allowing the adversaries to infiltrate his island. However, the same applies to them. They are equally in the dark regarding his exact circumstances, his capabilities, his gear, and even a number of allies at his disposal. It seems they are unaware. At least they do not know that you and I are together. Wan pondered this advantageous realization. Yi Chun's foremost concern remained the two young women falling into the enemy's grasp. Should that occur, he would find himself in a dire predicament. He decided to message Yang Minger and Li, urging them to remain hidden if they had not yet been discovered, assuring them that they were racing to their aid, and that the resources and equipment taken by the enemy were of secondary importance. While the supplies were undeniably significant, they could be reclaimed, if necessary. They could simply return later. Yet, the situation regarding the women was far more precarious. If these two men were to capture the girls, one could only imagine the heinous acts they might perpetrate. It was not until Yi Chun approached his camp, merely 500 meters away, that Wan received a response from Li. This is bad. Minger has sacrificed herself to cover my escape and has been captured by them. Xiao has also been seized. The grim news struck Yi Chun like a thunderbolt. He steeled himself, taking a deep breath as he parked the vehicle 300 meters from the northern edge of the camp, concealed by the underbrush. Didi, your priority now is to ensure your own safety. We will handle the rest. After soothing Li, Yi Chun turned to Wan. From here on, we must rely on our collaboration. Wan looked at Yi Chun earnestly, thumping his chest. Leader, I am at your command. Just give the orders. Chapter 53. The boldness of the skilled Wan, equipped with a dagger and a pickaxe, stealthily entered through the fence on the eastern side of the lake, while I, with determination, forced my way through the gate on the western side. Boss, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Wan protested vehemently. unwilling to abandon his mission. I understood his simple mindset and realized he misconstrued my plan as an invitation to retreat. In a serious tone, I clarified, I do not wish for you to flee. They know me, but are unaware of you. We shall coordinate our efforts from the shadows and light. Upon hearing this, Dedelwan felt reassured, realizing that his leader intended for him to provide covert protection. Boss, command me, and I, Qin Dazhuang, will brave mountains and seas without hesitation. His spirits lifted. Let's not indulge in heroics. Once you infiltrate, seek out Di Li and ensure her safety. Then, wait for the opportune moment. I will park the pickup outside. It may serve as a vital asset when the time is right. I intend to confront those two rascals and assess young Minger's situation. My strategy was clear. If I remained absent for too long, those two would undoubtedly create trouble for young Minger. She was a young girl, and should those two become desperate, it could lead to dire consequences. I needed to make my presence known swiftly. As for Dedelwan and the pickup, they could serve as valuable pieces on his chessboard. With these two reinforcements, I could ensure both offensive and defensive capabilities. With the plan set, I left Dedelwan behind and drove the pickup into the thicket, armed with a dagger. I boldly returned to my camp, where the two adversaries were, indeed, ransacking the supplies. The confrontation was palpable, akin to the fierce gaze of sworn enemies upon meeting. Well, look who we have here, one of them sneered. We didn't expect to see you so soon after the last time you caused us such trouble. Look who's here, how the tides have turned. Dare to touch my woman? You must be tired of living. The blonde thug glared menacingly at me, adjusting his sparse fringe. I had indeed underestimated the situation. The camp's defenses were designed solely against wild beasts and were utterly ineffectual against human threats. It was evident that fortifying our defenses was of utmost importance. As more survivors acquired higher-grade supplies, our little island would inevitably attract unwelcome guests, making it imperative to strengthen our fortifications. Furrowing my brows, I glanced at young Minger, who was bound by the two men. To my surprise, she displayed remarkable spirit. I had not anticipated her growth. She seemed to have matured significantly. I recalled our first encounter when she had surrendered without a word. Now she stood tall, unyielding even in captivity, her eyes devoid of fear. Release her. Take what you want. My primary objective was to rescue her, indifferent to my own resources. With the signing system in place, I had little to fear. However, it was evident that the adversary had long been prepared. Release him? Do you think you can simply demand his release? What do you take my brother and me for? You better grasp the situation and obediently remain where you are, for before I am seized by the urge to kill, surrender all your valuables to me. Coca-Cola glared fiercely at Yi-chan. The items I could find here are clearly visible to you. In such a confined space, where could they possibly be hidden? Yi-chan shuruk, adopting an expression that suggested all his family belongings were indeed present. Coca-Cola and the yellow-haired man exchanged glances, then scanned their surroundings. It appeared that this scattered assortment of items was indeed considerable. Little did they know, Yi-chen's Raptor F750 concealed a wealth of treasures. Brother Coca-Cola, stop wasting words with this brat. I suggest we just finish him off. Despite the low volume of Huang Mao's words, Yi-chen, boasting exceptional hearing, caught every syllable. Finish me off? I'm afraid that would require you to catch me first. Yi-chen's audacity in facing the two was bolstered by his remarkable skill that granted him a 25 boost in maximum speed. Whether he could overpower them was a different matter. However, injuring him would not be as simple as they presumed. Coca-Cola seemed unwilling to exhaust his options with Yi-chen just yet. He scrutinized him from head to toe and coldly warned, I advise you to hand over all your valuables, or I will break your legs. Yi-chen responded with a peculiar smile, discreetly transmitting a message to Dedelwan. Dedelwan quickly replied, Boss, I've found Di Li. I've secured her in the jungle. I'm currently hiding in the woods west of the camp. It's safe here. What are your next instructions? Yi-chen replied, Wait for the right moment. After sending those words, he cast a provocative glance at both adversaries. Break my legs? I find that hard to believe. Damn it. You chose to ignore the path to heaven and barged into the gates of hell. Today is your destined demise. This truly ignited the fury of Huang Mao and Coca-Cola. Yi-chen let out a cold laugh, for that was precisely the reaction he sought. Chapter 54. Dare to touch my woman and seek death. Chen not only did not flee, but instead picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it fiercely at the two adversaries. Damn it, I shall not rest until I have dealt with you today. This act completely incited the fury of the yellow-haired thug and the one nicknamed Coca-Cola. Chen, unfazed, turned and began to make his escape. Where do you think you're going? The yellow-haired one and Coca-Cola pursued him relentlessly. Casting a glance behind, Chen saw both of them closing in, prompting him to gradually increase his speed. This was a strategy to draw the tiger from its lair, and he needed to manage his pace wisely. If he sprinted at full speed, they would likely abandon the chase immediately. He had to keep them intrigued. Coca-Cola, this kid, how can he run so fast? The yellow-haired thug, who was relatively swift, found himself lagging behind after a mere 300 meters, realizing that Chen was pulling further away. Is this kid playing us for fools? As the yellow-haired thug struggled to keep up, Coca-Cola was panting heavily. It dawned on them that they had also been outsmarted by Chen on their own island. After running almost 500 meters, the two finally came to a halt, while Chen leisurely stopped at a distance. He was now completely at ease, having successfully rescued young Minger and received her message. In a flash, Chen took advantage of their momentary distraction to slip into the woods. Where did that kid go? The yellow-haired thug realized too late that Chen had vanished from sight. Forget it, let us head back. We can escape the monk, but not the temple. Coca-Cola, utterly exhausted, was willing to do anything as long as it meant he wouldn't have to chase Chen further. As they prepared to return to Chen's camp, they suddenly heard two piercing honks from a vehicle. Beep, beep, the shrill sound of the horn made their heads throb painfully. The pickup truck, not only formidable in size, but also boasting an exceptionally powerful horn, approached with an imposing presence. Suddenly, two beams of bright light blinded them. When they regained their senses, they found a monstrous F750 pickup truck merely 10 meters behind them. Oh my God, is that a ghost? The yellow-haired thug's eardrums buzzed, his vision blurred by the truck's headlights. He instinctively screamed in terror. Seacar, Coca-Cola, with clearer eyesight, quickly realized that the figure looming behind them was not a ghost, but indeed a vehicle. A car. The yellow-haired thug, regaining his composure, stared in astonishment at the pickup. The two men could hardly fathom that there was a vehicle on this island. Beep, beep, the horn sounded again. As the pickup barreled toward them, they dared not hesitate any longer. Ignoring their exhaustion, they sprinted for their lives, shouting, "Help! Help!" As they ran, Chen, in a fit of urgency, hurriedly urged the two individuals to leave, much like one would shoo away fledglings. Suddenly, a large figure burst forth from the nearby thicket, raining down stones upon them with reckless abandon. An arrow whizzed past. Ouch! The blonde-haired miscreant let out a pained scream as a bamboo pole pierced his left leg, causing him to tumble unceremoniously. Another arrow flew through the air, striking the rear of the hapless Coca-Cola. Oh, what a display of skill! Such prowess could easily earn a spot in the Olympics. The exuberant large figure dashed forward, delivering a kick to each of the moaning individuals sprawled on the ground. At this point, the unfortunate duo had lost even the strength to cry out in pain. This is what you get for attempting to ambush us, and for your audacity. The large figure, with a fierce demeanor, administered a slap to each of them. What shall we do with them, boss? The large figure asked, proudly standing over them, awaiting Chen's decision. Let us take them back first. Are you three unharmed? Chen inquired with concern. We're fine. I'm all right, too. The two young women replied, shaking their heads. Bind them up and put them in the vehicle, he commanded. Thus, the blonde and Coca-Cola found themselves as captives. Please, brother, spare us. Their earlier bravado had evaporated in an instant. Brother? Who are you calling that? The large figure, unrelenting, slapped each of them once more. Master, please spare us. The two, now at a loss, elevated their pleas in desperation. Call him boss, do you hear? Boss. The large figure seemed to have watched one too many gangster films. Boss, boss. The two, now thoroughly subdued, realized that even addressing him as their ancestor would be acceptable under the circumstances. Chen, how should we deal with them? The two young women expressed their trepidation at the unfolding scene. Enough with the antics, Chen intervened to halt the large figure's mischief. The four of them escorted the two back to camp. "Hand over all your valuables," Chen commanded, his gaze icy. "I'll give everything. Please spare us. Allow us to escape with our lives." They pleaded. "Humph." Chen scoffed, yet in his heart, plans had already begun to take shape. Chapter 55. The consequences of going with the flow. We now find ourselves in an era of treachery and survival on the islands, where leniency towards wrongdoers is a luxury one cannot afford. The two captives were brought back to the camp. With a commanding voice, Chen instructed Wan to strip them down to their undergarments. The sight was shocking for the two young women, who were then called away by Chen to prepare lunch. "Boss, I found something interesting," Wan exclaimed as he rummaged through the pockets of the two prisoners. He unearthed a compass and a serrated dagger. The serrated dagger represented an advanced form of a standard knife. Two such daggers could be combined to form a cleaver or upgraded to a C-grade exceptional serrated dagger. While the practical utility of the serrated dagger might be less than that of a cleaver, it served as a superior weapon. It was evident that these two individuals had come well prepared. As for the compass, Chen returned the serrated dagger to Wan and examined the seemingly ordinary compass with keen interest. "How did you find us?" he asked coldly, a hint of menace in his gaze. "Vouvet." The two stammered and hesitated, struggling to articulate their thoughts. "Not speaking, are we?" Chen abruptly yanked the serrated dagger from Wan's grip and plunged it into the arm of the blonde captive. Blood gushed forth instantly. "Still not talking?" The blonde screamed in agony, yet remained silent. In a swift motion, Chen withdrew the dagger from the captive's arm and drove it into each of their thighs, delivering 3 or 4 brutal stabs. Blood streamed down their legs, staining the ground a horrific crimson, even causing one to lose consciousness from the pain. Wan, wake him up. He can't just slip into unconsciousness like that. Such an easy way out is not an option. Wan doused the unconscious one with a bucket of cold water, jolting him awake. "Looks like you can endure, huh? Then let us give you another taste of pain." Chen noticed the blonde still exhibiting some resilience. Without hesitation, he stabbed the only untouched arm of the blonde with fierce determination. The dagger sliced through, severing tendons with ruthless efficiency. They had come with murderous intent, and there was no need for him to show mercy. The blonde howled in agony, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple as tears streamed down his face. It's the compass," he finally confessed, thoroughly subdued. Indeed, this compass was no ordinary one. Chen scrutinized it once more. After a couple of minutes, the system provided an update. "Seeker compass, B-grade perfect resource. This compass can swiftly locate the position of the desired survivor. A B-grade seeker compass can accurately pinpoint survivors within 5 nautical miles. This perfect B-grade item is intended for survivors to locate their companions. Yet these two had repurposed it as a tool for vengeance." At that moment, Chen comprehended fully why these two had managed to find him so swiftly. "Input your name, and if the compass for locating individuals determines that the sought-after person is within a 5-mile radius, it will provide directional guidance." "Boss, their kayak seems to be on the southern beach." Wan is resolute in stripping these two individuals bare, vowing not to relent until he has succeeded. After removing their trousers, he left them with only a pair of undergarments, and did not hesitate to deliver a kick to their most sensitive areas. With such a careless yet forceful kick, it is likely that the future of these two men has been irrevocably altered. "Spare us, Great One. We shall never dare again. We implore you to show mercy." The two, aware of their impending doom, prostrated themselves and begged for forgiveness. Chen has already recruited 3 individuals and is now at full capacity. Neither slaying them nor recruiting them will elevate his signing level any further. As for Wan and his companions, they are now under Chen's command and are no longer entitled to recruit subordinates or gain signing level improvements through the elimination of survivors. Chen, this direct killing seems to be the case. Yang Minger, from several dozen meters away, sent a message to Chen via private email. "Very well. Since the lady has spoken, I shall grant her wish. However, the ladies merely request that I refrain from direct killing. If not directly, then let us engage in a torturous, lingering demise." "Ha! I shall refrain from direct involvement. Ha! But whether you live or die shall be determined by fate." "Thank you, Great One. Thank you. We are willing to serve as your humble servants. The two nearly bowed down to the ground in gratitude. Serving as humble servants? Oomph. It appears these two are deluding themselves. Chen would never tolerate having two malicious individuals by his side. Now compliant, who can guarantee that, after a few days, the seeds of their wickedness won't sprout anew? The Dewan, do we still have a bamboo raft? One remains. Bring it here. Boss, what do you mean by this? The two, bound and squatting on the ground, were perplexed. I shall give you a game to play, called Drifting with the Current. The Dewan, obediently, prepared to place them on the bamboo raft, ensuring it was aligned with the ocean's current, providing 2 bottles of fresh water and a piece of bread. All right, boss, this sounds entertaining. Evenda da Juan understood, ye Chen's intentno. Great one, please spare us. We can serve as your subordinates. Do not let us drift on the ocean. We shall perish. Huang Mao and Kukoku understood Yi Chen's plan. Drifting with the current. That is a euphemistic term. With their bodies pierced by numerous blades, bleeding profusely, and bound, what can they do? Water? Bread? How can they drink or eat? It is merely a slow watch as their lifeblood drains away, leading to a drawn-out demise that seems far less merciful than a swift execution. Most likely, they would succumb to excessive blood loss before drifting far at all. The Dawan appeared to take an interest, disregarding the pleas of the two, and dragged them onto the bamboo raft without hesitation. Our leader has treated you well, providing both water and bread. Were it up to me, you would have received naught. Come, may we meet again? The Dawan dusted off his hands with a look of righteous indignation. Let us go, the Yuan. It is the perfect opportunity to test the capabilities of our jet ski. Splendid. Hey, you two, consider yourselves fortunate. My leader is taking you for a spin on the jet ski. Who would have thought that the maiden voyage of the jet ski would involve these two fellows? The unfortunate duo, Huang Mao and the Coca-Cola pair, were thoroughly enjoying themselves. The Dawan quickly became adept at maneuvering the jet ski, driving it with remarkable speed. The two hapless souls were buffeted by the sea breeze, their faces contorted by the wind. After traveling 2 nautical miles, Yi Chen deemed it sufficient, untied the bamboo raft, waved farewell, and departed from the two wretches. Only then did he realize they had already succumbed, their blood staining the bamboo raft a deep crimson. It seemed their breathing had ceased. Leader, they cannot be dead, can they? Yi Chen shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. He had merely promised young Minger not to kill them on the spot. As for what transpired thereafter, that was no longer his concern. Should I be expected to ensure your eternal safety? If blame is to be laid, let it be upon yourselves. Your frail bodies are to blame. Watching as the raft drifted further away, Yi Chen and Da Wan began their return journey. Leader, what exactly is the purpose of this locator compass? Da Wan began to fiddle with the compass. Observe closely. Yi Chen took the locator compass and began to reveal its true utility. Chapter 56. Enhancing Defensive Engineering. Yi Chen entered. Yang Minger. The locator compass immediately provided him with the correct direction. Do you understand? If one becomes lost at sea, having familiar companions within the bounds of the 5 seas ensures one will not stray far. This device is incredibly useful. With this locator compass, survivors effectively possess a lighthouse within a 5-sea radius, ensuring they will never be lost again. For Yi Chen, who yearns for ocean fishing, this compass is nothing short of a divine artifact. The weather at sea is notoriously fickle. To successfully catch fish, one must venture away from shore. Should a storm suddenly arise, this locator compass will prove invaluable. Boss, when can we go ocean fishing? Dawan gazed hopefully at the boundless sea. Let us set aside the ocean fishing for now. All current matters must be prioritized, as we narrowly escaped a significant loss this time. We must enhance our defensive facilities. Yi Chen recalled the earlier events with a sense of lingering dread. Fortunately, their group was large, and their adversaries were poorly informed. Had the enemy discerned the situation on their island beforehand, they could have faced utter catastrophe. What use are the extraordinary signing systems that he and Deely possess? If they find themselves captured, even with daily super S-level divine rewards, they would ultimately end up in someone else's possession. Yi Chen was resolute. All ongoing tasks must be halted, and a robust barrier must be established swiftly. The two returned ashore on their jet ski. Yang Minger and Di Li awaited them anxiously. Where are the others? They drifted away. Their fate is in their own hands. Chen's expression remained stoic as he cast a glance over the vast ocean. This is the world of survivors, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Will they seek revenge if they are rescued? The girls were filled with apprehension. They were torn between feeling sympathy for Chen, who had dealt a fatal blow to their adversaries, and fearing retaliation if those adversaries managed to survive. Do not worry too much. Even if they miraculously wash ashore on another island, their survival is uncertain. Even if they manage to recover, they will need to prepare adequately. Given their current state, it may take them weeks to regain their strength. In a few weeks, our own situation will undoubtedly be far superior to what it is now. However, we too were somewhat careless this time. Let us convene a brief meeting to discuss the enhancement of our defensive structures. Chen was not particularly concerned about the possibility of their enemies seeking them out again. They were severely weakened, and merely surviving would be a stroke of luck. However, one could never be too certain. If Coca-Cola did not return, perhaps Pepsi would, and if Pepsi did not return, then perhaps a rather amusing alternative would arrive. Time is of the essence in establishing defensive engineering. The four of them returned to the pickup truck to strategize. First, we must establish our electrical system to prepare for the subsequent construction of a high-end defense system. Chen gazed at the solar photovoltaic panels piled up like small mountains outside the window, filled with both anticipation and a hint of melancholy. Once the power supply is secured, we shall have taken a significant step forward for our island. I believe we should establish a lookout tower at a high point, allowing us to promptly ascertain the external situation. Yang Minger spoke next. Boss, I think we must heighten the bamboo wall surrounding us, and additionally, we should erect a bamboo barrier along the southern beach. This bamboo wall would serve a dual purpose, preventing intruders from entering our domain while providing concealment. Unexpectedly, the usually clueless Wan spoke words that made Chen regard him with newfound respect. Boss, please don't look at me like that. It makes me quite embarrassed. These words are not mine, but Di Li's. I am merely a messenger. After all this time, Chen had overestimated this fellow. I concur with your points. Temporarily, we cannot procure iron ore, and we lack excavation tools, which we will likely address once the power system is established. The lookout tower and bamboo barrier can be integrated. Look over there. Chen pointed towards the edge of the cave. This cave stands about 5 meters high, facing an endless expanse of ocean, with no obstructions around, offering a clear view. With slight modifications, it can serve as a natural lookout tower. We could erect a bamboo wall atop the cave, construct a bamboo ladder on the northern side for easy access. And we must also heighten the original fences on the southern side of the cave and the eastern and western sides of the lake. This way, even if the adversary stealthily approaches our island, their offensive efficiency will be significantly hindered. Chen briefly explained the general plan. Excellent. This will enhance the safety of our camp considerably. Furthermore, we have Xiao Ha with us, which greatly strengthens our defenses. We owe this to Xiao Ha. Otherwise, we would have been captured. Upon hearing Di Li's words, Chen recalled Xiao Ha. Where is Xiao Ha? Chen scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of him. Yang Minger, with a sorrowful expression, replied, Xiao Ha sustained a wound while covering our escape, but fortunately, it is not deep. I have placed him in the pickup truck. So, the little one had been injured heroically. However, Xiao Ha has evolved. Yang Minger suddenly brightened with joy. Evolved. Chen, Wan, and Di Li were left dumbfounded at the mention of evolution. Chapter 57. The C-Class Exceedingly Exceptional Little Ha. When the group beheld Little Ha's present appearance, realization dawned upon them. Remarkably, Little Ha had grown. It had merely been a few days, yet had matured significantly. The trio stood in astonishment. Chen cast a glance at Little Ha's current attributes. Shepherd dog. C-Class Exceedingly Exceptional, in a state of continuous growth. What might it eventually become? I cannot say. Surely my Little Ha must be at least an S-Class. Yang Minger gazed at Little Ha with a face full of affection. At least an S-Class. Chen chuckled wryly, shrugging his shoulders. Could it be that a dog might evolve into an Ultra S-Class? How large would that be? Fortunately, Little Ha's injuries were not severe, and Chen rewarded the little creature with several pieces of fish, considering it a token of appreciation for its protective efforts. Chen, did you not check the chat room? Dealey furrowed her brows, gesturing toward her virtual screen. What is it? Chen, having been preoccupied for most of the day, had little time to peruse the chat room. Boss, it seems everyone is asking for D-class sand, and there are requests for D-class vegetables as well. Some even seek clay. Dadewan promptly opened the chat room. Indeed, the screen was awash with call for the sun and moon deity. Chen's private inbox was likely on the verge of overflowing. Do not mind them. I shall provide a unified response. With that, Chen typed a bold, conspicuous message in the chat room. Closed for 3 days. What? What is going on with the sun and moon deity? Why the closure? Indeed, esteemed one. I am awaiting an upgrade. I only need D-class rare vegetables. Please, sell me some. I require D-class sand. I am so close to upgrading. Deity, I implore you. Upon hearing of Chen's impending hiatus, the crowd descended into chaos. Chen chose to ignore them, as he had a multitude of tasks awaiting his attention. Business could wait until he was free. Dadewan, please fetch me the instructions for the solar photovoltaic system. Certainly. Chen's foremost intention was to establish a power system. Boss, I already possess 2 light bulbs. Once we have electricity, we needn't worry about the darkness at night. Although Chen had collected a few candles, their light was no match for that of electric bulbs. By the way, that freshwater purifier seems to require electricity as well. At this moment, Dealey recalled the neglected freshwater purifier. Boss, we have a lake full of water. Do we still need a purifier? Are we to be fussy about the source, be it Kunlun Mountain or Baishui Mountain? I am not particular. Dadewan was rather nonchalant. Content as long as there was sustenance. Chen, however, shook his head with a smile. Do not be so narrow-minded. Come, take a look at this. He casually retrieved an empty mineral water bottle and filled it with half a bottle of water from the lake. What is it? Dadewan looked on perplexed. Observe the quality of this fresh water. At that moment, the 3 of them comprehended the implications. Young Minger cast a glance and replied, it's an ordinary E-grade. So, water also possesses levels. You all seem to have overlooked one thing. Among the 3 of you, aside from Dadewan, who remains at level 3, both Minger and Dealey have already reached level 4. Have you considered what materials are required for a level 4 to advance to level 5? Instantly, Yang Minger and Dealey open their systems. For C grade and above, 1 crossbow. For C grade and above, 1 kilogram of vegetables. For D grade and above, 2 bamboo rafts. Self-made rafts are acceptable. For D grade and above, 10 liters of fresh water. Upon reading the last entry, the 2 young women finally grasped the situation. How could they have forgotten this? How could there still be D-grade water? What are we to do? Dadewan's habitual lack of critical thinking resurfaced. Chen, feeling quite helpless, shrugged and pointed to the freshwater purifier he had discarded in the corner. Don't forget, there's also that. This device can enhance the quality of water? Dadewan exclaimed in surprise, crouching down to examine the oddly shaped purifier. Chen, can this purifier genuinely improve the quality of fresh water? Yang Minger also scrutinized the purifier that had long been overlooked by everyone. Well, I can't guarantee it, but consider this. What is the quality of water? Essentially, it boils down to its purity. The purer it is, the better it is. Thus, using a purifier is undoubtedly the simplest method to enhance water quality. The 3 nodded in agreement. Although the power system had yet to be established, and they were unable to utilize the freshwater purifier, they could not deny that Chen's reasoning was quite sound. Then let us not hesitate any longer. We should hasten to build the power system. Dadewan expressed enthusiasm, eager to embark on the endeavor. I haven't fully comprehended it yet. Chen scratched the back of his head, feeling rather helpless. That thick manual remained unread. Well then you can sit here and read it slowly while I go chop some trees to raise our walls, Dadewan suggested. Let us go together. You drive while I sit in the passenger seat. Minger, Dealey, come along. We shall head west. Chen closed the manual, waved his hand to signal the others to get into the vehicle. Where are we going? Dadewan, who had originally intended to head east with her axe, inquired. Rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrows. Why will we chop trees right in front of our home? To the east, there are bamboo groves. The 4 climbed into the vehicle and exited the camp from the northern side of the lake, setting off in search of suitable materials. Chapter 58. The Capitalist S Mindset Boss. Where did you see the bamboo grove? Why didn't he notice it at all? Weren't we supposed to be mining this morning? Yi Chen, uninterested in further explanations to Dawan, realized that this fellow was far too carefree to remember the terrain. It was only when, under Yi Chen's guidance, the pickup truck meandered its way to a bamboo grove that Dawan recalled something. So this is where it is. Boss, you truly have an exceptional memory. Yi Chen merely shrugged, producing a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to the three of them. Take a look at this. This map? The trio was taken aback. I've only sketched part of it. There are still many areas on the island that we haven't explored. Boss, you're simply amazing. Where did you draw this? The Dawan exclaimed, mouth agape, almost ready to kneel before Yi Chen in admiration. Yang Minger and Deely also gazed at Yi Chen with reverence. Yi Chen, is this where we will be staying? Yang Minger asked, pointing to a section marked as the campsite. Yes, to the north of the campsite lies a lake, with mountains flanking both the east and west, and to the south, there are caves. These areas, this, and this, are crucial for us to focus on, particularly where we need to reinforce the bamboo wall, Yi Chen explained, indicating the sketch to the group. Brother Yi, where did you get this paper and pen? I exchanged them for 2 bottles of water the day after we arrived. For most survivors at this stage, paper and pen are of little use, so they were quite easy to obtain. At this, the three were genuinely impressed by Yi Chen. While they were merely surviving day by day, Yi Chen had already devised a plan. All right, now it's time to put in some effort, everyone. I still need to study this manual for another day or 2. Our goal today is to cut bamboo. Of course, if the trading post offers a reasonable price for bamboo, we can also sell some. It's already past 1. We'll wrap up by 4:30. Yi Chen prioritized safety above all. They needed to return to their campsite before nightfall, avoiding unnecessary risks outside in the dark. Boss, don't worry. I'm the best at cutting bamboo, Dawan declared, hefting a machete as he jumped out of the pickup first. Minger, Didi, you two will handle transporting the bamboo. Be careful. The girls, naturally, could only manage such straightforward tasks. Yi Chen grabbed another machete and followed Dawan out of the pickup, with 2 men cutting bamboo and 2 women transporting the fallen stalks to the truck. Their teamwork was remarkably efficient. The motivation to work for their own home was palpable, a stark contrast to the mentality of laboring for a capitalist employer. Boss, why don't you take a break? You're a mental laborer. Let me handle the heavy lifting, Dawan said, genuinely concerned for his leader, showering him with praise. Then I appreciate your hard work, Yi Chen replied without hesitation, acknowledging that his physical strength indeed paled in comparison to Dawan's. It seemed he would need to acquire a skill to enhance his stamina at the first opportunity the system provided. Seated upon the ground, Yi Chen did not remain idle. He reopened the chat room and the trading panel. The chat room buzzed with activity, and as Yi Chen glanced through the messages, he noted the same few items being discussed: sand, tree trunks, and vegetables. The only notable change was that a certain number of individuals had evidently advanced to level 3, beginning to seek clay, freshwater fish, and bows. These 3 items were indeed rare. Even Yi Chen found them to be in short supply, particularly the rubber bands needed for crafting bows, of which he was still a few short. This scarcity indirectly hindered the upgrade of the grand system to level 4. Another item that surprised Yi Chen with its demand was sea salt. Despite possessing a pot, Yi Chen had never regarded sea salt as particularly significant. Yang Minger, during Yi Chen's absence, had managed to procure the 30 kilograms of sea salt required for the upgrade. However, it seemed that sea salt had now become a scarce resource. Minger, regarding the sea salt, how long did it take you to gather it the first time? Yi Chen inquired. Yang Minger pondered for a moment before replying. It took about 3 or 4 hours. Our pot is large, and I used a high flame, managing to produce 2 or 3 pounds of salt in one go. Yi Chen seemed to grasp the essence of the issue. Most individuals lacked a pot. Though his pot appeared unremarkable, a mere D-grade rare soup pot, it possessed one significant advantage: its size. It could not only simmer fish soup, but could easily accommodate a turkey as well. An idea sparked in Yi Chen's mind, revealing a potential avenue for prosperity. Whatever you lack, I shall create, he thought, realizing he too was in need of kitchenware. He lacked ceramic bowls for meals and had to rely on plastic bottles for drinking water, which was rather inconvenient. Chen once again perused the upgrade list within the system. If he recalled correctly, progressing from the level 6 signing system to level 7 required ceramic products. Freshwater fish had a daily quantity limit, and it seemed more prudent to upgrade clay into ceramic goods for sale rather than selling it outright. Survivors, prepare your coins. Chapter 59. B-Class Perfect Tool Shovel Blueprint Capitalist Chen, having fulfilled his aspirations of wealth, returned once more to the ranks of manual laborers. The four of them toiled away, chopping wood and transporting it, working diligently until 4:30, when they finally wrapped up for the day. Gazing at the bountiful load of bamboo they had amassed, a sense of satisfaction washed over them despite their fatigue. The joy derived from their labor's fruits was indeed unparalleled. Time to head home. With their arms laden with rewards, the four made their way back. Boss, once we build the bamboo wall to 4 meters high and install an electric fence, I wonder who would dare trespass. It would fry them. Dedewan seemed to envision the nascent form of their future camp's defense system. His idea was audacious, intending to eliminate intruders with a jolt of electricity. Chen had not pondered the necessity of an electric fence, but surveillance equipment was undoubtedly essential, a notion he had entertained for quite some time. This vast camp spanned several thousand square meters, and it was evident that the four of them could not oversee it alone. They would need to rely on advanced technology for monitoring. Chen's ultimate vision encompassed surveillance devices equipped with alarm systems that would detect any intruders entering their camp and alert him, enabling him to prepare defenses promptly. Alas, the scale of this undertaking was formidable. They would have to dig and plant bamboo once more. Having experienced the arduous process of erecting the initial bamboo wall, Yang Minger aside, constructing the bamboo wall may sound simple, yet it demanded considerable time and effort. They would first need to chop down a substantial amount of bamboo, and then dig holes to plant them. The holes could not be too shallow, otherwise, the foundation would lack stability, failing to secure the bamboo wall. Yet digging deeper would be a laborious task. To fortify and elevate the bamboo wall, they deliberately selected robust and tall bamboo. While the height of the bamboo wall was sufficient, the complexity of its construction escalated exponentially. Brother Yi, that B-Class Perfect Tool Shovel seems incredibly effective. If only we had one, the task would be much easier, Dealey mused, casting a glance at the B-Class shovel in the system. B-Class Perfect Tool Shovel significantly reduces labor intensity and enhances work efficiency by no less than 500. This was the system's description of a tool. An increase in efficiency by 5-fold was indeed astonishing. One could only marvel at the exceptional items produced by the synthesis system. They were akin to miraculous artifacts. However, acquiring such a wondrous tool would not come without a hefty price. Chen certainly wished to obtain one. No, ideally 10. With such a tool to amplify efficiency 5-fold, what could he possibly worry about? He glanced at the worn iron shovel in his hand, earnestly hoping for its early retirement. Alas, material shortages hindered him. At first glance, one might consider him among the wealthiest of survivors. Yet after reviewing the materials required for synthesis, Chen realized he was far from affluent. B-level Perfect Tool Shovel, 10 kilograms of D-level iron ingots, or 3 kitchen knives. 5 kilograms of any type of C-level tree trunks, B-level Perfect Tool Shovel Blueprint. Goodness. Iron ingots, C-level tree trunks, and B-level blueprints. None of these are in my possession. Let us set aside the iron ingots for now, as they can be substituted with kitchen knives. Relying on his abundant resources, Chen found it relatively easy to procure a few more kitchen knives at the trading post. However, the remaining 2 items posed a greater challenge. C-level excellent tree trunks. Chen was uncertain if others had discovered any, but as of now, he had not encountered a single C-level excellent tree trunk. The most vexing of all was the B-level Perfect Tool Shovel Blueprint. Blueprints, a commodity without a set price. In the trading post, anything that could be classified as a blueprint fetched astronomical prices. While exorbitant prices were one thing, the quality was paramount. Chen had scoured the listings multiple times and found no blueprints of higher quality. At most, a few lackluster C-level excellent tool blueprints occasionally surfaced, such as brooms and mops. The names were rather appealing. Multifunctional practical broom. Significantly reduces labor intensity and enhances cleaning efficiency by 50. Solar-powered fully automatic mop. Frees your hands, effortlessly elevating your living environment to a new level. Chen harbored serious suspicions that advertisements had been embedded here. The pressing question remained: what purpose did he have for such items? Was he to find himself with nothing better to do than to clean the island he inhabited? As for the B-level perfect blueprint, the situation was even more daunting. Excluding the possibility of acquiring it directly through trade, the only remaining option was to synthesize it using his own blueprint synthesizer. He had indeed synthesized a C-level excellent axe blueprint previously, but that endeavor had been labor-intensive. For individuals spent an entire day laboring, the ladies were left sore from sifting through sand. They barely managed to gather the materials required for the synthesis through trade-off. The problem was that this entire effort yielded merely a single C-level excellent blueprint. At present, he needed to synthesize a B-level perfect blueprint, which was an entirely different matter. B-level perfect tool shovel blueprint requires 20,000 sea-level leaves from at least 3 different islands, any tree species, and 100 kilograms of sea-level sand from 5 different islands. Chen glanced at his pickup truck, estimating it wouldn't even accommodate the 20,000 leaves. Additionally, he needed 100 kilograms of sea-level excellent sand, which must also come from other islands. After sifting for sand, only about 30 kilograms of D-level sand remained. If he were to sift for sea-level sand, he feared he wouldn't even reach 1/10 of that amount. To gather 100 kilograms of sea-level sand, he would need to collect at least 1,000 kilograms of sand, equivalent to a ton. Then, the 4 of them would have to manually sift through the sand, which was indeed a colossal undertaking. Before the blueprints could be drawn, the 4 of them were nearly engulfed by the sands. The mere thought of these sands made Chen's head throb painfully. He had initially believed that possessing a blueprint research tool would pave the way for him, granting him effortless access to whatever he desired. However, it now seemed that he had been overly naive. The intricacies of the island were profound. Perhaps it was time for him to return to the countryside. As Chen was lost in despair, Delire suddenly called out, Brother Yi, come quickly and see. The exchange has just listed a new blueprint." A blueprint? Chen felt momentarily dazed. After a brief pause, he finally opened the exchange channel. There it was, prominently displayed. A blueprint for a B-grade perfect shovel. Chapter 60. Chen's little fan, however. When Chen beheld the demands put forth by the other party, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. The requirements for a B-grade perfect tool shovel included 2 mountain axes, 10 freshwater fish of grade C or above, 20 bottles of freshwater, 10 kilograms of clay, and a minimum of 10 kilograms of various dried food. Yet, what left Chen utterly flabbergasted was the additional stipulation: 5 kilograms each of B-grade perfect vegetables and fruits. What a farce! B-grade perfect vegetables? Let alone B-grade produce. Even C and D-grade vegetables, or anything merely classified as vegetables, were in such high demand that they were virtually priceless. Even someone as affluent as Chen could not amass 5 kilograms of B-grade vegetables and fruits. During his first harvest, thanks to fertilizer enhancements, he had managed to fortuitously obtain 1 kilogram of B-grade perfect vegetables, which he had safeguarded ever since, not daring to consume even half of it. What audacity! This person demands 5 kilograms of B-grade vegetables right off the bat. Such a brazen request. Goodness, is this person unhinged? Who possesses B-grade vegetables nowadays, let alone 5 kilograms? Why not just ask for 5 tons? Dada Juan Skov dis Danfidi. Why does this individual require such high-grade vegetables? Young Minger clearly found the situation perplexing. Chen opened the upgrade list and pondered deeply. Could it be that this person had already reached level 5 in the sign-in system? Minger, could you help me investigate their ranking from last week? I have no recollection of anyone named Yuan. When the system revealed the rankings for the first week, Chen recognized the names of the top contenders, but could not recall anyone by the name of Yuan. All right, I will check. Please hold on. Yang Minger promptly began her search for the individual's ranking. Yuan? Boss, that name sounds like a girl. A girl? Chen responded non-committally. There were no stipulations for naming conventions in this chat room. Although the name Yulan did indeed sound feminine, one could not dismiss the possibility of a man being fond of it. After all, in reality, there were men who presented as women. This was no different in the realm of survival on this island. Found it. They are ranked 350th. 350th? Not much ahead of me. Dada Juan remarked shamelessly. Yi-chan felt a twinge of embarrassment for him. Was this fellow's mathematical prowess taught by a physical education teacher? Although they were ranked 350th. What about you, my friend? You're at 823rd. Yi-chan recalled this distinctly. To equate 823 with 350 was truly an impressive display of Dada Juan's audacity. 350th place? Judging by the timing of the ranking announcement, it's likely that the sign-in system hadn't even reached level 2 at that point, Dealey intuitively suggested. Yi-chan nodded in agreement. Could be that this person had ascended to level 5 in just 4 or 5 days. The speed at which events unfold is utterly astonishing. Yi-chan, do you think she might have also recruited other survivors? Or, young Minger trailed off mid-sentence. Yet the implication was clear to all. Prior to reaching level 7 of the sign-in system, the most efficient methods to advance within it involved either recruiting or eliminating fellow survivors. Ascending from level 1 to level 5 in such a brief span is remarkably impressive. Even someone like Yi-chan, from a prominent family, has only managed to elevate 2 women to level 4 thus far. Could it be that this seemingly refined individual is also capable of killing? Dada Juan, with a face full of terror, made a throat-cutting gesture. Rather than speculate aimlessly, it would be wiser to inquire directly. Yi-chan was not inclined to engage in riddles and promptly sent a private message. May I ask if there is any room for negotiation regarding the price of your B-level perfect blueprint? Yi-chan politely submitted his question. To his surprise, a response arrived within 3 seconds. You are the sun, moon, and stars. Yi-chan stared at the seemingly perplexing 3 exclamation marks, his mind swirling with questions. Could it be that he had stumbled upon an adversary? He pondered, but could not recall having offended anyone since arriving in this survival realm. With 888 islands and a total of 999 individuals. Even if he were the target of disdain, it seemed improbable that he would encounter an enemy at every turn. I am indeed the sun, moon, and stars. Yi-chan, thoroughly bewildered, could only respond truthfully. Soon after, the reply came. You want my blueprint, huh? Yi-chan was momentarily at a loss, responding simply with, yes. No problem. I'll send it to you right away. Could you possibly teach me how to survive? I've only been here a few days, and there's a shortage of water and food, not to mention the resources required for upgrading the sign-in system. Yi-chan was utterly confused. What was happening? The 2 young women and Dada Juan exchanged looks of bewilderment at this response, initially suspecting the individual to be a ruthless killer. It now appeared they were merely a novice. Boss, you should ask if she is a girl. Dada Juan seemed particularly concerned about this question. Yi-chan glanced at Yang Minger and Dealey. Both girls appeared equally curious about whether this alleged killer was male or female. With a shrug, Yi-chan found himself at a loss and decided to follow the crowd's lead in posing the question. If you don't mind me asking, are you a boy or a girl? I'm a girl. My name is Ting Ting. Big shot. How did you manage to level up so impressively? You're ranked 1st. I've been wanting to learn survival skills from you for ages, but felt too shy to ask. I can't believe you came to me first. I'm so thrilled. It turned out this survivor, initially suspected of being a murderer by his companions, was indeed a girl. Moreover, she was quite chatty. Yi-chan was left utterly flabbergasted. The current situation was something he could never have anticipated. What sort of individuals were being summoned by this system? Yi-chan first cast a glance at Yang Minger, perceiving her as a blissfully naive and somewhat simple-minded girl. He then turned his attention to the oblivious Dada Juan, who stood grinning vacantly at the virtual screen, embodying a certain foolishness that made Yi-chan ponder how such a single-celled creature could navigate the complexities of the real world. 1, 2, and now the 3rd had emerged? Was this truly a realm of survival on an island? Yi-chan expressed profound skepticism. Meanwhile, Dada Juan beamed at him with an endearing grin. Boss, you're quite the charmer now. You've even garnered a little fan. Yi-chan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ding! You have completed a transaction with Yulan and have acquired a blueprint for a B-grade perfect tool shovel. Yi-chan was utterly bewildered. Had he truly stumbled upon some stroke of fortune? Another Dewan, it seemed, had crossed his path once more. Chapter 61. The plan to set sail again. Chen held the B-grade perfect blueprint, feeling somewhat bewildered. Boss, your charm is boundless. Another girl is throwing herself at you. Dewan seemed to find the situation lacking in excitement, making such remarks in front of Yang Minger and Li. Consequently, Li's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. What nonsense are you spouting? Yang Minger, now assuming the role of an elder sister. Shacha fierce gladi, etch de Dewan. Chen, it's rather inappropriate to accept something for nothing. Eftir shashizing de Dewan. Yang Minger turned her attention to Chen, who was still in a daze. However, Dewan proudly answered on Chen's behalf, "Fear not. The boss is generous to someone as rough as me. During those initial days, all my food and drink were provided by him. Not to mention now that it's a girl involved." Though these words were meant as praise, coming from Dewan's lips, they somehow fell off. Chen chose to ignore Dewan and directly message the girl, "Let me know what you need. I won't take your things for free." The reply, however, left Chen utterly dumbfounded. "I've only been here a few days. Great one. Besides food and drink, what else is necessary for survival on the island?" This girl appeared even more unambitious than Dewan. Chen was at a loss and sought help from Yang Minger. "Leave it to me. I will communicate with her." Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude, handing the girl over to Yang Ming. He finally had the leisure to examine the invaluable blueprint in his possession, the B-grade perfect shovel blueprint. He had finally acquired the most challenging blueprint. He already possessed 3 kitchen knives. The only material he lacked was a 5-kilogram C-grade exceptional log. "Boss, I've chopped down quite a few trees in bamboo, but I've yet to see a C-grade tree." Dewan was the most knowledgeable when it came to tree felling. C-grade logs. Chen fell adrift, scanning the trading post. Not to mention C-grade logs, even E-grade ones were unavailable. It seemed he was the only survivor who had ever sold logs. The system required a mere 5 kilograms, but the grade was significant. I don't believe I've seen trees above D-grade. D-grade trees are already quite thick and sturdy. What must a C-grade tree be like? Yang Minger murmured. Thick and sturdy. Her words sparked a memory in Chen. The first D-grade palm tree he had felled was indeed much sturdier than the surrounding E-grade palms. Subsequently, the D-grade trees that Dewan had chopped were also notably thick. Could it be that the sturdiness of trees correlates with their grade? Dewan. Speaking of sturdiness, what about that large pine tree? Dewan quickly grasped Chen's implication. "Boss, that's the tree. It must be C-grade. And perhaps even B-grade or A-grade is a possibility. It is merely that tree upon my island." Indeed, the final words of one of the most vexing for Chen. That towering pine tree is undeniably thick and robust, yet it resides on a different island. Chen, are you setting out to sea again? Yang Ming apparet somohat ansius. The last time Chen ventured alone to retrieve Dewan and Li, it had left her in great distress. Although she now had 2 more companions, the vastness of the ocean still weighed heavily on her mind. What is there to fear? We now possess a motorboat. Remember when we managed to paddle over in a kayak? Moreover, that island is quite close. If the weather is fair, it can be seen with the naked eye. As a matter of fact, I shall head to the eastern side of the island to gather some coconuts for you. There are plenty of coconut trees there. Chen spoke nonchalantly, wishing to alleviate any pressure on his companions. He was well aware that venturing out to sea entailed certain risks. "Coconut trees, splendid. Leader, I shall accompany you," Dewan eagerly volunteered. The 2 young women immediately raised their hands to express their desire to join as well. "There is no point in having too many. It will be better for you 2 to stay at home. Besides, there is a plethora of chores awaiting us. Fishing, watering the vegetables, and continuing to sift through the sand, all of which require time." Chen resolutely declined the requests of the 2 young women. "Brother Yi, those vegetables and fruits seem to be growing quite rapidly, perhaps due to the fertilizer," Li remarked, seemingly struck by a thought. "Indeed, which is why we need someone to remain behind. Rest assured, if all goes smoothly, we shall return within half a day." Chen endeavored to reassure Yang Minger. "Well then, when do you plan to set off?" Yang Minger, seeing Chen's determination, refrained from further objections. "It's too late today. We shall depart tomorrow." "Leader, I will take charge of felling that tree. Yi-chan was rendered speechless. Please, we only need 5 kilograms of trunk. We can simply chop off a few low-hanging branches to meet the weight requirement. The Dewan's fanciful ideas were beginning to surface again. The massive pine tree, with its lush foliage, would cover an area of at least 1,000 square meters if one were to consider its branches and leaves. To fell such a tree would take years. Consequently, in order to gather materials for crafting a B-grade perfect tool shovel, Yi-chan resolved to embark on a second sea voyage. After completing their daily fishing tasks, the 4 of them retired to rest. With a pillow and a blanket, Yi-chan found himself quite comfortable within the cave. However, while he reveled in comfort, the other survivors waiting in the chat room for his return expressed their grievances. Leader, you've made the news again. The Dewan, with nothing better to do, opened the chat room only to find the screen filled with pleas for the illustrious day and moon. These individuals lacked the materials from Yi-chan, and their dreams of upgrading the sign-in system were now at standstill. The longer they delayed upgrading the sign-in system, the later they would acquire high-level supplies. Do not pay them any mind. A day or two is inconsequential. Besides, leveling up will not significantly enhance the odds. Rather than lamenting, it is wiser to pragmatically consider future plans. Yi-chan was indeed in the midst of planning. Boss, what are you painting? This is our camp. And this is the cave. Above the cave is the observation tower. I plan to install solar photovoltaic panels here, as the surroundings are open and can fully absorb sunlight. As for this area, I took a peek through a periscope and observed that the overall land quality is high. I intend to designate it for future agricultural expansion. The cave will require at least 3 lamps, and once I acquire electric tools, I plan to smooth the ground and ideally lay down a carpet. Dad Awan listened in astonishment as Yi-chan elaborated on his vision for their future home. Smoothing the ground? Laying down a carpet? What on earth does the boss intend to do? Build a palace? Yi-chan, I'm sending some water and food to Tingting. Young Minger message from the pickup truck. Sure, do as you see fit. With an abundance of food at present, Yi-chan felt generous, especially since that girl, Tingting, had gifted him a remarkable blueprint. He wouldn't mind sending her not just a little food, but even half a lake of water. Boss, you're impressive. You got 2 at home, and there's also a little third. Dad Awan interjected unexpectedly, leaving Yi-chan momentarily bewildered. What on earth? Little? Third? To Yi-chan's surprise, Dad Awan continued. Boss is formidable. It's my first time seeing a man with his wife supporting him in raising a little third. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 62. The treasure-seeking albatross and the crop accelerator. Yi-chan was nearly choked by this fellow. Fortunately, he managed to come up with an idea. I suggested that he focus on something more constructive and perhaps take a leisurely stroll by the sea to enjoy the refreshing breeze. Yi-chan forgefully kikit da huanaside. I want to go. It's almost midnight, and I need to sign in. Dad Awan seemed to possess an unusually optimistic disposition. Each day, the quality of his signed-in items was consistently the lowest, yet this did little to diminish his fervor for the process. He counted down the seconds, eagerly awaiting the moment to sign in. Boss, watch closely. This time, I will secure you an Ultra S-level divine reward. Enough already. If you could just sign in something of normal value, I would be eternally grateful. Yi-chan truly did not harbor any hopes that this fellow could procure anything of substantial worth. Considering his odds, it seemed futile. As for what Yi-chan yearned for at that moment, it was quite a list. Not to mention the fragments of treasure maps and various Ultra S-level divine resources. He longed for diesel, iron ore, various power tools, and marine fish. These were all urgently needed resources. The lack of some hindered his advancement, while others stalled the progress of his defensive projects. Just past midnight, Dad Awan could hardly contain his excitement and began the sign-in process. Ding! The Chen de Zhuang you recruited has successfully signed in, obtaining a sea-level excellent sign-in reward. Shark hook. A shark hook? Yi-chan was taken aback by the name. Boss, am I impressive or what? Dad Awan proudly thumped his chest. Was the system suggesting he should go shark fishing? Yi-chan pondered this rather daunting notion. Ding! The Dilly Delimurat you recruited has successfully signed in, obtaining a B-level perfect reward. Treasure-seeking albatross. Treasure-seeking albatross? Yi-chan was utterly bewildered. The reward system for Yang Minger was not announced, and Yi-chan understood that it was likely a lower-tier reward. although Dilly's reward was somewhat disappointing. Not being an S-level legendary item, a B-level perfect reward was still commendable. Chen was self-aware. One could not expect the young lady to secure S-level rewards every day. However, what exactly was this treasure-seeking albatross? Suddenly, a bird's call echoed from outside the cave, followed by the voices of young Minger and Dilly. They're coming, they're coming. Chen and Dada Wan immediately sprang from the cave. In the darkness, under the luminous moonlight, a large white bird was flying low, circling around their pickup truck. Chen, can we keep this albatross? The two girls, seemingly enamored with animals, made it difficult for Chen to contest with them over the bird. Thus, he graciously chose to forfeit his priority and relinquished the treasure-seeking albatross to Dilly. Chen donned the spyglass to examine the attributes of the treasure-hunting albatross. The most loyal of birds, devoted to love until death. Possessing the innate ability to search for fish in the ocean. It aids its master in promptly discovering rare and exotic creatures. Particularly adept at locating marine life across vast oceans. The treasure-hunting albatross has a chance to evolve under specific conditions. So this is how it is. It appears that the treasure-hunting albatross is quite comparable to the spyglass in his possession. However, the albatross excels in detecting sea creatures. Chen then recalled the shark hook obtained from the Grand Scroll. Shark hook, a tool for catching large marine fish which, when combined with a shark net and a sea fishing rod, can form a B-grade perfect fishing kit. So this item actually has a set. How delightful. The two young ladies had gone to play with the albatross, while the Grand Scroll was lovingly cradling his shark hook. Chen decided to embark on his own sign-in journey. Ding! Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Reward obtained. B-grade perfect reward. Crop maturation time accelerator. Another intriguing item. Chen immediately began to examine the detailed explanation. Crop maturation time accelerator. Can shorten the maturation cycles of all crops by 40 to 80. Note, can only shorten the maturation cycles of B-grade and below crops. Splendid. Chen exclaimed, this reward is absolutely wonderful. The prolonged maturation cycle of crops had been a source of distress for him. Although he had fertile soil and fertilizers that had already increased the growth rate of crops, Chen still felt that the growth was too slow. Moreover, fertilizers are consumables. Once used up, they are gone. This accelerator, however, does not specify a lifespan for its use. With the accelerator in hand, the maturation cycle of his crops was once again reduced. Chen hurriedly dashed toward his farmland to check the status of the various crops he had sown. Second sowing of vegetables. 3 days until harvest. Grapes. 2 days remaining. Olive vegetables. 3 days left. As expected, the growth rate of his crops had accelerated once more. At present, Chen was reluctant to consume his crops. Apart from a few pounds of high-grade vegetables set aside, the rest were either sold for resources or used as upgrade material for the Grand Scroll and others. If he could accelerate the yield, what could he possibly worry about? Boss, tomorrow let us go to my island to chop some trees and fish for sharks. Look, I have a shark hook, and the two lovely ladies have a treasure-hunting albatross. We can feast on shark fin soup. Chen felt a bit embarrassed. This guy really dared to dream. They had just begun to enjoy a life of sufficiency and were already longing for exotic delicacies. Boss, what is that thing in your hands? The Grand Scroll seemed to have noticed the square little box Chen was holding. Just got it from signing in. The crop maturation accelerator, which can enhance the growth speed of crops. Really? Then we won't have to worry about having no vegetables or fruits to eat. Yang Minger and Dilly were also quite excited upon hearing this good news. The two young ladies touched their cheeks in delight. As a frontline artist, appearance has always been of paramount importance. Ever since arriving on the island, exposed to the elements of wind, sun, and rain, one cannot even speak of skincare products. Even fresh vegetables and fruits, which are vital for vitamin intake, are in short supply. On the surface, neither of the two would dare to voice complaints, particularly when other survivors are struggling merely to secure their basic needs. Yet, deep down, who wouldn't yearn for a taste of fresh produce? Chen naturally comprehended their sentiments. He nodded towards them, reassuringly stating, rest assured, with this resource, we should not worry. It will not only suffice for the sustenance of the four of us, but will also leave us with a surplus. Having brought them on board, He felt it imperative that their basic needs be adequately met. The Dewan seemed indifferent towards the vegetables, but expressed considerable interest in the grapes soon to sprout on the vine. "Boss, can we make raisins from these?" Unexpectedly, this fellow was thinking quite far ahead, foregoing fresh fruit in favor of dried grapes. Yi-chan felt a tinge of helplessness, yet upon reflection, the Dewan's suggestion was not without merit. Fresh fruit has a brief shelf life. Should the yield of fruit increase in the future, it would indeed be wise to consider drying them to create raisins. "No problem. By then, I promise you will eat to your heart's content. However, it is rather late now, and we must set sail tomorrow. Everyone should turn in early." The most anticipated brief check-in of the day had come to an end, yet the chat room remained abuzz with activity. Yi-Chen had already noticed that the prices for ordinary freshwater resources, as well as basic items like bread and biscuits, were plummeting rapidly due to the influx of survivors registering useful supplies. His days of relying solely on this lake for sustenance were drawing to a close. However, Yi-Chen had already amassed numerous new products to sell, ranging from various grades of sand, freshwater fish, to clay and vegetables. He had ample means to prosper. In this era, one must adapt to the changing times. "Yi-Chen, could you come over? We need to discuss something with you." As Yi-Chan finished scanning the marketplace and chat room, preparing for sleep, young Minger sent him a private message. "You go ahead and rest. The lady has something to discuss with me." He exchanged a brief goodbye with the Dewan. "I understand. Boss, you go ahead. Haha." The Dewan simirkit mishiusli at Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen, uninterested in his antics, stood up and exited the cave, heading towards his pickup truck. "What's the matter? What do you need?" The two young women exchanged secretive glances, their heads drooping, their cheeks flushed crimson. Yi-Chen was bewildered. "What's going on?" That. Young Minger stammered, leaving Yi-Chen to hear only vague utterances. "It's all right, just speak plainly. We are all friends here," Yi-Chen encouraged politely. "Could we possibly purchase some feminine products at the marketplace?" Chapter 63. Diesel is available. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen found himself in a state of bemusement. Women's necessities. What could that possibly entail? Well, no problem. You can decide what to purchase. Yi-Chen, a regular patron of the trading post, had never particularly focused on what could be termed as female necessities. Since the young lady had brought it up, he felt compelled to acquiesce. After all, it would be rather awkward to inquire further about their desired items. We require some provisions, and we also need some vegetables. Yang Minge estamelo, here embarrassments pelpable. To acquire goods, one must undoubtedly pay a price. As the unassailable lord of this island, Yi-Chen's approval was essential. For materials below grade B, you may make the decisions yourselves. There is no need to inform me specifically. Feel free to purchase what you need. We have sufficient provisions and vegetables. Yi-Chen appeared magnanimous, as he genuinely did not care about grade B or lower materials, save for those two highly coveted mountain axes. Furthermore, discussing such matters with the young ladies late at night made him feel rather uneasy. It was preferable to let them handle it, as they were already his, and he need not worry about the items disappearing. "Thank you, Brother Yi. You are truly wonderful," Didi expressed her exhilaration, and it seemed that had young Minger not shot her a warning glance, she would have leapt forward to embrace Yi-Chan. The pickup truck now contained two ladies and a gentleman. Both girls were dressed rather casually. Young Minger, with her carefree nature, had her collar wide open, while Di Li, though dressed more conservatively, could not conceal her alluring figure. The dim flicker of the two candles young Minger had lit to save electricity further lent an ambiguous air to the atmosphere. Yi-Chen glanced around the interior of the truck. He could not allow these two beautiful ladies to remain unaccompanied here. He resolved to transform the pickup into a camper van at the earliest opportunity. No matter how splendid the cave might be, it could not compare to the comforts of his own vehicle. "Yes, we've got it," Di Li suddenly exclaimed, breaking him from his reverie. Yi-Chen turned to see her excitedly holding up a pair of pajamas emblazoned with the words "Hello Kitty." So, she merely changed into pajamas? "Brother Yi, when will we finish transforming the camper van?" Di Li seemed quite eager about the idea. "Indeed, it feels rather improper to have you both sleeping in a cave all the time," young Minger remarked with a wry smile directed at Yi-Chen. "Let us wait a bit longer. We already have blankets, quilts, and pillows. The cave is quite decent, providing shelter from the wind and rain, so we can make do. As for the camper van conversion, we will need iron ore, and mining it requires specific tools. It appears we can only rely on that A-grade epic construction hammer. That construction hammer? Yang Minger a shukia hit vigorously. The difficulty of synthesizing that item rivals that of a treasure map, though it is classified as A-grade. The complexity of its synthesis is enough to make anyone want to give up. There is no alternative. However, with that construction hammer in hand, it seems many of our issues will be effortlessly resolved. Let's not rush. We shall tackle one matter at a time. For now, we must acquire a C-grade trunk and procure a B-grade shovel. Rome was not built in a day, and many things cannot be hurried. By the way, what has become of that girl? Chen recalled the girl named Ting Ting. I sent her some food and drinks. The young lady is merely 18. Bold yet somewhat lacking in self-sufficiency. Yang Minger seems to have gathered some information already. By the way, Chen, is it possible for us to bring Ting Ting back? Much like we did with Dilly? Yang Minger was quite forward-thinking. Dilly and Adawan were aided by fortune, being closer to us. Well, do we not possess the person-finding compass? Moreover, we have the treasure-hunting albatross. Yang Minger earnestly pointed to the albatross peacefully napping on a tree outside. This magnificent bird appeared unperturbed, having chosen its master and refusing to depart. However, the vehicle was too cramped, so Yang Minger selected a large banyan tree as its home. The person-finding compass can only locate individuals within 5 nautical miles. Beyond that, it is futile. As for the albatross, it is meant for seeking rare and exotic creatures, not for locating people. Chen was far more pragmatic than Yang Minger. That is uncertain. Tomorrow you shall set sail, and you might as well use the compass to search. Perhaps Ting Ting is nearby. Yang Ming reminded undeteret. Very well, but I advise you not to harbor excessive hopes. Finding someone in this vast ocean is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chen's words, though blunt, held a kernel of truth. In this world of island survival, there are no less than 888 islands, and the distance between them is unknown. Finding a single person among these islands is indeed a daunting task. By the way, Ting Ting's full name is Jiang Yuding. Do not mistakenly input it. The person-finding compass requires the precise name of the individual sought, a point Chen certainly understood. Understood. I shall take my leave and rest early. Chen waved goodbye to the 2 young ladies, and with a sense of self-awareness, exited the pickup truck, returning to his cave dwelling. Boss, why are you back? Naturally. That pickup is rather cramped. It would be a tight fit for 2 people, so where would you have me sleep? Chen shota guleda to the Huan. The Dawan grinned mischievously, suggesting, a little squeeze, there's always room. You little rascal, are you seeking trouble? Chen kikit the Huan, prompting him to finally quiet down. Boss, what do the ladies want from you? To Chen's surprise, the Dawan was rather inquisitive. They wish to exchange some supplies, and have asked me to search for the girl named Ting Ting. Looking for someone? That sounds splendid. We have a jet ski and the person-finding compass. We're sure to locate her. Chen was speechless, surrounded by 2 foolish girls and 1 foolish boy. He nestled into his bedding, leaning against the pillow, and let out a yawn. Although Chen himself harbored a desire for his island to acquire additional manpower, he knew that with his current equipment, he could not rely on traversing the vast ocean. Boss, look quickly. Someone is selling diesel. The mention of diesel jolted Chen awake from his growing drowsiness. He immediately accessed the trading interface. The Reaper Returns is offering 100 liters of diesel. The name, the Reaper Returns, might be unfamiliar to others, but Chen recognized it well. He had noted this entity ranked 3rd on the Survivor leaderboard since the system first unveiled the rankings. However, upon seeing the materials that the individual was requesting in exchange, Chen felt a mixture of hope and concern. Boss, this person is asking for D-grade rare freshwater. D-grade rare freshwater. Chen did not possess any at the moment, but he did have a freshwater purification device. Chapter 64. Back in the news, Chen was acutely aware that the diesel in his pickup truck was running low. Consequently, he had refrained from driving it over the past few days. The vehicle had nearly transformed into a stationary fortress. However, lacking D-grade freshwater meant that the exchange for more diesel had to be postponed. Awakening early the next morning, Yi-chun was surprised to find that the two young ladies had risen even earlier. They busied themselves with walking the dog and entertaining the birds, transforming the campsite into something resembling a zoo. You two shall not venture anywhere today. Remain here in the camp. I will return within half a day after chopping down some C-grade logs with the Dawan. Given the recent experience of being ambushed, Yi-chun harbored some concerns. Rest assured, Brother Yi. By the way, let us bring Shao Tian along, Dealey exclaimed, emitting a sharp whistle towards the mountainside. The large white albatross, known for its treasure-seeking prowess, soared down, startling Yi-chun with its impressive wingspan, which extended over a meter. With the addition of the magnificent bird, Yi-chun and Dawan boarded the jet ski, equipped with two machetes, a climbing rope, a spyglass, binoculars, a compass for navigation, a few freshwater fish, some provisions, and several bottles of water. Had Yi-chun not intervened, Yang Ming would have likely attempted to haul every movable item onto the jet ski. There is no need for so much. We'll only be gone for half a day. Yi-chun sighed, feeling somewhat weary. Alas, the women in his life were simply concerned for his well-being. After bidding farewell to the ladies, Yi-chun and Dawan set off towards the eastern island on the jet ski. Dawan had ingeniously secured his shark hook to a bamboo pole, seemingly intent on utilizing this makeshift device to catch a shark. Meanwhile, Yi-chun's thoughts were consumed by the towering pine tree. Once he secured the C-grade logs, the advancement of the high-grade fencing project at their campsite would multiply exponentially. The jet ski sped towards the eastern shore, and the visibility was remarkably clear that day. Gazing southward, Yi-chun could faintly discern other islands approximately 7 or 8 nautical miles away. Boss, since we've made the effort to be out here, why not venture a little further and explore our surroundings? Dawan, having fiddled with his shark hook, seemed to have lost his initial excitement and began surveying the area from the front of the jet ski. All right, you take the helm while I sketch a map, Yi-chun replied, relinquishing the driver's seat to Dawan. He then picked up a pen and began to observe their surroundings, drawing the landscape. Under Dawan's command, the jet ski surged forward at an exhilarating speed. Here we go. The performance of the jet ski was nothing short of astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Yi-chun and Dawan had traveled 5 nautical miles. However, Yi-chun's compass had lost track of Yang Ming's location. All right, let us not stray too far. We don't want to be unable to return. Just as they were conversing, the chat room erupted in excitement. Am I seeing things? Is someone out there on a yacht? In a chat room, a young and temperamental survivor suddenly exclaimed, capturing the attention of everyone present. A yacht? Surely you must be hallucinating. We have just managed to secure our basic needs. Where would a yacht come from? I haven't even completed half a bamboo raft yet. Others chimed in. Who among us can even operate a yacht? It requires a considerable array of materials to craft, and I have yet to set foot in the sea. The young survivor was quickly met with a barrage of skepticism. Silence, everyone. I genuinely saw it. I am well fed, and there was indeed a speedboat heading east. The survivor, known for their fiery temperament, responded defiantly to the criticism. Another survivor spoke up. I too witnessed it. Visibility is quite good today. I was scouting from the hill, and I assure you, it was a yacht located to my west. This only fueled the young survivor's bravado further. See? I wasn't fabricating tales. Others saw it too. The chat room erupted in chaos. Is this a joke? Could it not be a survivor? It's only been a few days. How could someone have fashioned a yacht already? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Who could it be? An increasing number of survivors engaged in the discussion. Meanwhile, Yi-chun focused intently on his drawings, and Dawan was engrossed in a thrilling race, completely oblivious to the commotion in the chat room until Yang Minger sent a message. Yi-chun, it seems you are in the news again. The phrase in the news had become a current buzzword, and Yi-chun was a frequent feature within it. In the news? What has happened? He set aside his sketches, looking bewildered. You should check the chat room. It's about you. I sent it. With Yang Minger's prompt, Yi-chun finally opened the chat room. What he saw was startling. The entire chat room buzzed with a singular topic, the sighting of someone piloting a yacht in the ocean. Could it be the esteemed Day and Night Star? As expected, once most survivors joined the conversation, someone recalled a particular individual. Yi Cheng's ID was once again mentioned, and subsequently, his private inbox was inundated with messages. Even Wan's personal mailbox received notifications. Looking perplexed at the two emails, he remarked, "Brother Wan, are you acquainted with the Day and Night Star? Is this yacht operator him?" Given that Wan had frequently supported Yi Cheng, astute individuals had begun to take notice of him. "Boss, it seems we have attracted too much attention." Yi Cheng shot him a disapproving glance. "You have the audacity to say that? Who told you to drive so recklessly? Ignore them. Keep your focus on the path ahead and don't get lost. We don't have GPS navigation. Rest assured, I have returned to the original course, and the compass of our search indicates that young Minger is right behind us." Fortunately, the two did not stray too far and circled back to their original path. After navigating northeast for about 10 minutes, Wan exclaimed with excitement, "Boss, look at that pine tree. It is truly magnificent." Yi Cheng sent a message to young Minger, informing her that they were about to reach the island. He then stood up and took the binoculars to survey the northeastern direction. "We are preparing to dock. There seems to be a small cove at 2 o'clock, and we will anchor the motorboat there." "Understood, boss." Wan began to reduce speed as the motorboat gently glided into the cove. Yi Cheng raised the binoculars to observe his surroundings. However, upon gazing towards the eastern sky, Yi Chen's brows furrowed in concern. Chapter 65. A-Class Epic Japanese Pine. The Great Roll swiftly approached the shore, urging for a prompt resolution. "Boss, what's the rush? I was hoping to catch a shark as well. We've only just set out." The Great Roll looked utterly perplexed. "Look to the east." Yi Cheng pointed towards the sky in that direction. There, amidst the previously azure expanse, a stark line of ominous clouds began to form. "Goodness, it looks like a storm is brewing. Quickly, gather your gear and ascend the mountain. Let us aim to resolve this within the hour." With no time to hesitate, Yi Cheng seized his mountain axe, packed provisions, and sprinted towards the shore. The treasure-seeking albatross chirped and took flight towards a mountain summit, with Yi Cheng following closely behind. "Boss, wait for me." The Great Roll, carrying another mountain axe, hurried to match Yi Chen's pace. As they ran, Yi Cheng sent a message to young Minger and her companion, urging them to swiftly transfer essential supplies to the pickup truck due to the impending storm. "What about you? Stay safe. Don't worry. We will return as quickly as possible," Yi Cheng reassured young Minger, though his gaze instinctively drifted to the darkening sky to the east. The speed of the approaching storm clouds far exceeded his expectations. Despite their distance, he could already sense an oppressive weight, as if the clouds were poised to engulf the city. The two sprinted up the mountain, reaching the summit 15 minutes later, breathless but triumphant. Yi Cheng immediately began to assess the attributes of the robust pine tree before him. Japanese pine, A-class epic tree, lush and verdant, serves as a fundamental material for crafting high-tier items. As anticipated, this tree not only met the requirements for C-class exceptional, but was indeed an A-class epic specimen. "This is the one. Boss, this tree is rather tall." Yet, it seemed they encountered a slight dilemma. Yi Cheng had initially envisioned gathering a few small branches to amass 5 kilograms and head back, but upon reaching the towering tree, he realized its stature posed a challenge. Except for the trunk, which was under 10 meters, the remaining branches soared high above. "Let me give a try." The Great Roll, disregarding any caution, swung his axe towards the trunk. "Be careful." Yi Chen's initial concern was that such a powerful swing might topple the tree. If it fell, their predicament would be dire. However, his worries proved unfounded. The tree stood firm, showing no signs of damage. The Great Roll, on the other hand, was violently thrown back by the recoil of the axe. "What sort of tree is this?" Stunned, the Great Roll dusted himself off and inspected his axe, discovering it had become slightly warped. Yi Cheng, too, was taken aback. His axe, a C-class tool, had only struck once, yet it was already damaged. What was this tree made of, wood or alloy steel? "My apologies, boss." The Great Roll scratched the back of his head, filled with regret. Yi Chen's current concern was not the loss of a C-grade mountain axe, but rather how to deal with the 5-kilogram log. "Wait a moment. Let me take a look with the spyglass." Yi Chen donned a spyglass and began to scrutinize the pine tree meticulously. The main trunk of the Araucaria tree was classified as an S-grade legendary trunk, exhibiting exceptional hardness that could only be breached by A-grade epic tools. At this moment, Chen fully comprehended why the C-grade extraordinary axe was utterly ineffective against it. With a chirp, the little bird perched on the branch suddenly began to flutter its wings. Chen immediately looked up. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar detail. An A-grade epic tree had a main trunk rated as S-grade legendary. Could it be that different parts of this tree possessed varying levels of classification? Chen promptly resumed his careful examination of the majestic pine. Upon glancing upwards, the spyglass revealed additional data. The primary branch was classified as A-grade epic with considerable hardness, impervious to B-grade perfect tools. He then scrutinized the smaller branches. The secondary branch was rated as B-grade perfect, boasting considerable hardness, resistant to C-grade extraordinary tools. At last, Chen had pinpointed his target. Dada Juan. It appears we must climb the tree. Climb a tree? Boss, with my physique, I fear that may be a challenge. Dada Juan was quite self-aware. His corpulent form made the prospect of climbing rather unappealing. Tie the rope around me. Boss, you can climb trees? Chen did not respond directly to Dada Juan. Being a city dweller, he had never learned the art of climbing trees. However, the branches of this tree were robust and well-formed, instilling him with confidence. As for the climbing rope, he regarded it solely as a safety measure. He secured one end around his waist, while the other end was tied to the primary branch with Xiao Tian's assistance. Be careful, boss. Unable to contribute directly, Dada Juan assumed the role of a cheerleader. Chen, equally cautious, ascended with great care. The main trunk reached nearly 10 meters in height, and after 10 minutes, he finally reached the primary branch. Dada Juan, using the rope, passed the remaining intact mountain axe to Chen. Chen attempted to shift slightly on the primary branch, stabilizing his balance, and began to swing the mountain axe towards the secondary branch. With a resounding crack, a secondary branch approximately 1 meter long fell to the ground. Done! Done! Boss is magnificent! Dada Juan cheered from below. Yet, this single secondary branch hardly weighed 5 kilograms. Chen estimated it to be at most 1 kilogram. Reluctantly, he realized he would need to replicate this process several more times. As Chen chopped at the 4th branch, the sky had already darkened. The eastern horizon was enveloped by ominous clouds. Elevated as he was, Chen felt the gusts of wind sweeping across his face. Chen, it's about to rain. When will you return? Please be cautious. Yang Minger and Di Li on their island anxiously awaited news from Chen. However, he had no time to attend to the concerns of the two young women. At present, one finds oneself in a realm where one can survey the vastness of mountains. Yet a moment's distraction could lead to one's untimely demise. Boss, that's 4. Just one more, and we shall be nearly finished. Exclaimed Dada Juan, shouting towards Chen while using his half-worn mountain axe to clear away the excess branches and leaves from the secondary limbs that Chen had severed. Gripping the mountain axe tightly, Chen took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure as he inched closer to the next secondary limb. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated half the sky from the east, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Chen nearly stumbled, struggling to regain his balance. But he managed to shift his position towards the primary limb once more. With a resounding crash, the final segment of the secondary limb fell beneath his axe. All done! All done! Boss, hurry down! Dada Juan appeared de somevat eshilarated. Dada Juan, secure the other end of the rope tightly and lower me slowly, Chen instructed. The ascent may be easy, yet descending proves to be a challenge, much like climbing a tree. As dark, ominous clouds loomed ever closer. Chen opted for the swiftest method of descent, a vertical drop. Chapter 66. A storm approaches. Quick retreat. Chen leaped down the rope and cast one last glance at the sky. The ominous clouds loomed perilously close. Boss, what about the rope? There's no time. We must go. If the rain were to descend, the two of them would be stranded. This island beneath their feet was not their own, and they had not brought sufficient provisions. Moreover, they could not procure supplies on someone else's territory. Delays could jeopardize their safety, and the risk to their lives was substantial. They had to return immediately. Without further hesitation, Chen hoisted his well-maintained mountain axe and seized 2 branches from the ground. Making his way down the mountain with Dada Juan in tow, Dada Juan picked up the remaining 3 branches, but couldn't help but glance at the battered axe. "Boss, what should we do about the axe?" "Forget it." Chen decisively resolved that he would carry as few items as possible. The binoculars and the spyglass were invaluable treasures, lightweight and convenient to transport, while the damaged axe served little purpose now. The two descended the mountain in haste, with Xiao Tian flying low along the slope to guide them. Boom! The thunder overhead grew increasingly frequent. Yang Minger and Di Li were anxiously awaiting Chen's return. They had already followed Chen's instructions to load all movable items into the pickup truck. However, as the dark clouds closed in, Yang Minger was torn between worry for Chen and Dawan and concern for the crops they had planted. The crops were on the verge of ripening in the next couple of days, and should a storm strike, the losses would be devastating. Where was Xiaoha? Yang Minger scanned the area around the pickup truck, but saw no sign of the little creature. On the beach south of the cave, though Xiaoha's true owner was Yang Minger, having spent so much time with Chen, it had come to regard him as a second master. Now, sensing the absence of its male owner on the island, it displayed more anxiety than the two girls combined. "Xiao Di, while it's still dry, fetch that wolfskin blanket. Let us set up some bamboo poles to create a rain shelter for the crops. Whatever protection we can provide, we must." Yang Minger was deeply concerned about their precious crops. Chen had nearly planted all of their seeds. If disaster struck, the losses would be catastrophic for their group. As the east wind rose and the clouds thickened, the two girls hurriedly pulled out a few inadequately anchored fence posts to serve as supports for the makeshift shelter. "Sister Minger, this several hundred square meters of land. This wolfskin blanket is only a few square meters. It's insufficient. Let's not dwell on that now. We must protect the most valuable A-grade seeds, and for the rest, we can only leave it to fate. For now, we must sacrifice the pawns to safeguard the king. The A-grade epic seeds, initially totaling a mere 30, are exceedingly precious. Should they be damaged, obtaining A-grade seeds again would be a Herculean task." After 10 minutes, the two finally secured all the land containing A-grade seeds. The ominous clouds overhead had enveloped 2/3 of the sky. Chen, have you resolved everything? If you're running out of time, just hurry back." Yang Minger sent another message to Chen. 3 minutes later, a reply finally came from Chen. "We just boarded the jet ski." Chen and Dawan hopped onto the jet ski, and Dawan immediately began to turn around. Chen finally found a moment to respond to Yang Minger. "Boss, it seems the battery is running low." Dawan's words once again furrowed Chen's brow. Glancing at the power system, it was evident that less than a quarter of the power remained. All this misfortune was due to the wretched weather. Chen had initially calculated that even with a slight detour, he could continue to harness solar energy for charging once the jet ski docked. However, now, not only was there no opportunity to absorb solar energy, but he also had no idea where the sun was hiding. Maintain a steady course and keep the speed moderate, Chen concluded, resorting to conserving energy as he picked up a mountain axe to begin trimming branches. Although the wind was favorable, the remaining power was still insufficient to guarantee a return to camp, so he had to prepare for manual paddling. 5 minutes later, raindrops began to fall, and the most disheartening news was that the wind direction had begun to shift slightly. "Boss, the battery is down to 1/5, and the system is alerting us." The Dawan frequently monitored the remaining power, and once it dipped below 1/5, the alarm system was triggered. Chen felt a pang of regret for not being better prepared. After all, this was his first outing on a jet ski, and he was entirely unaware of how far the power system could support him. Furthermore, since this jet ski was new, he had no way of knowing if the charging system was indeed fully operational. All these factors, combined with the sudden change in weather, had culminated in his current predicament. "We are still 2 nautical miles from the camp. It's not a serious problem. If necessary, I can paddle back, as long as the wind direction remains stable." Chen was confident he could row back by hand. However, should the wind turn against him, trouble would surely ensue. Chen scanned the surroundings. His island was now to his right. The Dawan kept close to the coastline. Chen had to prepare for the worst. It seemed that the very things he feared were coming to pass. In the final nautical mile, the wind direction abruptly changed, and turbulence erupted on the water surface. The speed of the jet ski noticeably slowed, and the power system was nearing depletion. Chen and Dawan attempted to paddle manually, But the combined weight of the jet ski and the two of them, coupled with the force of the wind, rendered the makeshift wooden paddles Chen had crafted utterly ineffective in altering their dire situation. The towering waves surged towards the shore, revealing a beach at the 2 o'clock direction. We must disembark. Our only course of action is to swiftly reach the land and trek back to the camp. The thunder rumbled ominously, growing increasingly intense, while large raindrops began to pour down. Flashes of lightning intermittently illuminated the dim sky. With a crack, the motorboat depleted its last vestige of power and fell into a dormant state. Yet, Chen and Dawan, relying on the final remnants of inertia, propelled the motorboat onto the sandy shore. "Boss, do you think the motorboat will be swept away?" The two leaped from the vessel, laden with all their belongings. But Dawan hesitated to part with the precious motorboat. "Forget about it. The outside is far too perilous." Chen clearly understood the gravity of the situation. Although the motorboat held significant value, it paled in comparison to their safety. The fierce lightning and thunder showed no mercy. Should they be struck, they would be utterly obliterated. With another resounding clap of thunder echoing in their ears, Chen shouted, "Run! Toss the other belongings into the jungle first." Chapter 67. The arrival of 100 kilograms of iron or woof-woof. The little dog, Xiaoha, suddenly began to bark on the beach south of the cave. "Xiaoha, come back quickly. It's raining." Minger and Dilly chose not to seek shelter in the pickup truck, but instead stood at the entrance of the cave, anxiously awaiting the return of Chen and Dawan. Having been pacing back and forth on the beach, Xiaoha suddenly dashed towards the east, causing both girls to panic. "Sister Minger, could it be that Brother Yi has returned?" Dilly quickly realized. With a chirp, Xiao Tian flew over first. "Sister Ming, it's Xiao Tian. Brother Yi is back." As expected, the figures of Chen and Dawan emerged. Soaked to the skin, they rushed into the cave. Thunder rumbled once more as Chen felt a dazzling light illuminate half the sky behind him. In an instant, a large banyan tree was split in two. "That was close, boss." Dawan wiped his forehead, unsure whether it was cold sweat or rainwater. Chen let out a sigh of relief, glad that they had moved quickly enough to escape disaster. "Let us return to the pickup and wait out the rain. While the cave offers shelter from the rain, it may not protect us from lightning." The four quickly made their way back to the truck. "Boss, do you think our things will be blown away by the wind?" Dawan was still concerned about the sea-grade logs they had risked everything to retrieve. "It shouldn't be a problem. Besides, this downpour will soon cease." Chen pointed out, and indeed, the once gloomy sky began to brighten. "Did you manage to locate Ting Ting's position this time?" Chen shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry. There were too many unexpected events this time, and we didn't think it through. Our adventure was quite risky. It seems that embarking on the sea without ample preparation calls for caution." Although they had successfully secured the C-grade logs and gathered all the materials needed to synthesize the B-grade perfect tool shovel, the risks taken were indeed considerable. Minger felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing there was no news about Ting, but they were all mentally prepared for this outcome. "Boss, the rain has stopped. Let us hurry and retrieve those logs. We can finally synthesize the shovel," Dawan exclaimed excitedly as she jumped out of the pickup. After the thunderstorm, the air felt exceptionally fresh. Xiaoha and Xiao Tian were busy grooming themselves. Chen, however, had no time to attend to the two little creatures and, along with Dawan and the two girls, hurried back to the landing site. "Boss, I found one here." Upon reaching the jungle, the four began searching separately, and Dawan was the first to discover a branch. "Brother Yi, the mountain axe is here," Dilly exclaimed upon finding the axe that Chen had discarded in the jungle. "There's another one here. Could it be the C-grade log you're looking for?" Minger seemed to have also spotted a branch. After half an hour of searching, the four individuals finally managed to gather all the items temporarily discarded in the area. Indeed, there were a total of 5 branches, and all tools were accounted for without any loss. At this moment, Minger directed her gaze toward the jet ski stranded on the beach. The sight of the jet ski dampened Chen's spirits. The system indicated damaged A-grade epic jet ski. Required for repair, 50 kilograms of D-grade rare iron ingots. This was unfortunate. To salvage 5 C-grade rare branches, They had rendered the invaluable A-grade epic jet ski inoperable. Darn it, more iron ingots. Boss, we are struggling to deal with iron ore. Where can we possibly find iron ingots? Iron ingots are produced by smelting iron ore, which requires a furnace. And different grades of furnaces yield varying quantities and qualities of ingots. Nevertheless, it was not a total loss. Let us first return with these items to Dawan, find a rope to secure the jet ski, and we will come back to repair it once we acquire the iron ingots. Without the jet ski, venturing out to sea would prove exceedingly difficult. Boss, what about our fish? One had been eagerly anticipating fishing for sharks from the jet ski, and now it was gone. But we still have the kayak. While we cannot venture far into the ocean, we can still navigate the nearby waters. Upon returning to the camp, Yi-chun eagerly began crafting a B-grade perfect tool shovel. Host chooses to consume 3 C-grade kitchen knives, 5 kilograms of B-grade perfect tool shovel blueprint, and confirms whether to synthesize immediately. Confirm. Yi-chun responded without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing and acquiring 1 B-grade perfect tool shovel. Ding. System message. As the first survivor in the chat room to synthesize a B-grade perfect tool, the system grants a special reward. 100 kilograms of E-grade common iron ore. The name Ryu Xing Chun dominated the screen once again. Has Ryu gone wild? Already possessing B-grade tools? How can anyone survive? I don't even have a C-grade pickaxe. The disparity among individuals is striking. 100 kilograms of iron ore? And it's E-grade. What use is that? It seems this time, the system's special reward is rather lackluster. Some continued to revere Yi-chun, while others felt a tinge of sympathy for him. However, who said 100 kilograms of iron ore was useless? While it may not be of value to others, it was precisely what Yi-chun needed. For the 4 individuals in their luxurious RV, heavy-duty pickup RV modification blueprint, 100 kilograms of iron ore, and 100 meters of wire. Aside from the 100 meters of wire obtainable through the trading post, they were indeed in need of that 100 kilograms of iron ore. It truly is remarkable how opportunities can arise unexpectedly. Reflecting back on the reconnaissance of the terrain and the labor of chopping mountains with an axe, it was all for the sake of acquiring iron ore. Now, it had come to them on a silver platter. Such fortune is rare in this world. Boss, we can upgrade the pickup truck now. One appeared even more excited than Yi-chun, as he had long since tired of sleeping in the cave. No matter how comfortable the cave may be, it cannot compare to a motorhome. Can it? Dealey also seemed quite thrilled, feeling guilty that Yi-de-ge had spent several days sleeping in the cave due to her arrival. Wait a moment, I will check the exchange for wires. The only thing lacking at present was that 100 meters of any grade wire. Yi-chun had not paid much attention to the wires, as there had been a large quantity available at the exchange for several consecutive days, giving the impression of a saturated market. However, after surveying the exchange, Yi-chun furrowed his brows in perplexity. How strange. Why is there not a single seller of wires? Chapter 68. The first kill was snatched away as Yang Minger and Dealey observed Yi-chun remaining motionless. They each opened their trading systems. Boss, have you bought up all the wires? I can't find a single one. I haven't seen any either. I recall seeing several E-grade wires earlier this morning. Yang Minger was equally perplexed. They're gone. Yi-chun sighed as he closed the trading interface. Gone? The 3 exclaimed in unison, gazing at Yi-chun in confusion. Yi-chun nodded, saying, it appears someone else has purchased them. Purchased them? Who? Who besides us would want wires? What purpose do they serve? Dawan seemed incredulous and reopened the trading platform to scour it once more. The utility of wires extends beyond merely upgrading the pickup truck. They possess additional functions. Yi-chun cast a regretful glance at the fence near the lake. Ding! Congratulations to the chat room. User Grim Reaper returns for being the first survivor to synthesize the power system, receiving a special system reward of 100 kilograms of C-grade superior iron ingots. Upon receiving this system notification, the 4 of them comprehended the fate of the wires in the trading post. Damn it, someone has snatched our first kill. For the first time, Yi-chun, who usually reaped the rewards of first kills, had missed out on a special system reward, which happened to be the iron ingots he desperately needed. Who could it be? How infuriating! Yang Minger stamped her foot in indignation, while Dealey furrowed her brow. Yi-chun, however, remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of emotional upheaval. In the face of adversity, one must either forge ahead or fall behind. There is no merit in blaming others. If blame is to be assigned, it rests solely upon ourselves for failing to establish the power system despite having possessed the solar photovoltaic system for so long. In the realm of survival on the island, much like in the real world, one should refrain from lamenting external circumstances and instead hold oneself accountable for inadequate efforts. Then, what shall we do about our wires? The current situation was somewhat awkward. Aside from missing the special reward, without that 100 meters of wire, Chen could not upgrade the pickup truck. However, wires were not the main issue. Since their rival had already constructed the power system, it was reasonable to assume they wouldn't require wires for some time. Moreover, the supply of wires was quite ample. Even if their competitor still needed wires, they had 4 people to guard the trading post. Chen was acutely aware of his greatest advantage: sheer numbers. The benefit of having a group extended beyond simply acquiring more items. Well, there are 4 of us. I refuse to believe that he can outmaneuver us without us being able to do the same. Chen nodded, mentally noting the name. Grim Reaper returns. This individual appeared to be his most formidable competitor in the near future. Suddenly, a low chirping sound emanated from the direction of the cave. What's wrong with Xiao Tian? Chen questioned it, puzzled. Xiao Tian must have discovered something. Let's go take a look. As the true master of Xiao Tian, Dealey seemed to have a keen understanding of the bird's instincts. The 4 individuals traversed the cavern and arrived at the southern beach, where they observed Xiao Tian soaring low over the near sea, circling gracefully. Dada Wan, bring the kayak over. Let us venture into the waters, said one. Are we going back in again, boss? Dada Wan hesitated, recalling the perilous encounter they had faced merely 2 hours earlier. Instinctively, he shook his head. If you're not going, I shall go alone. Without a backward glance, Chen seized the abandoned kayak from the beach and dashed towards the sea. Wait, boss, take me with you. Dada Wan, witnessing this, promptly cast aside his earlier trepidation. Be careful, you too, cautioned young Minger, as Chen and Dada Wan armed themselves with bamboo paddles and set their course towards Xiao Tian's location. As Xiao Tian noticed their approach, his circling path began to contract. Ding! Treasure-seeking albatross has discovered 2 D-grade seawater fish. Dada Wan grabbed the bamboo spear. Chen, lacking suitable tools, only had a few makeshift fish spears at his disposal. Although Xiao Tian had identified merely 2 D-grade rare seawater fish, this marked Chen's inaugural attempt at catching seawater fish. Prompted by Xiao Tian's guidance, Chen soon spotted 2 half-meter-long fish leaping above the surface. With a swift thrust, he plunged the spear into the water, but the fish evaded him with remarkable agility. Another attempt yielded the same result. It appeared that capturing these seawater fish would not be an easy feat, boss. Let me try. Dada Wan, unable to contain his eagerness, seized another spear and plunged it into the water. To his astonishment, he struck true on his first attempt, revealing a surprising talent for this endeavor. Successfully captured D-grade rare seawater fish, yellowfin snapper, weight 0.5 kilograms. A system notification chimed in Dada Wan's ear. Only a pound? He seemed rather dissatisfied with the weight. This is just the first. The other one seems larger. All right, let me. Dada Wan lunged again, and once more. He struck gold. Chen watched in disbelief. This fellow truly possessed an uncanny knack for fishing. Successfully captured D-grade rare seawater fish, stone snapper, weight 1 kilogram. Indeed, the second fish was somewhat larger. With a final chirp, Xiao Tian appeared to have completed his task, emitting a soft call as he soared back to his owner, Dilly. We shall have a delightful feast tonight. Chen and Dada Wan returned triumphantly. Dada Wan unceremoniously tossed the 2 fish onto the ground. Is this seawater fish? Young Minger gazed in astonishment at the 2 fish, now barely alive. Indeed, thanks to Xiao Tian and Dada Wan. Xiao Tian, you are simply marvelous, Dilly exclaimed, cradling Xiao Tian in her hands. Dada Wan looked at Xiao Tian with envy, while Chen found the scene both amusing and perplexing. Chen, do these have any other uses? Yang Minger pointed at the fish lying on the ground. The level is too low for now. Besides, with Xiao Tian by our side, we need not worry. for we believe there are greater oceanic treasures awaiting us. Indeed, I am also anticipating the chance to catch a shark. Dada one has even taken the liberty to showcase his prized shark hook. As for sharks, Yi-Chun is not considering them at this moment. However, he has long yearned for sea-grade extraordinary marine creatures. Apart from iron ore, the only obstacle hindering his advancement is the acquisition of sea-grade fish. After dusk, the four began to grill a unique combination of freshwater and saltwater fish. The flavor of these oceanic delicacies is simply unparalleled. Having grown accustomed to freshwater fish, it was the first time the four savored the taste of saltwater fish on the island. Yi-Chen, Vitis, Vitis. I see wires in the marketplace. While enjoying their dinner, young Minger, who was periodically monitoring the trading post, suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 69. The simultaneous appearance of two titans. Yi-Chen promptly accessed the trading platform. As anticipated, there were indeed wires available. E-grade ordinary wire, 50 meters, exchanged for 2 C-grade exceptional freshwater fish. Dada quickly grab 2 of those C-grade freshwater fish from the drying rack and bring them to the pickup. Got it. Dada hastily discarded the half-eaten grilled fish and dashed toward the drying area. Yi-Chun, leaping up into the RV, fixated intently on the wire trading interface. Boss, the fish are here. Dada tossed the C-grade rare freshwater fish into the back of the pickup truck. Without hesitation, Yi-Chun decisively placed the order. Ding! You have successfully completed a transaction with Diandian Shinkong, acquiring 50 meters of E-grade ordinary wire. Yes. Yi-Chun clenched his fists in exhilaration. Although the acquisition of 50 meters of wire alone was insufficient for the RV modification, the swift procurement of the wire significantly boosted the morale of the four. Damn it! Where's my wire? At that moment, a voice in the chat room erupted in anger. Yi-Chun, it seems the Reaper returns is here. Young Minger anxiously remarked, observing Yi-Chun's silence as he monitored the unfolding situation in the chat room. Who the hell snatched my wire? Which scoundrel is it? With no one responding, the Reaper returns unleashed a tirade. Wow, this guy seems even more arrogant than that previous blonde. Dada couldn't help but feel the urge to leap into the system interface and confront him. It appears this fellow still requires wire. Yi-Chun, however, was unfazed by the insults, instead furrowing his brow in contemplation. Oh dear, mighty Reaper, who has dared to upset you? You are undoubtedly in the top 3 now. Who would even dare to challenge you? Precisely. Mighty Reaper, aside from Sun and Moon number 1, I hold you in the highest regard. Please, tell us which rascal has dared to pilfer your belongings. We shall ensure he returns what he has taken. With the Reaper returns, raising his voice, a throng of sycophants emerged, eager to curry favor. A bunch of shameless flatterers. Dada disdainfully cast a glance at their IDs. Boss, do you want me to retort? Just mention your name, and let us see who dares to speak again. Yi-Chun was now widely recognized as the foremost survivor, his reputation resounding. These seemingly overbearing individuals likely only preyed upon the weak, for if they encountered a formidable opponent, they would surely flee faster than anyone else. Yi-Chun shook his head. As long as others didn't easily expose themselves, why stir up trouble unnecessarily? It was better to avoid conflict. Yet, Yi-Chun underestimated the situation. Soon, a hesitant voice emerged from the chat room. The wire was posted by me. The message came from Diandian Shinkong. Yi-Chun furrowed his brow upon reading the news. Quick, tell me, who has dared to seize the belongings of the Grim Reaper? Just wait until we drag that scoundrel out. Although the Grim Reaper had yet to speak, those sycophants were already issuing commands, as if they were the overlords themselves. At this moment, the user known as Diandian Shinkong was at a loss for how to proceed. The sycophants in the chat room, sensing the silence from the other party, grew even more brazen. Hey, kid, we're asking you a question. Are you dumbfounded, or just frozen in place? Speak up. Seeing so many people rallying behind him, the Grim Reaper felt no need for politeness. Go ahead. I won't trouble that person too much. All I ask is for him to return the wire. If need be, I'll compensate him with double the value. The Grim Reaper's generosity was truly remarkable. Hey kid, why are you hesitating? The Grim Reaper is here. He is ranked 3rd among the greats. Indeed, muster the courage to reveal his name. The Grim Reaper has stated he won't cause any trouble and is willing to offer double compensation. The chat room grew ever more boisterous. Yet, Dian Xing Kong was left feeling utterly helpless. With both sides being formidable figures, offending either would lead to dire consequences. Come on, kid, what are you waiting for? Are you scared? The Grim Reaper is present, after all. At that moment, Dian Xing Kong felt an overwhelming urge to weep. All he wanted was to trade a couple of fish. The wire was purchased by me. Just then, a message abruptly interrupted the commotion. Damn, that kid is here. The 8 words Yi Chan sent were followed by an incomplete line, and then silence reigned in the chat room. Everyone had noticed the ID that followed those 8 words. Ryu Xing Chun. Boss, weren't you supposed to stay hidden? Why the sudden appearance? The once low-key Yi Chan had now unexpectedly entered the fray, leaving everyone bewildered. Calmly sipping water, Yi Chan remarked, They've already come to my doorstep. There's no choice left. Besides, do you think the one selling me the wire can hold his tongue? Yi Chan's speculation was wholly accurate. Dian Xing Kong sighed in relief. He anticipated that casually posting about a wire would stir such a tempest. When he saw that the ID of the survivor he was trading with was Ryu Xing Chun, he nearly jumped in shock. Before he could collect himself, the third-ranked Grim Reaper had come knocking again. Fortunately, the great Ryu Xing Chun revealed himself, thus rescuing him from the chaos. Now, it was the originally boisterous crowd of bullies in the chat room who found themselves at a loss. To my astonishment, a mere roll of wire managed to attract the attention of 2 prominent figures, the top and second-ranked individuals on the leaderboard. The moment Yi Chan made his appearance, the chat room fell into an unusual silence. He continued to collect wire, stating that prices could be discussed privately. With his true identity revealed, Yi Chan was unreserved and openly began gathering wire. He was in desperate need of that last 50 meters of wire, and he would not hesitate to compete with anyone who dared to challenge him. Isn't this a bit excessive, Ryu? The long silent figure known as the Reaper could no longer contain himself. He had initially thought such trivial matters could be handled by his underlings with mere shouts, but unexpectedly, a formidable contender had emerged. Consequently, his sycophantic subordinates fell silent en masse. While the chat room had indeed quieted, countless pairs of eyes were secretly observing the unfolding events. The onlookers were now eagerly anticipating the spectacle. It appeared that the 2 masters on the leaderboard were poised for an aerial duel. Yi Chan reiterated his earlier message about collecting wire, with prices available for private discussion. Initially, the crowd anticipated a verbal battle, but to their surprise, Yi Chan simply copied and pasted his previous message once more. Hey, Ryu, I'm speaking to you. The Reaper, feeling utterly disregarded, was infuriated to the point of nearly mistyping his words. Oh, you're looking for me? To sell me wire? Yi Chan's response left everyone utterly astounded once again. At this moment, the chat room was engulfed in complete silence. Chapter 70. The betting agreement. The chat room once again descended into a profound silence. After a brief moment, the Grim Reaper returned to speak. Ryu, are you preparing to oppose me? Yi Chan replied nonchalantly. You think too much. It's merely an exchange, where everyone trades resources based on need and strength. Seeking death. The Grim Reaper, evidently impatient, found Yi Chan's seemingly casual remarks infuriating. Ryu, you have 2 choices. Either obediently hand over the electric wires, or await my arrival on your island to deal with you. You fool. Understand the situation. You ranked 3rd. Just dared to challenge my leader. You are the one courting death. The Dewan, also of an impulsive nature, could not maintain Yi Chan's calm demeanor upon witnessing the provocation of his leader and immediately retaliated with harsh words. Very well, let's compare our rankings. The results will be revealed in 3 days. The other party appeared quite confident. Let us compete then. I fear you not. The Dewan shot back without hesitation. Instantly, the chat room buzzed with excitement once more. It was a showdown between 2 titans of the leaderboard. The Dewan, don't act on your own. Yi Chan hasn't even spoken yet. Young Minger shot a glare at the self-assertive Dewan. What is there to fear? My leader has already reached level 6. Why should he be afraid of him? The Dewan seemed to possess even more confidence than Yi Chan. Fine. Since you are willing to accept the challenge, let us place a bet. The Grim Reaper appeared to be even more impatient than the Dewan. These 2 truly were a comedic duo. What shall we wager? This time, Didawan refrained from unnecessary chatter, allowing Yi-chun to take the lead. If we're to bet, let us go big. By the way, what do you have in your possession? The opponent was clearly fishing for information. But Yi-chun was no fool. I possess a multitude of items, provided you have something of worth to offer. All right, since we're laying our cards on the table. I have 100 liters of diesel. I believe this should pique your interest. Yi-chun was surprised that the opponent seemed aware of his needs. Very well. And what do you desire in return? I seek your A-grade epic resource, the water purifier. It appeared the opponent had come well prepared. Yi-chun no longer felt the need for pleasantries. Impressive, impressive, come quick, everyone. Two major figures are about to wager. Hey, they're betting so high right from the start. What does the Grim Reaper need diesel for? You know nothing. The items in the hands of the Grim Reaper are beyond the comprehension of someone of your caliber. A flurry of spectators, who had been lurking outside, suddenly flooded in, eager for the unfolding drama, having only been quieted by the presence of the Titans. Now, the show was in full swing, and they showed no restraint, rushing in one after another. Two great figures. Your words must hold value. No cheating allowed. It seems some spectators were intent on stirring the pot further, deliberately igniting more excitement. I shall act as the notary, and both parties are reputable individuals. I firmly believe that words spoken must carry weight. Yet, surprisingly, a survivor has taken it upon himself to assume the role of notary. Why would we need you as a notary when the system inherently provides a betting agreement? Suddenly, a voice emerged in the chat room. A betting agreement? This was something Yi-chun had not previously contemplated. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found such a clause. The betting agreement stipulates, under the supervision of the system, both parties engage in a wager with the collateral materials entrusted to the system. Once both parties accept the agreement, the collateral may still be utilized, although no additional consumption is permitted. Upon completion of the bet, the system will redistribute the collateral based on the outcome of the wager. Essentially, the system acts as a third-party escrow. Yi-chun found this arrangement rather amusing, as it was advantageous to him. According to the agreement, his freshwater purifier could still be employed during the agreement's duration, while the opponent's diesel would be sealed, given that diesel is a consumable resource. Boss, if we lose, we could simply sabotage the freshwater purifier, right? They think they can take our possessions? Dream on. The Dewan, the instigator of this situation, now seemed to be concocting devious plans. Do you think the system is a fool? Look at the last line of the special stipulations. Yi-chun pointed to the small print at the bottom of the agreement. If the system detects malicious violations by any party, it will automatically impose penalties, including, but not limited to, the immediate confiscation of all assets from the offending party, a permanent ban on the offending party's trading capabilities, and an automatic declaration of the offending party's death. Upon reading the third point, Didawan could not help but gasp in shock. This system was formidable. The cost of criminality was exceedingly high, even leading to a direct declaration of death. Yi-chun, do we have confidence in defeating him? Young Minger, being a girl, naturally felt a bit apprehensive about this seemingly sinister betting agreement. What is there to fear? At worst, we lose a freshwater purifier. Besides, there are 4 of us. I refuse to believe he has more people than we do. Yi-chun remained quite confident, as he was the first survivor to elevate his sign-in level to 6. This alone would likely intimidate the majority of survivors. As for why the Reaper dared to provoke Yi-chun, he understood the reasoning well. Firstly, this individual believed that having established the first electrical grid system had significantly improved his survival conditions, thus enabling him to score high points. Secondly, he genuinely coveted that freshwater purifier. Diesel was not particularly crucial for most survivors. What was the harm in losing it? To outsiders, this betting match appeared thrilling. However, both parties seemed remarkably composed. Under the system's supervision, the first betting agreement in the island world was officially in effect. The sole criterion for determining victory or defeat would be the rankings 1 week later, 3 days hence. The participant with the higher ranking would be deemed the winner of the betting agreement. Wow, the stakes are high. Is there anyone willing to bet against me? I wager 1 kilogram of bread. I, too, engage in wagers, betting on rankings, and I place my bet on a C-grade freshwater fish. It appears that witnessing the prominent figures gamble has ignited a fervor among many desperate survivors. prompting them to join in the betting as well. The affluent indulge in grand stakes, while those of modest means opt for smaller gambles. The adage holds true: a modest wager brings joy, while a substantial one can lead to ruin, and reckless betting can lead to utter devastation. Betting on trivial matters can indeed provide amusement. Consequently, Chen and his companions found themselves perusing a plethora of agreements beneath the system's built-in betting protocol, revealing an array of peculiar items. Chen scratched the back of his head, surprised at how the situation had evolved in such an unexpected manner. Boss, we are about to acquire diesel, 100 liters. Now we need not worry about having no vehicle to drive. Ah, how delightful! The boldness of the great leader is indeed remarkable. As if he has already secured victory in the betting agreements, poised to host a celebration. Chen, we have discovered more wires. Suddenly, the keen-eyed young Minger made yet another discovery. Chapter 71, Self-Production and Self-Selling. Chen promptly logged back into the system. As expected, another request had been posted for 20 meters of wire in exchange for 2 kilograms of dry rations and 5 bottles of fresh water. Confident in the abundant supplies stowed in the back of his pickup truck, he unhesitatingly clicked the trade button. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully completed a transaction with the raisins, acquiring 20 meters of E-grade wire. Damn! Who is it this time? Which shameless individual is competing with me for wire again? Soon, the furious outburst from the Reaper returns echoed once more. Ha ha! Foolish boy, your reaction speed is lacking. One immediately switched to mocking mode. Shit, you all better watch closely. The Reaper returns was evidently furious, having lost 2 orders for wire to Chen. Although he had successfully established a power grid system, it was still in its infancy and lacked many components, with wire being the most pressing need. Boss, we only need 30 more meters. Huang isklomid, wifi isichumenchi. Indeed, with the 4 of us stationed at the trading post, we are more than capable, young Minger added confidently, buoyed by their numbers. However, Chen wore a frown. He had been seeking wire through private messages, hoping for negotiable prices. As anticipated, his greatest concerns soon materialized. The Reaper returns openly began soliciting wire at exorbitant prices. A price war over wire was the last thing Chen wished to see, yet the last 30 meters of wire stood as a significant barrier to upgrading his pickup. Without this upgrade to a luxurious 4-person RV, not only would it affect his ranking, but it would also greatly inconvenience their daily lives. What are you afraid of? Competing with us in financial resources? He's out his mind. The 2 young women, however, exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with concern. Although wire initially appeared plentiful, it had become somewhat scarce following the Reaper returns acquisition of a substantial quantity. After all, while E-grade wire was considered a standard resource, it was still genuinely earned, and supplies were inherently limited. However, if we could rely on synthesis, Chen immediately began to scrutinize the synthesis system. E-grade ordinary wire, E-grade ordinary copper, ingot, E-grade ordinary plastic. Indeed, wire could be synthesized through the system, but the copper ingots and plastic required separate synthesis. E-grade ordinary copper ingot, produced from copper or using a furnace. Different grades of copper or can yield varying grades of copper ingots depending on the furnace level. The synthesis of copper ingots closely resembles that of iron ingots. As for plastic, it is relatively easier to obtain. E-grade ordinary plastic can be redeemed from any plastic product within the system. Do we have any unused plastic products on hand? Chen inquired of the group. It seems we really don't have anything. Lee scanned the surroundings. Aside from the plastic components of the pickup's control panel, there appear to be no available plastic items. It cannot be that one would dismantle the steering wheel of a pickup truck for the sake of a mere piece of plastic. Fear not, we can't procure it. Chen cast another glance at the trading post. Naturally, E-grade plastic was not available for purchase, yet there were numerous trading goods containing plastic. Chen, even if we manage to secure the plastic, what about the copper ingots? In comparison to plastic, copper ingots are the true stumbling block in synthesizing electrical wires. What do you see here? Chen pointed at 2 listings for copper or within the trading post. Is someone actually selling copper or? Boss, you are incredible. In truth, it was not that Chen was exceptionally skilled. At this stage, who would deliberately pay attention to such matters. Besides Chen, a seasoned player who had already ventured into iron ingots. Who else would concern themselves with such rare commodities? Let alone the more sophisticated copper, or Chen effortlessly exchanged some rations for 10 kilograms of E-grade common copper, or Brother Yi, how do we turn this copper ore into copper ingots? Having resolved one issue, another emerged. To synthesize electrical wire, copper ingots were essential. To create copper ingots, one would need not only copper ore, but also a furnace. Indeed, Chen, we do not possess a furnace, do we? A furnace. At present, Chen and his companions were indeed lacking one. However, the absence of a furnace did not imply that one could not be created. E-grade common furnace requires 10 kilograms of D-grade rare clay or above, and 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand or above. Just because others cannot produce a furnace does not mean we cannot. D-grade rare clay and sand are currently scarce resources. Although clay and sand may appear to be common wares, acquiring higher-grade materials is no simple task. The challenge lies in the exploration and selection process. Clay resides beneath the beach, but without a divine tool like a spyglass, locating it would require considerable effort. As for D-grade rare sand and above, currently, only Chen's group could sift it out. Can we really synthesize a furnace? Indeed, not only can we synthesize it, but perhaps we could even create a superior version. Since we have determined to synthesize a furnace and smelt copper ingots, why not aim for the best and directly create a high-grade furnace? D-grade rare furnace requires 10 kilograms of C-grade exceptional clay or above, and 10 kilograms of C-grade exceptional sand or above. C-grade exceptional furnace requires 10 kilograms of B-grade perfect clay or above and 10 kilograms of B-grade perfect sand or above. As for higher-grade furnaces, Chen could not currently procure them, as he lacked the means to sift A-grade epic sand. Thus, synthesizing a C-grade furnace would suffice, if necessary. A D-grade one would be adequate as well. It seems we truly have the potential to synthesize one. Young Minger glanced at the synthesis system, realizing that the materials required for the furnace were indeed within their grasp. The day has grown late, and the sun is about to set. Tomorrow morning, we shall divide our tasks. Minger, you and Li shall labor diligently on the beach, striving to sift through 10 kilograms of B-grade sand. If that proves too arduous, securing 10 kilograms of C-grade sand will suffice. De Dewan, you and I will seek out clay, aiming to procure some high-quality material. Chen promptly disseminated the tasks for the following day. It is unlikely that 10 kilograms of B-grade sand can be collected in a single day. However, obtaining C-grade sand should not pose a challenge. Sifting sand is a labor-intensive endeavor, requiring considerable time, and the effort needed to accumulate 10 kilograms of B-grade sand far exceeds that of C-grade. The pragmatic young Minger was understandably hesitant to make any promises. Rest assured, boss, with my efforts, I will guarantee the procurement of 10 kilograms of S-grade clay, Dida Wan proclaimed confidently, unperturbed by the weight of his words. Chen, do we truly require 30 meters of electrical wire? Is such a commotion necessary? Yang Mingya inquirit, hier braucht in confusion. Initially, it was not needed. However, circumstances have changed. Chen had already devised a meticulous plan in his mind. Chapter 72. The journey of crafting electric wires as the night deepened. The exchange ceased to offer even a meter of electric wire. No matter how fervently the reaper called out, the supply had vanished entirely. The primary reason for the scarcity of electric wires was evident. However, Yifeng believed that the true cause lay in their potential value. The fact that the two titans on the leaderboard sought these wires indicated that they had become the coveted item of the moment. Even when available, certain individuals would hoard them, watching the prices soar, unwilling to part with them hastily. In this situation, Chen remained unperturbed. Not only did he not worry about acquiring the wires he needed, but he also began to contemplate other ventures. Boss, in 3 days, our second batch of fruits and vegetables will also be ready. Should we fear it? Moreover, by then we will have upgraded the pickup truck and established the power system. Oh, and the fences, those can be upgraded soon as well. I refuse to believe that kid can surpass us, the Dewan exclaimed, brimming with confidence. Chen was well aware of these matters. he never ventured in a battle unprepared. If the Reaper truly believed that completing the power grid first would allow him to overshadow Chen, it merely indicated the youth's naivety. Let's get some rest. We have much to accomplish tomorrow. The previously planned swift reinforcement of the fences could not afford any further delays. Additionally, hastening the furnace construction and securing the electric wires, along with upgrading the pickup truck, were crucial for enhancing their defenses. Both tasks could not be postponed. That night, the four of them seemed utterly exhausted, unable to remain awake past midnight to sign in. They all slept soundly until dawn. Chen awakens only upon da huan surging. Boss, that kid seemed to have called out for electric wires all night long. Chen glanced through the chat room and noted the Reaper's relentless fervor, still energetically promoting the wires. Have you all signed in yet? As Chen rose, Li and Minger were already washed up, waiting for him at the cave entrance. Sorry, Brother Yi. It seems luck was not on my side today. I received an E-level sign-in reward. Didi said, her head drooping with embarrassment. It's all right. Although your sign-in system is impressive, the current probability of obtaining something good is merely 1 in 4. We cannot expect you to secure S-level rewards every day, Chen reassured her. Exactly. I was also unlucky today, landing an E-level reward. Just look at me. I'm completely unfazed, the Dewan chimed in with unabashed bravado. Chen shot him a glance. Could this fellow's sign-in odds truly compare to Li's? They were on entirely different levels. Well, I only got a D-level reward, a Pikachu pajamas. It seemed the group was collectively experiencing a streak of bad luck. Boss, it's down to you now. Hurry up and sign in. With hope dwindling among the three, the Dewan placed all his expectations on Chen. I'm not Li, so don't pin too much hope on me. Don't worry, your sign-in odds are also quite remarkable. Chen chose not to engage further with the chatter and proceeded to sign in. Sign in. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in and receiving a C-level exceptional reward. A 2,000-watt induction cooker, Chen declared, showcasing his acquired resource with a slight shrug. Apologies, but it appears my reward is rather unimpressive. Chen accepted this with equanimity, acknowledging that fortune has its ups and downs. It seemed that luck was not on anyone's side today. Dewan scratched his head. The induction cooker could alleviate the need for fire, provided we had a power system, which would indeed be much more convenient. Lighting a fire had become a daily necessity. Although the taste of food cooked over flames was exquisite, the process was rather cumbersome. Even with a lighter, one still had to gather kindling and manage the flame, which was undoubtedly less convenient than using an induction cooker. Let us go. Let us go. It's getting late, and we need to search for higher-grade clay mines today, the Dewan stated, already prepared with a hard-earned B-level perfect tool, shovel, resting on his shoulder. The two young women appeared equally ready, having gathered plastic buckets and sand filters. All right, let us set off. We still need to return this afternoon to build a bamboo wall. The four divided into two groups and headed towards the beach south of the cave. In the chat room, the Grim Reaper was still loudly demanding exorbitant prices for wires, while Chen had already embarked on his journey to create them. Equipped with a mystical spyglass, Chen began his search for clay along the coastline, while the two young women started sifting sand from the area. You two don't need to follow us too far. Just sift sand to the cave entrance. Xiaohua, you're on lookout duty. Woof woof. Xiaohua barked smartly in response. Having learned from past experiences, Chen prioritized the safety of his companions in every decision he made. Protecting their stronghold and ensuring the safety of his friends were of utmost importance. Leaving Yang Minger and Li at the beach to sift sand, Chen and Dewan proceeded eastward along the coastline. Why is clay so difficult to find? It seems to be absent everywhere, Chen pondered, while Dewan had already seized the spyglass and dashed ahead. Though clay may seem trivial, it was surprisingly elusive, especially of the higher grades. No rush. We haven't thoroughly explored this path, so let us see what we can find as we head east. They had previously fled back to the cave via this route during a storm, but in their haste to escape, they had no time to observe the terrain or vegetation. As Chen walked, he took in his surroundings. The stretch of sandy road was picturesque, with soft white sand beneath their feet, palm trees lining the left, and a brilliant blue sky overhead. The gentle sea breeze was truly refreshing. Boss, slow down, Let me scout ahead, the Dawan, ever the impatient one, declared. Spotting no sign of Clay after a quick survey of the area, he decided not to wait for Yi-chun and ventured eastward alone. As Yi-chun meticulously surveyed the terrain and the surrounding vegetation, he remained vigilant regarding the activities within the chat room and the trading platform. The return of the Reaper had indeed unleashed a tempestuous temperament. He had been cursing all night for not receiving any wires. Damn it! If I find out who is hoarding the wires without selling, I will make them pay dearly. Yi-chun let out a cold snort, shaking his head in sympathy. This was a world of survival on an island. Did one truly believe themselves to be the king of the beach? How juvenile. Boss, I see our motorboat. Dada Wan had dashed away momentarily, only to return with exuberance. Upon spotting the motorboat awaiting repairs, Yi-chun felt a pang of frustration. Repairing the motorboat required iron ore. He truly lacked many essential resources. Boss, come quickly. I have made a discovery. Just as Yi-chun lamented over the motorboat, Dada Wan suddenly called out excitedly. Chapter 73. The discovery of clay deposits. Yi-chun hurried over, only to find Dada Wan already dancing with excitement. Boss, look. We are about to strike it rich. This time we will make a fortune. Fortune? Yi-chun inquired, puzzled. Dada Wan promptly handed him the viewing glass. Boss, put this on and have a look. There is so much clay. Yi-chun couldn't help but chuckle at his enthusiasm. One might think they had unearthed a gold mine. Upon taking the glass, he scanned the ground and indeed found clay, quite a substantial amount. The discovery revealed a clay deposit. 1,500 kilograms of E-grade ordinary clay, 450 kilograms of D-grade rare clay, 150 kilograms of C-grade exceptional clay, 80 kilograms of B-grade perfect clay, 30 kilograms of A-grade epic clay, 8 kilograms of S-grade legendary clay, and 800 grams of super S-grade divine clay. Yi-chun's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the clay beneath him. It was truly a rich vein, a clay deposit exceeding 2 tons, including S-grade and super S-grade clay. With this, what could he possibly worry about? Furnaces, ceramics, electrical wiring, these would all be within easy reach. Dawan, let us start digging. Without hesitation, Yi-chun declared the excavation open. He cast a final glance at the damaged motorboat, realizing that what seemed like a loss had turned into a gain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 kilograms of E-grade ordinary clay. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 kilograms of D-grade rare clay. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 kilogram of C-grade exceptional clay. After just 3 shovelfuls, Dawan effortlessly collected 8 kilograms of clay, including 1 kilogram of C-grade exceptional clay. Within 10 minutes, Yi-chun had filled a plastic bucket he had brought along. Boss, this is too heavy. A small cart will be perfect. The bounty seemed to be quite taxing as well. The two of them struggled to carry the plastic bucket filled with 45 kilograms of clay, fearing that the weight would crush it. How did you return so quickly? Di Li and Yang Ming, seated on the beach, had just begun their work when they spotted Yi-chun and Dawan laboriously carrying a plastic bucket back. Ming, do you have any empty plastic buckets left? Plastic buckets? Yang Ming stared blankly at the empty bucket beside her. I'm exhausted, boss. Let me take a breather. Dawan wiped the sweat from his forehead. The two of them had trudged a kilometer while carrying the clay-filled bucket, leaving them quite fatigued. What is this? The two girls looked curiously at the bucket they were carrying. Clay, it's all clay, but it's so heavy. I'm utterly worn out. Dawan pointed intermittently. Clay. You found clay so quickly? Yang Ming and Di Li exchanged bewildered glances. The two young ladies were thoroughly prepared for a protracted endeavor, bringing along provisions to spend an entire morning on the beach, sifting through sand while awaiting the return of Yi-chun and Dawan. Little did they anticipate that within less than an hour, Yi-chun and Dawan would return, hauling an entire load of clay. Is this all clay? Di Li leaned in to peer into the bucket, rising with a look of utter bewilderment. Indeed, it should also be mixed with some high-grade materials. We need to sort them out, came the reply. Sorting clay was considerably simpler than sifting through sand, provided one had a glimpse mirror. With this miraculous tool, one could effortlessly classify the clay by its varying colors with just a blink. How advanced is it? Where did you excavate such a vast amount? The two girls were utterly astonished. Is this all There's still 1 or 2 tons left. We might be sifting until dawn and still not finish. I need a breather. This is exhausting. The one plopped down onto the ground. There's more. The girls were left speechless, realizing that the overflowing bucket of clay was merely an appetizer. This time, our harvest is bountiful for a considerable period ahead. We shall not worry about a shortage of clay. Yes, indeed, we have as much as we desire. It seems there's even super S-grade clay. By the way, how is your sand sifting coming along? When can we synthesize copper ingots? Wan was brimming with impatience, eager to synthesize copper ingots on the spot. The two girls lowered their heads in shame. Chen and Wan had only been gone for a brief moment. How could they have possibly finished sifting the sand? No worries. We've exceeded our quota for clay gathering today, so we have ample time. Wan, I'll leave the B-grade shovel with you for constructing the reinforced fence, while I assist Minger and Li with the sand sifting. Chen reassigned tasks once again. All right, boss. Enjoy your time at the beach carnival with the lovely ladies. Leave the labor to me. Wan flashed a mischievous grin at Chen and scampered off. Brother, why don't you take a break? The sand sifting task is more than manageable for us two. Li felt embarrassed to trouble Chen further. After all, sifting sand was her responsibility. Chen glanced at the two beautiful ladies busily engrossed in their work and realized he was indeed superfluous, not one to be pretentious. He retrieved a wolfskin blanket and pillow from the cave, enjoying snacks that Minger had exchanged while browsing the chat room and trading posts. Chen was in utter bliss, almost as if he were sunbathing with sunglasses. Meanwhile, the chat room buzzed with activity, with a user proclaiming, "A C-grade hatchet for 100 meters of wire. Any level. Is there anything for sale?" Wow, the Grim Reaper is indeed extravagant, exchanging a mountain cleaver for electric wires. Remarkable. A true master never disappoints. When he chooses to act, his actions are nothing short of extraordinary. Unfortunately, despite calling out for assistance numerous times, all he attracted were sycophants, with not a single seller to respond. Adding 2 D-grade freshwater fish. No, make it 3. Are there any for sale? Amidst the flattery of the crowd, the Grim Reaper once again elevated the price on his own accord. Chen, meanwhile, munched on nuts, watching the foolish antics in the chat room with a cold smirk. Go ahead, raise the price as high as you can. An hour later, Minger approached Chen, carrying a small bucket filled with sand. Chen, we've managed to gather 10 kilograms of D-grade sand. Why don't you try to craft a furnace? The two girls were eager to synthesize the electric wires. Having just secured the D-grade sand, they presented it to Chen. Perfect timing. I have a fool waiting for supplies. Chen grinned mischievously as he observed the Grim Reaper in the chat room. Chapter 74. The creation of copper ingots, 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand. 10 kilograms of D-grade rare clay. Synthesize an E-grade ordinary furnace. Without hesitation, Chen opted for synthesis. An E-grade ordinary furnace was born. Although it was merely the most rudimentary E-grade furnace, even the smallest mosquito leg is still considered meat. With this furnace, could he possibly fear the inability to produce wires? Li, displaying her keen intellect, promptly brought over the 10 kilograms of E-grade copper were collected by Chen from the pickup truck. Chen meticulously examined the usage instructions for the furnace. E-grade ordinary furnace, a fundamental tool for smelting various ores, as well as for creating ceramics and glass. Instructions for use. Place the materials to be smelted into the furnace, ignite the base, and ensure the flame remains lit. After 1 hour, the furnace will automatically complete the smelting process. The method of use is quite simple. The only point to note is to maintain the flame at the base of the furnace. Wan, bring over the replaced bamboo. We are preparing to kindle a fire to smelt the copper ingots. Chen called out as he traversed the cave, directing his voice towards Wan, who was busy digging holes and inserting bamboo. Boss, I'm here. Upon hearing that Chen was ready to smelt the copper ingots, Wan immediately rushed over, cradling a large bundle of discarded bamboo. Boss, you rest. I will start the fire. In a considerate manner, Wan swiftly began stuffing bamboo into the base of the furnace. As the crackling sound of the kindled fire echoed, Wan tossed all 10 kilograms of E-grade copper ore into the furnace. From there, It was merely a matter of guarding the furnace. The two girls, while observing the ongoing efforts, continued their tasks without pause. It appeared that having multiple furnaces would be exceedingly beneficial. If 3 or 4 were used simultaneously, the efficiency would be remarkable. You keep watch. I'll go insert bamboo over there. Boss, that B-grade tool shovel is simply exceptional. I've already dug dozens of holes. It's incredibly labor-saving. Chen was also eager to experience the prowess of this B-grade perfect shovel, for its synthesis was no easy feat. Grasping the shovel from the ground, Chen thrust it down, instantly revealing a hole approximately 1 meter deep. Chen exerted too much force and nearly stumbled. This shovel was truly miraculous. With a regular shovel, even a strong man would struggle to create a hole with just one thrust. The 5-fold efficiency was indeed as impressive as rumored. After Chen had dug around 70 or 80 holes, Juan was nearing completion on her end. Ding! Congratulations. Host, utilizing the E-grade ordinary furnace, consuming 10 kilograms of E-grade ordinary copper ore, successfully synthesized 1 kilogram of E-grade ordinary copper ingot and 200 grams of D-grade rare copper ingot. Perhaps due to the low grade of both the furnace and the copper, or the quality and quantity of the produced copper ingots were rather mediocre. Nonetheless, the 4 individuals present were quite satisfied. This marked their first successful synthesis of copper ingots. With the copper ingots secured, wires were merely a fleeting concern. Boss, continue the synthesis. Our wires are just within reach. Huang gazet atye, Chen vit eger anticipation. Chen combined the pre-prepared plastic with 1 kilogram of E-grade ordinary copper ingots. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed 1 kilogram of E-grade ordinary copper ingots and 1 kilogram of E-grade ordinary plastic, successfully synthesizing 100 meters of E-grade ordinary wire and 10 meters of D-grade rare wire. The initial synthesis of wire was a resounding success. Haha, it worked. Now we shall never lack for wire again. Let that fool continue to bluster. Huang he vilid, inicialmente. He couldn't resist sneering at the return of the Grim Reaper. Chen, we can upgrade the pickup now. Young Minger gazed hopefully at the vehicle that had accompanied their group for many days. Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. They were merely one step away from transforming the pickup into a luxurious RV. Boss, look. That fool actually traded 2 mountain axes for 30 meters of E-grade wire. I can't stop laughing. Chen glanced at the chat room. Sure enough, the Grim Reaper had managed to strike a deal that would leave him at a considerable loss. The C-grade exceptional mountain axe was a scarce commodity, and the Grim Reaper was indeed affluent, parting with 2 at once. Juan, assist the ladies in sifting sand while I sort the clay. Since this fellow is so wealthy, let us burn through his money. Brother Yi, are we not upgrading the pickup first? Diliquiriad, Bazod. No rus. We need to earn some profit first. Upgrading the pickup will likely trigger a system notification for the entire survival world, and I prefer to keep a low profile and accumulate wealth quietly. Chen, are you planning to sell? Yang Minger seemed to grasp Chen's intentions. Chen nodded, stating one wishes to buy and the other to sell, if he wants to pay a high price. We shall sell at a high price. An hour later, another batch of D-grade rare sand was secured, and Chen had cleared the exchange of all copper ore. 50 kilograms of E-grade copper ore, 20 kilograms of D-grade copper ore, and 5 kilograms of C-grade copper ore were acquired. Chen also had some unexpected gains. 50 kilograms of E-grade iron ore. Huang, let us unload the copper ore from the vehicle. Wow, boss, you've gathered so much copper ore. What is this? Why is there red copper ore? That iron ore, an unexpected find. The two chatted as they began to unload the copper ore. This material was exceedingly heavy, and both Chen and Juan were drenched in sweat from the labor. Boss, we really ought to get a cart. After a strenuous session of physical labor, both were breathless. Chen had long wished for a cart. If he possessed one, it would resolve their short-distance transport issues entirely. The exchange had none for sale, so he had to consult the synthesis system. Indeed, there was a solution available. E-grade standard 4-wheeled hand truck, load capacity, 200 kilograms, 10 kilograms of D-grade rare plastic, 2 kilograms of D-grade rare rubber, 5 kilograms of C-grade premium iron ingots. D-grade rare, four-wheeled hydraulic hand truck. Load capacity: 500 kilograms, 10 kilograms of C-grade premium plastic, 5 kilograms of C-grade rare rubber, 10 kilograms of B-grade perfect iron ingots. Hydraulic system schematics: C-grade premium four-wheeled solar electric freight hydraulic vehicle. Load capacity: 2 tons. With electric lifting function, 2 D-grade rare four-wheeled hand trucks. 10 kilograms of B-grade perfect plastic, 10 kilograms of B-grade perfect rubber, 10 kilograms of A-grade epic iron ingots. C-grade premium four-wheeled solar electric freight hydraulic vehicle schematics. 3 medium-sized solar panels. Chapter 75. Awaiting my slaughter. As Chen progressed deeper into the task, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The synthesis system truly possessed an extensive array of items. However, the challenge lay in the elevated material requirements. Rubber? What on earth is that? High-grade plastic, premium iron ingots, solar panels, and blueprints were all necessary. It was quite vexing. Clearly, procuring a handcart would be a formidable endeavor for the time being. Reliance on manual labor was unavoidable. Having brought over the furnace, Chen commenced the smelting process beside the pickup truck. The young women had toiled throughout the morning, producing a selection of C-grade superior sand. Additionally, they had unearthed a batch of D-grade rare sand, along with another portion of C-grade sand. Without hesitation, Chen utilized the sand and clay, successfully synthesizing an E-grade ordinary furnace and a D-grade rare furnace. In an instant, he had 3 furnaces at his disposal. Each furnace could smelt a maximum of 10 kilograms of copper ore per unit of time. Chen stored the scant 5 kilograms of C-grade copper ore and consumed 2 portions of 10 kilograms of E-grade copper ore along with 1 portion of 10 kilograms of D-grade copper ore. The Dawan was once again dispatched to dig holes and plant bamboo. Chen, Minger, and Dili each took charge of 1 furnace. An hour later, the results emerged. The 2 E-grade ordinary furnaces collectively yielded 200 meters of E-grade ordinary wire and 25 meters of D-grade rare wire. The other D-grade rare furnace produced 140 meters of E-grade ordinary wire, 30 meters of D-grade rare wire, and an additional 10 meters of C-grade superior wire. With the previously acquired 100 meters of E-grade wire and 10 meters of D-grade wire, the 4 of them possessed a total of 440 meters of E-grade wire, 65 meters of D-grade wire, and 10 meters of C-grade wire. The surplus of over 500 meters of wire not only resolved the issue of upgrading the pickup truck, but also left them with an excess. Boss, what was the use of so much wire? Dawan, clearly unaware of Chen's ulterior motives, questioned. To sell to the return of the Grim Reaper. Chen replied with a mischievous grin as he opened the trading post. Sell it to him? That fool. Dawan began, but halfway through, he seemed to grasp the concept, slapping his forehead and exclaiming, since this fool is willing to buy at high price, let us sell it to him at a premium. Haha, let's make a profit. No, let us fleece him. However, the problem is, you and Dawan are acquainted with him. At that moment, Chen leaned closer to Minger and Dili, grinning mischievously as he articulated the plan. We, Dili and Minger, pointed at themselves, bewildered. You two can do it this way. Chen mysteriously conveyed the scheme. Boss, you're so cunning, but I like it. Ah! Dawan erupted in laughter after hearing Chen's plan. Subsequently, the colleagues within the trading post were astonished to witness an outrageous exchange rate. 50 meters of E-grade ordinary wire, a request for 1 blueprint each of a B-grade perfect tool hammer, a B-grade perfect tool shovel, a B-grade perfect tool axe, 1 A-grade epic building hammer blueprint, 3 C-grade exquisite mountain axes, 1 kayak, 100 B-grade perfect vegetable seeds, and 20 C-grade exquisite freshwater fish. Who is this? Is this madness or folly? Is this wire crafted from 24K pure gold? The price. Why not simply purchase the moon instead? A survivor immediately began to curse. The seller's actions transcended mere greed. In the eyes of the crowd, this was sheer insanity. Ah, scarce treasures indeed. Even wire has become a coveted item. What a bewildering era this is. You know nothing. Rarity commands value. The elite are clamoring for these goods, and their high price is justified. Indeed, dear paupers, cease your outcry. If you possess wire, then sell it. Naturally, items sought after by the great figures of this world, such as the Sun and the Grim Reaper, are worth their weight in gold. What's so astonishing about that? For every jeer, there are those who feign composure. The extreme demand for wire has become common knowledge. The Grim Reaper has been calling for nearly an entire day, and he has managed to acquire merely a few dozen meters of wire, a testament to its scarcity. After some discussion, the crowd turned their attention to the seller's name. Xiao Di. This ID seems unfamiliar. Ha ha, boss, you are incredible. This price is outrageous. I feel embarrassed to even list it. Dealey also felt a sense of embarrassment when Yi-Chun instructed her to set this price. She initially thought she had misheard and confirmed it several times before finally entering it. This is not selling, it is outright robbery. 50 meters of E-grade wire, requiring 4 blueprints. If anyone actually buys this, it could only mean one thing. That person must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Minger, it's your turn. With Dealey's task complete, it was young Minger's moment to shine. Look, someone is selling wire again. Selling wire, bring your own price. The source of the news is Ming. Yang Minger chose not to list the wire directly, but opted to call out instead. Grim Reaper, someone is selling wire. Come by. Soon, a throng of sycophants began clamoring for the Grim Reaper's attention. Within 3 minutes, Yang Minger received a private message from the Grim Reaper. I will trade you 2 pounds of dry rations and 10 bottles of freshwater. Upon reading this reply, Yi-Chun sneered, waved at Yang Minger, and picked up a shovel to dig a hole. Damn, this fool thinks we are beggars. Clearly, the Grim Reaper is treating Yang Minger as a novice. After all, a mountain axe is also quite valuable at present, and encountering a newcomer, he naturally opts to deceive. Yi-Chun, how should I respond? Yang Minger asked, looking perplexed. Yet Yi-Chun remained unfazed, not turning his head as he wielded the shovel, casually gesturing to Yang Minger. No need to respond. In less than 2 minutes, he will raise the offer. Indeed, scarcely had Yi-Chun struck the ground when news from Yang Minger arrived. Yi-Chun, the other party has increased their bid. Ignore them. They raised it again. Simply continue to disregard them. Yi-Chun did not even glance at the counteroffer relayed by Yang Minger. Within 3 minutes, another message arrived from Dedawan. Boss, you're truly remarkable. They have indeed raised their offer once more, this time directly promising 3 C-grade freshwater fish along with a mountain axe. Ignore them. Yi-Chun replied with those few words. Still ignoring them, Dedawan and the 2 young women expressed concern. Yet Yi-Chun remained composed, diligently digging his pit with the shovel. Boss, another message has come in. 5 minutes later, Dedawan hurried over. Boss, they want us to make a counteroffer. Yi-Chun calmly set down the shovel, for this was the response he had been awaiting. The Grim Reaper returns. Ha, prepare to become my little lamb. Chapter 76. The Art of Indirect Pursuit. 100 kilograms of iron ingots, a B-grade blueprint, perhaps a dozen kilograms of grain, and an additional 50 liters of diesel. Yi-Chun, with an air of nonchalance, began to make his audacious demands. Yang Minger and Dealey were left speechless. It seemed that his price was not much more courteous than what Dealey had previously proposed. Yi-Chun, while asking for diesel draw, too much attention? Yang Minger, ever the meticulous one, cast a concerned glance at Yi-Chun. Not at all. If they inquire, simply state that you have signed for a dilapidated diesel vessel in need of repairs, hence the requirement for iron ingots and diesel. Yi-Chun clearly had come prepared, crafting his tale without hesitation. With a wry smile, Yang Minger conveyed these terms to the other party. Are you robbing me? Do you think you're selling a gold mine? The Grim Reaper, upon receiving the outrageous offer, immediately erupted in a torrent of invective. Yet, he quickly received a calm response drafted by Yi-Chun and input by Yang Minger. My price is already quite reasonable. You should take a look at the prices listed on the trading exchange. Big Roll finally grasped what his leader was up to. Boss, you are utterly shameless. Ha. Though he cursed Yi-Chun aloud, internally he relished the moment, having long harbored disdain for the foolish Grim Reaper. Moments later, Yang Minger received another reply from the Grim Reaper. This response, while still seemingly aggressive, exhibited a noticeable softening in tone. Such high-end items as wires are of no use to you. Your price is utterly preposterous. I can offer you 20 kilograms of iron ingots, 10 kilograms of grain, and 50 liters of diesel. This is a thoroughly fair price. Chen was taken aback by how readily the other party agreed to young Minger's demand for 50 liters of diesel. Boss, it appears this fellow has quite a stockpile of diesel. Even Big Roll, with his keen insight, recognized the situation, and naturally, Chen understood as well. Where could he possibly have acquired such a quantity of diesel? It was improbable that he could receive diesel daily through sign-ins. The two young women also found the situation rather peculiar. Chen contemplated for a moment. It's hard to say. I suspect he might have some unique channel or means to refine diesel. Ah, no wonder this fellow dared to gamble. It seems he indeed possesses something of value. Chen, however, remained unfazed. The other party had what he desired, which was fortuitous. Minger, ignore him. Let him stew. The art of indirect pursuit. Chen's mindset was far superior to that of the foolish one. Meanwhile, the four of them continued to smelt copper ingots. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you selling or not? The impatient Grim Reaper, having received no response, pressed again. Under Chen's instruction, Yang Minger completely disregarded the other party's insistence. Hey, where are you? Hello? Would you consider adding another 10 kilograms of grain? Or perhaps 20 more kilograms of iron ingots? At this point, Chen was halfway through the third batch of copper ingots, while the other party's price had already surged several times. In fact, seeing that Yang Minger was ignoring him, the Grim Reaper even resorted to privately messaging Li. The price you have set is excessively high. Is there any room for negotiation? Unexpectedly, under Chen's guidance, Li did not respond at all, but rather doubled the already exorbitant exchange price. For 50 meters of E-level ordinary wire, the requirements include 2 blueprints for B-level perfect hammers, 2 blueprints for B-level perfect shovels, 2 blueprints for A-level epic building hammers, 6 C-level exceptional mining axes, 2 kayaks, 200 seeds of B-level perfect vegetables, and 40 C-level exceptional freshwater fish. Upon seeing this price, Death's Return was nearly apoplectic with rage. This individual, referred to as Xiao Di, was not merely selling items. It was a blatant provocation. The onlookers in the chat room immediately began to chatter. Goodness, the price has risen again. It has truly risen. It is indeed true what they say. There is always a higher price, never the highest. This price is simply astounding. I bet this wire is made of gold. Its conductivity must be unparalleled. These spectators could only jeer. Death's Return was truly on the verge of losing his sanity. After encountering a setback with Li, he turned back to seek assistance from Yang Minger. This time, he finally received a response. See, this wire I am selling is quite reasonably priced. Once this opportunity is missed, it will not come again. The four individuals with Chen wore expressions of curiosity, while Death's Return was fraught with anxiety. The utmost price he could offer was 50 kilograms of iron ingots, 50 liters of diesel, 20 kilograms of dry rations, and 6 sea-level freshwater fish. Upon receiving this latest reply, both Yang Minger and Li turned their gazes toward Chen. Chen shrugged. This price seemed to align with his expectations. The scarce 50 kilograms of iron ingots and 50 liters of diesel were indeed available. All right, that's sufficient. Upon hearing this, Yang Minger finally sighed in relief. However, unexpectedly, Chen added, if you could procure an additional 50 liters of diesel, that would be splendid. You want more? The three were collectively dumbfounded. If there were a competition for the most unscrupulous, Chen would certainly rank second, with no one daring to claim the first position. Let's give it a try. After all, there are no taxes to pay, right? Chen wore a look of utter nonchalance. Yang Minger, left with no choice, had to respond to Death's Return as per Chen's suggestion. Upon seeing the other party's audacious demand for an additional 50 liters of diesel, Death's Return nearly fainted with fury. His two subordinates, who he had recruited, were equally incensed. Boss, it's just wire. If they don't want it, let it be. It's better than being extorted. Nonsense. Do you have any idea how significant wire is for us right now? Without wire, what use is having electricity? Those lamps, induction cookers, and even that washing machine you signed in with would merely serve as decorations. Moreover, without this item, we cannot synthesize advanced goods. What good is an S level without it? How can I improve my ranking then? Boss, what exactly is this item? One of the subordinates asked, pointing at a small object on the ground, utterly perplexed. This is indeed a high-end item. Once the internal circuitry is connected and complemented with a camera, alongside a fully charged solar battery, I cannot fathom how I would be unable to track that individual S whereabouts. Is it truly that remarkable? Undoubtedly. Should this be synthesized into a finished product, it would be an Ultra S-class resource. The object that the Grim Reaper is so intent on acquiring is, without a doubt, a treasure. Aerial Reconnaissance Recording Device Component. S-class legendary resource, when combined with a 200-meter wire, can be forged into an aerial reconnaissance recording device. Aerial Reconnaissance Recording Device. S-class legendary resource, when combined with an S-class legendary high-definition camera, can be transformed into an Ultra S-class divine-grade resource. Aerial Reconnaissance Apparatus. Aerial Reconnaissance Apparatus. Ultra S-class divine-grade resource can be deployed into the skies to survey a radius of 1,000 kilometers, gathering information and conditions of all survivors, with an additional chance to obtain unique, mysterious rewards. The urgency with which the Grim Reaper seeks to collect wires is primarily due to this precious item. Chapter 77. Unexpected harvest of B-Class Perfect Tool Axe Blueprint. In addition to collecting wires, the Reaper's return was also amassing various resources such as B-Class Perfect Glass, B-Class Perfect Silicon Aluminum Alloy, and electronic chips, all with the aim of synthesizing a high-definition camera at the earliest opportunity. However, he had another plan in mind: direct procurement. To his dismay, he found himself feeling dizzy and disoriented from merely gathering wires, without having synthesized the camera. How much diesel have we converted today? Boss, the diesel converter needs repairs, but we have already stored 500 liters of diesel. What materials are required for the repairs? Currently, the diesel converter was another marvel in the hands of the Reaper's return. It could be said that the reason he ranked third in the first week S leaderboard was largely due to this S-class legendary device, which proved to be immensely helpful. Diesel converter, S-class legendary resource, capable of converting a mixture of freshwater and seaweed into diesel. The conversion ratio is 100 liters of E-class freshwater and 10 kilograms of E-class seaweed, yielding 1 liter of E-class ordinary diesel. This means that 100 liters of freshwater combined with 10 kilograms of seaweed would result in just 1 liter of diesel. Naturally, if one were to utilize higher-grade freshwater and seaweed, the conversion ratio would significantly improve. His two subordinates scratched their heads and muttered, "We need 100 liters of D-class freshwater and 50 kilograms of copper ingots." D-class freshwater? Who on earth has such a thing? The Reaper's return kicked a plastic barrel across the ground. What he initially believed to be a miraculous tool now seemed like a devil that devours without leaving a trace. Bring over another 50 liters of diesel. Prepare for a trade. Boss, are we really going to trade? While the Reaper's return was unfazed, his subordinates felt a pang of concern. For just 50 meters of wire, their boss was willing to go to such lengths. To his surprise, just as he was about to respond to a call from Minger, the latter approached him directly. "I have another 50 meters of wire. Do you want it?" Another 50 meters of wire? The Reaper's return was no fool. He surmised that the other party would introduce new conditions. Sure enough, the conditions soon arrived. "Do you have any blueprints?" B-class blueprints would do, or even A-class ones. The Reaper's return nearly trampled the crops he had just planted upon receiving this message. Damn it, even A-class would do? Do they think this is an ATM? No blueprints. Would anything else suffice? Though furious, he still needed something from the other party and dared not dismiss the proposal outright. "What a pity. I was thinking of giving you a discount if you had blueprints." The Reaper's return gritted his teeth as he stared at the message. "You two, go tally how much wire we still need, quickly." With a belly full of anger with no outlet, the Reaper took his frustration out on his two subordinates, who, despite their own grievances, dared not voice them as they entered the storeroom. A relatively slender young man complained to another, more robust individual, Brother Zhang. "I truly cannot fathom why the boss insists on procuring that item. Xiao Haizi, what do you understand? Haven't you heard the boss say? That item is of Ultra S-grade quality. The leaderboard will be updated in 2 days, and whether we can surpass that day and night entity depends on this very thing. ISNT, it just a matter of delivering 100 liters of diesel? If we must, then so be it. It's far better than purchasing those electrical wires at exorbitant prices. You know nothing. What about our face? Do we not care for our reputation?" The middle-aged man, referred to as Brother Zhang, lightly slapped his own cheek in frustration. Damn it, how many meters of wire do we have? Have you finished measuring? Stop dawdling. You useless lot. What good are you to me? The Grim Reaper, upon noticing that the two had been absent for 5 or 6 minutes, erupted in anger. Always taking out your frustrations on us. If you are so capable, why not handle the wires yourself? Forget it. Let us measure quickly. We did sign up for this misfortune, after all. The two unfortunate souls bowed their heads and continued measuring the wires. Boss, we currently have a total of 120 meters. Damn it, only 120 meters? Even accounting for the earlier 50 meters, we still need another 30 meters. Curse it. The Grim Reaper stomped his feet in frustration. Boss, what about the high-definition camera? Without that, we cannot synthesize anything. I have my methods. By the way, bring me that B-grade perfect tool axe blueprint. Boss, what do you intend to do? That is a treasure. We're just missing this B-grade tool axe for synthesis. If we manage to create it, we will be very close to crafting the A-grade epic artifact, the construction hammer. Upon hearing that their leader intended to exchange the most precious B-grade perfect tool axe blueprint for wires, the two subordinates grew anxious. Of course, you know better than I do. Out with the old, in with the new. Besides, I lack high-grade timber. Keeping this blueprint is a waste. Better to trade it for something practical like wires. Boss, this is far from a wise decision. This blueprint is worth its weight in gold. Although it's B-grade, it surpasses the value of certain A-grade items. The two subordinates were now in a frenzy. The Grim Reaper was no fool. He understood the immense value of the blueprint. He already possessed a B-grade perfect tool hammer, scissors, and shovel. Only this last tool axe remained. If it weren't for the pressing need to synthesize the reconnaissance device, he would never part with such a treasure for mere E-grade wires. Boss, please reconsider. This blueprint is likely unique in the entire survival world of the island. Brother Zhang was genuinely distressed. This blueprint had been acquired through extraordinary means, and he had scarcely slept for days in excitement after obtaining it. Now, his leader was poised to relinquish this precious item, and his heart felt as though it were bleeding. What are you hesitating for? Look at the other person's name. I am Mingming. It's evident she is just a little girl. This blueprint is likely nothing more than scrap paper to her. When we rise to prominence, we can easily acquire something of higher value, and I'm certain she will hand it over obediently. The return of the Grim Reaper seems to be quite a distant thought. However, it is likely beyond his imagination that I, named Mingming, am indeed a girl. Yet behind this girl stands a cunning merchant. If this blueprint falls into Chen's hands, do you still hope to redeem it? What could you offer in exchange? Even half an island might not entice Chen to pay you any attention. Under such circumstances, the Grim Reaper boldly showcased this invaluable B-grade, perfect-level tool axe blueprint. This is when Chen and his companions laid eyes on the blueprint. Their eyes collectively sparkled with excitement. Chapter 78, The 101-Meter Wire Boss. This kid is impressive. He actually has the blueprint, exclaimed Dada Wan in astonishment. Yang Minger and Deely were equally shocked. Brother Yi, if my memory serves me correctly, this blueprint is for the tool axe, the most elusive item among the B-grade tool set, isn't it? Chen nodded. This perfect grade tool axe was something he had long coveted. The tool hammer, tool scissors, tool shovel, and tool axe. These 4 artifacts of the B-grade tools could only lead to the synthesis of the A-grade epic building hammer when collected together. Chen. Should we respond to him? One of the subordinates inquired. No need. Let us keep him waiting a bit longer. Chen gestured dismissively to Yang Minger. Boss is playing hard to get again, I understand. Dadawan grinned mischievously at Chen. It seemed that being around a cunning businessman like Chen had turned even the straightforward and honest Dadawan into a sly character. As anticipated by Chen, the Grim Reaper, who believed that revealing the blueprint would elicit an immediate enthusiastic response, received nothing but silence after half a day. Boss, what did they say? His 2 subordinates were even more anxious than the Grim Reaper himself. Probably just a naive fool who doesn't grasp the value of this blueprint. The Grim Reaper muttered, seeking to save face. Meanwhile, he resumed messaging Yang Minger, saying, Little girl, this blueprint is top-notch. I dare say there isn't another like it among all the survivors. After a brief wait, he received a rather dismissive reply. What's the use? It's just a blueprint for a broken axe. Heh, as expected, a naive fool. The Grim Reaper scoffed under his breath. Then, with a hint of pride, he continued replying to young Minger. This blueprint is for the most difficult item to synthesize among the 4 B-grade artifact tools. If it weren't for the fact that you sold me the wire, I wouldn't part with it so easily. Chen and his companions watched as the Grim Reaper boasted about his supposed treasure. Let him boast. The blueprint will eventually come into my hands. All right. But you must also add 1 more mountain axe and 50 liters of diesel for the exchange. What? The Grim Reaper nearly smashed the system interface with his axe in frustration. Has this woman gone mad, daring to raise the price? His 2 subordinates were equally incensed. Forget it. This naive kid probably doesn't know any better. Just fetch me my last mountain axe and 50 liters of diesel. Despite his anger, the Grim Reaper managed to control his temper, considering the foolishness of the girl on the other side. The 2 subordinates, witnessing their leader's insistence, had no choice but to bring forth their last remaining mountain axe and an additional 50 liters of diesel from their cave. Boss, this is indeed our final mountain axe. We've already consumed 3 in a single day. Zhang, deeply pained by the thought, reflected on a stroke of luck that had allowed Death's Return to acquire 3 mountain axe blueprints in one go. He found himself questioning the purpose of life at that moment. Well, we still have B-grade tools to make do with for now. Once we retrieve the tool axe blueprints, and I managed to craft the tool axe into a building hammer, what is there to worry about? Death's Return envisioned a future filled with boundless possibilities. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals at Chen's side were laughing heartily. They exchanged 100 meters of E-grade electrical wire for 50 kilograms of iron ingots, 100 liters of diesel, 20 kilograms of rations, 1 mountain axe, and 6 C-grade freshwater fish. Most importantly, they secured a highly coveted B-grade perfect tool axe blueprint. Beep. You have successfully completed a transaction with me, obtaining 101 meters of E-grade ordinary wire. 101 meters? Upon hearing this figure announced by the system, Death's Return was utterly perplexed, as was Yang who stood equally bewildered. Chen, has the system encountered a bug? Why did we lose an extra meter of wire? After some deliberation, they concluded that 1 meter was inconsequential, considering their abundance of wire. Chen had an endless supply of wire, as long as he could procure copper ore. Boss, why did we receive 101 meters of wire? Death's Return's subordinates were equally puzzled. Such is fate. The heavens are truly on our side, he boasted, relishing the moment. Indeed, our leader is favored by fortune. Now, our reconnaissance drone is within reach. After a profitable transaction, Chen lost interest in lingering around the trading post and hastened to complete the remaining task of fortifying the fence. He chuckled as he noticed the peculiar laughter of Dada Wan, who was working nearby. What are you grinning about so suspiciously? Chen murmured softly, choosing to ignore him and continuing to insert bamboo into the ground. Dada Wan dug holes while Chen filled them with bamboo. As for the 2 girls, Chen had sent them to prepare lunch. Although they had ample food, the recent bounty from Death's Return had diversified their meal options once more. Zista Minger. They even brought tomatoes and eggs. We can make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Dealey rummaged through the pile of ingredients contributed by Death's Return and found several tomatoes and a few high-quality eggs. Let us save 2. Don't use them all at once. We should ration a bit for the next couple of days. Dealey giggled, her eyes sparkling with delight as she looked at Yang Minger, who was increasingly embodying the essence of a gracious hostess. Child, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and fetch some water. Chen and the others were each engrossed in their tasks. Meanwhile, on the other side, a significant investment had yielded results as the Reaper returned with newfound treasures. Look at this. The Reaper has gathered a few shards of glass from the resource distribution point. Wow, boss, what did you find us? With the glass in hand, we are 1 step closer to synthesizing a camera. The Reaper gazed with excitement at the hard-won electric wires, the glass, and the aerial reconnaissance recorder components before him. Once this super S-rank divine-grade material was synthesized, he could hardly believe anyone could surpass him. After all, when he had synthesized a C-grade axe from the celestial bodies, he had received special rewards. Surely, synthesizing a super S-rank material would not go unrewarded. When the world announcement was made, it would be impossible for him to remain in the shadows. Chapter 79. Some individuals experience significant losses. Prepare to assemble the high-altitude reconnaissance recorder, my subordinates. To ultimately synthesize a super S-grade, divine-level high-altitude reconnaissance device, we must first create an S-grade reconnaissance recorder. With a length of 200 meters of wire at hand, along with the S-grade recorder component, the only task remaining was synthesis. The two younger subordinates were equally exhilarated as they retrieved the component, eager to assist their leader. Boss, why does the system indicate that the wire quality is poor, suggesting a possibility of synthesis failure? As Brother Zhang combined the several hundred meters of wire with the component, the synthesis system began repeatedly issuing warnings. That's normal. It's just E-grade wire. If we fail, we can simply cut off a few meters and try again. We have plenty of wire. With repeated attempts, success is inevitable. Death's Return nonchalantly reassured them, patting his chest. Seeing their leader at ease, the two subordinates squatted down to connect the wires. The synthesis process for this component was markedly different from their usual endeavors. Perhaps due to the legendary nature of the S-grade materials, manual wiring was required. The system provided Death's Return with a wiring diagram and a few small flathead screwdrivers. They needed to connect a total of 200 wires according to the diagram to achieve successful synthesis. After 3 hours of diligent work, they finally completed the wiring as instructed. Boss, it's done. We've finally accomplished it. S-grade materials. Boss, this is impressive. This might be the first S-grade material in the island survival world. Indeed, all three appeared quite elated. Although the S-grade material was still a distance from the super S-grade divine level, no one in the island survival world had ever synthesized S-grade materials before. Boss, we've synthesized it, so why hasn't the system rewarded us? The two younger subordinates awaited eagerly, but the system remained silent on the rewards. This is S-grade material, and it's highly likely the first of its kind in the entire island survival world. There should definitely be some special system reward. Death's Return pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. It likely needs to be powered on. Quickly, connect it to the generator. Understood. The two immediately rushed to their cave, carrying their precious find. The solar generator, which they had seized from Chen, was resting within the cave. A solitary lamp hung on the cave wall, illuminating the space. However, this lamp should not be underestimated. It was because Death's Return had lit this lamp that he received a special reward. Be attentive. Don't reverse the positive and negative terminals. As they neared completion, Death's Return felt a growing anxiety. He could not allow a minor error to undermine all their hard work. Boss, it's connected. After another flurry of activity, the two subordinates finally finished their task. Powered on. The Grim Reaper returned, inhaled deeply, and commanded the power to be activated. My S-class reward. Here I come. A sudden crackle echoed as sparks erupted from the generator, extinguishing the light in an instant. What is happening? What's going on? The Grim Reaper was startled, nearly stumbling. No, I don't know. It's on fire. Hurry, put it out. Sparks began to fly within the cavern. Idiot. Don't pour water on it. The Grim Reaper nearly lost his mind as his foolish subordinate brought a basin of water. The fire is too fierce. Help. The cavern, already well ventilated, was further fueled by the strong winds on the island that day. With piles of flammable grass and clothing beside the generator, the flames quickly spread throughout the cave. There was also diesel stored in the cave. Although diesel is not as volatile as gasoline, once it ignites, trouble ensues. With a whoosh, the diesel container caught fire. 3 minutes later, the rapidly rising temperature ignited the diesel. Even the Dragon King could not save the belongings in this cavern now. The three of them abandoned the effort to extinguish the flames and rushed to escape. Alas, the generator and reconnaissance equipment were reduced to ashes. Damn it! How did you connect the wires? Didn't I tell you to check them carefully? Useless, two useless fools. The Grim Reaper was furious, wishing he could slice the two dusty individuals before him. Boss, we can't be blamed for this. We were very careful. Then, what happened? How could it possibly catch fire? We don't know. The three stood disheveled. helplessly watching as the fire consumed all their possessions within the cave. The Grim Reaper felt a sense of despair. He had synthesized S-class materials, so close to reaching the top of the leaderboard. And now, not only had he failed to produce the S-class materials, but nearly all his belongings were reduced to ashes. Boss, could it be a problem with the wires? The system just warned that the wire quality was poor. Brother Zhang recalled the system's earlier notification. The Grim Reaper clenched his fists in anger. Damn it, that woman must have tampered with the wires. I will kill her. At that moment, the Grim Reaper finally came to a realization. Unfortunately, he had been too impulsive, recklessly pursuing the synthesis of S-class materials without carefully studying the system's warnings. This led to a catastrophic error. I will kill her. The Grim Reaper, in a frenzy, raised the only remaining utility knife he had, contemplating leaping into the sea as if that would allow him to drag young Minger, the one who sold him the faulty wires, out from the depths. Boss, please don't act impulsively. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood, urged the two loyal subordinates desperately, managing to pull their leader back from the brink of death. In the midst of this lively scene, Chen and his companions remained oblivious. However, Chen couldn't help but scrutinize the ever-grinning Big Roll. Big Roll was causing you to smile so foolishly. Ever since the completion of the wire transaction, you've been grinning like an idiot. What on earth is going on? Chen playfully smacked Big Roll on the back of the head. Boss, haha, I reckon that Grim Reaper is in for a rough time now. In for a rough time? What do you mean? I made a few alterations to the wiring. If that fool recklessly connects it without a care, he's guaranteed to be finished. Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. You secretly sabotaged it? Big Roll nodded vigorously. Just a bit. Less than a meter of wire. I made some adjustments. Less than a meter of wire? 101 meters? It seemed that Chen finally grasped the situation, understanding why the system had provided the other party with 101 meters. The extra meter was the system's automatic compensation for the wire that Big Roll had tampered with. Chapter 80. The arrival of the RV after a day filled with tumult. Chen emerged victorious, amassing a wealth of resources. Wires acquired, blueprint secured. The furnace was ready. Copper ingots were in hand, and the iron needed to repair the motorboat was also gathered. Tools for crafting axes were now available, and the pickup truck was ready for an upgrade. Yet, the unfortunate figure of the Reaper had plummeted from paradise to the depths of despair. The once promising, Super S-rank divine artifact intended to surpass, Chen lay utterly ruined, and nearly all of his possessions had turned to ashes, leaving him without even a place to reside. Damn it, I'm Ming, come out and face me, or I swear I'll ruin you. The pitiful Yang Ming became the target of the Reaper's frustration. With a sorrowful gaze, she looked at Chen, who merely waved his hand dismissively. Let him wail. Ha ha ha. Boss, look. This guy seems to have had a fire at home. The news is spread throughout the chat room that everything has burned to the ground. Ah ha ha. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. In the highly connected world of survival on the island, the tale of the Reaper's home engulfed in flames spread like a plague. Reaper, who has wronged you? Let me help you seek revenge. Indeed, who would dare to play tricks? Just wait until I deal with that scoundrel. Even today, some still fawn over the Reaper. Ruin the Reaper's allies? That seems a bit challenging. I can't manage that. What treachery is there? If one does not take precautions, whom can they blame? Exactly. Trade should be fair and just. Where's the treachery? However, as more people witness the Reaper's downfall, they quickly turn their backs. Ignore them. While the sun is still up, let us hasten to upgrade the pickup. Chen had no time to engage in trivial disputes. The most pressing matter was to finalize the long-awaited RV. 4-person luxury RV, heavy-duty pickup RV modification blueprint, 100 kilograms of iron or 100 meters of wire. At that moment, all the materials required for the upgrade had been gathered. Without further hesitation, Chen promptly transferred all the supplies to the pickup's trunk. Synthesize. At his command, a radiant golden light enveloped the front of the pickup. The four instinctively took several steps back. Ding! The host has chosen to consume one S-rank legendary heavy-duty pickup, Raptor F750, one A-rank epic RV modification blueprint, 100 kilograms of E-rank ordinary iron ore, and 100 meters of E-rank ordinary wire. Pickup upgrade in progress. The four watched as the golden light expanded, eventually enveloping the entire pickup. 2 minutes later, the light gradually faded, revealing a stunningly luxurious RV before their eyes. Is this an RV? Even Minger, who had seen the most of the world among them, stood in stunned silence. The length of the vehicle is estimated to be at least 13 meters, with a width reaching 4 to 5 meters. Its design is avant-garde and striking, exuding an aesthetic appeal far surpassing the conventional image of recreational vehicles. At this moment, the door of the RV suddenly opened automatically. The four individuals cautiously peered inside before stepping into the vehicle. The interior of the RV is meticulously adorned, featuring a soft and comfortable carpet underfoot, complemented by elegant European-style cabinets surrounding them. The entire space feels spacious and bright. At the front, there is a small lounge area resembling a bar, with a single bed situated above the bar. The midsection boasts a remarkably spacious living room, which appears somewhat empty, while the kitchen and bathroom are located on either side. At the rear lies a large bedroom, equipped with a luxurious double bed and a single air mattress positioned by the back window for scenic views. "Haha, boss, I'm claiming this bed," said Dawan, patting the single bed at the front of the vehicle. Compared to the other two beds, this one is the simplest. The most comfortable bed in the RV, without a doubt, is the air mattress. Its location and comfort far exceed those of the two wooden beds. "Brother Yi, you can have this air mattress. We'll take the other one, all right?" Dealey appeared somewhat shy, as Chen was undoubtedly the leader both on the island and within the RV. Minger also felt a bit bashful, not due to a reluctance to claim a bed, but because the double bed was uncomfortably close to Chen's air mattress. "All right, I'll take this bed," Chen said, unceremoniously lying down. The luxurious bed in the RV was indeed extraordinary. Its softness was simply unparalleled. "Boss, you're in for a treat." The Huan vispited, sititi approaching Chen. Only then did Chen realize the delightful situation of being flanked by two stunning celebrity women. However, the awkwardness was mutual. Let us make sure to put up a curtain here later. A bit of personal space is essential," Chen remarked, not wishing to have his every move exposed to prying eyes. "Boss, isn't there's system reward for this upgrade?" prompted the Hua, reminding Chen of the usually proactive system that seemed unusually silent this time. "Chen, it appears this vehicle is still missing many essentials. Can it be upgraded further?" Minger noted after taking a stroll inside the RV. "Ding. The S-Class luxury RV has completed its upgrade. Special note, the internal space and facilities, including the RV itself, can still be upgraded by the host. Currently, only basic beds and essential infrastructure are provided. It seems this is not its final form after all." Chen surveyed the interior, which, while tastefully decorated, lacked numerous amenities expected in a top-tier RV. There were no sofas, no audiovisual equipment, and even basic household items like a refrigerator, washing machine, or microwave were absent. It appears the revolution has yet to succeed. There remains work to be done. Chen possesses a rather optimistic disposition. At the very least, he now enjoys the comfort of a proper bed and no longer has to endure the confines of a cave. As for everything else, it will come gradually. Rome was not built in a day. Here lies Chen, relishing the luxury of an air mattress while in the chat room. The figure known as the Grim Reaper returns is still venting his frustrations. "I am Ming. Come out. You have burned my ultra-S-grade artifact, and I swear I will take you down." Minger gazes at Chen with a look of grievance. Dealey, inquiring on Minger's behalf, asks, "Brother Yi, what happened?" Chen shrugs and points at Dawan, implying that it was all the fault of this rascal. Dawan, brimming with excitement, explains, "I tampered with the power line, but I never anticipated that this fool would use it without a second thought." "Tampered?" The two young ladies stare at Dawan in astonishment, then shift their gaze back to Chen. Chen shrugs once more, genuinely unaware of the unfolding events. Besides, who would have guessed that this Grim Reaper returns possessed such capabilities, capable of setting his own home ablaze? Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper returns, having finally extinguished the flames. Calculates the damages. His despair is palpable. Chapter 81. Wealth beyond measure according to incomplete statistics. The return of the Grim Reaper not only preserved the still immature vegetables and fruits, but also salvaged some rudimentary tools left outside the cave. Nearly all other supplies in hand were incinerated. Given his current predicament, could he still hope to compete with Chen for a ranking position in 2 days? What a farce. Boss, this vehicle seems to have the potential for an upgraded energy system. Juan fumbled around in the driver's cabin for a moment, seemingly making a discovery. Chen pressed the ignition switch. Instantly, the entire lighting system of the vehicle sprang to life. The two girls marveled at the splendid interior illumination, while Chen made another revelation within the RV's operation panel. The current RV was equipped with a diesel power system, a single wooden bed, a double wooden bed, an air mattress, luxurious interior decor, European-style cabinets, a simplified kitchen, and a simplified bathroom. Upgradable systems included power system, solar-assisted power generation system, which allows the RV to operate entirely on solar energy without further diesel consumption. Requirements for the solar-assisted power generation system: 3 A-grade EPIC solar panels, medium-sized. 1 A-grade EPIC solar converter specifically for RVs. 1 A-grade EPIC solar power generation blueprint. 20 kilograms of C-grade superior iron ingots. 20 kilograms of C-grade superior copper ingots. And 3 A-grade EPIC glass sheets. Living room suite. B-grade perfect sofa. C-grade superior coffee table. B-grade perfect refrigerator. B-grade perfect audiovisual equipment. All living room suite items can either be directly claimed or synthesized. B-grade perfect sofa. 3 C-grade superior leather pieces. 5 kilograms of C-grade superior logs. And 1 B-grade perfect sofa blueprint. C-grade superior coffee table. 5 kilograms of C-grade superior logs and 25 D-grade rare nails. B-grade perfect refrigerator. 5 kilograms of C-grade superior iron ingots. 1 B-grade perfect compressor. 5 kilograms of C-grade superior plastic and 1 B-grade perfect refrigerator blueprint. With merely this information regarding the living room suite upgrades, Chen had already unearthed a plethora of options within the RV's built-in system. Next were the upgrades concerning the bathroom and kitchen. The most astonishing revelation came last. This RV could even function as an amphibious vehicle. However, to transform it into an amphibious RV would entail a substantial cost. Chen rubbed his forehead. He had initially thought that upgrading to an RV would grant him freedom, but now he realized that the vehicle's upgrades were an endless abyss. Nevertheless, a diesel-free RV powered by solar energy, capable of traversing both land and water. Such prospects sounded extraordinary. Yet, for the time being, matters concerning the RV's upgrades could be set aside. He had a multitude of tasks awaiting his attention. Repairing the jet ski, constructing the power system, continuing to enhance the campsite's infrastructure, searching for sea fish to prepare for upgrading the Level 7 signing-in system, filtering D-grade rare freshwater, and ensuring that his 3 companions could swiftly upgrade to the Level 5 signing-in system. A plethora of responsibilities awaited him. Dear leader, it appears we have a bathtub here, rendering the one outside unnecessary. We might as well sell it. Although the bathroom in this RV is classified as a simple restroom, the term simple is merely a product of the system's designation. At first glance, it is anything but simple. It is downright luxurious. The circular massage bathtub could comfortably accommodate not just one person, but even allow for the embrace of 2 beautiful companions. The gleaming floor tiles and the abundance of bathing essentials are impressive. For an ordinary person like Chen, accustomed to urban life, it is hard to fathom how this could be deemed a simple restroom. If this is considered simple, what then defines a high-end restroom? Were the facilities he used in the city essentially outhouses? Now that such a bathtub exists, the outdoor one can certainly be retired. Chen casually posted a price at the trading exchange. B-level perfect bathtub. Requires copper ore, iron ore, and rare materials. For specific pricing, please private message. Chen did not expect much attention from this casual listing. However, his nonchalance ignited a frenzy in the chat room. Incredible. The esteemed Day and Moon. Now, with a bathtub for sale? Is this a relic from your bathing collection? With walls unyielding, I must commend Day and Moon. Your treasures seem to overflow. For the vast majority of survivors, after spending several days in this island survival world, basic sustenance has been secured. However, when it comes to bathing, few had given it much thought. The current bathtub is akin to traversing back to the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties with a mobile phone, an utterly unimaginable luxury. Some mischievous souls drew comparisons between Yi Chun and the returning Grim Reaper. What is there to compare? On one side stands immense wealth, overflowing with treasures that would astonish anyone. Casually listing a B-level perfect resource at the trading exchange is akin to child's play. On the other side, the Grim Reaper, whose lair was set ablaze, uncertain of how to spend the night with less than 2 days until the leaderboard updates. What is left to compare? The competition is fierce. Day and Moon, undoubtedly in first place. Day and Moon, you wretched soul, flaunting wealth. What's so remarkable about selling a mere bathtub? Bah! The Grim Reaper seethed with frustration, only to find the chat room filled with those relishing the spectacle, drawing comparisons between him and Day and Moon. His dignity was truly at stake. You impoverished soul, do you have the audacity to flaunt? Oh wait, you probably don't even know where you'll sleep tonight, do you? Shall we offer you some food? Gulme, call me father, and I shall send you a roasted fish. The grand jesters in the chat room continued to mock him. Ah, how amusing, the illustrious grand jester. Poor Grim Reaper, it seems you have truly met your end. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes. The return of the Grim Reaper holds an unparalleled position within chatroom. In contrast, the 4 characters representing the sun, moon, and stars, as proclaimed by Yi Chun, serve as a golden emblem, prominently displayed for all to see. It is a name known to all, revered and respected by every soul who enters. It is said that when one ascends to greatness, even the lowly will rise alongside them. As Yi Chen's subordinate, the name Da Wan has increasingly become known among the survivors in recent days. Presently, Da Wan may merely be considered a junior under Yi Chun. However, within the chat room, aside from Yi Chun and a select few prominent figures on the leaderboard, who would not address him with reverence as the esteemed Da Wan. Sun and Moon, do not be so arrogant. The time is yet to come. Do you truly believe I shall concede so easily? Oomph. Chapter 82. The attentive beauty server Yi Chun was not easily intimidated by such threats. After all, this was a world of survival on an island, where possession meant power. One's name held little significance. Did one truly believe that naming oneself the return of the Grim Reaper could summon death itself? The Huang, having received both the bow and arrows and the mountain axe, urged Yi Chun to swiftly level up before midnight. Oh, I nearly forgot about that. Haha, now the Dawan, I'm also a survivor with a level 4 sign-in system. With great enthusiasm, the Dawan gathered the necessary supplies to upgrade on the grassy expanse outside the cave. Following the successful transformation of the pickup truck into a motorhome, Yi Chun relocated the supply depot. This motorhome was no longer a mere vehicle for stashing supplies. He designated the supply station to be on the lawn outside the cave. The Dawan, undeterred and requiring no assistance, swiftly procured all the necessary materials. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading the sign-in system. Current sign-in system level 4. 50 chance to receive an E-level ordinary reward. 20 chance for a D-level rare reward. 15 chance for a C-level exceptional reward. 10 chance for a B-level perfect reward. 3. 45 chance for an A-level epic reward. 1. 5 chance for an S-level legendary reward. And 0. 0.5 chance for an Ultra S-level divine reward. The Dawan successfully caught up with the 2 young ladies. Boss, when can we level up again? The impatient Dawan, having just completed the system upgrade, was already contemplating the next level. We can't level up without D-level water for now. First, we must establish the power system. That's one of tomorrow's 3 tasks. Yi Chun had already meticulously arranged for the following day. 3 tasks. What else is there? The carefree Dawan did not ponder as deeply as Yi Chun. We need to repair the jet ski, build the power system, and complete the remaining upgraded fences. Don't worry, boss, I've got this. One must admit that while the Dawan may not be the most cerebral, he was quite adept with his hands. Tasks that could be solved through sheer manual labor were best entrusted to him. Before nightfall, the 4 completed their daily tasks: fishing, watering the vegetables. Under the guidance of the 2 young ladies, Yi Chun experienced his first taste of scrambled eggs with tomatoes since arriving on the island. Tonight's meal was splendidly varied. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, steamed bream, oil-braised eggplant, grilled carp, and even a bowl of scallion-tossed tofu. This is delicious. Where did this tofu come from? Dadowan stuffed his mouth with food, his words a jumbled praise of the dishes before him. It was among the supplies we exchanged for, though there wasn't much, only a few eggs and a single block of tofu. Yi-chun and Dadowan were not as meticulous as the young ladies in keeping track of the exchanged goods. Once the supplies were received, they simply tossed them into the designated area. The system will not deceive itself. The quantity of resources stated is precisely that. Just as the esteemed Big Roll had manipulated the electrical wires earlier, the system promptly provided compensation. Alas, the return of the Grim Reaper is marked by a lack of intellect, as he foolishly disregarded the reason for the system's reparation. Truly, those who are pitiful often harbor their own faults. Brother may we. At this moment, Dealey was quite bashful, barely articulating her thoughts. Subsequently glancing at the equally shy young Minger beside her, Yi-Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that these two young ladies were once again interested in purchasing feminine items? No need for hesitation. Speak freely. We are all family here. Big Roll, without reservation, graciously took the initiative to speak on Yi-Chen's behalf. The two young ladies simultaneously turned their gaze toward Yi-Chen. He nodded, encouraging them to express their desires openly. We would like to take a bath. The outdoor hot tub was listed on the trading platform, and you need to take it down. No need for that. We can utilize the massage tub in the RV's bathroom. Originally, Yi-Chen thought the two young ladies were hoping he would retrieve the outdoor hot tub from the trading platform, but it seemed they had their sights set on the massage tub instead. Feel free to use it. However, you'll need to fetch the water yourselves. As the proprietor, Yi-Chen naturally would not be responsible for fetching water. That's all right. All you need to do is park the RV by the lake, and we will manage the rest. The two young ladies had never intended for their boss to exert himself. They merely hoped Yi-Chen would agree to reposition the RV. Done. Yi-Chen waved his hand decisively. He was also eager to test out the RV's capabilities. As the engine roared to life, the RV began to move slowly. Yi-Chen, is this vehicle fuel efficient? It likely is, he presumed. Yi-Chen, not being well-versed in such matters, could only surmise that this massive machine would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of fuel. The vehicle traveled a few dozen meters before stopping beside the lake. The two young ladies immediately set to work. Meanwhile, Yi-Chen resumed his examination of the system upgrade interface. If every bath required such efforts, it would be exhausting. Upon reaching the 5th page, Yi-Chen discovered a new upgrade option. Built-in water pump for the RV. A-grade epic resource. Consumes electrical energy to extract fresh water. Crafting this item would not be a simple task. C-grade superior iron ingots, 10 kilograms. C-grade superior copper ingots, 5 kilograms. C-grade superior clay, 5 kilograms. B-grade perfect water pump blueprint, 1. E-grade ordinary wire, 50 m. D-grade rare wire, 10 m. In terms of resources, with a bit of effort, it was indeed possible to assemble them. The iron and copper ingots could be refined using his furnace. Clay had already been sourced from a clay deposit, and he possessed some wire. The only missing component was that blueprint. Although crafting it was quite the hassle, he owned a blueprint synthesizer, which would only require some effort and resource expenditure. Having the RV without a water pump would make water collection reliant solely on manual labor, which seemed rather primitive. It was imperative to acquire a water pump. Yi-Chen, our grapes are ready for harvest tomorrow. Young Minger fetched water several times and took the opportunity to check on the crops. Indeed, as young Minger stated, the grapes will be ready for picking tomorrow, and the vegetables planted the day before yesterday will also be ready for harvest. Once all is accomplished, the week will come to a close. With the weekly Survivor leaderboard updated, what concerns could there be about maintaining the championship? Not only could he secure the top spot for himself, but Yi-Chen also hoped his 3 companions would achieve commendable rankings this time, as very few could elevate their signing levels to 4. Brother Yi, I have boiled a pot of water. The temperature in the bathtub is just right. You may take a bath first. Yi-Chen had not anticipated that the two young ladies had been busying themselves for his comfort. Brother Yi, please check if the water is too hot. I have placed the shower gel and towels beside the bathtub. If you need anything, just call out, and I will fetch it for you. The two young ladies stood respectfully outside the RV, awaiting Chen's entrance for his bath. Such treatment, such service. It was indeed exceedingly attentive. Chapter 83. This bath is quite awkward. Chen, do you need hot water? Brother Yi, is the water temperature still suitable? The towel is on your right side. Chen, who was indulging in the bathtub without a hint of male bravado, was momentarily taken aback. With a sudden clang, he instinctively covered his body with a towel. Young Minger burst in, carrying a basin of hot water. What are you doing? I'm completely unclothed here, and this stunning beauty just barges in. Does she really think this is some kind of Hello Kitty moment? Are you all going to? The girl fidgeted, struggling to articulate her thoughts, while Chen remained utterly bewildered by her intentions. Brother Yi, here's another dry towel for you. While he stood there in confusion, Dealey rushed in with yet another dry towel. Chen was at a loss. What were these two girls up to while he was bathing? Hey, if you have something to discuss, please do so. I'm in the middle of a bath. Although Chen was indifferent to the idea of a shared bath, he felt that if it were to happen, it should be initiated by him. The current situation made him feel as though he was being cornered by these two girls. Are you and Juan planning to repair the jet ski tomorrow? Jet ski? Yes, why? Chen was still somewhat oblivious. Are you all going out to sea? Out to sea? Upon hearing those words, Chen seemed to grasp what the two young ladies were implying. You're counting on me to set sail in search of that girl? MHM. The two girls nodded eagerly. Chen exhaled deeply, shaking his head in resignation. Tomorrow I probably won't have the time, but I will consider going out to sea the day after tomorrow to attempt to catch some fish. That's wonderful. So, Brother Yi, you're agreeing to help me find Ting Ting. Chen felt somewhat fatigued. He didn't recall actually agreeing to anything. While Chen stood there in stunned silence, the two girls rushed towards him. Hey, don't come over. It's fine. You can't see anything. There are bubbles. We're just here to help you. Chen was left speechless. The two beautiful women immediately positioned themselves, one on each side, each holding a towel, as they squatted beside the bathtub to assist Chen in washing up. This treatment feels like it's about to take off, but why does it seem like I'm so passive in this situation? The two ladies lavished him with attention, adding hot water to the tub and helping him wash his back. I only agreed to try to search, but I never promised to bring anyone back. I must clarify that from the outset. In this vast ocean, with just a jet ski, how could one possibly find someone? It's all right. I believe, brother, you can find Ting Ting, just like you found me and Dewan. Dealey seemed to have unwavering faith in Chen. Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her innocence. Boss, many people in the chat room are looking for you. It seems that the illustrious Big Roll found this place insufficiently lively, and thus made an unexpected entrance. Upon stepping inside, he was momentarily taken aback by the envious scene before him, scratching the back of his head and awkwardly grinning at Chen. Pardon me. I didn't mean to intrude. With a resounding thud, Big Roll shut the bathroom door behind him. Almost immediately, a line of text appeared in the chat room. My boss is temporarily unavailable. He is taking a bath with beautiful ladies. The once bustling chat room fell into a stunned silence. 10 seconds later, a flurry of exclamation marks erupted. The survivors in the chat room, upon reading this message, found themselves at a loss for words. Their emotions encapsulated in the multitude of exclamation marks. Taking a bath? After a minute of the chat room being inundated with exclamations, someone finally spoke up. Yes, my boss is indeed preoccupied for the moment. As for the sand, clay, and freshwater fish, we can discuss those after he is done bathing. Big Roll replied with a remarkably calm demeanor to the group of men. Bathing? With ladies? Some could no longer contain their astonishment and posed the most astounding question of all. While bathing was one thing, given that this individual was the wealthiest in the island survival world, bathing with ladies, and notably more than one, was simply outrageous. Here we were, just emerging from a state of poverty, and he was already indulging in a lavish three-person escapade. How could one possibly survive in such a world? Indeed, two ladies are assisting my boss with his bath. Big Roll continued to respond earnestly to the astonished crowd. Assisting. The chat room erupted once more. I had previously thought that disparities between the rich and poor existed solely in the real world. It appears that the island realm is no different. Some lamented with furrowed brows. The human condition has always been one of desires beyond mere sustenance. What a sin there were those who, unable to partake in the pleasures, bitterly scoffed at the situation. Ladies? By heavens, since my arrival on the island, I have not even laid eyes on a single female crab. Some wallowed in self-pity, while many others wore expressions of envy and resentment. Here we were, struggling for our next meal, while he was being pampered by two lovely ladies during his bath. Achoo! Achoo! Chen could not stop sneezing in the bathtub. Dealy, quickly, bring in another pot of hot water. The temperature must be too cold. We cannot let Yi Chen catch a chill. The considerate Yang Ming attributed Yi Chen's sneezing to the water temperature. Unbeknownst to the three, Yi Chen's sneezes were provoked by the raucous banter of the chat room. 10 minutes later, Dealy entered the bathroom with another pot of hot water. As the warm water was poured in, the foam that had been floating on the surface gradually dissipated. Now, Yi Chen had been unveiled. Dealy clearly saw something she should not have and immediately turned her face away in embarrassment. Yi Chen, equally flustered, hurriedly began to wipe soap on himself. Hey boss, are you done? Someone's looking for you. No time, he retorted, feeling the awkwardness in the air as the Dewan continued to call out insistently from outside. The Dewan, has the sun and moon boss finished yet? The individuals in the chat room were eagerly awaiting Yi Chen's appearance. Over the past few days, he had been preoccupied with his own affairs, sand, logs, and freshwater fish, all of which were in high demand among the survivors, had seen trading come to a halt. The market was in an uproar over these essential items. By today, the crowd could no longer contain themselves and had to seek out Yi Chen. However, as fate would have it, he was indulging in the company of a beautiful woman. The Dewan responded with mock seriousness. My boss said he's busy. No time. Busy. The crowd was left utterly speechless. What could these three, a solitary man and two women, possibly be so occupied with? It was impossible not to speculate. Chapter 84. The unparalleled treatment of the Great One. Could you kindly inform the great leader that we are eagerly awaiting the upgrades here? Implored an impatient survivor. I dare not, replied the messenger. I was just reprimanded by the leader. All I could hear was the sound of water. Perhaps he is bathing. Water sound? The slightest suggestion from a messenger ignited the imaginations of the survivors. After all, with a bathtub and two beautiful women, how could there be no playful splashes? What a scoundrel! How dare he disrespect women, a disgraceful creature unworthy of even a pig or dog. A familiar ID emerged in the chat. You fool! Are you still alive? What are you clamoring about? By the way, have you thought about how to manage your funeral once the rankings are updated? If you have nothing to fulfill your betting obligations, the system might just claim you. Having spent considerable time with the Dewan and Yi Chen, the messenger's speech increasingly mirrored Yi Chen's style. Oh, how pitiable. His entire family has been burned, and he is still in debt. Truly unfortunate. Compared to this wretched soul, I seem rather fortunate. One must rely on their own luck. Speaking of which, what punishments might the system impose if one cannot repay their debts? When the wall falls, all will push. It would have been better if the Grim Reaper had remained silent. Now, he has reemerged, drawing everyone's ire. You fickle, ungrateful lot, I spit on you. The Grim Reaper was seething with anger. However, the chat participants showed no mercy. Initially, their jabs were mild, but upon being insulted by the Grim Reaper, their words became far harsher. I spit on you, you trash. Who the hell knows you? Truly shameless. Show your face here. What an embarrassment. May the system divine take this pest away. Just looking at you makes me nauseous. The atmosphere in the chat shifted dramatically. Everyone had been waiting for Yi Chen to log in, but after a prolonged wait, instead, they were graced with the presence of the Grim Reaper. These disgruntled individuals, already irritable due to the lack of supplies, directed all their pent-up frustration towards the Grim Reaper. The Dewan had been poised to unleash a flurry of words against him. But before he could send them, he realized there was no need for his intervention. The Grim Reaper was nearly drowned in a tide of insults. What a collection of crude and disgraceful curses. They were so intense that one might think the Grim Reaper was ready to leap into the sea in despair. Who is calling for me? Suddenly, a familiar ID appeared. The celestial figure of Ryu Xing Chun had logged in. Ah, long live the great Ryu. My dear Ryu, you have finally arrived. Great One, I seek your patronage. Leader, I have awaited your presence for so long. Your humble follower sends his respects. As soon as Chen entered the chat, the atmosphere shifted once more. The group of survivors, who were initially inclined to speak ill, suddenly showered Chen with praises as if they had collectively indulged in honey. The Reaper, who had been prepared to confront these individuals, found that Chen's unexpected appearance had completely shifted the momentum. His scathing remarks were swiftly overwhelmed by a cascade of compliments, leaving him grinding his teeth in frustration. Great sun and moon, have you finished your bath? A gossip enthusiast interjected. Oh, not yet, still soaking. Chen replied, jandidi. The two ladies who had been symbolically attending to him had already taken their leave, allowing him to finally enjoy a peaceful soak. It was during this serene moment that he found the time to log in. Soaking. The mere mention of these two words sent the other's imaginations spiraling. This was the essence of life, bathing alongside two beautiful women. How could one not linger a little longer? The disparity was glaring. Such was the life of a true magnate. In their hearts, everyone shared a singular thought. While the esteemed leader reveled in the embrace of lovely ladies, they should quickly offer flattery, hoping to secure their own necessities at a preferential price. Great sun and moon, you are truly remarkable. My admiration for you flows as ceaselessly as the Yangtze River. Respected great sun and moon, I wonder when I might have the honor of serving you tea and water. If you command, I would traverse mountains and seas without hesitation. Chen, bewildered, wondered why, despite the big shots claiming someone was looking for him. The chat room was devoid of any serious discussion, filled instead with sycophantic praise. Had everyone collectively lost their minds? You damned fool. The Reaper managed to interject amidst the chorus of flattery, but his words were merely an invitation for scorn. The others, eager to curry favor, were more concerned about their own compliments than engaging in any real conversation. Now it seemed an opportunity had arisen. You imbecile, you're not dead yet. Why not dig a grave for yourself? How dare you provoke our great sun and moon? You must be tired of living. Plan your demise wisely. The great sun and moon has no time for trash like you. Where did this stray dog come from? Did someone forget to close their door? Please, owner, keep your mud in check, or I'll catch it and roast it for dinner. Goodness, you fool. Can you not remain silent? Our great sun and moon is exceedingly busy. You aren't even worthy to carry his shoes. Get as far away as you can. Chen said nothing, while the Reaper was bombarded with a barrage of vile insults. Eventually, as they drove the Reaper offline with their taunts, the group finally remembered that their primary objective was to acquire supplies from the great sun and moon. Great sun and moon, I need sand to level up. When can you provide more? Esteemed leader, could you sell me a couple of sea-grade freshwater fish? As I prepare to advance to the 4th level, I humbly seek the generosity of esteemed individuals. Chen, somewhat troubled, scratched his head in confusion. Why must he log in when he was enjoying a soothing bath? Presently occupied, he resolved to venture out to sea tomorrow, postponing further discussions for another day. Chen meticulously arranged his plans for the morrow, unwilling to compromise his own desires for the sake of others. Out to sea? Are you planning to take a lady for a joyride? One inquired. Are you off on another yacht excursion? How enviable. It seemed that anything Chen casually mentioned would spark their vivid imaginations. Disinterested in further dialogue, Chen perused the exchange but found nothing of value, and thus opted to log off. Esteemed one, please do not depart. Why is he leaving? The crowd expressed their urgency, immediately surrounding the remaining online figure, the Grandmaster. My superior has pressing matters to attend to. He is quite busy. Pressing matters. The group once again let their imaginations run wild. Chapter 85. The two ladies share a bath. Do not disturb my master during his bath, declared it Awan. Acting as Chen's spokesperson, the sun and moon master would not engage with the ladies. That is settled. This remark prompted a flurry of chatter among the onlookers. Such a distinguished figure, brimming with vigor. While the group in the chat room continued to extol Chen, he had just dried himself off, donned a fresh pair of shorts, and emerged from the bathroom. Young Minger had already placed a change of clothes on Chen's bed. As he prepared to descend from the vehicle, his gaze fell upon a double wooden bed adorned with 2 sets of ladies' lingerie, one a delicate pink lace, the other a soft beige lace, accompanied by 2 charming nightgowns. It seemed these young women had thoughtfully prepared their garments in advance. Only these two ladies could enjoy such privileges. Yi-chan had previously stated that lower-tier supplies could be exchanged by the women. However, the sight of the lace lingered in his thoughts, evoking more than mere admiration. Yi-chan, are you finished? The two ladies approached him eagerly. Yi-chan nodded, prompting them to begin their tasks. The young women certainly possessed a more refined approach to bathing than men, even in such a remote island setting. Observing their diligent efforts, Yi-chan stifled a yawn and reclined on his comfortable air mattress. Dawan, do we have any food? After a refreshing bath, he often felt both drowsy and hungry. Rather than getting out of the vehicle again, he sent a message to Dawan, who was busy below. All right, I won't chat any longer. My master has summoned me, Dawan replied, who had been grilling fish while conversing with the chatroom's participants. Upon hearing Yi-chan's call, he promptly prepared to attend to him. What is the sun and moon master occupied with? Dawan, do share with us. My master has just finished bathing and is hungry. I am off to deliver his meal. At this, the members of the chatroom were left speechless. Such treatment, bathing, changing, and now even ordering takeout, was truly enviable. Master, open a window, I'm right here. Just as Yi-chan was about to drift off to sleep, he heard a knock at the rear window of his vehicle. He looked up to see Dawan waving at him through the glass. Upon opening the window, Yi-chan, still somewhat dazed, inquired, Why don't you come up? Master, you are engaged in important matters. It would be inappropriate for me to intrude. Important matters? Dawan mas indate considering Yi-chan se jujumstanges. Master, are we still selling sand and clay? Many people are asking. The prices are skyrocketing. As the saying goes, one is influenced by their surroundings. Dawan had become quite astute in Yi-chan's company, with his entrepreneurial instincts gradually emerging. Not at the moment. I am preoccupied. Tomorrow, we have a plethora of tasks ahead, and the two ladies expect us to venture out to sea once more. Out to sea? That sounds splendid. We didn't catch a shark last time. This time, I intend to bring one back. Upon hearing that Yi-chan was about to set sail, Dawan immediately began to indulge in dreams of catching sharks. Both of them were primarily relying on me to locate a girl named Ting, which seemed an arduous task. Yi-chan had little faith in this seemingly impossible endeavor. Yi-chan, we forgot our clothes. Could you pass them to us? Dawan was still boasting about her shark-catching plans when Yang Air's voice echoed from the bathroom. Why not have Deely bring them to you? Yi-chan was taken aback, realizing that the two girls were bathing together. Boss, I won't disturb you any longer, Dawan chuckled mischievously, swiftly shutting the car window. Clothes? These two girls were quite something, busying themselves and forgetting their garments outside. Where are they? Yi-chan shouted towards the bathroom. They're on our bed. Just bring them over. On the bed? Could it be? A glance revealed that indeed, those were the very garments in question. Dawan, are you done yet? What is our esteemed leader up to? Yes, do tell us. The group in the chat room remained vigilant, evidently waiting for Dawan's live broadcast. Stop your nonsensical clamoring. My boss is helping the girls change their clothes. I was taken aback by the implications of change. My goodness, I was about to have a nosebleed. The esteemed leader's prowess was evident. It seemed another battle of epic proportions was on the horizon. Yi-chan merely intended to hand the girls their garments, yet into Dawan's mouth. It transformed into changing, and in the minds of these onlookers, it morphed into something inappropriate. Knock. Yi-chan tapped on the bathroom door. Yang Air peeked out, her damp hair cascading down her chest, perfectly concealing her modesty. Cough. Here you go. Yi-chan handed over the clothes and promptly turned to leave. Yi-dagu is truly a paragon of virtue. Had it been anyone else, we would be in quite the predicament. Deely, immersed in the bathtub, received the garments from Yang Air, not forgetting to compliment Yi-chan. It's not entirely your fault. You were the one who asked for the clothes and then forgot them. How embarrassing. And insisting on bathing together only makes it more inconvenient for Yi-chan. Yang Air's cheeks were still tinged with pink. This was her first time receiving intimate clothing from a boy. Isn't it getting dark? We want to have time to wash separately. Deely pouted playfully in the tub. Sister Minger, do you think Yi-dagu can find Ting? She is all alone, and it's so pitiful. It's hard to say. The vastness of this island survival world is beyond anyone's comprehension. Although we have a motorboat, its travel range is limited, making the search for one person akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Upon hearing this, Dealey pouted, "Then what will happen to Ting Ting?" "Do not fret too much. That girl has a resilient spirit. Besides, we occasionally send her supplies, so I trust her well-being is secured." The young girls often tend to overthink. Yet, Yi-chan finds himself in quite a predicament, seemingly overwhelmed with a multitude of tasks at hand. With less than 2 days remaining until the announcement of the latest rankings, an array of unfinished matters looms before him. The plan to elevate the sign-in system from level 6 to 7 has been persistently postponed, and the girls' initiative to advance from level 4 to 5 has seen no progress despite the passage of numerous days. As for the treasure map and the coveted A-grade epic architectural hammer of his dreams, these aspirations remain but distant hopes. The power system has yet to be established, and the defense facilities have faced continual delays. He truly finds himself in need of additional manpower. Chapter 86, Distribution Map of S-Class Legendary Resource Islands After Midnight. Yi-chan, who was blissfully dreaming on his air mattress, was jolted awake by the sound of raindrops pelting against the window. Rising to take a glance, he noted that a torrential downpour was relentlessly battering the car window. "Boss, thank goodness we have an RV. The other survivors are in dire straits." Big Dewan seemed to be awake as well. Upon hearing Yi-chen's movements, he immediately sent a message. "Are other survivors' islands also experiencing rain?" Indeed, the chat room is filled with lamentations. The rain is so heavy that many have had their sleeping quarters inundated. It appeared that the rainfall was widespread. Yi-chen cast a glance at Big Dewan, who appeared quite comfortable, reclining on his wooden bed while watching a live stream and casually munching on sunflower seeds. "What a ridiculous weather. Is it not permissible to sleep? My cave is on the verge of flooding." "You still have a cave?" "I'm stuck sleeping in a tree. And now my underwear is completely soaked. The real question is, when will this rain cease? I just planted vegetable seeds. Enough already. If it continues, I'll end up sleeping in the sea tonight." The survivors in the chat, lacking the luxury of an RV, were in dire conditions. Some didn't even have a decent cave to shelter in. This relentless downpour had swiftly sent them into despair. Their collected supplies were submerged, their homes flooded, and some survivors had yet to find a place to escape the rain, now marooned in water. In stark contrast, Yi-chan remained secure. The sturdy RV stood firm as a rock, with its tightly sealed windows allowing not a single drop of rain to penetrate. The girls seemed to still be lost in slumber. Meanwhile, Big Dewan finished off a bag of sunflower seeds procured from the trading post and rummaged out a jar of preserved fruits, shoveling handfuls into his mouth. "Ha, boss. This guy claims he enjoys sleeping in the nude, but upon waking, he found his underwear washed away. Simply hilarious." And another fellow made a hammock on the beach, only to wake up and discover it had transformed into a waterbed. Ha ha ha. This individual, blissfully unaware of the plight of others, treated the chat room as if it were a live news broadcast. The two girls, instead of being roused by the sound of the rain, were awakened by Big Dewan's boisterous laughter. "Yi-chan, the rain is quite heavy. Our grapes may be in jeopardy." Young Minger's first concern upon waking was the imminent fate of the grapes on their island. Yi-chan shrugged, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. While the grapes would indeed suffer some loss, their current situation was nothing short of idyllic compared to those desperately seeking refuge from the downpour. Sheltered in their luxurious RV, with a bed to sleep in, food to eat, and the added entertainment of a live stream, what more could they desire? A few clusters of grapes were hardly a concern for Yi-chan. He could always plant more. He had ample food and was not reliant on those few grapes for sustenance. "Boss, it seems half the survivors are claiming their islands are experiencing rain." With a hearty burp, the gluttonous figure nonchalantly remarked, "Half?" Yi-chan cast a glance at Yang Minger and Dealey, acknowledging that this character had finally uttered a somewhat useful piece of drivel. "Inquire with that girl Ting Ting. It hasn't rained on her island." The mention of Ting Ting brought her to the forefront of Yi-chan's thoughts once more. "I left her a message, but she appears to be offline." Yang Minger furrowed her brows and shook her head in response. "Oh, Yi-chen pondered for a moment. It seemed that Ting Ting was rather distant from his island. "Whatever she needs, you shall convey it to her. It appears finding her won't be a swift endeavor." The two young women were acutely aware of the current circumstances. Although their spirits were somewhat dampened, they accepted the outcome with grace. Boss, are we still going out to sea another day? Of course we shall set sail. However, we are in need of a fishing net. A fishing net? The two ladies looked perplexed. We are merely one net short of a B-grade perfect fishing kit. Brother Yi, doesn't that fishing kit also require a C-grade exceptional fishing rod, aside from the shark hook? Dealey displayed commendable memory. Indeed, you are correct. I just received the fishing rod. Yang Minger and Li exchanged glances, astonished that Yi Chen had managed to procure the rod in such a brief nap. Was his profession procurement? Boss, it's a trivial matter, just a net. Why worry? Let's sign in quickly. It may arrive in no time. With another burp, the gluttonous figure left behind the jar of candied fruits and eagerly approached, glancing at Yi Chen's watch. It was already nearing 4 or 5 in the morning. Yi Chen shot him a sidelong glance. In terms of sign-in levels, this fellow ranked lowest, and as for character, he was the least admirable. Nonetheless, this did nothing to dampen the glutton's enthusiasm for signing in. Rubbing his hands together, he struck a pose, clasping his hands in prayer while mumbling something inaudible. Ding! The summoned Qin de Zhuang has successfully signed in, receiving C-grade exceptional resources, 20 watermelon seeds. Haha, boss, I also obtained C-grade resources. It was indeed a rare sight for the notoriously unfortunate de Zhuang to have secured 20 C-grade exceptional watermelon seeds for Yi Chen. We shall have watermelons to eat. I'm impressive, right, boss? Praise me. Yi Chen could only smile wryly at this character, forcing out, thanks. No need for thanks, boss. What are you being so polite about? It's merely 20 seeds. Tomorrow, I'll sign you up for 10 acres of fertile land. No, 100 acres. Ding. The summoned Dilly Muleti has acquired S-grade legendary sign-in resources. Current island resource distribution map. And just like that, Dazhuang's bragging was abruptly silenced. Dilly delivered a resounding metaphorical slap with her actions. This is what we call disparity. Dilly, equipped with a self-contained bug system, has once again defied the odds. S-grade legendary sign-in resources. The third one, Dilly, I have taken these supplies. Upon seeing the S-rank legendary materials, Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement. All right, Brother Yi, I no longer wish to keep them. They are all yours. Without hesitation, Yi Chen acknowledged Dilly and accepted the S-rank legendary materials. Ding! You have acquired S-rank legendary materials. Current island resource distribution map. It has been automatically imported into your system, and you can access this resource distribution map at any time. Amazing! This system is truly remarkable. This map even features a digital display. Yi Chen promptly accessed his system interface, revealing a stunningly high-definition vector map before his eyes. Chapter 87. The complexity of fate. The map distinctly marked Yi Chen's current location. What thrilled Yi Chen the most was the clear indication of all resources available on the island. Whether it was the most basic E-grade trees, D-grade sand, or more advanced iron and copper mines, even the higher-grade clay mines hidden deep within, or a notable high-grade tree nestled within the forest. Everything was meticulously displayed on the map. While this map can zoom in and out, we will no longer struggle to locate high-grade timber. Yang Minger immediately recognized the true significance of this map. Although Yi Chen possessed a spyglass, its observational range was limited. If something was beyond sight, even the finest treasures would go unnoticed. With this map and the spyglass combined, all the accessible resources across the island were now firmly within Yi Chen's grasp. Boss, we no longer need to chop trees on my island. Look, it shows a C-grade outstanding birch tree right here. The astute Dada one had already spotted a high-grade tree. The C-grade outstanding birch tree seemed rather insignificant at the moment, yet would be essential for upgrading the sign-in system from level 5 to 6. Look here. There's a vast copper mine. Yang Minger exclaimed, having discovered a large expanse of copper mine on the western side of the island. And there's even a diamond mine? Dilly, however, uncovered an even more astonishing diamond mine. Diamonds are indeed precious, yet they appeared to hold little immediate use. Moreover, Yi Chen currently lacked the tools to mine iron, let alone diamonds. After surveying the map, Yi Chen felt a twinge of regret, for it represented only the resource distribution of a specific island, not the entirety of the island world. If he could obtain the resource distribution map of the entire island world, that would truly be a game changer. Big Star, have you signed in yet? Dada Juan, brimming with excitement, urged young Minger, who had yet to sign in. Well, I fear it might be E-grade materials. I'm sorry, everyone. Dada Juan and Di Li had reaped a bountiful harvest, each receiving C-grade or higher materials, leaving young Minger feeling quite the pressure. Minger, it's all right. We are all part of the same team. There's no need to distinguish between yours and mine. Right, brother Yi? Ditchen nadid, no witties. We will have plenty of opportunities to sign in for good materials. We cannot expect everyone to sign in with S-grade resources. Yang Minger gave a wry smile at Yi-chan before she began sign-in. As expected, Yi-chan did not receive a system notification. Yang Minger ahong hit, puffing out her cheeks in a dejected manner. It's all right, I might end up worse than you. Yi-chan comforted Yang Minger before he began his own sign-in. Sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained D-grade rare materials, a small fishing net. See, I'm just a D-grade too. It's not a big deal. Yi-chan gently patted Yang Minger on the shoulder, which slightly lifted her spirits. He opened the fishing net and took a glance at its details. D-grade rare, small fishing net. Only suitable for capturing C-grade exceptional freshwater fish or below. It can be used 5 times a day, with a success rate of 25 for catching E-grade ordinary freshwater fish. At first glance, this item seemed far less practical than a fishing rod, considering the disparity in their grades. The fishing rod was a B-grade perfect item, while this fishing net was merely a D-grade rare item. However, as Yi-chan continued to examine the details, he could not dismiss the fishing net so easily. 2 D-grade rare small fishing nets, C-grade hemp line, 50 meters. B-grade plastic, 1 kilogram. C-grade exceptional tree trunks, 2 kilograms, and a B-grade perfect grade shark net. Upon reading this, Yi-chan abruptly slapped his thigh. Who claimed this was a worthless fishing net? Sister Minger, what did you sign for? Di Li was still inquiring about Yang Minger's signed items. Furrowing her brows, Yang Minger mumbled, a fishing net, D-grade weight. Yang Minger's murmurs were faint, but Yi-chan heard her clearly. This signing system was indeed remarkable. It provided whatever one lacked. Minger, is it the D-grade rare small fishing net? The items signed were automatically piled in the grassy area to the north of the cave. And as the group sat in their RV, the outside was pitch black, rendering visibility non-existent. Naturally, others would remain oblivious to what the signer possessed. Yeah, Yi-chan. How did you know? Yang Minger looked at him, bewildered. Who said this is junk? This fishing net is a treasure. A treasure? It's merely a D-grade item. I saw the description. It's far inferior to our freshwater fishing rod. Did you continue to read? Yi-chan smiled at Yang Minger. She then resumed perusing the system's description. 2 D-grade fishing nets combined could create a shark net. Upon reaching this point, Yang Minger seemed to recall something. Dada Juan, upon hearing the term shark net, leaped forward excitedly. Shark net? Where? Where is it? Who signed for shark net? Yi-chan, however, noted, I only have 1 net. It seems the trading post doesn't have any for sale. Where shall we find a second fishing net? Others may lack it, but I have it. Yi-chan's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he pointed towards the cave. Boss, could it be that you have precognitively purchased a fishing net? Dada Juan's intellectual capacity appeared to reach its limit. You wouldn't tea? Yang Minger seemed to grasp the situation, looking at Yi-chan in disbelief. Di Li also appeared to come to her senses, pointing towards the cave in astonishment and asking, Brother Yi, could it be you also signed for a fishing net? This is too coincidental. The group was no strangers to signing. They had encountered a variety of items. The resources offered by this system were boundless. There was nothing it could not provide if one could only imagine it. From magnificent pickup trucks and motorboats to various tools, essential supplies, and the most fundamental necessities of life, such as food and drinking water. It seemingly encompasses all the material wealth in the world. It appears that, as long as one's fortune is sufficiently favorable, one might even sign for an aircraft carrier. However, to acquire identical resources in a short span of time proves to be quite a formidable challenge, with odds even slimmer than winning the lottery. Yet, such an infinitesimal probability manifested for Yi-chan and Yang Minger, as they astonishingly signed for the same resources on the very same day. Boss, You two are truly destined for one another. Meeting on the island and then coincidentally signing for the same resources. It's simply a match made in heaven, chattered the exuberant companion, leaving young Minger's face flushed with embarrassment. All right, enough with the chatter. Let's swiftly head to the trading post, search for some hemp rope, gather a bit of scrap plastic, and secure a shark net. Who knows, we might soon find ourselves catching sea fish. Level 7 Signing System. I'm on my way to claim you. Chapter 88. A favorable exchange for whether the jute rope was not a scarce commodity. On the first day of his arrival, Chen witnessed someone trading climbing ropes for a mere bottle of fresh water. With remarkable ease, he exchanged some inconsequential materials for nearly 100 meters of jute rope. The acquisition of discarded plastics proved even simpler, as the Dowan swiftly gathered an assortment of miscellaneous plastic products. The remaining task involved obtaining C-grade, exceptional-grade timber. This was indeed a challenging endeavor, as the trading post did not stock such items. Locating and felling C-grade trees on his own would be akin to an insurmountable task. This island, abundant in trees, posed a dilemma for Chen. Without a resource distribution map, the odds of finding a D-grade rare tree among 10 would be considered fortunate, let alone a C-grade exceptional tree. However, the situation had transformed drastically. Armed with the resource distribution map, Chen could pinpoint the nearest C-grade trees from the comfort of his caravan. Boss, leave the tree felling to me. Once I finish the fence, just tell me the direction, and I will navigate my way there. One asserted confidently, eager to fulfill his aspiration of shark catching. He was undeterred by the prospect of finding a single tree amidst countless others on the expansive beach. Come over here and take a look. From the northern edge of the lake, walk straight to the northern beach, then turn east. You'll reach the rock wall. From there, head south into the jungle. After walking approximately 100 meters, turn east again for about 200 meters, and you should be able to spot it. Tomorrow, wear the spyglass for greater efficiency, Chen instructed, sketching a rough map for Dowan and handing him a spyglass. Take the mountain axe and a plastic bucket, but don't overdo it. 3 kilograms will suffice. Despite his trust in Dowan, Chen felt compelled to offer additional reminders. Boss, you can rest easy. I've got this. Dowan replied, maintaining his carefree demeanor. The group completed their daily check-in as dawn approached. Yet Chen was troubled by the relentless downpour. This rain let up. We can't go outside. How annoying. Young Minger pouted in frustration. The four of them had a multitude of tasks lined up for the day, but now they found themselves confined to the caravan due to the torrential rain. Alas, the unpredictability of nature dictates our course. Safety first, since the rain persists. We must abandon our original plans, Chen concluded, acknowledging the severe impact of the downpour on their progress. Chen, look at the chat room and the trading post. The system is selling. Weather for sale. Upon hearing young Minger's words, Chen and the others were incredulous. Despite the vastness of the trading system, the notion of selling weather was perplexing. They promptly accessed the trading post. Weather conversion instantly transformed the weather of the island where the host resides into the desired climatic conditions. Each type of weather necessitates a distinct set of resources. For instance, at this moment, Chen eagerly anticipates a sunny day, requiring 5 kilograms of D-grade rare clay, 2 kilograms of any type of dry food, and 30 meters of any grade of rope. This is rather intriguing. The system's unexpected features are quite remarkable. Brother Yi, shall we make the purchase? Didi inquired, glancing at Chen. Indeed, we must buy it. Time is money, and with 4 of us, while others waste a day, we squander 4. Chen decisively prepared to proceed with the exchange. How astonishing that one can actually purchase weather. This incessant rain is driving me to madness. The problem is, I lack the required resources for the exchange. It has rained all night, and after arduously procuring some seeds, they are now rendered useless. My vegetables. The chat room buzzed with complaints from the others. It appeared that this heavy downpour had an extensive reach. Continuous dry spells are indeed detrimental to crop survival. Yet excessive rainfall proves to be counterproductive. Moreover, this torrential rain severely hampers the survivors' movements. Nearly all affected individuals yearn for their islands to bask in sunshine, secretly hoping that other islands endure 3 days and nights of rain to gain a competitive edge. However, procuring favorable weather is no simple feat. Aside from the financially capable Chen, few could muster the necessary clay. System, exchange for good weather. Chen braved the rain, exited the vehicle, gathered the requisite materials, and commenced the exchange. Beep. The host has chosen to use 5 kilograms of D-grade rare clay, 2 kilograms of any dry food, and 30 meters of any grade of rope to exchange for 1 day of sunshine. Exchange successful. As the system's announcement concluded, the torrential downpour outside ceased abruptly. The once overcast sky gradually revealed itself, and within a minute, the clouds receded, allowing the azure sky to embrace the earth once more. Wow, the sky is so blue. Indeed, Sister Ming, it has been ages since I've seen such a vibrant sky. It's simply beautiful. The sunny day granted by the system was indeed splendid. The 4 of them stepped out of the camper, relishing the pristine sky. Beep, the survivors' sun, moon, and stars successfully exchanged for a sunny day. The required resources for exchanging sunny weather have been upgraded. 6 kilograms of D-grade rare clay, 3 kilograms of any grade of drinking water, and 31 meters of any grade of wire. The great sun has already exchanged for it. Truly impressive, possessing all the resources. But why do I feel the exchange requirements have escalated? While Chen and the others continued to bask in the blue sky, the system's voice echoed once more. Because Chen had exchanged for the weather, the system raised the requirements for a sunny day. Chen, if this continues, with each additional person exchanging for weather, the system will incessantly heighten the demands. This is not good news. With a chime, survivor number 1 successfully exchanged for a sunny day. The materials required to upgrade to a sunny day now include 7 kilograms of D-grade rare clay, 4 kilograms of D-grade or higher food supplies, and 5 kilograms of D-grade or higher sand. Another individual has made an exchange. It is survivor number 1, the formidable player ranked 2nd. The system's demands have increased again. Alas, it has started to rain here as well. What is happening? It was just clear skies moments ago. The second person to exchange for weather is indeed the second-ranked survivor number 1. After reading the chat records in the chat room, Chen pondered deeply and murmured, "It appears that whenever someone acquires good weather, someone else must lose it. Is there really a balance at play here?" The large-scale competition expressed confusion. This is a double-edged sword. The disparity among survivors relies entirely on this mechanism. Chapter 89. Pursuing the merchant's craft to the end at this moment. Chen cast aside all other concerns, having fortuitously procured fine weather through the system. He was determined not to squander this opportunity and sought to make the most of it. Dedawan, you shall continue with the defensive works here. Minger, Dili, you both accompany me to establish the power system. Following the assignments made the previous night, the quartet swiftly consumed a simple breakfast and prepared to immerse themselves in their respective tasks. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed through the air. Ding! The grapes you have planted are now ripe. Total harvest: 12 kilograms of D-rank rare grapes, 8 kilograms of C-rank excellent grapes, 130 seeds of C-rank excellent grapes, 30 seeds of B-rank perfect grapes, and 20 seeds of A-rank epic grapes. Your land and fertilizer bonuses: for kilograms of C-rank excellent grapes, 1 kilogram of B-rank perfect grapes. Ding! Due to inclement weather, your total harvest has suffered a loss of 6 kilograms of D-rank rare grapes, 6 kilograms of C-rank excellent grapes, 1 kilogram of B-rank perfect grapes, 65 seeds of C-rank excellent grapes, 15 seeds of B-rank perfect grapes, and 20 seeds of A-rank epic grapes. Good news accompanied by bad tidings arrived simultaneously. A torrential downpour had not only obliterated the bonus grapes, but had also halved the original yield. The final harvest data is as follows: 6 kilograms of D-rank rare grapes, 6 kilograms of C-rank excellent grapes, 65 seeds of C-rank excellent grapes, and 15 seeds of B-rank perfect grapes. The hard-won A-rank grapes and A-rank grape seeds had all been rendered useless. Chen sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Indeed, the weather proved to be a critical factor. Henceforth, he resolved to stockpile resources to mitigate the effects of adverse weather, ensuring he could exchange for favorable conditions to safeguard his yields. Boss, how could there be so few grapes? I was planning to dry some into raisins. Dewan lamented after finishing the grape harvest, her expression a portrait of disappointment. At least it wasn't a total loss. Chen maintained a calm demeanor. Indeed, we are fortunate to have secured good weather. Had the rain persisted, our other vegetables would likely have met a similar fate. Minger gazed sympathetically at the submerged vegetables, realizing that the greens and olives, which were due to ripen tomorrow, would now likely suffer a diminished harvest. Well, what's done is done. There's no need to dwell on it. Once the water recedes a bit, we can replant the seeds. The defensive work here is entrusted to you. We shall take our leave now. Chen left the Dawan by the lake and returned with the two young women to the lawn north of the cave. I'll handle the wiring. You two will have to exert yourselves a bit. We need to assemble these photovoltaic solar panels in the following manner. Both young ladies, having debuted as stars, had never engaged in manual labor before. It was likely that at home they were accustomed to being served for their daily meals. Now on this island, aside from attending to Chen's daily needs, they were also required to put forth some physical effort. Don't worry, Brother Yi, they assured him. Li appeared to be brimming with confidence. Chen, on the other hand, felt quite helpless. It was not his intention to bully the girls, but he simply lacked manpower. He dared not entrust the wiring tasks to the ladies, for a moment's inattention could result in a short circuit, rendering the entire equipment useless, and potentially endangering the girls as well. That would be an immense loss for him. The four of them were bustling about, immersed in their tasks, while the other survivors could do nothing but wait for the cursed weather to clear. It was uncertain whether this island world was inherently rainy or if the system was compelling survivors to purchase good weather. Today, the rain seemed to fall incessantly, as if it were free of charge. Enough already. This is turning into a swamp, he exclaimed, as the sea level had risen nearly a meter, threatening to submerge his cave. Help! My crops! Is there anyone who can sell me some clay? I need to summon fair weather. The chat room was filled with the lamentations of survivors, echoing their frustrations. Unfortunately, the system's demands were excessively stringent. Even the requirement for clay left many feeling despondent. Chen, it seems someone is calling for you in the chat room, Minger remarked, glancing at the trading post and chat room every 10 minutes amidst her busy schedule. I know, just waiting, Chen thought. The chat room and trading post were akin to a virtual realm in the real world. Regardless of one's circumstances, one would occasionally check their phone out of habit. Waiting? Who knows, someone might offer a high price for our clay soon. Besides, every minute of rain only consumes their time, he mused. Li just awarismel et young Minger, who candidly voiced what Li had been thinking. You really are quite the shrewd businessman. Indeed, without cunning, there is no commerce. Chen boldly acknowledged his merchant-like tendencies. The world of survival on this island bore little difference from the human world of yore. To grow stronger, one must strive to suppress their rivals as much as possible. Presently, he had invested in fair weather and was endeavoring to enhance his strength, while those trapped in the caves by the torrential rain were rendered incapable of any action. In a world where one must row against the current or risk being swept downstream, if others remained stagnant, he would continuously expand his advantage. True to form, within 15 minutes, someone in the chat room offered various treasure blueprints in exchange for high-grade clay and sand. The system's price for fair weather had surged once more. This deluge seemed to have affected all the islands where the top 10 survivors resided. A few prominent figures, well off by their standings, eagerly invested in purchasing fair weather, causing the price to rise steeply. Chen remained remarkably composed, waiting until noon, when the two ladies completed their task of setting up the solar panels just before lunchtime. Brother Yi, someone is trading an S-grade perfect tool hammer blueprint for clay. Didi exclaimed excitedly. Oh no, it seems to have been snatched up instantly. Chen, with a serene smile, simply gestured towards the resource distribution area. The astute Li instantly comprehended the situation, her mouth agape in astonishment as she exclaimed, Brother Yi, did you truly do that in a mere instant? Chen smiled and nodded. He had not merely focused on connecting the lines. The prices of weather commodities sold by the system were perpetually on the rise, akin to the stock market. The more they escalated, the more fervently the retail investors pursued them. Consequently, a B-grade perfect blueprint had been unveiled, with yet another B-grade tool blueprint acquired. Only the B-grade perfect tool, scissors, remained among the 4 B-grade tool blueprints. Chapter 90. D-class rare freshwater. Having acquired the blueprint, synthesizing it remains a formidable challenge for others, as they struggle to find C-class logs and D-class iron ingots. Even possessing the blueprint would render it merely a useless piece of paper. However, Chen's situation is markedly different. He has already amassed a quantity of D-class iron ingots and possesses an abundance of kitchen knives as substitutes. Furthermore, even the absence of kitchen knives, or if the iron ingots were entirely depleted, he could always smelt iron or in the furnace to procure more ingots. As for the logs, while he currently lacks C-class logs, he is equipped with 2 S-class artifacts, a resource distribution map and a spyglass, making the search for C-class logs a task that, while daunting for others, would merely require some time and physical effort for him. With splendid weather, his spirits soared, making labor a joyous endeavor. While dark clouds loomed over the islands of others, his own island basked in sunshine. The 4 of them toiled until 1 in the afternoon. The one finally completed the defensive engineering, and Chen finished the wiring tasks. The 2 young women even completed the installation of solar panels ahead of schedule. "Boss, I'm off to chop some trees," the One announced after a simple lunch, shouldering a mountain axe and carrying a plastic bucket, eager to embark on his next task. "Not so fast. Let us first test our power system," Chen called him back, then hung a light bulb and flipped the switch. For the first time, artificial light illuminated the island. "Wonderful. Now we have light in our cave." The 4 of them had not urgently needed the light, as their luxurious RV was replete with various exquisite lighting fixtures, including incandescent bulbs. Yet witnessing the fruits of their labor manifest as light was undeniably gratifying. "Boss, can we also use our freshwater purifier now? Juan was keenly focused on upgrades. Perhaps by the time you return with the C-class logs, we shall have D-class freshwater," Chen replied, filled with confidence now that the most challenging aspect, the power system, was successfully established. The remaining tasks seemed trivial in comparison. With enthusiasm, Juan set off alone to chop trees. Chen instructed the 2 young women to continue sifting through sand, as high-grade sand was in high demand. Meanwhile, he powered up the freshwater purifier. The only missing component was a water pump. Without it, manual watering would be necessary. Chen poured a bottle of fresh water into the powered purifier. Within moments, purified water flowed from the outlet. Chen filled the bottle and took a sip. Whether it was a psychological effect or the water had indeed transformed, he found it to be significantly sweeter than the water drawn directly from the freshwater lake. After drinking half, he set aside the remainder and listed it on the trading post. As expected, the system automatically assigned a grade: D-class rare freshwater, 500 milliliters. Chen casually listed 500 milliliters of D-grade rare freshwater, yet it did not escape the keen eyes of the survivors. D-grade rare freshwater. Am I seeing things? Is my vision deceiving me? What is this? Freshwater has grades too? There were exclamations from the knowledgeable, while the novices were left bewildered. Goodness, it's another big shot from the sun and moon. Soon, the participants in the chat room realized that the one who had posted this D-grade rare freshwater was none other than the affluent mogul, Sun and Moon Stars. From the trading hub, to advance from level 4 to level 5 in the sign-in system requires D-grade freshwater. This is a treasure. Big shot, what price are you asking? Is there any left? Can I reserve it in advance? Indeed, although I'm only at level 3, I have prepared all the materials for level 4. Just lacking this fresh water, and I've been a loss for where to obtain it, and now the big shot has made it available. What is the price? Chen's casual post once again captured everyone's attention. The chat room, which had been filled with aimless chatter, suddenly shifted focus, and D-grade freshwater became the hottest topic. If this were the real world, the words D-grade rare freshwater would surely be trending. Although Chen understood that this D-grade rare freshwater was not an ordinary item, he did not anticipate that his mere curiosity about the water's grade would stir such a significant uproar. "I'm not selling for now," Chen stated bluntly in the public channel, turning down the hopeful survivors. "Not selling? Why not, big shot? Yes, I need this to level up. The price can be negotiated." The eager survivors were not so easily deterred, pressing Chen for his reasons. Chen calmly replied, "Limited quantity, scarce." "Scarce? Chen, is this purifier particularly troublesome to use, or does it have special requirements? Yang Minger, who had been observing the chat room, was puzzled by Chen's response and immediately sent him a message. Not troublesome, nor does it have special requirements. It's quite simple. I can produce a ton a day without issue. Then why do you say it's scarce and 1T sell? Yang Minger was utterly confused, not understanding why Chen would forego profit. Patience. Rarity commands value. If they knew I could easily produce D-grade rare freshwater, how could I entice them to pay a premium for my water? Chen unabashedly revealed his mercantile nature. Sister Minger, don't fret. Brother Yi is a thorough merchant, always making a profit in business. By the way, Sister Minger, have you inquired about what Brother Yi did before? How did he become so adept at business? Dealey, while sifting sand, did not miss the chance to gossip. This question left Yang Minger in a quandary. Although she had encountered Chen upon arriving on the island, and they had spent nearly 10 days together, she had never pried into his background. You should inquire, for I believe that Brother Yi in the real world must be a promising young talent, far superior to those wealthy second-generation individuals who only seek out women based on appearances. You, young lady, do you have a fondness for Chen? Would you like me to act as your matchmaker? I certainly do not. The two young ladies were playfully teasing each other on the beach when Chen, having secured the purifier, approached with 2 bottles of D-grade rare freshwater. The 2 girls immediately composed themselves and politely nodded in acknowledgement to Chen. Give it a try. I find it quite delightful. You should sample its flavor. It possesses a hint of sweetness, a smooth texture, and is truly refreshing. Didi Xiaoming tuk asip, incessantly giving a thumbs up in praise. Come with me. Chen beckoned to the 2. Where to? The girls asked, puzzled. To the upgrade sign-in system. Chapter 91. The girls upgrade once more. Brother Yi, have you prepared the D-grade freshwater? Of course. It's merely 20 liters of D-grade freshwater. Did I not inform you that it is abundantly available? Chen replied with an air of ease. The electrically powered freshwater purifier, though only a basic model, possesses an extraordinary filtration efficiency, capable of producing D-grade rare freshwater in mere moments as long as it is continuously supplied with water. Have you also secured the materials for the crossbow needed for the upgrade, along with the C-grade rare vegetables and the 2 wooden rafts? Yang Minger recalled vividly that advancing from level 4 to level 5 in the signing-in system was no simple feat naturally. Do you think I wander around the trading post aimlessly? I have long prepared everything. All that remains is the favorable wind, which has now arrived. If we do not upgrade now, then when? Long live Brother Yi! Didi exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Yang Minger was taken aback by Chen's meticulousness. He had quietly gathered all the necessary supplies for their upgrade without any fanfare. Should we wait for the Dawan to return and upgrade together? Yang Minger felt that as a team of 4, it seemed somewhat inappropriate for just the 2 of them to upgrade first, leaving the Dawan behind. No need. I have yet to gather all of his materials, and I still lack a crossbow. Crafting a crossbow requires 2 bows, and making bows necessitates cowhide elastic, which is rather difficult to procure. It took me considerable effort to barely assemble 2 crossbows, Chen explained. Well, perhaps I should yield my turn to Dawan. Last time, we were the ones who upgraded first. Yang Minger felt a twinge of embarrassment. Really, it's unnecessary. I know Dawan well. Even if he were here, he would surely encourage you to upgrade first, Chen reassured her. Having spent ample time with the Dawan, he understood that while the boy may not possess exceptional intelligence, he was genuine and straightforward, certainly not one to sulk over such trivial matters. Even when they had never met before, the Dawan had placed absolute trust in Chen. If told that he could never level up in the signing-in system again, he would likely just smile innocently and say, as long as my big brother has it, so does the Dawan. Thus, the 2 young women resolved to commence the upgrade of the signing-in system. Ding! Yang Minger has successfully elevated the signing-in system to level 5. Current signing-in system level 5. 40 chance of obtaining E-grade ordinary rewards, 20 chance of D-grade rare rewards, 17 chance of C-grade extraordinary rewards, 13 chance of B-grade perfect rewards, 9 chance of A-grade epic rewards, 3 chance of S-grade legendary rewards, and 1 chance of ultra S-grade divine level rewards. Yang Minger's signing-in probabilities followed the expected norms. She lacked the initial kill rewards of Yi Chun and the extraordinary advantages of Di Li. Nevertheless, upon witnessing her signing-in system ascend to level 5, she could not suppress her excitement and instinctively embraced Yi Chun. Yi Chun, I've reached level 5. Upon uttering those words, Yang Minger suddenly realized that she may have acted a tad impulsively. Yang Minger immediately flushed with embarrassment, retreating several steps, while Dilly stifled a laugh behind her hand. No laughing. It's your turn now. Hurry up and level up. With her face crimson up to her neck, Yang Minger had no choice but to pull Dilly out as a shield. Yi Chun initially appeared somewhat dazed, as he was, after all, still an innocent young man. However, once he regained his composure, he felt a lingering sense of intrigue. This stunning beauty had unexpectedly thrown herself into his embrace, and Yang Minger's figure was quite captivating. Fortunately, the system notification chimed again, pulling Yi Chun back to reality. Ding! Your recruitment of Dilly D. Limulati has successfully upgraded the sign-in system to level 5. Current sign-in system level 5. 15 chance of obtaining an E-grade ordinary reward. 20 chance for a D-grade rare reward. 17 for a C-grade exceptional reward. 13 for a B-grade perfect reward. 6. 9 for an A-grade epic reward. 28 for an S-grade legendary reward. And 0. 1 for a super S-grade divine reward. Bug Dilly continued to amplify her bug system. With a 28 probability of acquiring an S-grade legendary sign-in reward, this girl was indeed formidable. Upon hearing Dilly announce her level 5 sign-in system probabilities, Yang Minger gazed at her with envy. Despite both having a level 5 sign-in system, the disparity was astonishing. Not to mention, even Yi Chun, who boasted a level 6 sign-in system, felt insignificant in Dilly's presence. His anticipation for Dilly's system upgrade even surpassed his own. After all, she was in his circle. In the reality of social interactions, if a romantic relationship falters, one can simply part ways. Even if married, divorce is an option. However, in the world of survival on an island, once one chooses to submit to another, unless one completely fails and departs from that realm, one remains bound to their master in life and death. Yi Chun had no worries about this girl harboring ulterior motives. Moreover, he treated others with kindness, always considering the girl's feelings. Where could one find a master as considerate as himself? With the electric system resolved and both girls' upgrade systems taken care of, the only task remaining was to repair the motorboat. 50 kilograms of D-grade rare iron ingots were needed. Fortunately, Yi Chun had made significant gains over the past few days, and he had accumulated a fair amount of iron ingots. However, it was just enough to meet the 50-kilogram requirement for the D-grade ingots. Handing them all over caused him a pang of regret. I'll go repair the motorboat. You two stay here. Although he felt a twinge of regret, the motorboat needed fixing. He couldn't just leave this precious item unattended. I want to go too. We haven't ridden a motorboat yet. The two girls clamored to accompany him. Having seemingly only registered the word motorboat and completely disregarding the word repair. Unable to refuse them, Yi Chun reluctantly sent a message. I'm going to repair the motorboat with the two girls. At this moment, the esteemed Juan had arrived at his destination, albeit somewhat slower than anticipated, for he could not resist engaging in a few idle conversations in the chat room along the way. Within the chat room, several impatient individuals eagerly awaiting their clay and sand found themselves at a loss as they awaited the appearance of Yi Chun, prompting them to seek assistance from Dawan. Dawan, where on earth has the illustrious Dayue gone? We are still waiting for our delivery. I signed for quite a few supplies yesterday. If Dayue has any interest, please let us know. My boss has taken a joyride on a jet ski with a young lady. A jet ski? Dawan had modified the statement to taken a joyride, and now this group had once again begun to idolize him blindly. Dayue is living a life of such exuberance. It is truly enviable. A jet ski. I haven't even managed to procure a rickety bamboo raft. I too desire a jet ski, and I yearn for a companion as well. Chapter 92. The synthesis of a B-class perfect shark. Net meanwhile, Yi Chun, unaware of these developments, was laboriously hauling iron ingots towards the jet ski. The two young ladies, with their petite frames, struggled to carry mere 10 kilograms each. gasping for breath. Yet, there lay a daunting 50 kilograms of iron ingots. The remaining burden would inevitably fall upon Chen. Halfway through, he regretted his haste, pondering whether he should have awaited the return of his companions to share the load. It seemed imperative to acquire a handcart at the earliest opportunity. After much effort, Chen finally transported the 50 kilograms of iron ingots to the jet ski. True to form, the system merely acknowledged his toil with a couple of notifications. Ding. Host has chosen to consume 50 kilograms of D-class rare iron ingots to repair the damaged jet ski. Ding. Repair completed. In a mere few words, his hard-earned 50 kilograms vanished. Although he felt a tinge of regret, the transformation of the once dilapidated jet ski into a gleaming vessel filled him with satisfaction. Wow, amazing. Chen, take us out for a spin. Yes, brother Yi. I've never been on a jet ski before. Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed only he, a mere commoner, would feel such excitement, yet the two starlets appeared equally eager. All right then, let me test the quality of this repaired jet ski. Hold on tight. With a roar, the engine sprang to life, and the trio set off southward. The jet ski's system indicated sufficient battery with a range of 30 nautical miles. Chen glanced at the sky. The western horizon was still shrouded in rain, while the south and east basked in sunlight. As they journeyed south, the weather was splendid, affording excellent visibility. The two young women, experiencing a jet ski for the first time, were brimming with excitement. I think I see the sun and moon. Someone suddenly exclaimed in the chat room. Where? Where? I can't see anything. I'm with you. The rain hasn't stopped here. Upon hearing that someone had spotted celestial bodies, the chat room buzzed with renewed enthusiasm. It's really the sun and moon. Just the other day, I happened to sign up for a telescope. Are there any ladies? The gossip mongers continued their speculation. Yes, there are two. Thus, Chen's jet ski adventure transformed into a live broadcast. Wow, the sun and moon truly deliver on their promises. They're really taking the ladies out. Chen, preoccupied with navigating the jet ski, missed the comments that would surely have caused him a headache. He had never claimed he would take anyone out. He merely stated his intention to venture out to sea. Big brother Dawan, it seems I am quite near you in the sun and moon. Could you possibly let me join? I am willing to submit. The individual with the telescope quickly sought out Dawan, adeptly climbing the social ladder. I can't decide that. It's up to my leader. After successfully felling a C-grade extraordinary tree, the enthusiastic Dawan was tidying up the logs, preparing to head home. He had only taken a brief respite on the ground when he opened the chat room to be inundated with an overwhelming barrage of messages. Dawan, please help me ask Lord Ryu. Someone implored him. I got it. I'll inquire for you, Dawan replied. And this response sent the chat room into a frenzy. Count Main, Dawan. I want to sign up too. All hail Lord Ryu. What had once been a simple chat room had transformed into a recruitment rally. The name of Ryu Chen was exalted, shining brightly in the heavens. Although we were all survivors in this island world, the disparity was unmistakable. While I was merely managing to meet my basic needs, they were already living a life of luxury. While I was shrouded in gloom, they effortlessly summoned clear skies. I was lonely and isolated, whereas they were surrounded by admirers and companions. If I were to align myself with Ryu Chen, I wouldn't dare to dream of the distant benefits. But at least my basic needs would be assured. Quiet down, everyone queue up. The Dawan's enthusiasm surged, as if eager to establish a reservation system. After traveling 5 or 6 nautical miles, Chen was quite pleased with the repaired jet ski. This system was remarkable. It was not merely repaired, but as good as new. The girls on the jet ski were exuberant, even breaking into song. Had they possessed a selfie stick and a phone, they would undoubtedly have captured countless photos to flaunt on social media. At 2 in the afternoon, Chen returned to his camp, parking the jet ski on the beach. He glanced around, realizing that he would need to construct a dock in the near future. He could not afford any mishaps with the jet ski, as it was essential for his fishing endeavors. Boss, I'm back. Dawan exclaimed joyfully, returning to the camp with an entire bucket of logs and an axe slung over his shoulder. Why were you gone so long? Was it hard to find? Chen noted that Dawan had been out for 4 or 5 hours. Not really. Everyone in the chat room was looking for you. I figured you were busy, so I handled it for you, the Dowan said unabashedly. Looking for me? More supplies? I presume. Someone claimed to have seen you taking a girl out for a joyride at sea and declared their intent to submit to you. So I told them to queue up for instructions. Yi-chan felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement at the Dawan's audacity. How many logs did you collect? Let's have a look. Yi-chan had no time for idle banter and extended his hand to request the logs from Dawan. Boss, we should get a flatbed cart. This plastic bucket can hardly carry much, Dawan said, emptying the logs from the bucket. Yi-chan weighed them in his hands. 2 kilograms was more than sufficient, though it appeared to be no more than 6 or 7 kilograms at most. All he needed to synthesize a B-grade perfect shark, and that was merely 2 kilograms of C-grade extraordinary logs. However, the requirement for C-grade logs extend beyond just this shark net. B-grade perfect tools, such as hammers and shears, also necessitate these C-grade logs as their fundamental material. As for the materials required to elevate the 5-level sign-in system to the 6th level, the demands are even more extravagant. 100 kilograms of C-grade extraordinary logs. The system further stipulates the specific type of tree, mandating that it must be birch. The difficulty level has escalated exponentially. At this moment, Yi-chan could not afford to ponder such matters. He resolved to prioritize the synthesis of the shark net. With 2 D-grade rare, small fishing nets, 50 meters of C-grade hemp thread, 1 kilogram of B-grade plastic, and 2 kilograms of C-grade extraordinary logs from any tree, all materials were prepared. He commenced the synthesis of the B-grade perfect shark net. Chapter 93. A perfect grade B sea fish weighing 4 kilograms beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing a grade B perfect shark net. With the perfect shark net in hand, Yi-chan wasted no time and immediately commenced the synthesis of the sea fish catching kit. Beep. The host has chosen to consume 1 grade C excellent shark hook, 1 grade C excellent saltwater fishing rod, and 1 grade B perfect shark net to synthesize a grade B perfect sea fish catching kit. Although Yi-chan was somewhat perplexed as to why this catching kit was merely a grade B item, he decided not to ponder too deeply. After all, synthesizing it was the priority. Beep. The synthesis of the grade B perfect sea fish catching kit is successful. Grade B perfect sea fish catching kit, a tool capable of capturing grade C and below C fish. After catching 20 grade C excellent saltwater fish, this kit will activate its upgrade mode. By gathering the necessary materials for the upgrade, it can evolve into a grade A epic sea fish catching kit. Now Yi-chan understood why this seemingly impressive item was only classified as grade B. It could evolve. Let us head to the sea with a target of 3 grade C excellent sea fish. Received. Boss. Upon hearing that they were about to venture into the sea, Dawan was even more excited than Yi-chan. However, their thoughts were not entirely aligned. Yi-chan aimed solely to catch those 3 grade C sea fish before the leaderboard updated at midnight, hastily pushing to elevate the sign-in system to level 7. On the other hand, Dawan was still lost in dreams of catching sharks. Can we come along? The girls, upon hearing Yi-chan and Dawan were heading to the sea to catch fish, seemed eager to join the excitement. You should stay at home. The jet ski can only carry 4 people, and it's not safe to fish at the same time. Yi-chan declined the girl's request, taking with him the treasure-hunting albatross Xiao Tian, along with a spyglass, binoculars, 2 plastic buckets, a small bottle of bait, and a freshly synthesized fishing kit. Boarding the jet ski, the small bottle of bait he held was no longer the bait used for freshwater fishing. Yi-chan had prepared in advance, having purchased a bottle of grade C excellent bait from the trading post. As the sky had yet to darken, Yi-chan set the jet ski heading south. This was his first venture into deep-sea fishing, and he felt somewhat uncertain. However, glancing at the catching apparatus in his hand and observing Xiao Tian, who had begun to survey the surrounding sea, Yi-chan donned the spyglass and bolstered his confidence. With ample equipment at his disposal, if he couldn't catch sea fish now, how could he hope to succeed in the future? Dawan, eyes wide, scanned the water's surface, nearly ready to plunge into the sea himself. With a chirp, the treasure-hunting albatross, Xiao Tian, suddenly flapped its wings and soared southwest over the sea. Yi-chan immediately grasped the situation. Xiao Tian must have spotted something. He subtly adjusted the jet ski's direction towards the southwestern waters, focusing intently on the movements of the sea through the spyglass. Xiao Tian's vision was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Chen watched as Xiao Tian's figure grew smaller until it became a mere dot against the vast ocean. "Boss, where's little Tian flown off to? Surely he hasn't gone off to catch fish by himself?" Dewan glanced anxiously towards the southwest and inquired of Chen. Impossible. Chen had always held unwavering faith in the system. Unlike human interactions, which often involve loyalty, the rewards dispensed by the system were devoid of such notions. Indeed, just 5 minutes later, little Tian's silhouette reappeared. Chirp! Little Tian returned to the ship's side, flapping his wings incessantly towards the southwest. Dewan, continue southwest and accelerate. It's almost 5 o'clock. We must seize the moment before the sun sets to catch 3 fish. Boss, aren't we going after sharks anymore? This foolish giant was still lost in his daydream of shark hunting. It's too late today. We'll come back another time. Chen was too lazy to engage in further conversation and decided to just lead him on. All right, boss, hold on tight. Let us speed up. Dewan responded eagerly, and the motorboat surged southwestward. After 3 minutes of navigation, Chen stood on the right side of the boat, keenly observing. Movements began to appear within the range of his spyglass. Over there, Dewan, at 2 o'clock. Slow down. Let us not startle the fish. This was Chen's first experience fishing in the ocean, so he had to be cautious. Little Tian had already begun to circle, clearly indicating that the school of fish was within that area. Little Tian's ability was to locate the fish, but determining their quality relied on the spyglass in Chen's hands. As the motorboat approached within 400 to 500 meters of the school, Dewan shut off the engine, allowing the boat to drift closer through inertia. 3 minutes later, the school of fish entered Chen's effective range. It was quite a sizable school, with the spyglass revealing a number exceeding 500, yet there were fewer than 10 fish of C-grade excellence or higher. Dewan, prepare to fish. With the target identified, it was time to rely on the newly synthesized sea fish catching kit. Following the system's instructions, Chen first deployed the large fishing net to encircle the school of fish, then Dewan took out the sea fishing rod, attaching a large shark hook to begin spearing fish. This method was so unconventional that Chen would never have conceived it without the system's guidance. The fishing rod was indeed utilized for spearing fish. One must admit, the items provided by the system were impressive. Such an odd method of spearing fish was astonishingly precise. Dewan first speared a few E-grade ordinary fish, then donned the spyglass to focus on the C-grade excellent fish. Boss, this one looks good. It should weigh about 2 pounds. The first C-grade excellent fish was secured, with the day drawing to a close. Dewan hurried to catch a couple more before heading back. Chen had a clear objective. After catching the fish, there would be ample time. Today, his primary goal was simply to catch 3 C-grade fish for upgrading the system. All right, watch my exceptional spear. Just as Dewan finished speaking, he thrust down forcefully with his spear. In less than 5 minutes, not only did 3 exceptional C-grade saltwater fish come into hand, but also Dewan managed to catch a B-grade perfect saltwater fish, weighing an impressive 4 kilograms. Boss, what do you think this fish could fetch on the market? While navigating the motorboat back home, Dewan couldn't help but steal a glance at the fish he had speared. At present, saltwater fish hold little demand for most, as the cost of consumption is prohibitively high. However, we could attempt to list them at the trading post to gauge interest. Chen did not harbor any illusions of amassing wealth through the sale of saltwater fish. Nevertheless, this marked the first notable catch in the realm of survival on the island. Let us proceed. The first saltwater fish is ready to be showcased. Chapter 94. The arrival of the Level 7 sign-in system. Chen harbored little hope of selling this B-grade perfect seawater fish at a high price. The majority of survivors remained at sign-in levels 2 to 3, and he estimated that those who had truly ascended to level 4 were exceedingly rare. The notion that someone might purchase this fish to satisfy their hunger or enhance their meals seemed utterly fanciful. At this moment, aside from Chen, who possessed the means to indulge in grilled fish, casually, Chen listed the B-grade seawater fish on the trading platform. Initially, it went unnoticed amidst the chatter in the chat room, where conversations meandered without purpose. Some engaged in verbal skirmishes in the announcement channel, while others, unable to afford the items, fixated on negotiating prices. There were even those brazenly flirting with the female members. Truly, the range of antics displayed by this group was boundless. In a trading hub, it was commonplace for the esteemed figures of the day and moon to list items. Everyone had grown accustomed to this phenomenon. It seems the day and moon has put fish up for sale again. Someone murmured. Indeed, another B-grade freshwater fish, impressive, weighing 4 kilograms. Wow, 4 kilograms. That could sustain me for several days. Wait, am I seeing this correctly? It seems. It's not a freshwater fish? Amidst the ongoing conversation, someone finally discerned the discrepancy. The day and moon was not selling a freshwater fish. It was unmistakably a seawater fish. For those unacquainted with the system, it was clearly stated that to advance from level 5 to 6, one required 3 C-grade extraordinary or higher seawater fish. At this moment, let alone a B-grade fish, no survivor had ever glimpsed a seawater fish. Not even an E-grade had surfaced in the trading exchange. What? A seawater fish? What? A B-grade perfect seawater fish? Is the system malfunctioning? How could such a large seawater fish exist? An increasing number of survivors began to notice the conspicuously listed B-grade perfect seawater fish on the trading platform. Day and moon, you put up. Truly, a seawater fish? Some seemed incredulous and even sent private messages to Chen regarding this matter. Yes, a seawater fish. Chen calmly replied with 3 words. Wow, it's genuinely a seawater fish. The individual lost all composure. The news of the day and moon selling a seawater fish spread like wildfire, akin to a plague. And it was a B-grade perfect seawater fish. Day and moon. Where did you catch this? I don't even have a bamboo raft and have never ventured into the sea. I've never seen a single seawater fish. For most survivors, the ability to craft a bamboo raft was already a rarity, and having a raft did not equate to fishing in the ocean. Who had ever seen someone paddling a bamboo raft out to sea to fish? A bamboo raft could at best allow one to navigate the coastal waters for a brief excursion. The coastal waters are fundamentally devoid of any sea fish, let alone a 4-kilogram B-grade perfect specimen. Day and moon, you haven't reached level 7, have you? It seems that some astute survivors have had a revelation. The C-grade exceptional sea fish is one of the essential materials for advancing from level 6 to 7 in the sign-in system. Chen has already become affluent enough to start selling B-grade perfect sea fish, indicating that he possesses more than just this single fish. Level 7? Is this madness? I've only just reached level 2. What kind of game is this? Level 7? It's only been a few days since arriving on the island, and someone is already at level 7. What are you all clamoring about? Just look at who this person is, Day and Moon. The top player in the island survival world. Perhaps he has already achieved level 10. The chat room buzzed with a myriad of discussions, with some even elevating Chen to celestial heights. Boss, you're killing me with laughter. They say you're level 10. Ha ha ha. Big roll, chuckled heartily. Chen, have you caught any sea fish? Why is the trading post buzzing about you? Yang Minger and D. Lee seem to have also caught wind of the chatter in the chat room. We VE secured 3 C-grade exceptional sea fish. That B-grade fish is an extra. I'll see if anyone is interested in purchasing it. And if not, we might as well roast it for dinner tonight while it's still relatively fresh. Eat it. The 2 ladies gasped in unison. This is a B-grade perfect sea fish. It's likely that no other survivor in the entire island survival world possesses a second one, and Chen intends to consume it for dinner. Surely, wealth should not be squandered in such a manner. Half an hour later, Chen returned to his camp, laden with bountiful spoils. The 3 C-grade sea fish were nearly on the brink of death, yet the system did not stipulate that they had to be alive. As long as they were classified as C-grade, the system would acknowledge them. Big roll. Please assist in transporting all the supplies to the resource distribution center. I need to prepare for my upgrade. To ascend from level 6 to 7 in the sign-in system requires a considerable amount of resources. The requirements are divided into 2 parts. The first part consists of non-submittable resources, at least 2 S-grade legendary items, at least 3 A-grade epic items, 1 A-grade epic motorboat, at least 1 fragment of an S-grade legendary treasure map. Chen fulfilled all 4 of these conditions. The second part entails resources that must be submitted. 100 kilograms of iron ore of any grade, 20 kilograms of B-grade perfect sand, 30 kilograms of B-grade perfect clay, 3 B-grade perfect freshwater fish, 3 C-grade exceptional or higher sea fish, 1 A-grade epic item. These 6 items are to be surrendered to the system. Chen did not possess much E-grade common iron ore, due to a lack of appropriate tools. Manual mining of iron ore proved to be exceedingly challenging. The iron ore in Chen's possession was acquired from the trading post, which required considerable effort. Fortunately, the demand for iron ore at present is not high, allowing Chen to take advantage of the situation. Upon first encountering the exquisite B-grade perfect fine sand, Chen initially mistook it for yet another intriguing novelty. However, a closer examination of the system's description revealed that it was merely B-grade sand, elevated in classification to fine sand due to its superior quality. As for the B-grade perfect clay, since the discovery of the clay mine, it has ceased to be a scarce resource for Chen. Although the mine contains only 80 kilograms of B-grade perfect clay, it is imperative to extract it for the sake of advancement. The B-grade freshwater fish require no further elaboration. Armed with a B-grade freshwater fishing rod and the support of a periscope, capturing 3 B-grade freshwater fish is a trivial task. At this juncture, the 3 C-grade extraordinary seawater fish that had long been a source of frustration for Chen have also been successfully dealt with. The sole remaining challenge lies in submitting an A-grade epic resource to the system. At this critical moment, Chen furrowed his brow. He possessed a considerable assortment of A-grade epic resources, yet the dilemma remained. Which one should he submit? Each item was a treasure in its own right. A true conundrum for Chen. Chapter 95. Exploiting the system. The motorboat is classified as grade A, yet how could one part with such a treasure? The night vision goggles are also grade A, but it seems they will be of use in the future. The skill that enhances running speed by 25. Please, this is a life-saving technique. Without it, the possibility of rescuing D. Lee would have been in jeopardy, let alone donating it now. Chen would rather acquire 10 or 8 more skills. A plethora of grade A epic treasures surged through Chen's mind, but one by one, he dismissed each notion. Since the system designates these items as grade A, they must hold significant value. Chen could not simply relinquish them. Those solar panels are indeed grade, but we have already utilized them. Young Minger reflected and pointed towards the motorboat to the south of the cave. Indeed, grade A items are immensely valuable. How would one possibly part with them? Dealey pouted and shook her head in agreement. Valuable. Chen lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. It seemed he recalled something. He could go fishing. Why not catch a grade A fish to turn in? After all, he possessed the S-grade artifact. The peering mirror. Acquiring a grade of freshwater fish should not pose a significant challenge. How could he have forgotten such a simple solution? Had they finished fishing for the day? Chen had completely delegated the fishing task to Dedawan and the 2 young ladies. I haven't the time today. I didn't fish at all. Dedawan waved his hands repeatedly, having been busy all day, leaving no opportunity for fishing. Hearing that Dedawan had not fished, Chen felt a surge of excitement, fearing that Dedawan might have exhausted their fishing quota for the day. Brother Yi, I caught the fish today. Dealey shyly raised her hand. Have we used up our quota? Chen pressed on. Dealey frowned and nodded. Did we fail to catch a grade A fish? Chen continued his inquiry. There were many tasks today. I didn't specifically aim for larger fish. The highest grade I caught was merely a grade B. Do we have any stock left? Chen remained undeterred. This was a critical moment, and he felt as though he might perish over a fish. None left. There are 4 of us now, plus 2 pets. Our food consumption is quite substantial. Freshwater fish are our primary sustenance, and there is practically nothing left. Moreover, the better fish were sold off. Young Minger, now the logistics overseer, was more informed about such trivialities than Chen. This was a predicament. The plan to substitute with a grade of freshwater fish had collapsed. Brother Yi, I have an idea. Didi suddenly stepped forward, her large eyes sparkling with excitement as she tugged at Chen's arm and pointed towards the crops planted by their group near the lake. A genius. How did I not think of this? Dealey, you are truly talented. Chen quickly grasped her implication. However, It seemed they had no stock left. Reflecting on it, it appeared they had planted everything initially. This is troublesome. Just when I finally conceive a backup plan, it has been thwarted. Alas, boss, what are you two discussing? I cannot comprehend a single word. Dada Wan is utterly perplexed. It seems these two have said nothing substantial. One moment praising D. Li as a genius, and the next lamenting. At this moment, young Minger, without uttering a word, immediately turned and dashed towards the RV. Moments later, she leaped out from the vehicle, extending her hands to present a seed the size of a pea to Yi-chun. At last, Dada Wan understood. The A-grade material that needs to be submitted is the vegetable seeds obtained from the first harvest. The system merely stipulated that one must submit one A-grade epic material, without specifying quality, size, or value. A single A-grade epic vegetable seed, no larger than a pea, perfectly meets the system's requirements. Even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. Minger, didn't you plant all of them initially? How come you still possess some? Yi-chan distinctly remembered that during the second sowing, every single seed was scattered in the field. How has another seed surfaced now? Hee, I secretly kept one. Young Minger smiled brightly, winking at Chen. Hidden away, splendidly done. Yi-chan praised her with a thumbs up. It seems young Minger never anticipated that hoarding resources would earn her such commendation. In truth, her actions were not really hoarding. She merely took precautions, fearing that the seeds planted might succumb to adverse weather. So she retained a small portion of each type of seed. Little did she know that it would now become the key resource for Yi-chun to upgrade the sign-in system. Although Yi-chun and his companions currently possessed only these few A-grade epic seeds, the requirement was merely to submit one seed to proceed. This almost backdoor approach was certainly acceptable to Yi-chun. It turns out the system is not infallible. We have discovered such a loophole. Ha ha ha. Boss, quickly upgrade. And while you're at it, give that death god returns a resounding slap. Dada Wan, still haunted by the now defunct death god returns, was keenly anticipating Yi-chun to deliver a stinging rebuke. Unexpectedly, as if summoned, the subject of their conversation appeared. Dada Wan glanced at the chat room and seemed to notice something, shouting loudly. Boss, that fool is provoking you again. Yi-chun and the two girls logged on to take a look. Sure enough, Death God Returns was indeed making a ruckus in the chat room. You son of a dog, come out. So you think your level 6 sign-in system is something special? I'll surpass you in no time. What if you burn my resources? Yesterday, I signed for a B-grade perfect multi-functional mega tent. Wow, another level 6 sign-in system. The Death God still has some backbone. To think he possesses a B-grade tent. Impressive indeed. The loud proclamation from Death God Returns certainly rekindled admiration among many survivors. After all, in the current landscape where survivors generally possess only a level 2 or 3 sign-in system, boasting a level 6 sign-in system places one far ahead of the majority. Haha, Day and Moon, you better watch out. I will undoubtedly surpass you. As the Grim Reaper returned, he heard the praise from the crowd, which only fueled his enthusiasm further. Haha, this fool has the audacity to brag about a mere tent. Do you even have any shame left? For the illustrious Big Roll, who has already moved into a motorhome, a flimsy tent is utterly insignificant, unworthy of even a glance. How about you flaunt your level and showcase where you sleep, which is likely just a patch of grass under the open sky? Ding. Survivor Day Moon, Star has successfully upgraded their sign-in level to level 7. As the first survivor to achieve this milestone, the system grants a special reward, an S-Class legendary resource and a trailer motorhome. Just as the Grim Reaper was still mocking Big Roll, the system's voice resonated. Chapter 96. A magnificent dinner. At this moment, the entire chat room fell into a profound silence. 5 seconds later, a user named Adele1 muttered, "Why is it caravan again?" Upon uttering these words, no one dared to speak again. Just a second prior, the user known as the Reaper had been boasting about his imminent ascension to a level 6 sign-in system. Yet, in the very next moment, the celestial entity, Sun, Moon, Stars, forcefully countered his provocation with an announcement. The first level 7 sign-in system in the entire survival island realm has been born. As for the B-level multi-functional tent that the Reaper had previously vaunted, it paled in comparison to the S-level legendary caravan. Could there even be a comparison? A camping tent that could be acquired for a few hundred in the real world versus a trailer that costs at least several $100,000. Were they even in the same league? This was the very definition of a slap in the face. The Reaper was now utterly speechless. What could he possibly use to compete with Yi Chen? In Yi Chen's presence, he was nothing but a beggar. Even more astonishing was that Da Wan had used the word again. This seemingly disdainful expression underscored just how unimpressive the S-level legendary caravan was in comparison to Sun Moon Stars. 3 minutes later, someone finally spoke. Again. May I inquire where the esteemed Sun Moon resides at this moment? A brave survivor posed the question. Da Huan promptly replied, sleeping in a luxurious caravan with the ladies. With this statement, silence once more enveloped the chat room. Luxurious caravan. Luxurious caravan. Luxurious caravan. A minute later, the chat room was flooded with the words, luxurious caravan. What a ridiculous joke. Just moments ago, they had been envious and resentful of the Reaper for acquiring a mere tent, only to discover that their leader, Sun Moon Stars, resided in a luxurious caravan. For most, even in the realm of survival on an island, they had never experienced life in a caravan, let alone in the real world. Da Huan, is it true that the esteemed Sun Moon lives in a caravan? Someone dared to ask. Of course, a super luxurious caravan. I live in there too, alongside the boss and the ladies. Ladies? Da Huan, you live in there as well? Can so many people fit in that caravan? Sun Moon's lifestyle must be incredibly extravagant. Before them, 1,000 alpacas suddenly appeared. Da Huan's words inevitably sparked wild imaginations. Da Huan, please refrain from speaking carelessly. You're exposing our privacy. Young Minger admonished. Hee, I was just chatting casually. Da Huan shipipish grinned at Chen. Brother Yi, quickly check the upgraded attributes. D-like had no interest in the gossip circulating in the chat room. She was simply curious about the sign-in probability of the newly established Level 7 system. The current Level 7 sign-in system presents a mere 5 chance of receiving an E-grade ordinary reward, 15 for a D-grade rare reward, 23 for a C-grade excellent reward, 25 for a B-grade perfect reward, 26, 2 for an A-grade epic reward, 5 for an S-grade legendary reward, and a scant 0, 3 for an ultra S-grade divine reward. The probability of lower-tier rewards has once again diminished, causing Yi Chen to furrow his brow in dissatisfaction. The chances of obtaining S-grade and ultra S-grade rewards remain exceedingly low, especially with the presence of the anomaly named D-Li. In comparison, Yi Chen feels that these odds leave much to be desired. The current sign-in probabilities predominantly cluster around the C, B, and the tiers. Yet what he truly desires are resources of S-grade and ultra S-grade. Suddenly, a notification echoed, indicating that Yi Chen had successfully upgraded to the Level 7 sign-in system, unlocking the ability to synthesize Ultra S-grade, divine resources, and above. While he was still lamenting his sign-in probabilities, the system chimed in once more. It stated that upon gathering the requisite materials, he would qualify to synthesize Ultra S-grade divine resources and beyond. Yi Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing that only upon reaching Level 7 did he gain the eligibility to synthesize such exalted resources. Moreover, it appeared that Ultra S-grade divine resources were not the pinnacle of materials. This system was evidently more formidable than he had anticipated. The system promptly announced the requirements for advancing from Level 7 to Level 8. The criteria were daunting: possession of at least 5 S-grade legendary items, 5 A-grade epic items, a minimum of 3 fragments of an S-grade legendary treasure map, submission of 20 kilograms of C-grade or higher iron ingots, 20 kilograms of A-grade epic fine sand, 20 kilograms of A-grade epic clay, 3 A-grade epic freshwater fish, 100 kilograms of B-grade perfect or higher sea fish, any 1 S-grade legendary material, and either the elimination of or recruitment of at least 1 survivor. The sheer volume of these demands was staggering, leaving many feeling overwhelmed. How on earth am I supposed to meet these requirements? I can barely manage one, exclaimed Yi Chen, lamenting the harshness of the stipulations. The community in the chat room echoed his sentiments, expressing their dissatisfaction with the intimidating demands of the system. To ascend to Level 8. One might as well resort to violence and plunder, they grumbled. It's as if they are compelling us into a life of crime. Amidst this turmoil, the atmosphere in the chat room shifted dramatically, with individuals expressing their frustrations and fears. It was evident that, regardless of context, the trifecta of wealth, power, and women consistently ignited strife. Chen found himself apprehensive, aware of the unsettling tone of the discussion. The young women present, upon hearing the exchange, trembled in trepidation. It is often not the ones who speak boldly who are capable of such deeds. Rather, it is the silent figures lurking in the shadows that we must truly guard against. Chen is not easily intimidated. Those who incessantly chatter in the chat room seem unperturbed by their own words. The adage "the barking dog seldom bites" rings true, for it is the truly ferocious individuals who typically conceal themselves in some dim corner. Let us not dawdle. It is time for dinner, and afterwards, we ought to rest. Boss, are we not waiting for the leaderboard update? Big Roll has long awaited this moment. Additionally, the wager between Chen and that foolish Grim Reaper is about to be revealed, although it seems devoid of any suspense. There is no need to wait. What is yours is yours. What is there to be conflicted about? Minger, D-Lee grill that B-grade sea fish. Chen promptly removed the 4-kilogram B-grade perfect sea fish from the menu. Hey, where has the sea fish from the Sun and Moon Boss gone? Exclaimed a keen-eyed survivor. Sun and Moon Boss, where's the fish? Just as Chen withdrew the B-grade sea fish, observant individuals immediately sensed something amiss. No one wants it. Let us grill it and eat it. Big Roll had already begun preparing the fish while simultaneously responding in the chat room. Grill it? The crowd was nearly in a frenzy. Just how extravagant are the sun and moon stars? This is the most valuable sea fish at present, and it is a B-grade perfect specimen, yet it is going to be grilled for dinner. The world of the wealthy is utterly incomprehensible. Chapter 97. A band of night owls while the group in the chat room lamented the misfortune of the B-grade sea fish. Chen had already begun the distribution of spoils without hesitation. Young Minger seemed somewhat reluctant and murmured, Chen, doesn't this level 7 to 8 upgrade sign-in system require a perfect B-grade sea fish? Aren't you going to keep any? The young ladies, naturally, thought of abundance. Chen casually shook his head in response. It's not about that one fish. Besides, I want to be able to gather the necessary resources for the upgrade anytime soon. This sea fish will perish if left out, and it will spoil with time. Cool, me. Come, eat up. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Here, take this large piece of fish meat. It's for you. With a flourish, Chen sliced off a substantial chunk of fish and handed it to Didawan. Thank you, boss. You're far too generous. We're all in this together. There's no need to mention hard work, Didawan replied, having spent enough time with Chen to become quite witty. Here, Minger, D-Lee, these 2 pieces of fish meat are for you. Sifting through sand and tidying up has been tough work, Chen continued, having attended to Didawan before turning to serve the 2 young ladies, leaving them feeling a tad bashful. It seemed they hadn't really done much, aside from assisting Chen in taking a bath. While we may appear affluent now, in reality, we are indeed considerably better off than most survivors. Nevertheless, as you all have observed, there are many who covet our resources and lifestyle. We cannot afford to be complacent. The trio, initially eager to indulge in their feast, suddenly grasped Chen's shift in tone. It became clear that his attentiveness had ulterior motives. Boss, just say the word. What do you need me to do? Dadahuang inquired. The 2 ladies exchanged knowing glances, clearly implying that one tends to soften when fed and is indebted when receiving favors. The situation is as follows. We must expedite our acquisition of the A-grade epic construction hammer. First, we need to swiftly gather 4 B-grade tools. Therefore, we must divide our labor. Didawan, continue as you are, and find a few C-grade tree trunks. I'll give you 2 days to secure no less than 50 kilograms of C-grade timber. Minger and D-Lee, you will continue sifting through sand and smelting iron ingots. We still lack a B-grade perfect tool blueprint and need to trade for it with sand, freshwater fish, and other materials. Chen did not hold back, elaborating extensively. Brother Yi, you're thinking quite far ahead. D-Lee bowed to id slightly. clearly aware that Chen had long been plotting the acquisition of that A-grade epic construction hammer. What do we do? It's for everyone's benefit. Chen shamelessly placed the responsibility upon the group. Even Dewan began to ponder. Is our boss becoming a crafty merchant, even at the expense of his own people? However, in pursuit of the A-grade epic construction hammer, none of them voiced any dissent. After all, this was their island, and who wouldn't want to see it flourish? Chen's urgent demeanor was not without reason. Although he appeared to have an abundance of resources and ample manpower, and his sign-in level was significantly ahead of most, he understood that, as time progressed, if he did not swiftly construct the island and bolster its defenses, the increasing number of survivors capable of venturing out to sea would pose escalating threats to his small island. The paramount task at hand was to transform his island into an impregnable fortress. Before retiring for the night, the two young women took another bath while Chen busied himself with planning, not joining them. Dewan eagerly awaited the arrival of midnight. For Dewan, the stroke of midnight represented more than just the opportunity to claim sign-in rewards. It also entailed leaderboard updates and subsequent system rewards. But most crucially, it was a chance to deliver a resounding slap to the returning Grim Reaper. Exhausted from his endeavors, Chen succumbed to slumber. It wasn't until he turned over and groggily opened one eye that he was startled awake by the sight of two pairs of large eyes staring back at him. What are you? What are you doing? You're scaring me to death. Chen instinctively clutched his blanket and retreated several steps. Brother Yi, you're just so adorable. Dee Li covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Adorable? Upon hearing that word, Chen felt it was akin to an insult when applied to a man. Boss, it's almost midnight. Wake up, wake up. Dadakwan Shadjidin, calling out excitedly. Is it really necessary? The sign-in rewards won't escape. We could discuss it in the morning. Chen yawned and turned to resume his sleep, having finally approached the realm of dreams, only to be interrupted by the two young women. Come on, Chen, get up. Young Minger joined in, pushing and shoving him without reservation. Deely observed with a mischievous grin, relishing the spectacle. At that moment, Chen understood that these three were retaliating against him for his earlier antics during dinner. All right, you've won. I'll get up, but honestly, which survivor is as dedicated as you lot, waiting for midnight? As he spoke, Chen casually opened the chat room, realizing that perhaps he should refrain from voicing his earlier thoughts. Everyone, there are 10 minutes left until the leaderboard updates, so let us all stay alert. We're wide awake, just waiting for this moment. I'm determined to break into the top 10. Please, with your level, you think you can make it into the top 10? The Great Sun and Moon is already level 7 with a grand vehicle. What do you have? Truly shameless. Come on, I have an A-grade epic item. What do you possess? Quiet down. Today we must also witness the outcome of the wager between the Great Sun and Moon and that Grim Reaper. It's bound to be a victory for the Great Sun and Moon. By the way, what will the first place in the leaderboard receive this time? I can hardly wait. The chat room was abuzz with messages, the sheer speed of which left Chen somewhat bewildered. It appears that this night, there are indeed many restless survivors, while I find myself to be the odd one who retires early. Silence, everyone. My esteemed leader has arrived. Settle down. With a resounding shout, Dada Wan commanded attention. Consequently, the chat room buzzed with even greater fervor. A veritable frenzy ensued. Long live the esteemed day and moon. How are the ladies serving our illustrious day and moon? Oh, great day and moon. I wish to witness you deliver a resounding slap to that fool, the Grim Reaper. Great day and moon. Accept me as your loyal follower. I am willing to toil endlessly for you. With Dada Wan's fervent proclamation, the celestial figures of day, moon, and stars became the undeniable focal point of the conversation. Chen scratched his head, wearied by the chaotic scene. Yet, Dada Wan remained unsatisfied, continuing to bellow, Grim Reaper, you cowardly scoundrel, prepare to bow before my leader. In such a lively atmosphere, Dada Wan certainly did not forget about the Grim Reaper's return. However, the Grim Reaper chose to remain hidden, but his absence did not imply a lack of presence. Dada Wan unleashed a torrent of invectives, for there are no taxes on insults. One may hurl them as liberally as they please. Eventually, he succeeded in drawing out the Grim Reaper. Who are you cursing? The Grim Reaper retorted. You dare to compare yourself to my leader? You are unworthy to even carry his shoes. I am far superior to you, 100 streets ahead. Bah, what if I were to defeat you? Dadawan was not one to shy away from confrontation. On the contrary, he thrived on chaos. If I am beneath you, then I shall call you father. All right, good son, now be gone. The two engaged in a verbal duel, exchanging crude and vulgar insults. The Grim Reaper, however, had no desire to compete with Chen, yet he could not afford to lose face before Dadawan. Ding, the ranking system has been updated. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification resonated. Chapter 98. The leaderboard has been updated. The rankings for the second week are as follows. First place, Sun, Moon, and Stars. Yichun's ID once again adorns the top of the leaderboard. Boss, that's impressive. First place again, haha. I told you, it's a surefire victory. Dadawan is even more exhilarated than Yichun, as if the glory of first place belongs to him. Yangming, and Dili are equally thrilled. Yichun's triumph signifies their own. Second place, survivor number 1, third place. The system continues to announce the ranks in succession. The group of survivors, who are not particularly invested in the rankings but are fervently eager to flatter, have already begun to extol Yichun's virtues. Sun and Moon, mighty leader. Sun and Moon, a legacy unmatched. Sun and Moon, the universe's champion. These shameless individuals utter the most nauseating compliments. However, Yichun and his companions are too preoccupied to heed their sycophancy. Yichen, Dadaquan, Dili, and Yangming each have their own focal points of interest. Yichun is primarily concerned with a few familiar names within the top 10, as well as the ranking changes of Dadawan, Yangming, and Dili. Dadawan's focus is far simpler. He is solely fixated on the name of the returning Grim Reaper, hoping it plummets to the 999th position, which would likely propel him to the moon in elation. Yangming, and Dili, on the other hand, are anxious about their rankings being too low, feeling the disparity from Yichun is too great. Before long, the first familiar name appears. To everyone's astonishment, it is Dili. 36th place, little D. Dili, you're 36th. That's amazing. Yangming exclaims joyfully. Yet Dili appears somewhat dazed. She vaguely recalls her previous ranking being outside the top 100, and in just a week, she has ascended into the top 50. In comparison to Yangming, and Dadawan, Dili's initial ranking was not low, despite her low level during the first week. Her inherent advantages from her unique system and possession of 2 significant S-rank resources ensured her ranking would not fall too far behind. What further astonishes everyone is that shortly after, the names of Yangming, and Dadawan appear as well. 39th place, I am Ming. 47th place, Dadawan. Ha ha ha, Dadawan is overjoyed. If memory serves, he was ranked 823rd in the first week, and in merely 1 week. He has surged over 700 places. What delights Dadawan even more is 48th place, the Grim Reaper returns. At this point, it's impossible for Dadawan to refrain from mocking the Grim Reaper. Ha 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 ha. Dadawan begins to flood the system screen with laughter. The chatroom spectators have long since noted the ranking situation. They're all astute observers. Dadawan's ranking speaks volumes. Following the illustrious Sun and Moon leader guarantees rewards. It has scarcely been a moment. Yet the formidable big roll has utterly overshadowed the once third-ranked Reaper's return. As for the prior wager between Reaper's return and Yichun, it has become utterly inconsequential to the majority. How can one hope to challenge the principle when they cannot even best another subordinate? Reaper's return has suffered a resounding defeat, stripped of every last shred of dignity. Nevertheless, while the other survivors have forgotten this wager, Big Roll certainly has not. Is that fool Reaper's return present? In that instant, the once fearsome moniker of Reaper's return was reduced to mere fool by Big Roll. With an air of bravado, Big Roll called out twice, yet received no response. Big Roll would not relent. If you choose to feign ignorance, then I shall continue to provoke you until you emerge. Hey, fool Reaper's return, come forth. You no longer hold the privilege to curry favor with my leader. Alas, I shall show leniency and reluctantly accept you as a subordinate. Come here, son, and humbly lick your father's shoes. Do it well, and reward shall await you. Before Yi Chun, Big Roll was as docile as Winnie the Pooh. But in the presence of Reaper's return, he transformed into a brazen ruffian. Hey, have you truly perished? Taken by the Reaper? Indeed, one must honor the wager. Yet where are you? Step forth and serve as my leader's shoe shiner. No, rather, as your father's shoe shiner. Ah. Yes, quickly now, you wretched son. Do not keep my leader waiting, or there will be more than mere shoe shining in store for you. Ah. If not shoes, then what shall you lick? Ha ha ha. You understand. He, Big Roll, instigated a ruckus, and those eager to ingratiate themselves swiftly followed suit, spewing forth the most nauseating and lewd remarks imaginable. Shouting nonsense. I am right here. The composure of Reaper's return evidently lacked refinement, for it was not long before he showed his face. Oh, son, you have arrived? Come quickly, hurry over. The number of survivors ridiculing Reaper's return in the chat room grew exponentially. Yi Chun, however, would not partake in this triviality. True magnates never squander time on such insignificant matters. Beep. The result of the wager between Sun, Moon, and Stars and Reaper's return has been announced. Winner, Sun, Moon, and Stars. Beep. Due to the failure of the wager, Reaper's return is unable to fulfill the stakes of 100 liters of diesel. The system has determined that Reaper's return has violated the rules, issuing a severe warning, and has suspended Reaper's return's ability to sign in for 2 natural days. Correspondingly, the victor, Sun, Moon, and Stars, has earned an additional signing opportunity. Soon enough, a notification from the system arrived. Due to the unfortunate fate of Reaper's return, who had to relinquish all the diesel in his possession due to a conflagration, the stakes could not be submitted. The system, showing no mercy, immediately imposed a stringent penalty. Damn it, that wretched system, this is most unjust. Beep. The host has insulted the god of death's return, and the system has imposed a penalty, reducing the rewards for the next sign-in by 1 level. Upon hearing this system announcement, the once boisterous chat room fell into an immediate hush. Incredible. The system deity truly reigns supreme. While it is permissible to deride other survivors within the chat, any public affront directed at the system's divine presence incurs swift retribution. This system certainly possesses a sense of pride. Long live the system deity. We wholeheartedly support the system deity. Splendid work. The system deity is magnificent. Instantly, the atmosphere in the chat room shifted once more, transforming from flattery directed at Yi Chun to adulation for the system itself. Yet, these individuals are merely engaging in futile efforts, for even Yi Chun pays them no heed, let alone the exalted system deity. Beep. The leaderboard has been updated, and rewards will be distributed shortly. All survivors are advised to check for their rewards. Chapter 99. A unique reward upon hearing the phrase Super S-Class Divine Gift Level Reward. Yi Chun nearly stumbled with excitement. However, he soon realized that what he received was merely one component of the multifunctional quantum cutting knife. What is this contraption? Dada-wan was left utterly perplexed, gazing at Yi Chun with a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Yi Chun Shuruk. The multifunctional quantum cutting knife was not a new concept. In fact, when young Minger had dispatched the head wolf, she had acquired a component of this quantum cutting knife. Had the system not unexpectedly brought this up again, Yi Chun might have forgotten about his own wolf fang altogether. Big Brother Sun and Moon, what exactly is this item? The intriguing name piqued curiosity, yet the system offered no explanation. Similarly bewildered was the group of gossip enthusiasts in the chat room. Yi Chun, I still have that wolf fang with me. How come another component has surfaced? By the way, what is the purpose of this quantum cutting knife? Yang Minger pointed to the wolf fang she had hidden in her RV, her face a canvas of confusion. The system remained tight-lipped, and Yi Chun genuinely did not know. This seemingly grandiose, super S-Class divine gift multifunctional quantum cutting knife was shrouded in mystery. For other materials, the system provided explanations upon careful observation. Even a simple bottle of mineral water could be described as a resource for direct consumption. Yet, in stark contrast, the quantum cutting knife elicited no elaboration from a system. Let us just hold on to it for now. After all, it is a component of a super S-Class divine gift, and surely it will prove useful in time. Yi Chun could only adopt a hopeful attitude. In contrast to Yi Chun's enigmatic reward, The second-ranked survivor received a notably practical item, an A-class epic-grade motorboat. Damn, that fellow scored something impressive. Dada, one remarked with envy as he gazed at the system screen. Yi-chan furrowed his brow. Another survivor had secured a motorboat, and this one was a formidable contender ranked second. This could lead to complications. The reward for the third and fourth-ranked survivors paled in comparison to that of the second. The 36th-ranked Xiao D received a C-class excellent-grade item, a multi-functional clothes drying rack. While it may not appear to be an advanced item, its practicality was undeniable. With 4 survivors on this island, including 2 stunning women, there would certainly be a fair number of clothes needing to be dried, making the drying rack quite beneficial. The 39th-ranked young Minger acquired a set of 2 C-class excellent-grade thermoses, vibrant red in color, adorned with bows, and exuding a festive charm. The individual, ranked 47th, known as Dadawan, received a C-grade exceptional razor. Yi-chun blinked at the 3 items, raised his head, and cast a wry smile around at his 3 teammates. It appeared that the reward system was quite perceptive, as these 3 rewards were tailored to individual needs. A razor, a razor. How amusing, I already possess one. Dadawan maintained his ostentatious demeanor, flaunting his C-grade item in the chat room. One might mistakenly believe he was the one ranked first among the celestial bodies. In deference to Yi-chun, the others offered a round of commendations. Hey, dead man, Dadawan teased. What did you receive for being behind me? Show us what you got. He couldn't resist taking a jab at the Reaper's return, indicating that their feud was far from resolution. Yi-chun, however, was perplexed. It seemed he was the one who had wagered against the Reaper's return. Rank 48, Reaper's return, awarded C-grade exceptional ranking reward, Kohler toilet. Ah, how utterly hilarious. I can hardly contain my laughter at receiving a toilet. No need for Dadawan's mocking now. The chat room erupted in laughter. The reward was simply too ludicrous. Even Yi-chun and the 2 ladies couldn't help but grin broadly. I say, little death, is the system concerned you might be feeling down due to your home being burned down, and have thus gifted you a toilet to encourage frequent visits? Ah, how delightful. Dadawan's ability to mock had certainly sharpened over time. Reaper's return was already seething with anger, grinding his teeth in frustration. Sun and moon, Dadawan, you too shall wait. One day, I shall make you pay for your blood debts. Yi-chun gazed in bewilderment at this threat, thinking, what does this have to do with me? I haven't even acknowledged you. Meanwhile, Dadawan continued his relentless mockery. Blood debts, you say? Perhaps your hemorrhoids are bleeding excessively. Don't blame me for your own issues. All right, Dadawan, perhaps you should tone it down a bit. You're becoming increasingly absurd. Young Minger could no longer bear the antics. It was evident that he had gone too far. Just as Dadawan settled down momentarily, the system chimed in once more. Ding! All ranking rewards have been distributed. Survivors, please check your rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host Dadawan for advancing 776 ranks and receiving the best rank improvement reward. A-grade epic RV with built-in water pump. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Who could have anticipated such a reward? Boss, the water pump has arrived. Our luck today is simply unparalleled. Wishes do come true. At this point, Dadawan could no longer maintain a low profile, and the accolades began to pour in. Dadawan, you are magnificent. Please allow me to bow before you. Truly, you are a force to be reckoned with. The flattery commenced in earnest. Yi-chun had not anticipated that the system would possess such a hidden advantage, the reward for achieving the best ranking. This sensation was reminiscent of a class underachiever unexpectedly excelling in an examination and receiving a commendation for remarkable progress. However, it must be said that the arrival of the water pump was indeed timely. Since acquiring this mobile home, the young ladies had found their lives considerably more convenient. Yet the task of fetching water had remained a tedious issue. The innate desire for beauty and cleanliness is a fundamental aspect of human nature, especially for 2 stunningly attractive young women. Where is the water pump? Where is it? Upon hearing that the esteemed Dada Wan had procured the much-coveted water pump, the 2 young ladies immediately clamored around him, their voices ringing out with excitement. Having never experienced such attention before, Dada Wan felt overwhelmed by the presence of the 2 beauties circling him. Unlike Yi-chun, his esteemed leader, He quickly wilted under the pressure and pointed toward the direction of the cave, saying, "My supply depot is located in the cave." The two young women, unable to contain their enthusiasm, promptly retrieved the water pump. The system then notified, "A level epic water pump. Operates on electricity and can extract water sources. An essential artifact for bathing and changing." Upon reading this message from the system, Chen blinked in astonishment at the heavens above. Could it be that this device was a special gift from the system's deity, intended to facilitate his surreptitious observations of the young ladies during their bathing and changing? Chapter 100. Cherishing the sale of sea-level exceptional vegetables in the pitch-black darkness, it was fortunate that Chen's cave was illuminated by electric lights, allowing the two young women to locate the water pump. However, considering the late hour, taking a shower was perhaps best left for another time. Sleep in the vehicle. Chen waved to the three individuals below. The vegetables have matured. The two young ladies, seemingly overwhelmed with excitement, were wide awake. They brought the water pump and even took a detour to inspect their field. Watching the two beauties outside the car window flutter their eyelashes at him, Chen, with no other choice, climbed out of the comfort of his air mattress to join the girls in the fields. Ding! You have harvested a total of 150 E-level ordinary vegetable seeds, 2,200 D-level rare vegetable seeds, 2,100 C-level exceptional vegetable seeds, 1050 B-level perfect vegetable seeds, 550 A-level epic seeds, and 20 S-level legendary seeds. Ding! You have harvested a total of 58 kilograms of E-level ordinary vegetables, 188 kilograms of D-level rare vegetables, 150 kilograms of C-level exceptional vegetables, 25 kilograms of B-level perfect vegetables, 9 kilograms of A-level epic vegetables, and 1 kilogram of S-level legendary vegetables. After the system's announcement, Chen beamed with joy, despite suffering some losses from the recent torrential rains. The nearly 6,000 seeds and 400 kilograms of vegetables harvested would certainly sustain Chen and his companions for an entire year. The yield of olive vegetables was minimal, given the small quantity planted, resulting in only a fraction of the total. Chen, with so many vegetables, we cannot store them for long, young Minger remarked, her initial excitement giving way to a pressing concern. Their group lacked refrigeration equipment, and if the 400 kilograms of vegetables were left unattended on this island for 3 or 4 days, they would undoubtedly spoil. After a moment of contemplation, Chen thought of the refrigerator. Although even with the refrigerator, the vegetables could only be preserved for about 10 days at most, that duration was sufficient for Chen, as his planting cycle was only 5 to 6 days. With a refrigerator, fresh vegetables would always be at hand. B-level perfect refrigerator. C-level exceptional iron ingots 5 kilograms. B-level perfect compressor 1 unit. C-level exceptional plastic 5 kilograms. B-level perfect refrigerator blueprint 1. However, synthesizing this refrigerator would not be an easy task, requiring both a compressor and a blueprint. Let's first find a dry place to store the seeds. For vegetables below B-level, there will be limited time offerings. C-level vegetables will be sold in increments of 3 kilograms, at 1 kilogram per portion, while D-level vegetables will be sold in 2 kilogram portions. And purchasing D-level vegetables will necessitate the mandatory acquisition of 1 kilogram of E-level vegetables. Chen ramleton, leving dadahuan uterli beжилdirit. Boss, why make it so complicated? Can't we just sell them all together? That is not the case. Yang Minger playfully extended a finger. Why is it different? Aren't we all selling? It would be much more efficient to list everything at once. Boss, you keep posting them bit by bit, which is quite bothersome. Chen shrugged at Yang Minger, feeling too lazy to explain further to the clueless Dadawan. He proceeded to list 2 kilograms of C-grade vegetables and 3 bundles of D-grade vegetables tied with E-grade ones. The rest would be dealt with the following day. After finishing his vegetable listings, Chen returned to his air mattress, stifling a yawn as he lay down. Yang Minger patiently explained to Dadawan, scarcity enhances value. If we list everything at once, others will realize the immense yield from growing vegetables and 1T be willing to purchase our goods at a premium. Indeed, Yiji's sales strategy is known as scarcity marketing. It is currently the most popular and successful sales model. Dilia did enthusiastically. Dada Huan soto der, Majing blankly, uncertain whether he truly comprehended the explanation or remained bewildered. The chat room, however, erupted with excitement. It could be said that the insomniac survivors were plentiful. Even at 1 in the morning, numerous individuals were still online. C-grade exceptional vegetables. The great sun and moon is selling vegetables? C-grade, you say? I only need this and 10D-grade rare freshwater to level up. Don't fight over it. I want this one. Soon, Chen's private inbox was flooded with messages. Calmly reclining on his air mattress in the RV, he perused the exchange items proposed by others. Chen, what else do we need? The two girls and Juan returned to their respective sleeping quarters. Blueprints, iron or copper ore, and C-grade leaves and D-grade sand. Leaves? Sand? Yang Minger and D. Li exchanged puzzled glances, both reflecting confusion in their eyes. They understood the first few items, blueprints, iron or copper ore, these had always been scarce commodities. Originally, there were some ores in the trading post, but after Chen swept through, iron and copper ores had also become scarce resources. However, what to make of leaves and sand? After pondering for a moment, Li seemed to recall something. Yigo, are we preparing to synthesize blueprints again? Leaves and sand were primarily significant for their group in the synthesis of blueprints. After all, the system was peculiar, requiring materials from multiple islands. Correct, we need blueprints. Chen snapped his fingers while scanning the exchange items listed by the survivors. Was it for that A-grade epic building hammer? Everyone knew that Chen had invested considerable effort in gathering materials for this epic tool, yet regrettably, he had yet to collect even half of the required materials. Setting aside the final synthesis tool, the building hammer, his group had only managed to synthesize one of the 4 B-grade perfect basic tools available. Additionally, there are 2 more blueprints. As for materials, the situation is even more dire. Tomorrow, the Dawan will be dispatched to fell trees. Chen perused his private emails, regrettably discovering that none of the supplies were of any use to him. Closing the system interface, Chen straightened up, stifled a yawn, and remarked, "It's not just that. We have numerous blueprints that we require." The 2 young ladies were once again perplexed. Numerous? What other blueprints do we need? Chen gestured towards the fields and then indicated the somewhat sparse living area of the trailer. Vegetables require refrigeration. And don't you think our living room feels a bit too empty? Chapter 101. The trouble caused by Huiyuan kidney treasure pills. Did you really intend to synthesize furniture and household appliances? At this moment, Yang Minger wore a subtly complex expression, a blend of astonishment and anticipation. Her yearning for furniture and household appliances was not a fleeting desire. It had lingered for quite some time. Who wouldn't wish for a washing machine to relieve them from the drudgery of hand washing? Who wouldn't enjoy lounging on a comfortable sofa while watching a romantic drama? However, in this world of survival on an island, where others struggled to find their next meal, it felt somewhat inappropriate to indulge in such luxuries. Neither of the 2 young women dared to voice their desires. Yet, it was Chen who broached the subject, igniting a spark of excitement in both of them, their voices rising in enthusiasm. Let's first create a refrigerator to store our food. As for the sofa, washing machine, air conditioner, and television, we can discuss them later when we have the time. Chen himself was not averse to synthesizing some furniture or household appliances, but the sheer volume of necessary syntheses at present demanded a clear order of priority. What materials do we need to synthesize a refrigerator? Yang Minger inquiret eagerly. As the head caretaker, she was quite overwhelmed with a disorganized array of items that required her attention, especially food, which was too precious to waste. A refrigerator would not only provide a space to store food, but would also extend its shelf life. Iron ingots were manageable, but the most troublesome components were the compressor and the refrigerator blueprint. Blueprints again? The mention of blueprints caused both young women to droop their heads in dismay. They vividly recalled the arduous effort it took to synthesize the previous blueprint. 4 of them toiling away all day, sifting sand and exchanging items just to barely produce 1 blueprint. Don't worry, we have vegetables. These alone should be sufficient to generate several blueprints, Chen asserted confidently. Several blueprints? From just these vegetables? Yang Ming se emed skeptical. Just wait and see. By tomorrow morning, the price of these vegetables might skyrocket, he teased. Now get some sleep. Good night. Hey, don't sleep yet. Explain why. The two girls urged, alarmed as Chen nestled into his blanket, yawning and turning away from them, preparing for slumber. In a frenzy, they tugged at him. "Stop pulling. You'll ruin my clothes." Chen found himself overwhelmed by their combined efforts, ultimately succumbing to their insistence. Meanwhile, the Dajuan was still engaged in a lively chat with other survivors in the online forum. Dajuan, could you kindly speak to the leader of the Sun and Moon faction? We are eagerly awaiting more vegetables and D-grade fresh water, they pleaded. Just as the Dajuan was about to boast, a commotion erupted in the room. Quiet, quiet. My boss is busy. Busy. As a result, Chen once again became the object of envy and jealousy among the crowd. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the room. Ah! It was young Minger. One widened her eyes, staring in the direction from which the sound emanated. What on earth is happening? I have checked in for S-grade supplies. I have finally checked in for S-grade supplies. Young Minger joyfully leaped around her bedroom. Ha ha ha! In her exuberance, young Minger boldly embraced Chen in front of Dilly. Dilly's eyes widened in shock. To her, this was the first time the illustrious star young Minger had embraced a man. Chen, taken aback at first, was momentarily stunned until he felt a soft figure pressed against his chest. Ahem! Compared to Dilly, Chen remained remarkably composed. Having witnessed the sleeping posture of this top-tier celebrity, resembling a koala. Once young Minger regained her composure, she seemed to realize her awkward position and shyly withdrew her head. Sister Minger, what did you check in? Dilly, coming back to her senses, promptly inquired about young Minger's supplies. The third fragment of the treasure map. Chen responded on her behalf. As young Minger appeared too flustered to speak, her face flushed to the nape of her neck. You obtained the third fragment of the treasure map, Dilly exclaimed in surprise. After much effort to calm her emotions, young Minger nodded. What is going on? What is going on? Dajuan, peering into the bedroom for quite some time, hesitated to enter. Once she noticed the sudden silence within, she rushed in without further thought. Upon seeing young Minger's flushed face and Dilly's astonished expression as she gaped at both of them, it became difficult for Dajuan to think otherwise. Boss, are you? Dajuan grinned mischievously at her superior Chen. Get lost. What nonsense are you thinking? Have you checked in yet? Chen snapped at Dajuan to prevent young Minger from becoming embarrassed once more. Oops. I was so busy chatting with those guys that I forgot to check in. I'm here to check in now. Just watch, boss. Hey, where's the stuff? After waiting for a long time without hearing the system announcement, Chen realized that this individual had once again checked in a pile of junk. Boss, this item is just right for you. Dajuan grinned at Chen. Chen furrowed his brow and glared at him. What is it? Show it quickly. Stop dawdling. Hu Yuan kidney treasure pills, but just one pack, boss. Do you need it? Another pack of Hu Yuan kidney treasure pills? Chen felt embarrassed. How overly concerned was the system about his kidney health? No. Chen swatted it away. Dilly seemed not to have heard clearly, rubbing her ears vigorously, while young Minger, fully aware of the situation, wished she could dig a hole in the ground and hide. Why not? It's wonderful. Boss, look. Dajuan continued to ramble on, beginning to explain the benefits of the Hu Yuan kidney treasure pills to Chen. Go away. I have. Chen, overcome with excitement, inadvertently let slip a secret. Although he quickly feigned a cough, Dilly and Dajuan were uncomfortably close by. The atmosphere instantly fell into a profound silence. Brother Yi, do you have? Dilly exclaimed, her face etched with astonishment. Dajuan, however, wore a mischievous grin as he regarded Chen. I told you, the boss is always prepared. Chen sputtered, stammering as he struggled to defend himself. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the two before him regarded him with even more peculiar expressions. Huiyuan Shenbao tablets. Huiyuan Shenbao tablets. My lifelong reputation is about to be tarnished because of you. He protested. No, it's not what you think. I received these through a signing-in reward. I haven't used them and simply left them aside. Finally managing to clarify the situation, Chen exhaled in relief, feeling utterly exhausted. Yet, Dilly scrutinized him with skepticism, casting furtive glances at the bashful young Minger, who had buried herself under the covers, as if slowly unraveling the truth. Given the circumstances, it appeared that these two might. Chapter 102. The urgent need for rubber. Chen finally comprehended the essence of being unable to defend oneself. It was entirely the fault of that confounded great roll. Why must it sign in for such a trivial item? In an effort to alleviate the excruciating awkwardness of the situation, Chen promptly invoked the system deity, hoping for a reprieve. Ding! Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. You have received a C-grade exceptional reward, a complete set of parenting books for mothers. What the heck? Chen could not help but curse. What sort of absurd system is this? Is it not chaotic enough here? First, there are the Yuan kidney pills, and now parenting books. What does that imply? Am I supposed to recover my health and immediately start a family? Is this a tad too hasty? Silence once again enveloped the bedroom. The great roll regarded Chen with a new expression, a mix of admiration and disbelief. Truly impressive, this was a rhythm of guaranteed success. Look, even the system deity has delivered a congratulatory gift. Dealey had never witnessed such a spectacle, rendered motionless in astonishment. Just after recuperating, one is already delving into parenting techniques. She lamented her own youth. Sleep. Chen was thoroughly flustered, even forgetting the enchanting Dealey, who possessed an uncanny ability to attract trouble. The great roll chuckled twice, joyfully scampering away. Dealey stood there, bewildered, caught in indecision. Meanwhile, Chen and young Minger buried themselves under the covers. Chen had no intention of providing an explanation, nor did he wish to engage in any further sign-ins. He had discerned that this system thrived on chaos. In the future, he would resolutely avoid such situations. The four individuals, each harboring their own secrets, drifted into slumber. Whether they truly fell asleep, however, remained uncertain. When dawn broke, Chen awoke with heavy dark circles under his eyes. He had meticulously arranged his tasks for the day, but now everything was in disarray. The chat room buzzed with relentless chatter from his companions. Day and Moon, sell me some C-grade vegetables. Day and Moon, I need just 10 liters of D-grade freshwater to level up. Day and Moon, it's raining again. Could you spare some clay? Exhausted and weary, Chen, having endured a night of poor rest, had neither the energy nor the inclination to engage with these incessant requests. He waved dismissively, delegating the responsibility to the great roll. Glancing at the girls' beds, the wolfskin used as a curtain still hung there. Forget it. He would handle breakfast himself and then proceed to gather vegetables. With fatigue etched upon his face, Chen set about harvesting the crops alone. Without a wheelbarrow, the endeavor was indeed cumbersome. Each time he gathered a handful, he had to carry it back and forth. The issue was that to craft a wheelbarrow, rubber was required. Where on earth could he procure rubber? As he pondered this, the great roll approached, brimming with excitement. Boss, it's just you? Where's your sister-in-law? Get lost, Chen retorted irritably, delivering a swift kick. Boss, please don't kick me. Look what I brought you. The Dawan revealed a dark, unappealing object from behind his back. What is that? It's utterly disgusting. Chen glanced at it with a look of disdain. Boss, it's rubber. Aren't we in dire need of rubber? Have you forgotten? Rubber? Chen stared in astonishment at the black object before him. So this is what rubber looks like. Where did you get it? How much do you have? Chen asked impatiently. I got it from a trading post. Please don't scold me. I took the liberty of trading 2 kilograms of C-grade vegetables for 2 kilograms of rubber. Chen could hardly blame Dawan. He was currently troubled by the absence of rubber necessary for crafting a handcart. The Dawan had indeed delivered a remarkable gift. Is it just 2 kilograms? Is there any more? And what grade is it? Chen said on. Only 2 kilograms. I think I arrived too late. It seems someone else took the rest. This is all that remains, 2 kilograms of D-grade. The Dawan scratched his head, looking rather foolish. D-grade. Someone else took it? Chen frowned it. It seemed that rubber was a coveted commodity, and he wasn't the only one seeking it. Did you inquire who the buyer was? No. Wait a moment. I'll ask. The Dawan, clearly lacking in wit, promptly went to inquire. Boss, I found out. It's a survivor named Swordsman R. Swordsman R. Chen pondered for a moment. The name sounded familiar. He scanned the leaderboard and remembered. It belonged to the 13th rank survivor. The Dahuan. Go retrieve 5 kilograms of C-grade iron ingots from a cave. We should still have some stock, though it may be limited. To synthesize the most basic E-grade handcart, he needed 10 kilograms of D-grade rare plastic, 2 kilograms of D-grade rare rubber, and 5 kilograms of C-grade exceptional iron ingots. He had already secured the plastic and rubber. Only the iron ingots remained. He still had a small stockpile of iron, but it was dwindling. The demand for iron ingots was exceedingly high, and if they couldn't secure a steady supply of iron, or a shortage of ingots loomed on the horizon. For now, Chen had to focus on synthesizing the handcart. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Swordsman for successfully synthesizing a C-grade, exceptional four-wheeled solar-powered electric freight hydraulic cart. As the first survivor to synthesize this resource, the system grants a special reward. Sign-in level 1, not exceeding level 7 sign-in system. Wow! Who is this remarkable individual? Sign-in level 1? What an incredible reward. Chen exclaimed it. This is truly a C-grade exceptional resource, and the system offers such a generous reward? Surely there must be some fairness in this. Your understanding is limited. I have perused the intricate methodology for synthesizing the four-wheeled solar-powered electric transport hydraulic vehicle, and it is indeed a cumbersome process. The rubber material required must be of B-level perfection, complemented by A-level epic iron ingots. Furthermore, it seems that blueprints are also necessary, rendering the synthesis difficulty several times greater than that of A-level epic materials. The moment this special reward was issued, it immediately captured the attention of the gossipers within the chatroom. Achieving a sign-in level of 1 is currently regarded as the pinnacle of rewards. Prior to this, only Chen had attained such an accolade, albeit at a much lower sign-in level, making his reward less advantageous than the one presently acquired. After all, every survivor is aware that as the sign-in system escalates in level, the difficulty of advancement increases exponentially. The challenge of progressing from level 2 to 3 is not comparable to that of ascending from level 5 to 6. Alas, this young man has indeed secured a special reward. The Dawan appears to harbor some regret, blaming himself for his sluggishness. Meanwhile, Chen quietly noted the name Swordsman as this individual seems to be a formidable adversary. Chapter 103. The Secret of the Treasure Map. Who is the Swordsman How did the Swordsman suddenly appear again? The two young women received a system notification and momentarily forgot about the kidney source report and the parenting book from yesterday. This individual ranks 13th among the survivors. Yet he has now leveled up the sign-in system, likely boosting his rank considerably. Chen furrowed his brows. Boss, it's merely an increase in sign-in level. Even with this, he cannot surpass you. In my heart, you alone are the indisputable first. Dadawan naturally supported Chen without reservation. All right, I have synthesized the handcart. Minger, Li, please divide the vegetables as I instructed yesterday. Dadawan, keep an eye on a trading post for iron ingots and rubber. Chen was eager to avoid wasting time. He had crucial blueprints to synthesize today. Upon opening his private email, Chen was inundated with an overwhelming number of messages. He meticulously opened each one, disregarding all unsuitable exchange conditions. After reviewing all the emails, he selected a few trading partners that seemed promising and sent them private messages. This time, Chen aimed not only to sell his several dozen kilograms of vegetables at a good price, but also to cultivate a network of capable business associates for long-term transactions. Although the world of island survival appeared to have a limited population of only 999 individuals, going solo would never match the strength of allied groups. A significant reason Chen currently topped the leaderboard was his 3 companions. The adage, "there is strength in numbers," was not merely a saying. To stabilize his supply and monopolize the resource market, forging alliances with formidable business allies was crucial. Day and Moon, how many pieces of your treasure map have you gathered? Before Chen could communicate with the business partners he had selected, a survivor named Bashuyu proactively sent him a message. Why do you ask this? Chen was reluctant to reveal his assets easily. If you trust me, I am willing to exchange a piece of precise information, known only to me, for 1 kilogram of C-grade superior vegetables. Chen felt somewhat hesitant. Since arriving on the island, he had seldom trusted others readily. Yang Minger and Deda, one had initially shown goodwill, which had eased his wariness. This was, after all, a world of islands, where these 999 individuals could be viewed in a more favorable light, as comrades enduring hardships together, or in a harsher light, as competitors vying against each other. I understand your concerns. That's the deal. I, Bashuyu, do not lack this piece of information, and I will inform you in advance, hoping you will honor your commitment. Bashuyu was straightforward and proposed a transaction of goods before payment. All right, the name of Day and Moon Stars is not merely for show. I would not deceive you over 1 kilogram of vegetables. Indeed, with your esteemed reputation akin to the sun and moon, I shall not withhold any details. The news is as follows. Collecting 8 fragments of a treasure map will lead you to the 889th hidden island, which harbors a vein of island gold and other artifacts. A hidden island? A gold vein? Artifacts? Even the usually composed Chen found himself momentarily dazed, for the revelation from Bashanite Rain was truly astonishing. The 2 young ladies and a Dawan, noticing Chen's prolonged silence as he gazed at the system interface, approached him curiously. Boss, what is going on? Not gathering vegetables anymore? Yes, Chen, what are you looking at? Chen relayed the information he had received to the 3 of them. Could be a trick? Indeed, Brother Yi, this person might just be trying to con us out of our C-grade vegetables. Didawan and Di Li both appeared skeptical of the other's words. Unlikely, Yang Minger assaulted firmly, shaking her head. Di Li and Da Wan simultaneously turned their attention to Yang Minger, who was still intently observing the contemplative Chen. Minger is right. This fellow's words cannot be false. Chen finally declared, his expression unchanging. How can not be false? I think it is indeed a fabrication. Didawan clearly remained unconvinced, having seen countless boastful individuals in the chatroom daily. Brother Yi, Sister Ming, why are you so certain that his words ring true? Dili, in earnestness, sought clarification. Because, the number 8. Chen and Yang Minger spoke in unison. 8. Dili and da quan appeared momentarily bewildered. It takes 8 fragments of the treasure map to successfully assemble it. This fact is likely known only to us. Could it be that this individual also possesses fragments of the treasure map? The initial instinct of the group was that this survivor, Bashanite Rain, had indeed acquired treasure map fragments. Do you also possess fragments of the treasure map? Chen asked directly. Indeed, I believe the 3 fragments in my possession hold equal value to yours. 3. The 4 of them were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that the other party had 3 fragments as well. Then how do you know about the hidden island and the gold vein? Because I possess the most precious core fragment of the 9th map. The message from the other party once again left Chen speechless. The 9th core fragment? Dili, quick-witted as ever, dashed to the cabinet housing the treasure map fragments and retrieved the 3 precious pieces. Brother Yi, this 9th fragment must truly exist. Dili traced an imaginary rectangle in the air and indicated the center. At this moment, Chen comprehended fully. A square map, if divided into several smaller squares, could only yield a few possibilities, either 6, 9, 12, or 15 pieces, but it could never yield 8. Is the information about this individual derived from the central core fragments? Chen nodded, affirming that this hypothesis is entirely plausible. 8 fragments should suffice to discern the location of the treasure map. However, to truly unlock the map's secrets, it is likely that a 9th core fragment is required. Chen articulated this clearly. The 8 fragments merely represent the map, while the 9th fragment serves as the instruction manual. Do you have any requests that would allow us to learn all the details concerning the core fragments? Chen inquired directly. Indeed, a wise individual. It is no surprise that they have maintained the top position for 2 consecutive weeks. Let's speak candidly. We are all reasonable people, so let us be forthright. It is quite simple. Good things should be shared among us all. Chapter 104. The Super S-Level Divine Reward Well. Since the esteemed Day and Moon has been so straightforward, I shall not beat around the bush. Now that you are aware of the valuable items in my possession, it is time for you to demonstrate your sincerity. Without hesitation, Chen signaled to Yang Minger. She quickly presented a kilogram of C-grade vegetables. This was a prior agreement. Chen, as a man of his word, tossed the kilogram of C-grade vegetables to Bashu Yiyu. Indeed, the big shot kept his promise. What, pray tell, are the gold or veins and the divine artifacts you mentioned earlier? Is it true that gathering all 9 fragments of the treasure map will lead to the discovery of these gold veins and artifacts? Chen was plagued by numerous questions. I shall leave this inquiry for you, esteemed one. Await the system's update. The gold from this island is an exceedingly vital resource. However, the gold or veins and artifacts are not easily found. I advise you, esteemed one, to refrain from venturing alone unless you possess several divine skills, especially if your swimming abilities are lacking, lest you find yourself in perilous waters. I have matters to attend to, and I bid you farewell. With that, the other party logged off, leaving Chen furrowing his brows in contemplation. What in the world is going on? Gold, or veins, divine artifacts, and divine skills. Could this individual be spouting nonsense? Dada Huang GP spresit septicis. Yang Minger indili exjanget glanges. Seemingly equally perplexet. Chen remained non-committal, understanding why his companions were doubtful. The information received today was indeed overwhelming. Perhaps it is best to trust him for now. After all, believing incurs no loss, at most. We waste a kilogram of C-grade vegetables. Although C-grade vegetables are in high demand and scarce, Chen, being a wealthy individual, was unconcerned. By tomorrow's dawn, he would be able to sow again. Beep, system special reminder. Host, please do not forget, you have 1 sign-in opportunity remaining today. As Chen pondered, the system's voice echoed once more. He nearly overlooked this detail. It appeared he had won the wager, granting him an additional sign-in opportunity. Sign in, sign in. Chen exclaimed it. Boss, haven't you already signed in? You truly are forgetful. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in a second time. Receiving a Super S-level divine reward. Triple daily island currency reward. Beep, global announcement across the island. Congratulations to the Survivor Day and Moonstar for becoming the first survivor to sign in and receive a Super S-level divine reward. Goodness. It's the esteemed Day and Moon again. Is this not a cheat? I worship at your feet. I am practically drooling. The sudden notification ignited a frenzy in the chat room. Chen stood there dumbfounded. This Super S-level divine reward has just materialized? Yet what exactly is this triple daily island currency? Chen scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Ye brother, you signed in for Super S-level reward. Dealey rubbed her large eyes, hardly believing the system announcement before her. The man in front of her was not only decisive and resourceful, but also possessed an exceptional character. He had effortlessly claimed the first Super S-grade divine reward in this entire island survival world. Young Minger stood there, mouth agape, staring blankly at Chen. Unlike others, she was fully aware that Chen had signed in on his very first day in this survival world to acquire an S-grade legendary pickup truck. Now, he had also secured the first Super S-grade divine materials. This was not merely good character. It was an explosion of virtue. Boss, how is it that you can sign in again? Didn't you just do so? Dada Juan soto de perplexed. Have you forgotten that I won the bet? The system granted me an additional signing opportunity. Chen explained, somewhat exasperated. Oh. Dada Juan erupted into an exaggerated fit of laughter upon realizing the situation, startling young Minger, who was still in a daze. Dada Juan, what are you laughing at? You scare me to death. Young Minger scolded softly, patting her little heart. However, Dada Juan ignored her, turning instead to the chat room to post. Death God returns. I express my gratitude on behalf of my boss. Thanking you and your ancestors for the Super S-grade divine materials my boss has signed for. All thanks to you, ahaha. I sincerely appreciate you. Ultimately, Dada Juan even began to sing. What did this mean? Could it be that the Super S-grade materials were obtained through the signing reward from the betting system? Impossible, this was simply too. Truly. Some reveled while others despaired. Certain individuals were likely sobbing uncontrollably into their toilets now. The chat room erupted in mockery toward the one who had obtained the toilet, aptly named Death God Returns. Chen and the 2 girls watched Dada Juan with a mix of amusement and disbelief, marveling at his creativity. Upon hearing that Chen had signed for this impressive Super S-grade reward through the betting system, he wasted no time in heading to the chat room to taunt others. Nevertheless, Chen truly felt grateful to Death God Returns. Without him, he would never have been able to sign for the Super S-grade divine materials. Death God Returns remained silent, enduring the ridicule in the chat room without revealing himself. Yet this did not mean he was oblivious. Damn it, Ryu, you scoundrel. I swear, I will not rest until I have ruined you. With a swift motion, Death God Returns hurled his soul axe, striking the brand new C-grade Zwiyu materials, a Kohler toilet. The ceramic toilet shattered into countless pieces upon impact. His two underlings looked on helplessly at the wreckage before them. The Grim Reaper, upon returning, certainly harbored no affection for that toilet. After all, he currently lacked even a humble abode in which to rest, rendering the toilet utterly useless. One needn't even mention a Kohler toilet. Even a golden commode would serve no purpose. Reflecting upon his own predicament, he recalled how, due to a lost bet, not only had his check-in opportunities been curtailed, but his arch-nemesis, Chen, had also been granted an additional chance to check in, ultimately achieving the distinction of being the first to attain an Ultra S-level divine resource. The Grim Reaper was on the verge of madness from his fury. Naturally, Chen would not miss the opportunity to taunt him. Instead, he merely gazed gloomily at the check-in rewards. A threefold coin reward. What could this possibly signify? Did it mean he was now entitled to check in 3 times daily? If that were indeed the case, this would transcend mere Ultra S-level resources, elevating it to an inconceivably high status. An SSS-level resource. Ding! In light of the survivor's triple coin reward from the Celestial check-in, the system has preemptively activated the Daily Island Coin Reward. Daily Island Coin Rewards? Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 105. Island Coins. Beginning today, the system will distribute island coins daily based on the weekly rankings of survivors. These coins can be utilized to procure essential supplies from the island market. Island coins? The island market? Everyone was taken aback. Their expressions a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Notification. Island coins distribution completed. While the crowd remained in a state of bewilderment, the system proceeded to fulfill its daily mission with indifference. I received 2 island coins. I have 4. Ipazisten. Soon. The chat room was abuzz with voices reporting their totals. Dadawan glanced at his own reward. Boss, how many did you get? I received 15 island coins. I have 20. I also have 20. The 2 ladies exchanged glances at their rewards before simultaneously turning their attention to Chen. Ha! I acquired 50 island coins. What is so impressive about that? I ranked 8th and received 60 coins. Wow, 8th place can yield 60 coins. That's impressive. How many do the top 5 receive? Before long, the focus shifted to the 5 prominent figures occupying the top spots on the leaderboard. I have 80 coins, 4th place. I have 120, 3rd place. The 2 players in 3rd and 4th positions spoke up. Now, only the 1st place Chen and the 2nd place survivor number 1 remained. Day and Moon. How many coins do you have? Yes. May we inquire how many island coins the 2 of you have? However, Chen was entirely disinterested in engaging with these individuals. His attention had already shifted to matters of greater significance. Island coins were not merely for display. They held immense utility. Island market. Today's available goods are as follows. 2 bottles of E-grade ordinary freshwater. 1 island coin, special price. 500 grams of E-grade ordinary bread. 2 island coins. 1 kilogram of D-grade rare vegetables. 15 island coins. 1 kilogram of D-grade rare sand. 15 island coins. 1 C-grade exceptional freshwater fish. 2 kilograms, 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of C-grade exceptional logs. 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of C-grade exceptional grapes. 70 island coins. 1 B-grade perfect telescope. 400 island coins. 1 A-grade epic solar panel. Medium 4,000 island coins. 1 A-grade epic solar-powered speedboat. 30,000 island coins. It can be said that the items in the island market elicited both admiration and frustration from Chen. With the existence of the island market, his dreams of monopolizing the market had been utterly dashed. If he set prices too high, exceeding those of the island market, other survivors would surely refrain from trading with him. The silver lining, however, was that as long as he possessed island coins, he could immediately exchange them for the necessary supplies. Although the description indicated that the offerings of the island market would not remain static, The extensive list of items was ample enough for him to deliberate thoughtfully, ensuring he would have sufficient resources. Moreover, it appears that the marketplace offers daily discounted products. Oh, Day and Moon, how many island coins have you accumulated? Indeed, do share so that everyone can be enlightened. I venture to guess it's 120 coins. That's too few. I believe it must be at least 130 coins. The gossipers have already begun to speculate on the daily reward of gold coins for the top contender, Chen. Nonsense. Shall we place a bet? I assert it's 120 coins, and I wager all my coins, a mere 5. Do you dare to gamble? I fear not. For Day and Moon will undoubtedly exceed 120 coins. I'll put down 5 bets. I predict 130 coins. Those who disagree may place their wagers. Let us go. I'll bet 2. These fellows are truly something. The island coins awarded by the system, still warm in their hands, are already being used as stakes. Each person contributes 3 coins, initiating bets within the system. Chen was rendered speechless. These individuals are indeed extravagant, seemingly oblivious to the value of the island coins. Chen, how many island coins do you actually possess? Yes, leader, what exactly are these island coins for? The system certainly has its quirks. Didawan seems to express disdain for the island coins. Chen ignored Didawan and raised 3 fingers towards the 2 ladies. 300. This revelation left both Yang Ming, and Di Li Zhang Agape in astonishment, and even Didawan was taken aback by the figure. Chen remained composed, having roughly grasped the rules governing the distribution of island coins by the system. First place, 300 coins, second place, 200 coins, third place, 120 coins, 4th to 6th places, 80 coins, 7th to 10th places, 60 coins, 11th to 20th places, 40 coins, 21st to 30th places, 30 coins, 30th to 40th places, 20 coins, 41st to 50th places, 15 coins, 51st to 100th places, 12 coins, 101st to 200th places, 10 coins, 201st to 400th places, 8 coins, 401st to 600th places, 6 coins, 601st to 800th places, 4 coins, 801st to 999th places, 2 coins, as Chen noted the various figures being thrown around by the crowd. He meticulously recorded the corresponding data. This chart elucidated the system's rather stingy nature. The lower your rank, the fewer island coins you receive. Conversely, higher ranks yield greater quantities of island coins, particularly for the top 3. Those in the last 200 positions can only receive 2 island coins. How pitiful. Di Li, upon hearing the figures Chen provided, felt a pang of sympathy for those unfortunate souls. What can 2 island coins be exchanged for? The answer is 4 bottles of E-grade mineral water or 500 grams of E-grade bread. The system's message is clear. I shall not let you starve. But if you aspire for a better life, then you must weigh your options carefully. Chen's words, though blunt, held a kernel of truth. As the foremost figure, Chen held in his possession a remarkable sum of 300 island coins, far surpassing that of others. If exchanged for bottled water, it would suffice for an impressive 600 bottles, more than enough to last an individual for several months, let alone a single day's requirement. It is astonishing to witness such vast disparities between wealth and poverty in the world of survival on the island. Di Li, this young lady, seems to possess an innate sympathy for the weak, and now finds herself deeply empathizing with those survivalists who can only muster a few coins each day. Yet, the pitiable are often accompanied by their own faults. The law of the jungle prevails, with a strong triumph and the weak falter, an immutable principle throughout the ages. Chen does not succumb to excessive sentimentality. This is a world of survival, and from the very first day upon landing, the system's decree was unequivocal. Your sole purpose is to strive for survival. Indeed, fortune has favored him. Upon arrival, he was fortunate enough to secure an S-level legendary reward, a pickup truck, and to recruit young Minger. However, when has he ever allowed himself to revel in a fortunate beginning? Has he not toiled relentlessly every day? Opportunity favors only those who are prepared, and he is indeed that person ever ready. Minger, Dili, Dadakwan, listen closely. Our goal is to claim the top 4 positions. Chen clenched his fists, gazing earnestly at his 3 companions before him. Chapter 106. Upgrading requires 50. 000 island coins, Yang Minger and D. Li exchange glances, both of them once again focusing on the reward list for the island coins that Chen had compiled. The first prize, 300 coins. The second prize, 200 coins. The third prize, 120 coins. The fourth prize, 80 coins. If Chen's assertion held true, and the four of them secured the top 4 positions, that would amount to a staggering 700 island coins for the day. 4 individuals, 700 island coins. To put into perspective, the last 200 survivors collectively earned merely 400 coins. Boss, our motorboat alone is worth 30,000 island coins. That's incredible. Dawan glanced at the supplies on their island and immediately recalled the motorboat. However, amused but still with Dealey around, acquiring an S-level signing reward daily is far superior to a few hundred island coins. After weighing the two, Dawan looked at Dealey. It seemed she truly was the most formidable. Chen was, of course, well aware of Dealey's prowess, boasting over a 25% chance of directly signing for S-level legendary rewards each day. However, to place all hope solely on Lee would be rather lacking in ambition. One must think long-term. The introduction of the island coin system was not merely for accumulating a few hundred coins daily. There was also the island mall. They could now conduct transactions using island coins. As long as their prices were below those of the island mall, other survivors would prefer purchasing through their channel. Thus, amassing island coins was undoubtedly a wise strategy. Chen had already set his sights on the newly introduced island coins. At present, he found himself in dire need of various supplies, some of which could only be obtained through the signing system or exchanges of the marketplace. However, relying on the signing system to procure necessary supplies within a short time frame was indeed asking for too much. Truly exceptional supplies, even if available in the marketplace, were exorbitantly priced. With the island mall, as long as he possessed sufficient island coins, he would no longer fret over acquiring premium supplies. Chen, those people are still calling for you, Yang Minger remarked with a wry smile. Chen shrugged, then calmly replied in the chat interface with 3 numbers. 300. Wow, 300 coins. The first place actually has 300 island coins. How can the gap be so vast? I only have 6 coins. Haha, I won the bet. Damn, what luck. By the way, what can we actually do with these island coins? Finally, amidst the gossip, a sensible question emerged. The island mall. Someone, perhaps a kind-hearted individual, reminded them. A moment later, wow, it turns out island coins can purchase so many items. The island mall. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have placed a bet. I could have bought several kilograms of bread. The latecomers finally discovered the hidden gem that lay within the system interface, the island mall. Those who had just placed their bets on Chen and lost everything were filled with regret. I vowed to break into the top 10. The rewards for those beyond the 100th place were simply meager. The prizes for the top 3 were astonishing, particularly the first prize of 300 coins. In the marketplace, one could easily acquire a B-grade perfect resource in just 2 days. I must make the leaderboard. With a heart brimming with envy and jealousy, the crowd began to contemplate the island marketplace earnestly. For most, despite their financial constraints, they still enjoyed the right to browse the island market. Just like in real life, one can stroll through a supermarket without anyone preventing them from merely window shopping. Meanwhile, Chen was already plotting his strategy for the trading post. Huang. Minger, Dealey, expedite the inventory. A D-grade rare freshwater fish was priced at 12 island coins, as was a kilogram of D-grade rare vegetables and a kilogram of D-grade rare sand. List as many as you can. Chen promptly issued a series of directives. Boss, should we list the freshwater fish? Not today. It's a special product. If we list it, it will be tomorrow. Chen had already formulated a plan in his mind. Before long, Yang Minger swiftly listed the remaining 7 or 8 D-grade rare freshwater fish at the trading post, setting the price at 12 island coins each. Dealey placed all the few D-grade rare vegetables available, also priced at 12 island coins. Chen himself began to delist all the resources he had initially placed on the trading post. Chen, it seems the upgrade system has also been updated. The observant Yang Minger seemed to have made another discovery. Chen opened the upgrade interface. Indeed, beneath the previously detailed conditions for upgrading from level 7 to level 8, there was an additional line. Second method for upgrading from level 7 to level 8. Submit 50,000 island coins. 50,000 island coins. Upon seeing this figure, even the affluent Chen couldn't help but gasp. Even if he maintained his position at the top, coupled with triple rewards, he would only earn 900 island coins in a day. Dividing 50,000 by 900. Chen slapped his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. In the presence of the system deity, he felt like a beggar. Upgrading from level 5 to level 6 required 8,000 island coins. That was exorbitant. The two girls also noticed the number of island coins required for their level 6 upgrade and frowned in unison. This system is outrageous. Even upgrading from level 4 to 5 demands 2,000 island coins. At that moment, the one with the lowest sign-in level among the four, the Dewan, cursed upon seeing the figure 2 and 000. To upgrade from level 4 to 5 cost 2,000 island coins. From 5 to 6 required 8,000 island coins. And from 7 to 8 demanded 50,000 island coins. It was evident that this method of upgrading was not linear. The higher the level, the more island coins were required. Chen, this is excessively expensive. The prospect of having to submit tens of thousands of island coins was indeed unacceptable to the ladies. This is merely the beginning. We'll be able to check in daily from now on. However, even for us, the daily reward amounts to less than 1,000 island coins, making it seem like an eternity before we can level up. The young ladies pouted, clearly finding it quite challenging to accept the system's daunting upgrade requirements at this moment. Rome was not built in a day, and besides, island coins can be acquired through means beyond daily rewards. At this point, young Minger, mid-sentence, appeared to have an epiphany and pointed towards a trading post. Chen had already anticipated this. Relying solely on daily rewards would hardly suffice. To attain prosperity, one must rely on their own efforts. Ding! The resource recovery system has been activated. At this moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Resource recovery? Upon seeing these four characters, Chen instantly comprehended their significance. Chapter 107. Resource recovery. It is not that Chen possesses foresight. Rather, he has pondered this matter extensively. For every gain, there must be a corresponding loss. For every purchase, there exists a sale. With the system now offering an island marketplace, it is inevitable that measures will be introduced to enable survivors to acquire island currency. Today's resource recovery is as follows. D-grade Zhuangyue level camphor tree trunks. Recovery price, 6 island coins per kilogram. Recovery limit, 1,000 kilograms. The system has commenced resource recovery. Profits and island coins await. I was just lamenting the insufficiency of my island currency. Time to gear up and fell some trees. The mountain axe is ready. High prices for the mountain axe. Here I come, island coins. The system's announcements ignited a fervor among the desperate survivors, akin to a collective surge of adrenaline. Charge forth. Do not compete with me. The once bustling chat room abruptly fell into a hushed silence. The recovery prices are rather dismal. In a marketplace, D-grade resources are priced at 15 island coins per kilogram, yet recovery yields only 6 island coins. Deely pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction with the system's pricing. Chen, however, was unfazed, recognizing the parallels with the real world. Purchasing a brand new smartphone may cost 5,000 to 6,000, yet its resale value plummets significantly. Shall we also go chop trees? Young Minger inquired anxiously, fearing she might arrive too late to partake in the tree felling. Why not chop? Chen replied nonchalantly, though he remained motionless. Chopping trees is my forte. 1,000 kilograms? I shall handle it all. The boastful Dada Wan began to boast once more. Even the smallest among them, Di Li, started changing her attire in preparation for the endeavor. Patience, patience. Chen gestured for them to wait. The three looked at him in bewilderment, while he leisurely reopened the system. He calmly summoned a map. Oh, how could I forget this map? Di Li exclaimed, giving her forehead a playful slap and grinning at Chen. Yang Minger and Dawan gathered closer, glancing at the map Chen was examining, instantly grasping its significance. Chen was currently studying the precious resource distribution map of the island. Although the system only requested D-grade rare tree trunks, it specified the species must be camphor trees. Without this map, one would be like a headless fly, aimlessly searching for camphor trees without end. But with this resource distribution artifact in hand, he was well equipped. The Dewan attached that trailer to our vehicle. Prepare to set off towards the northeastern forest of the island. After scrutinizing the resource distribution map, Chen pinpointed a forest densely populated with camphor trees. As for the reason to bring the trailer, it was simply because Chen regarded it as a mobile warehouse. In the eyes of others, this trailer is a priceless treasure. Yet for the affluent Chen, it has been relegated to a mere makeshift storage facility. Should word of this circulate, countless survivors would likely lament the fate of this unfortunate trailer. The four individuals equipped themselves with tools, and under the guidance of Chen, who assumed the role of navigator, they set forth towards the camphor grove. As anticipated, the earlier group of fervent survivors, armed with an array of implements, soon encountered difficulties. Grass. Do we really need camphor trees? Who knows where to find them? I'm exhausted. I've scoured for over a dozen trees, and not a single D-grade tree in sight. I might as well be lost in this forest, having not spotted a single camphor tree. These aimless wanderers, employing such a method, would likely search until dusk without ever locating a tree that meets the system's criteria. Not only would they fail to present the required trunks to the system, but they also risked exhausting themselves within the forest. In stark contrast, Chen and his companions operated with remarkable ease. With ample manpower, an abundance of tools, superior transportation, and navigational assistance, their task was as effortless as shooting fish in a barrel compared to those lost souls in the vast wilderness. 15 minutes later, under Chen's guidance, the trailer was parked at the forest's edge. He retrieved the pre-prepared E-grade ordinary handcart from the trailer, fully equipped with plentiful ammunition. Both Chen and Dewan hefted their axes and ventured into the grove. The two young women closely followed, pushing the cart. Dewan, head to the left. Their S8 D-grade camphor tree, 5 meters to your side. I'll go right, where there are also 2 trees. The group hadn't traveled far when Chen precisely identified 3 D-grade camphor trees. Great. Wow, boss, this tree must weigh several hundred pounds. If we manage to fell 4 or 5 of these, the 6,000 island coins from the system will all be ours. The thought of earning 6,000 island coins in a single day brought an enormous grin to Dewan's face, and his swing of the axe grew more vigorous. With a resounding thud, both Chen and Dewan set to work. Soon enough, the robust Dewan was the first to fell a D-grade camphor tree. 3 minutes later, Chen's tree followed suit. The two began chopping the thick trunks into manageable sections for the young women to transport. The 2 girls took on the roles of loaders and carriers, and with the aid of the cart, their efficiency soared. The 2 men felled trees while the 2 women transported the goods. The 4 worked with fervor, and Chen occasionally checked the chat room and system interface. It seemed that the chat room was gradually becoming more populated, with a growing chorus of complaints echoing within. My back aches and my waist is sore. I have not found a single tree. I will cease my search. I'd rather devote this time to cultivating my own vegetables. I would prefer to remain in my cave, regretting my choices. Now, I have found nothing. Yet I am exhausted and famished. My legs feel as though they are about to give way. To my dismay, I finally stumbled upon a tree, and after laboring for an eternity with this wretched vegetable knife, I realized I could not transport it back. I am left in despair. Fellow survivors, we are beset by misfortunes. Chen glanced at the system interface, which was updating in real time. Remaining value of recycling limit. 2 hours had elapsed since the system issued this recycling task. Remaining value of recycling limit, 930 kilograms. Within these 2 hours, the system had only managed to recycle 70 kilograms of D-grade rare camphor tree trunk. Chen examined the second camphor tree he had felled, estimating it to weigh around 200 to 300 pounds. The Dewan had finished processing the first tree and was reassigned to another location. Chen roughly calculated that they had accumulated about 300 kilograms. Young Minger and Li were transporting goods back and forth, despite having a handcart. The 2 glamorous beauties were significantly fatigued. It is important to note that they are 2 delicate stars. If Dewan and I each fell another tree, we could conclude our task. There remains 930 kilograms. Should we not harvest more? Young Minger glanced at the system's remaining value, seemingly eager to consume every last bit of that 930 kilograms. Greed can lead one to overreach. It is wise to know when to stop. Chen wore a relaxed expression. This is merely the first day. There will be ample opportunities to earn island coins. Suddenly, Wan, who was chopping trees nearby, called out, "Come quickly, come see what I have discovered." Chapter 108. Unexpected harvest. Chen set down the mountain axe in his hand and hurried over with the two young ladies. The Dawan was pointing excitedly at a cluster of dark objects nestled in the trees. As Chen drew nearer for a better look, it appeared to be a type of mushroom. This unappealing sight surely couldn't be edible. Yang Minger frowned in disgust and turned her head away. Chen casually donned the magnifying glasses, and the system chimed in, "B-level perfect mushroom. Edible, with exquisite taste and rich nutrition. Consuming it increases the probability of survivors receiving an S-level sign-in reward by 5 within 24 hours. Chen was taken aback. Such an unremarkable-looking thing possessed special properties. Wan, carefully pick it. This is a valuable find. Let us prepare it for Deali. Chen decisively instructed Wan to harvest the mushroom for Deali. For me, brother Yi? But this is too disgusting. I don't want to eat it. Deali shook her head vigorously, her dismay evident upon hearing Chen's intention to bring back the unattractive mushroom for her consumption. It's a treasure. Chen chuckled as he accepted the mushroom from Wan and extended it toward Deali. She recoiled several steps, nearly stumbling. Just take a look. The system vouches for it. I trust the flavor will not disappoint. Chen removed the magnifying glasses and handed them to Deali. With cheeks puffed out and her brows furrowed, Deali reluctantly donned the glasses. Despite the system's assurances, she remained skeptical, attributing her doubts to the mushroom's rather unflattering appearance. Wan, hurry and chop down that tree. Once we finish with this one, we can call it a day. Chen tucked the mushroom away and urged Wan to expedite his work. Boss, don't we need to harvest more? After cutting down these 2 trees, we'll have only felled 5. Surely, it isn't enough to reach 1,000 kilograms. Wan was even more avaricious than Yang Minger, unwilling to share even a gram with others. There's no time to waste. Besides, it's unnecessary to tire ourselves out. We have plenty of tasks ahead. There will be ample opportunity to earn island currency. Chen glanced again at the system's real-time update on the remaining recovery value, noticing a further decrease of 50 kilograms. Only 880 kilograms remained. Clearly, others had already felled D-level rare camphor trees and were actively transporting them. It seemed more than one person was involved in this endeavor. Chen realized he couldn't afford to waste time and needed to seize the opportunity before it slipped away. Let us not risk ending up with nothing for our efforts. We could exhaust ourselves cutting down trees only for the system to close up shop before we return. As such, the two became diligent once more, each wielding their axes against the trees. An hour later, the 4 of them had cleared the fallen trunks and transported them back to the trailer. Huang, drive quickly. We must return to submit our materials. Before departing, Chen cast a final glance at the recovery value, which now stood at a mere 720 kilograms. With 5 tree trunks in tow, the 4 began their journey homeward. 20 minutes later, the 4 returned to the campsite and immediately began unloading the cargo. It seemed that once the 72-hour cooling period had elapsed, the supply distribution point would indeed be established within this trailer, thus eliminating the need for transportation time. This time, they had no choice but to unload the cargo manually. The system indicated a remaining recovery value of 650 kilograms. The 4 of them hurriedly set to work. Beep, you have submitted 10 kilograms of D-grade rare camphor wood, and the system has issued 60 island coins. Beep, you have submitted 20 kilograms of D-grade rare camphor wood, and the system has issued 120 island coins. Beep, you. As Chen and his companions continued to unload, the system's notifications echoed incessantly. What was happening? How had the recovery value plummeted to 500 kilograms in the blink of an eye? No way, it had decreased again, now down to 450 kilograms. What was going on? It dropped again, now only 380 kilograms. How could it fall so rapidly? Who was responsible for this? As they watched the recovery value decline at an alarming rate, The chat room erupted in exclamations. 350 kilograms. 300 kilograms. 250 kilograms. 200 kilograms. In less than 20 minutes, the recovery value had plummeted by 450 kilograms. After 35 minutes, it stabilized at a mere 70 kilograms. Everyone stared in disbelief. Turning their attention back to Chen and his team, the four of them collapsed from exhaustion. Finally, they had completed the unloading. "Boss, I can't go on. I need to lie down for a moment," exclaimed the burly one, sprawling out on the ground in an exaggerated manner. The two young women, equally fatigued, leaned against each other as they sat on the ground. Yet, despite their fatigue, there was a sense of happiness among the four. In just 35 minutes, they had unloaded a total of 450 kilograms of D-grade rare camphor wood, earning 700 island coins. A staggering 700 island coins. It was noteworthy that the system had only issued a total of 6,000 island coins as a reward. Chen and his companions had managed to secure nearly half of that amount, with only 4 of them, while the remaining survivors numbered 995. Such an achievement was truly astonishing. What was happening? Why had the system ceased to accept submissions? I had just brought back over 100 pounds of logs. Goodness, I'm nearly exhausted. All that effort moving those logs was for nothing? What a ridiculous system. Soon enough, the last 70 kilograms of recovery value was completely depleted. Those who were slow and greedy, hoping to cut down more trees in one go, ended up with nothing to show for their efforts. Panting heavily, the burly one lay on the grass, still managing to laugh heartily. 700 coins, 700 coins, boss. We struck it rich. On the first day, while most were left with a mere handful of island coins gifted by the system, Chen and his companions had amassed a total of 655 island coins. This was a substantial lead, far surpassing the others by several hundred folds. The system's delayed notification echoed. Today's resource recovery plan has been completed. Survivors, please rise early tomorrow, plunging those weary survivors, who had toiled all day without any reward, into utter despair. "Boss, take a look. We have so many island coins. What can we purchase?" Didawan paused for a moment, then downed 3 large bottles of D-grade rare freshwater, rejuvenating his spirit. At this point, it seemed only these 4 individuals led by Chen could treat D-grade freshwater as if it were seawater. D-grade rare freshwater remains one of the most urgently needed supplies for the majority of survivors. Yet, in the hands of Chen's group, it appeared to be of little value. With a lake of freshwater and a purifier capable of continuously producing D-grade freshwater, there was no limit to their consumption. They seemed to squander it without a care, as if the island coins were conjured by the wind. Dealey, having spent considerable time with Didawan, was well aware of his character and promptly delivered a sharp reprimand. "Hey, I'm just asking casually, just casually." Chen glanced at the island marketplace. 2 bottles of E-grade ordinary freshwater. 1 island coin, special price. 500 grams of E-grade ordinary bread. 2 island coins. 1 kilogram of D-grade rare vegetables. 15 island coins. 1 kilogram of D-grade rare sand. 15 island coins. 1 C-grade extraordinary freshwater fish. 2 kilograms, 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of C-grade extraordinary lumber. 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of C-grade extraordinary grapes. 70 island coins, none of. These items appeared to be of interest to him. Rather, he seemed to be stockpiling an abundance of goods awaiting sale. There was no rush. Perhaps they would eventually encounter products that were both practical and affordable. With money in hand, one need not fear the lack of quality goods. Hoarding island coins was the true path to success. Chapter 109. While supplies last, do the island mall have refrigerators or washing machines for sale? The 2 young ladies seemed to regard the island mall as a supermarket. Chen shrugged. He was equally unaware of the system's intricacies. All he could do was to accumulate as many island coins as possible. Once exceptional items or urgently needed supplies appeared, he would be ready to act swiftly. "Boss, someone in the chat room is calling for you to sell something again." As expected, the group that had been eagerly chopping trees all day, ending up with nothing, now turned their attention back to Chen. Given their limited island coins, relying on them to upgrade the sign-in system seemed like a distant dream. Moreover, with the introduction of the daily reward system for island coins, which was based on leaderboard rankings, the disparity between the rich and the poor had widened even further. To improve their standings, the simplest and most direct method was to strive for a higher sign-in level, thereby increasing the chances of obtaining premium supplies. Dada Juan, is the great day in Moon here? Yes. Will my D-grade rare clay be in stock? And what about my D-grade rare freshwater? My C-grade exceptional vegetables? Everyone was clamoring, fearful that if they arrived too late, Yi-chan would have sold their desired items to others. Tell them to trade island coins, Yi-chan nonchalantly remarked. Dada Juan immediately took on the role of a courier. My boss has spoken. Supplies are available for island coins, or no deal. Oh, but I only have a few island coins. Indeed, Dada Juan. Please speak to the great day and Moon about this. It's only the first day of receiving island coins, and we have no surplus supplies. If you have no surplus, then wait. Unless it's blueprints or rare items. I will only trade for island coins, Yi-chan boldly stated once more. Yi-chan, are you not worried about pushing them too hard? Yes, brother Yi. What if they go buy elsewhere? The two young ladies looked at Yi-chan with some concern that he might scare off potential customers. Buy elsewhere? What do you mean? Other survivors or the island mall? Yi-chan was confident. He was in a position of leverage. If other survivors had excess goods, they wouldn't be collectively begging Yi-chan to supply them. As for the island mall, he was aware that, first, it needed to have corresponding supplies available that day. Second, prices would invariably be higher than his own. Today at the island mall, 1 kilogram of D-grade rare vegetables, 15 island coins, 1 kilogram of D-grade rare sand, 15 island coins, 1 D-grade rare freshwater fish, 1 kilogram, 15 island coins. The mall had clearly marked prices. All D-grade supplies were uniformly set at 15 island coins each. Thus, Yi-chan decided to offer these 3 items at a discount, selling for 12 instead of 15. Surely, anyone who had attended first grade could discern which number was greater. As for the items unavailable in the marketplace, such as the currently scarce D-grade rare clay and D-grade rare freshwater, I must apologize. The pricing for these D-grade commodities, which are not found in the marketplace, will be determined by me. Without hesitation, Yi-chan began to list them. 1 kilogram of D-grade rare clay, 20 island coins per unit. 1 liter of D-grade rare freshwater, 20 island coins per unit. The prices are not exorbitant, yet they are not trivial either. After all, very few individuals possess 20 island coins at this moment. These items are exclusively intended for the top 30 or 40 survivors on the leaderboard. As for the impoverished children, they should not bother looking. If one wishes to purchase something, a left turn upon exiting leads to the island mall, where special offers abound. 2 bottles of freshwater for a mere 1 island coin, which would be more suitable for them. Regarding the more advanced C-grade supplies, Yi-chan cast a glance at the island mall and then at the leaderboard. A C-grade exceptional freshwater fish, 2 kilograms, 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of C-grade exceptional timber, 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of C-grade exceptional grapes, 70 island coins. 70 island coins is an astronomical sum for the majority of survivors at present. Were it not for the recycling system's announcement of a reward of 7,000 island coins, it is likely that only the top 3 on the leaderboard could afford such luxuries. Yi-chan, undeterred, followed suit. For all items available in the island mall priced at 70, I shall offer them at 60, a fair price, devoid of deception towards the young and the old alike. As for the items not found in the mall, such as C-grade exceptional vegetables, one cannot blame me for being unyielding. Yi-chan then displayed 1 kilogram of C-grade exceptional greens, priced at 100 island coins. Only this single portion is available, until sold out. Upon witnessing the sudden influx of numerous supplies in the trading post, many survivors gazed with sparkling eyes, yet upon patting their pockets, they were inevitably filled with disheartenment. They simply could not afford it. However, the reality stands. If some cannot purchase, others surely can. Remarkably, within 3 minutes, Yi-chan's first substantial transaction was completed. A survivor named Charcoal Cashew procured a C-grade, exceptional freshwater fish for 60 island coins. Did it truly sell? Young Minger en deli extinguet injurdulos glanges, seemingly unable to believe it. Indeed, there was no mistake. A transaction of 60 island coins was finalized. Young Minger rubbed her eyes, still harboring a hint of skepticism. Yi-chan remained unfazed, as if it were merely a breeze. This scenario is akin to the launch of a new iPhone. Although the cost is steep, while many may hesitate, there are always those willing to purchase regardless of the price. This is the essence of the market. Wherever there is demand, a market will flourish. 3 minutes later, the second order was completed. The item that commanded the highest price at the trading post, 1 kilogram of C-grade exceptional vegetables, was purchased. Boss, you are incredible. 100 island coins for a single kilogram of vegetables. The Juan staved in astonishment at Chen. It appears that my stomach has already accommodated more than 3 servings of C-grade vegetables, amounting to a substantial total of 360 island coins. Let us indulge in another serving after 5 minutes, shall we? Chen remarked nonchalantly, his demeanor unruffled. Dealey offered a wry smile as she observed Chen, who had previously proclaimed that this would be the only serving until sold out, now preparing to order a second. This fellow, Yiga, truly embodies the essence of a shrewd merchant. Chen, are we to rely on selling goods to earn island coins from now on, abandoning the collection of various supplies? Young Minger questioned with a mixture of amusement and exasperation as she gazed at Chen. Chen shrugged casually and replied, "It is certainly an option. The more island coins, the better. As for other supplies, if they can be collected, we shall certainly do so." Balancing profit and progress is the very tenet of Chen's philosophy. Chapter 110. The island coin upgrade system. On the very first day that the island coins were made available, Chen and his companions amassed nearly 4,000 coins. The sight of this figure left even Chen somewhat incredulous. Before drifting off to sleep, Chen made his inaugural expenditure of island coins, using 5 coins to acquire several rubber bands. "Boss, should I upgrade with the island coins?" Dada Huang blurted out doubtfully. Chen shot him a disapproving glance. This child was actually hoping to utilize island coins for an upgrade. However, Chen was not entirely dismissive of the notion of using the island coin upgrade system for his lifetime. Yet, the resources required to elevate the level 4 sign-in system to level 5, aside from the crossbow and vegetables classified as C level, were all D level. If these resources were converted into island coins, they would certainly not be worth 2,000 island coins. Why would Chen engage in such a losing transaction? Moreover, Dada Juan was merely a few rubber bands away from upgrading the level 5 sign-in system. Once he secured that crossbow, the upgrade would be a mere formality. There was no reason to expend 2,000 island coins to accomplish it. I've already synthesized the crossbow. Go gather the necessary materials and prepare for the upgrade. And don't forget to hand over all the island coins you have, Chen chided, casting a stern gaze at Dada Juan. It wasn't that Chen doubted him, but rather that he was concerned about Dada Juan's careless nature, fearing he might impulsively squander those precious island coins. Dada Juan, understanding, promptly transferred all the island coins from his system to Chen without hesitation. "Hey boss, I'm off to upgrade now, bye." With a playful pat on his backside, he skipped away to initiate the upgrade. Yang Minger and D. Li exchanged glances, having witnessed the preceding exchange. Moments later, Chen received 2 notifications. Beep, Yang Minger, whom you recruited, has transferred 280 island coins to you. Please check your balance. Go beep, Dili Murat, has transferred 320 island coins to you. Please check your balance. Chen stared blankly at these 2 system notifications, only realizing after a moment that both young ladies were gazing at him expectantly. "What are you 2 up to?" he inquired, perplexed. We're contributing our island coins," the 2 girls replied sheepishly. Chen sighed, realizing they had truly assumed the role of capitalists. "It's all right. Girls should always have a little pocket money. If I ever find myself in dire need of funds, I will certainly ask you. Moreover, if possible, I would prefer to exchange resources using materials," he stated, before returning the coins to them. Dada Juan was hasty and reckless, which was why Chen was reluctant to accept all his coins. The 2 young ladies, however, did not share such tendencies. Chen was not a miserly landlord, and there was no need to be so calculating. When the 2 girls discovered that not only had they received back the coins they had previously transferred, but that each of them had also been credited with an additional 500 coins, they gazed at Chen with expressions of heartfelt gratitude. "Do not gaze at me in such a manner. The 500 island coins must be utilized wisely. Should you encounter any crucial supplies and be unable to contact me immediately, you may independently decide to purchase them using the island coins. As I observe the two stunning beauties puffing their cheeks and gazing at me with tearful eyes, I find myself unworthy of such reverence and promptly wave my hand to dissuade them. After all, it's merely 500 island coins, a trifling sum. I have carefully assessed the situation. Upgrading from level 4 to 5 in the sign-in system requires 2,000 island coins, which seems rather unworthy. However, the transition from level 5 to 6 is an entirely different matter. The requirements for ascending from level 5 to 6 include 2 pieces of any grade ceramic products, 100 kilograms of C-grade outstanding birch logs, 5 C-grade outstanding freshwater fish, 2 kilograms of B-grade perfect vegetables, 2 kilograms of B-grade perfect fruits, and 1 B-grade perfect tool hammer. According to the current prices in the Island Mall, the C-grade outstanding birch logs alone are valued at 10,000 island coins, not accounting for the B-grade perfect vegetables, B-grade perfect fruits, or the invaluable B-grade perfect tool hammer. I had been troubled by this predicament. The system is quite deceptive. The requirements for leveling up from 4 to 5 and from 5 to 6 are not even comparable in magnitude. Currently, I have 3 companions, and to reach level 6, I would need to expend 3 B-grade perfect tool hammers. What an absurdity! The difficulty of synthesizing a single B-grade perfect tool hammer rivals that of acquiring an A-grade speedboat. Moreover, where would I procure the blueprints for synthesis? Fortunately, opting for the B plan allows for upgrades using island coins. With a cost of 8,000 island coins, a price that is fair and transparent, I have resolved to accumulate 24,000 island coins. This is my immediate goal, and I must overcome this hurdle. As for the requirements for upgrading from level 6 to 7, I am currently uncertain, but I estimate it to be around 20,000 island coins. If that is indeed the case, it would be quite a reasonable price. I recall the considerable effort I expended to gather various materials just to reach level 7, utilizing exclusively B-grade perfect materials, often weighing 20 or 30 kilograms each. According to current market prices, 1 kilogram of B-grade perfect materials costs 400 island coins. Thus, 50 kilograms would amount to 20,000 island coins. By these calculations,